Hello, everybody. Good morning, New Orleans. Here we are, the pre-show for NAIC Day 2. Oh, pretty good, actually. Pretty good. I didn't know we were going to get an applause for that. All right, well, let's start with a little bit of an applause then. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a little bit of a clap like something kind of cool just happened. Like, oh, okay, that was neat. Yeah, a little bit of a golf clap. Not bad. Oh, something actually pretty interesting. A Pokemon you really wanted to see. Wait, your favorite player is on stage right now. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, they just won NAIC! Pretty good.
Love that energy to start this off.
It's a good way to start. This is a pre-show, so it doesn't matter, and we're gonna nerd out about all of our games here for a little bit. I'm gonna be talking about Unite. Hi, I'm Jake, Content Cowboy, all the things, yeehaw. Martine here from Go, Sierra from BGC, formerly BGC, currently champions, and Ethan from TCG. We're gonna talk a little bit about some of the big moments from day one, some things that stood out. Sierra, why don't you start us off?
Yeah, we always start off with the best, right?
I agree.
Let's go. But for NAIC, we are starting our first international with Pokemon Champions. The game is still so new, so fresh, but it's such a big tournament. It has been so nice to see what trainers coming to the forefront of this new game, of this new meta, and it's really fun to see. It's a new game, but we're seeing a lot of old talent really step up. Our two undefeated players currently going into today, two former world champions in Wolf Glick and Kosakute, which is so exciting. And I cannot wait to see who is going to be our Pokemon champion of the weekend, and if it will be a former world champion for our Pokemon Champions champion.
And that game again is Pokemon Champions?
Pokemon Champions, yeah.
Okay, just making sure it's Pokemon Champions. I know you have to say that 50 times throughout this pre-show, and you got halfway there already.
We're close,
I think
we're
it's
close.
Pretty good. For Unite, we have an amazing competition. This is the final stretch. So one final Worlds invite. We know every single team that will be at our World Championships except for one, and there are so many great teams still in the hunt right now. I think what's most exciting are we have great teams that have already qualified for Worlds here, and we have so many teams unqualified that are beating them. So all these grassroots teams, teams that didn't get to play in our league, teams that don't get to show up to a ton of these tournaments are here. They are showing out, and it's really exciting. It's anybody's game right now, which I think is very cool. Let's talk a little bit about Go.
Well, the cool thing that we have, Spraggles, is that for every international championship this season, we have a limited meta. And for NAIC, the theme seems to be flexible movesets. Anything can just hit anything. Normally you have Pokemon typings and you just want to align everything well. Not this time. So what you see today, yesterday, and tomorrow, you're going to see so much skill and Pokemon that are involved. Grumpig, Galarian Weezing. I don't know if you see those in your games at all, but we have them. We have all of these Pokemon that kind of look like farm animals. You have Miltank as well. Yeah, we have these being meta in our games, so we have that going for us.
I do love that. First up, every time I hear about Go, as someone who plays it very casually, I love hearing the meta is like Grumpig and Shadow Poliwag and things like that. I always love hearing about a Go meta, and I also love that it's very farm animal based right now for NAIC. I think that's pretty great. Tell me about TCG. Does anyone play Dragapult currently?
There's a couple of people in the room, maybe more than 3,000. Not that many, you know, but 35% of the room showing up with Dragapult EX as, you know, to be expected. It is the most dominant deck in the format, and it has been since the rotation happened a few months back. It's play Dragapult or beat Dragapult, and the latter is a lot more difficult. You've got Phantom Dive, which spreads damage, players playing Crushing Hammer to try and gain that extra energy advantage against their opponents. And the weakness, well, Dragapult is not weak to anything in the Pokemon TCG. That's the specialty that Dragon-type Pokemon currently have. All of those things combined, a lot for these trainers to overcome, but there are a few decks out in the field that do have the potential to take it down. I've seen a little bit of Crustle action. We have two of our 9-0 players are playing Crustle, a deck that fares pretty well into Dragapult, but can struggle against some of the other off-meta decks. So that sort of matchup battle, so to say, what decks you get paired against will be very important for these trainers in the second phase of competition.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the hardest things, right? Is trying to figure out exactly what you're going to run when the competition is so huge. You know, there are going to be thousands of players. You could run into a ton of Dragapults, but if you aim to counter it and don't run into them, you could have a rough run in the tournament, right?
Absolutely. You know, a lot of Pokemon, you know, you've got to play great, but we always say to have a deep run, you have to have good variance on your side. You have to hit the right matchups. Your deck has to function the way it does in practice and in testing. If it doesn't, you're going to find yourself like a lot of our players so close to that finish line.
Now, we want to talk a little bit about some impactful moments from day one. Maybe a cool thing that stood out. All of our games, I know, have a ton of amazing moments, especially in these early stages where you get to see a lot of diverse competition. But I want to hear a big moment from each game. Sierra, Champions is the name of the game?
Yeah, we're looking for a Pokemon Champions champion. Make sure to get it right over there. But talking about impactful moment from yesterday, we'll talk about a champion that is popping off in Champions. There's 2 world champions I got to focus on, but I want to talk about Wolf's Blick match in particular because he's coming off a 2nd place at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Did it with a crazy Pokemon. He swapped it up, and we get to see a couple of very different picks on his team. The Toxapex and the Mamoswine. Toxapex put in a lot of work in the first couple of games, but then we got to see a statement in this game number 3. The Hydreigon with the Draco Meteor, Oko's this Garchomp, then you get a double KO. It was such a crazy set between the 2 of them going up against Alex Underhill, but a dominant game 3 to secure this win and keep on his winning ways. It was awesome. And yeah, Toxapex, we don't really get to see the most of that. And for anyone who's not familiar with VGC, what it does is be super annoying. You're getting a little bit of that passive damage over time. Toxapex is so bulky and difficult to kind of take down, and just Toxics all over the board, just slowly KO all the Pokemon. It's a strategy that we don't necessarily see within Pokemon Champions, and I love that back-to-back tournaments for this world champion that we've gotten to see very unorthodox picks, but how skillfully he can pilot them and take them to the top. And with only a couple of more wins that he needs to secure a top in stop cut, I cannot wait to see how he's going to play today to try and secure that.
Yeah, obviously, I think a lot of people have their eyes on Wolfie all the time. You know, such an exciting player, and clearly the truth. You know, there are some people who might question the biggest Pokemon YouTuber and a former world champion, and he shows up and wins time and time again with a unique strategy time and time again. It's really impressive to watch.
It is so skillful too, because we've seen, especially we have a very limited meta as well at this point with Pokemon Champions, but to be able to kind of dig deep within this meta, find picks that nobody else is really using and be able to pilot them to the top just shows such mastery of a meta that is still like a game that's just so new, right? And I cannot wait to see how he fares going into today.
I want to talk a little bit about Unite now. We had some pretty exciting moments in day one. Again, in our group stages, there's always such diverse competition, a lot of strategies being thrown at these teams that you wouldn't expect. One of the wildest things that we have seen on the Unite stage, we have 3 Charizards in our game. Charizard, X, Y, and regular old base model Charizard. And one team here, Dream Max Aftermath, picked up all 3 in a single game. It was absolute chaos in the best way. Pretty hilarious to watch as each one of them has a seismic slam that they could use over and over and over again in some of these big fights. So Charizard would take you up into the air, and then Charizard would take you up into the air, and then another Charizard would take you right up into the air. It was brutal, it was hilarious, and it gave them the game win here. Pretty amazing. They are moving on to day 2. They are undefeated in their groups, and they have a shot at that final World Championship spot heading to Worlds in San Francisco. It's great to watch. I love it when a team does something unique, kind of crazy, and at the same time, it really, really works. It's just one of my favorite things to watch. Tell me a little bit about Go.
Yeah, in Pokemon Go, I picked a moment here that is kind of representative for what I talked about, the skillful that you see here in this tournament. And this trainer, Golf Professor in particular is his username. he is making a play called a sacrificial catch in this moment here. It's where you're like waiting, is he going to do it, yes or no? And he does. So basically in Pokemon Go, you're tapping your screen until you have the energy for a charge deck, which you see the trainer on the left launch here. But the trainer on the right soaks it on the Pokemon with almost no health, that otherwise would have dealt devastating damage. And this is just such a beautiful moment for this trainer, who actually didn't even have accommodation booked for day 2 because he didn't expect to get far. And I saw him make a call yesterday. He was like, hey, I need another night here, by the way. Is that possible? Yeah, very cool to see trainers all over the world come here and get far in this tournament using the plays that they need to do rather than just having your fire-type Pokemon on a grass-type Pokemon here.
That, by the way, is a story I hear time and time again at these events. I do think possibly a hack to making it to day 2 or Championship Sunday. Book your flight as if you're going to lose on day 1. And then you're going to win and you have to reschedule. And then book it as if you're going to, there's no way you're going to Sunday. Then you win again and you have to move it again. I really do think it's the play.
Wasn't that like last year's EUIC where the 2 grand finalists for VGC didn't have their flights booked either?
Let's not talk about that. Let's not push this as the strategy, all right?
It's like a good luck charm.
No. Book your flights as if you're gonna win. Believe in yourselves, gamers.
I was going to say, that's not champion mentality right there. You got to assume you're going all the way to Sunday to go play some Pokemon.
That's true. I think that's a good strategy. Tell me about TCG. What happened?
Well, to no one's surprise, we have to continue to talk about Dragapult because it truly is that serious. But there's plenty of ways to go about playing Dragapult. One variant that has popped up has been this Blaziken EX version. Its ability allows you to attach energy cards from your discard pile to your Pokemon, accelerating more into play and flooding the board. And we see on this turn a pop-off, rare candy allowing you to skip the stages of evolution, pivoting with that air balloon, and phantom diving early in the game. The earlier you can power up these powerful attacks, the more pressure you can put on your opponent's board, especially against a deck that requires a little bit more setup. Phantom dive combined with the consistency of Dracloak, and then later in the game, setting up cool plays with Monkey Dory out of nowhere. This card has shaped the format completely in terms of how you can spread damage, how you can make these huge swing turns, and setting up a checkmate scenario, pushing up this one prize Pokemon, not getting greedy, not taking a prize card, but ensuring that next turn the game would be closed out, led to an epic situation, and for all good measure, had to flip for confusion, and it was a Tails, knocked out his own Pokemon. Jackson was able to advance to win this game, and another interesting moment here was a bit of improvisation from our world champion in 2024, Pheasantipity, not the EX, the baby Pokemon. It's got an ability where every turn you attack it, you have to flip a coin, and if heads, you prevent that damage done to the Pokemon. Threw a bunch of energies, tried to make a comeback, slowly but surely kept flipping heads to buy time. And this Cynthia's Garchomp, it wanted to go out with a bang, swinging for 260 damage on the last coin flip and flipped Tails to hit through the Pheasantipity in a game that was so back and forth. Fernando, almost a 10-1 underdog in that spot, found the line, tried to attack with that Pokemon, and if that coin flip went wrong, could have squeaked the victory out. It's those 50-50 moments sometimes in Pokemon that can make or break your tournament.
How many did they hit in a row?
Well, there was a lot. There was 2 or 3 in a row, and then they flipped Tails once, and this deck plays a lot of ways to heal your Pokemon. So then you'd heal it back to 0, and then they try to hit it again, and then flip heads a couple more times. And it does have an attack on it, does 30 damage for each energy card. So while you're buying time and blocking the damage, you start to slowly attach those energy cards, and who knows, that Pheasantipity becomes a very cruel threat quickly.
Sounds pretty amazing. I know everyone at home is waiting for us to talk about what you get just for watching our games, and we do have some cool treats for you. Sierra, the game is Champions?
Pokemon Champions, yeah, and if you want to be a Pokemon champion of Pokemon Champions, well, you gotta have champion-worthy Pokemon. Maybe it's not the Charizard we see out in the field, but what beats fire? Water, surely, right? So you can go ahead and redeem to get a Blastoise in-game. Mega Blastoise, the amount of damage you can do, especially with the full HP Water Spout, is amazing. You can Shell Smash to get those healthy little boosts to try and push on forward. And of course, Cherish Ball is the coolest Pokeball in the game. I do not make the rules. Make sure you get this while you can.
Amazing. Let's take a look at what you get just for watching over on the Pokemon UNITE channel. You get yourself a little sticker to let everybody know that you are watching live, and a platinum boost emblem of none other than Blastoise. A little bit of a theme going on, it looks like. You get a Blastoise, we get a Blastoise. Everybody gets a Blastoise just for watching, so make sure you head on over to the Pokemon UNITE Twitch to check that out. How's Go doing?
For Pokemon Go, you don't get a Blastoise. You get a Seeking instead, inspired by the victory of Batman at EUIC. It already has the Legacy Charge Stick Ice Wind, so you don't need to use an Elite Charge Gem for that. The Elite Charge Gem you get from watching here 30 minutes as well on the Pokemon Go stream, alongside some Rare Candy XL for like your mythical Pokemon. So make sure that you don't miss out on this. I already did this yesterday to make sure, because I really need these things.
I gotta say, I always love when the drops are linked to something really cool that happened at an event. We see that kind of time and time again with these games. I think that's really unique and very cool. Let's talk about TCG.
We've got 3 different rewards for tuning into the stream this weekend for the trading card game, each depending on how long you watch the stream over on Pokemon TCG Live. We've got 4 booster packs if you tune in for 30 minutes, those special illustration rare cards for 45, and then a nice little leather jacket. So no Blastoise theme. You see a little bit of the deck box going on. We've got a little bit going there, but, you know, I'm really looking forward to using that leather jacket in game.
Amazing. We are going to be starting our show here very soon. Make sure you are watching all of our broadcasts, of course. Make sure you're coming back here for Championship Sunday. It's going to be very exciting. The last international competition of the season before Worlds. I am very hyped about it. Are all you guys ready here in New Orleans to start this thing? I am as well, but I believe I actually have 30 seconds before I can start it. Is that right? Is it about 25 seconds? All right, we have 25 seconds. Let's be completely silent for, can you imagine?
How many Pokemon can you name in 20 seconds?
Okay,
Blastoise?
Blastoise. We got Blastoise.
Okay.
Mega Blastoise?
Blastoise, Mega Blastoise. Blastoise.
How many Charizards were in that one Unite match?
Blastoise. Blastoise. And we're done. Let's get our show started.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome to day 2 of the Pokemon North America International Championships.
We saw some incredible battles on this stage and out on the floor yesterday. The field has narrowed, and the trainers that still remain have another day of intense matches ahead of them.
Yeah, we can't wait to showcase some of those battles right here on our main stage, but also on our feature match tables as well.
Now, the question on everyone's mind is, who is gonna make it to Championship Sunday?
In Pokemon UNITE, DreamHack Esports, Deep Cross Gaming, and Fulcrum have yet to earn their World Champions invite, and they might be able to do so in this event.
In Pokemon Go, this season's LAIC champion, Nighttime Clasher, EUIC champion, Pokémon, reigning world champion, Beelzeboy, reigning NAIC champion, It's Acton, all made it to top cut from the winner's side of the bracket.
Wow, and in the Pokemon TCG, Dragapult has dominated the meta, as we thought, but a few players like Rule Ready, Carter Malnick, and Cooper Call are using Crustle to try to stop it in its tracks. And with James Kowalski sitting near the top of the leaderboard with his Lily's Clefairy deck.
And in Pokemon Champions, previous world champions Wolf Click and Ko Tsukide are coming into day number 2 undefeated at 9-0. But reigning NAIC champion Federico Camporesi is still very much in it at 8-1.
Now, with that, competitors, it is time to lock in for your next wave of battles here in day 2.
And for those in the audience here and at home, time to grab a snack, get comfy, and cheer on your favorite trainers.
All right, NAIC, one last question for all of you. Are you ready?
Let's get this party started. Over to you, casters.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion. Last year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC sweep after a tense 4-game set against Revelation.
One of the best to ever do it, Luminosity Gaming!
Its Axon battled tirelessly through the loser's bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC title.
Praise for It's Axon. He is your 2025 North America International Champion!
After coming up short in the past finals, Isaiah Bradner pulled it all together to claim his first NAIC trophy in the Masters division.
Isaiah takes the KO, and he is the North American International Champion.
And Federico Camporesi claimed yet another champion title for Italy in an exciting 3-game match against teammate Marco Silva.
Federico Camporesi is your 2025 North America International Champion.
Here we go.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Welcome back, everyone, to NAIC, the final stretch here for Pokemon UNITE. One final world slot up for grabs, and we have a ton of amazing teams battling it out here live for that spot. Hi, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw! Joined by the one and only Doobsnacks. Hello, Doobsnacks.
Hello, Cowboy. It's good to be back here on day 2. So many great storylines going from day 1 into day 2. Fulcrum, hello.
Let's go.
Non-parametric statistics, hello. A lot of teams fighting for that final spot, and a lot of the best teams already with their spot looking to snuff out some dreams on their way to that goal.
That's right. So yesterday we took a look at our group stage. We had a ton of amazing teams show up here in New Orleans to battle it out, but only a select few could move on from Group A. Root Dig moving on with an undefeated 4-0, and non-parametric statistics 3-1. We're going to see them to start our day here in just a moment.
Yes, and they'll be playing against DreamMax Aftermath, and that's on our next page. I'm jumping the gun here, but as we like to do things out of, we went back there. That's the production action. In Group E, DreamMax Aftermath, Citadel Gaming back to the other slide. While we're talking here, though, Tuesday and IX also punched their ticket. There we go. Group B, Goofy Goobers, 4-0. Surprising everybody in that group. Evil Geniuses, 3-1. Barely making it by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, we talked about Fulcrum earlier. What a story out of Group C. I think everyone expected Deep Cross Gaming and Extinction to make it through here today, too. Two powerhouse teams that still need their invite to Worlds, battling it out. Extinction from North America losing to Deep Cross Gaming near the end of the day. And because both of these teams took an L to Fulcrum, they end up leaving this competition. Deep Cross still in it. Finally heading over here, Tuesday, IX in Group F, DreamMax Aftermath. We're going to see them in just a moment. And Citadel coming on out. These are our teams still looking for their world spot. Every name in gray is a team that has been eliminated from our competition. All the names that are pretty colors, these are teams still looking for that spot, that still have a chance. And it's very likely, but not impossible it could go the other way, but it's very likely we will find out who gets that spot today.
Yeah, and that field is going to be whittled down because as we take a look, like we said, we're starting with non-parametric statistics versus DreamMax After. That's where we're starting. However, Citadel Gaming Rush Hour, two of those teams vying for that spot. One of them is going to be eliminated. IX Gaming, Deep Cross Gaming, same thing. But down at the bottom, Tuesday and EG, both already qualified for Worlds, going to cull themselves out of the crowd to go square off the crazy upstarts Fulcrum. And I mentioned statistics, I mentioned Fulcrum, but Goofy Goobers, 4-0 run, standing tall in their group. You cannot understate the performance of these grassroots teams stepping onto the big stage and delivering some knockout blows to some of the best.
Yeah, no question about it. And of course, they're not only playing for that spot to Worlds. That's really the big prize here today. But I know every team is vying for that #1 spot, the chance to become a champion here at NAIC. And of course, they're playing for a good chunk of Do-Re-Mi, a $50,000 prize pool here, with first place taking $16,000. I asked them, can they take 15 and give me and Doobstacks an extra 500? He said no.
Yeah, crazy work. So what we settled for is actually the 4th place trophies.
Yes.
So we get all 5 of those for ourselves. It's crazy work for the 4th place team. Unfortunate for them, great for us.
Yeah, excellent for us. We just want a little something. That's all we ask for.
Give us something.
I know we're not competing, and I know we're not good enough. But at some point, can't we just get a trophy? I mean, it seems so reasonable.
Production? World's trophies? Okay, we'll wait for Worlds. Thank you.
Great, we'll wait for Worlds. That makes sense. Give us a Worlds trophy.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
That's the way to do it. I can't believe I didn't think of that. It's going to be an exciting day. Single elim. One of the most exciting things that we have in Pokemon Unite. Groups are incredible, but there aren't necessarily stakes in every match yet, right? You want to win. You need to move forward today, too. But now, every single game counts, and so many teams are vying for that world spot. We could have multiple outcomes where a team makes it to 3rd place, 2 teams make it, and have a 3rd place, decider match that actually decides who goes to Worlds. We could find out in semifinals who's going to Worlds. Like, there are so many ways this could shake out. Every game is intense.
We've been guaranteed 2 things. One, if that 3rd place decider match is our Worlds qualifying match, of course we're going to have that on stream today. The other promise we were given is we will not have a team punch their ticket to Worlds that isn't actively playing for it. Meaning, if they play and win, and then there's the result of the following match, for example, would say that they qualify because of who won here, we're going to inverse that to make sure that the team that qualifies will be playing on stream on stage so we can get that amazing reaction and the culmination of a hard-worked, hard-earned season, and we get to see them in jubilation as they punch their ticket to Worlds.
That's right. And of of course, the third thing we've been promised is a special
trophies at
trophy
Worlds.
for us at
At
Worlds.
Worlds,
We're
yes.
going to take a look at top Pokemon by pick rate here at NAIC. 14 picks, 70% here picking the Mew. Now, these are from our on-stream matches. So this is everything that happened up on the big stage with everyone watching, which is kind of interesting because there are strategies and things that happened on our B stage that I know a lot of teams are trying to hide. That was a big conversation from yesterday. Someone was finding out, wait, Evil Geniuses got beat by Goofy Goopers? What happened? And it's silent. No one wants to say what the strats are, but this is what we saw yesterday.
Absolutely. On stage, Mew sitting on top of the pile. Such a versatile Pokemon. A decent damage dealer in that attacker spot, but it's all the tools in its kit that allows it to flex into multiple different roles in different situations. Talk Pokemon by ban rate, and we're looking at that big Feraligatr Waterfall Crunch. Does so much damage, gets into the mix with a Unite move that's forever on cooldown, it feels like, ready to go.
Yeah, and Moltres is trailing it. Not surprising.
It's so
This
strong.
thing is so
I'm winning with it,
unbelievable.
and I'm miserable at this game.
That's true. Last night, as you and I are queuing up, we say just get on Moltres. I mean, let's win a couple of these things. Feraligatr looking fantastic as well, especially with a team supporting it. The burst damage from this Pokemon is intense. You can take an attacker on the other side and just get rid of them in a big way. Top Pokemon by encounter rate, not really a shocker for a lot of people. Snorlax, it doesn't get banned an insane amount, even though it does catch some bans, but it is one of the premier defenders in the game.
At one point, all we were doing was banning defenders, but now there's almost so much powerful stuff going on that you almost have to let all the defenders slide, and Snorlax, again, it year in, year out, sits on top of the pile there.
Yeah, as we take a look at our big stage, I mean, this is really when all of the pressure is on these squads. Aftermath, DreamMax here, and non-parametric statistics on the other side here. A player that I have been watching for years, like since the start of this game. We have our trio, like the Greedent main. I absolutely love seeing it. I hope she plays Greedent.
That would be such a treat on stage. The first time we've gotten able to have her on stage with her twin sister, Akita, right there. And of course, Raptor Arms, Muck, and IKEA Shoes all coming through, ready to play, doing great in their group. But ahead of them, DreamMax Aftermath, who said this is the best form of this team they've had all season.
Yeah, and yesterday they pulled out some really exciting strats. They had all 3 legendary birds. At one point, they had all 3 Charizards on one squad. They're going to start by grabbing that Moltres. No shocker there. Such a power pick in that first pick. Over to non-parametric statistics for their 2 and 3 picks here. We'll see what they want to lock in, what Pokemon are getting priority, what players are getting priority, and what roles. We're going to see that here in just a moment. And it looks like we might be, we have the support core, essentially, for non-parametric locked in. That's the Snorlax and the Umbreon.
Yeah, so we're going to see Akita and our trio going into that top path together. Our trio is going to be kind of that all-rounder top laner, as we've seen them in the days of yore with Greed, and we'll see what they pick today. Mammoth went into Espeon. A lot of powerful picks on the side of DreamMax. We've got the support core. How are they going to build around it here, Cowboy?
Yeah, we're going to see what Muck wants to play. I feel like he has a pretty deep pool of Pokemon to pick from. I'm not sure what he's been practicing lately. Greninja would be a very powerful pick. And then our trio, we'll see what she wants to grab. She's going with the Mega Lucario in that top path, and Muck on the Greninja. This feels like a pretty safe comfort pick for Muck.
Yeah, Muck has been a streamer, a gamer in this game for a long time. One of the players that you would have always assumed has made it to World, but unfortunately has not. And just that little spark of hope is what allowed them to sign back up and get a team in the mix today. They are in day 2 and they've got a shot. Rounding out Decidueye and Charizard X.
Here we go, final pick.
Is that Charizard X or Y? Why do I always jump to that? That's X, right?
That's X, yeah.
Heck yes,
Y
nailed it.
banned out. You got it. I mean, we should get a trophy just for that. There's 3 Charizards.
Like, there's so many Charizards.
To remember.
Infinite Charizards. The other games have to memorize 1.
Yeah,
we have to do 3. And then
we're working really hard over here. I am going to take a
Scizor slash... yeah, you stay over there. Scizor slash Scyther. Going to be most likely a Scyther out of the IKEA Shoes here, as they're going to be willing to dominate into this game. Now, we've got two Pokemon, and if it is a Scyther, that are pretty squishy in Greninja and that Scyther. So it's going to be up to Akitao and Rap to make sure that they are keeping them safe, because EMP can play at range with that Decidueye.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? You've got the range from Decidueye, and at the same time, when Charizard does decide to move in and fight, it can be very dangerous. One item I saw, by the way, was that EXP share on Decidueye, which is absolutely maniacal. I can't wait to see how it works out for him. Dream Max Aftermath versus non-parametric statistics. Our battlefield, of course, the Thea Sky Ruins here. And we're starting with Rayquaza all weekend long. Ray will be our first map as our teams get ready to face off our first matchup of the day. Again, Dupe Snacks, this is single elimination. So every single one of these best of threes, then heading into best of fives later, matter. Dream Max, your purple team. Non-parametric statistics, your orange team.
Can I point out how ice cold our trio looks wearing the shades while gaming? That is mean work. IKEA shoots into the middle. Scyther right now, only level 3. EMP going on the invade as the Decidueye going to try to rip through this Acelgor.
Yeah, we're going to see how quickly they can get it. I mean, Scyther has one of the fastest clears in the entire game, but no one is there, and it is stolen.
I mean, okay, we're understanding the XP share, and we know that there's decent shred on a Rowlet early if it's left unimpeded, and now IKEA Shoes peels back, goes, wait a minute.
Yeah, it was
Where'd
stolen.
my buff go? Where'd my buff go? Jumping into path quickly, but now we're watching a 3v2. Good engage on our trio, gonna dash back to pad, but it's not gonna be enough. The K opener to Deosebome and Dream Max Aftermath.
Yeah, and unfortunately for this little Eevee here, still not an Umbreon. It's going to be hard to fight these three on this point. It would be hard to fight even if they were an Umbreon here.
We saw just the Espeon step up, side shock, hit a Bunnelby, stun it, and then allow a Akitao to just go, okay.
Yeah.
Be pressed and evolve, thanks for the gift. We'll see how our trio, let's see how the twin sisters react here in the face of 3. Just kidding, we're downstairs. Rap taking a ton of damage from this Rowlet. IKEA Shoes moving forward, Lucky taking a ton of damage. Can't quite close the gap. Let's read that stat. Just kidding. It was a 4.5 sentence paragraph. There it is.
There we go. Kexola is Dream Max assist machine in the last 3 on-stream games. They got 31 assists in total, playing Mew, Eldegoss, and Mega Charizard. Why?
I must say, Kexola's support Pokemon are very clever. Rap with a quick little secure here, going to try and slow down Deosebome on that Moltres. Dream Max Aftermath.
We've got a lot of just kiddings happening.
Nice mean look into the trap. IKEA able to convert. Nice conversion by our trio, allowing Akitao to go score, get some points in. And here comes Lucky. I'll tell you what, non-parametric statistics looking okay. Tackle, engage, we got a stun and a freeze. Going back towards the rest of their team. Punch is there, not enough. Akitao goes down, give him 2. Deosebome moving back forward. IKEA Shoes kind of kick flips back to pad. Raptor there for the cover. They are Ice Fang repositioned, and they're knocked out for a KO streak of 3.
I'm really wondering what this Scyther's plan is. I mean, it wasn't going to work. I don't know why they would push into this Moltres right here. Now, especially with multiple members, this could become a Penta KO. It doesn't end up being one, however, as Lucario picks up a KO in the bottom path. Muck going to go ahead and score right here. Level-wise, non-parametric, not out of this. However, it does feel like Dream Max are picking up some huge wins in these fights, specifically with that Moltres, their first pick.
Yeah, don't forget the overcommitment of players to the top path, right? And I think one thing that is working really well for Dream Max is that Icicle Fang reposition. Our trio getting on the backside again and getting knocked out. So is Akitao. Now Greninja is going to go down. Raptor is going to sit right in the middle, take a nap. They're KO'd. And this Moltres, and we were just talking about how strong it is. You're seeing it right here.
Yeah, another 4-piece for the Moltres here. Some fried chicken for the flying chicken. Incredible stuff out of Dream Max. And non-parametric is going to have to figure out what they are going to do with this Pokemon. It is now getting a huge level lead. It is the highest level in the match, level 10 right now, heading to the top path.
somehow Level's still not looking egregious. Of course, Statistics is behind, and they're going to have to make a pivot here. But they're really not playing well around the Ice Fang. Reggie Alecki's going to hit. That's a goal zone break, huge Earthquake engage, and that the follow-up is gargantuan. 2 players down. There's a Seismic Slam. That's another KO. And that Mega Charizard X is looking to cross out a couple more players.
Yeah, non-parametric Statistics right here is having a lot of trouble with the Moltres. This was something we talked about before. As soon as they have the ability to use that Charizard Unite move and Seismic Slam right into, you know, a big-time Flame Punch or something like that, it's going to be very difficult for Greninja or Scyther to survive that amount of burst damage.
Yeah.
Now things are scary for non-parametric, as if they weren't before watching a Moltres Quadra KO your team.
Yeah, Moltres, again, that burst damage is huge. And don't forget, it can play very well in the pocket, right? It front lines incredibly, incredibly well. The fact that Decidueye's on the backside, Espeon Unite is out, traps IKEA shoes, they're knocked out. So is Artriu. On the retreat is Akitao, Wrap, and Muck. Right into the backside is Deosi-Boom. The chase is on, they're caught in the mean look. Is that gonna be enough to separate? Huge Psyshock follow-up by the Decidueye. And now Lucky is trying to knock out Muck, who's right on the edge of hitting level 10 and can't quite get out of dodge, gets knocked out.
Yeah, Muck going down right here. And before the score in the top half, we're actually exactly even. Now DreamMax is up 184-144. So as we talked about, things aren't going well for non-parametric, but the score line isn't terrible for them. The only really rough thing is that level. That Moltres now level 12, 2 levels above the competition.
Yeah, about 15 seconds away from 13 here as well. And at the, just under the 5-minute mark, that is impressive in and of itself. They're working on Registeel, and unsurprisingly, Statistics on the complete other side of the map, and that's where I'd want to be too.
Yeah, I think it's really smart. When you're not winning fights, you need to find an advantage somewhere else on the map. That is what they are doing. Now we're leaving EMP here in the bottom path all by themselves, deciding whether or not they're going to break or just continue to farm. They do get the Reggie Alecki here, but here comes Charizard.
Now they got to converge, though. They have to do a good job. No, 2 players eliminated. This level disparity, it almost feels insurmountable at this point, Cowboy, because they are taking anybody they want right now. DreamMax Aftermath putting the screws to the Statistics.
Yeah, this is just so difficult for them. The level advantage is intense on that Moltres. The burst damage is incredible. They also have solid damage from range, right? You've got the damage of Espeon and the Decidueye. Only 1 defender here, but they're not doing a lot of defending. They're doing a lot of attacking in their face, constantly putting pressure on non-parametric. And they are now behind in every conceivable way. Not out of this match by any means, but the levels on the side of DreamMax are getting so difficult to keep up with.
Something we saw a lot of at ACL is teams that are very good about trying to shrink the experience lead despite losing every team fight. And non-parametric Statistics for a team that's kind of getting the break speed off them isn't actually that far away, which is at least a sign of life. There's a good Unite move. Espeon back the other way. We are stomping around is Lucky. Now things, again, as I was saying, they're not so far. They're still not that bad. There's an opportunity here. They're keeping the score close enough, and I think with 1 minute until Rayquaza, there's still a sign of hope here for Statistics.
Yeah, there's definitely a sliver of hope, but even after that moment, hiding in the tall grass, looking for the KO, DreamMax was just able to counter in a big way. This is going to be a very tough one. At this point, non-parametric might be considering a flip at Ray, which would just be throwing as much damage on that Rayquaza as they possibly can, as fast as they can, and looking for secures. They have a few great secure tools on their side and some solid damage if they can get it fast enough. But of course, DreamMax is going to be very aware that they can make this play. They're also going to show up there with over-leveled with a Regirock buff, making them even bulkier. I honestly think if I'm non-parametric here, it's Rip. It's our only option. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, and I think DreamMax feels that because they're like, that's what we would do. That's what we have done in this position. And they are not leaving things up to chance. I'm taking a look where the Scyther is. IKEA shoes, they're looping around right now.
Yeah, they could be looking for a back cap, but as soon as they go for that, I think DreamMax is going to go ahead and rip here. But maybe non-parametric is going to try to force that. They're watching the pit. They know they're ahead. They're also watching the Rayquaza pit. Everyone's watching the pit. What a show.
Decidueye hits a big-time arrow onto Muck, and Muck has to peel back, gets healed with the Wish. Non-Parametric needs to find their moment right here. They're looking for it, but they get caught in a massive way. Snorlax down. Now they don't have their defender. Another big Spirit Shackle, and the Unite moves.
The knock-knock arrow is down. 2 players are eliminated. Statistics are completely out of this equation here. Rayquaza is getting worked on right into the middle, secured by Moltres. It's kind of been the Moltres show the whole time. Raptor is just coming off respawn. They're not going to be able to defend this particularly well. And DreamMax Aftermath really making this a no-doubt.
Yeah, amazing game for DreamMax. They started very strong, and they just kept snowballing throughout this match. Some teams start strong, they make a few mistakes, they give up a big advantage. DreamMax, not for a second. This Moltres just stayed online the whole time. It was difficult for anyone from non-parametrics to shut them down at all. With this point lead at this point, I mean, even if they KO'd the entire team, I don't think they could come back with the amount of time they have. They're trying to shut down this Charizard. 35 seconds on the clock, and non-parametrics are going to need to figure out exactly what went wrong here as they head towards game 2.
Down by 500. Do we have full pockets? No. We have somebody knocked out, and we've got a counter score as well. So this is going to become pretty, like, impossible.
Yeah,
right?
I believe it's impossible.
Unfortunate for statistics. Here's where I would go if I were them. First off, prioritize Espeon, because Muck is incredibly strong at Espeon, and I think Espeon just within their team is going to serve them a lot better. Second, Artriu, use the Greek.
Well, I think it's time, right?
Well, I mean, the self-sustain that you theoretically get through a Mega Lucario wasn't good enough there, so you might as well ball out of control with a character you're very familiar with that has a different form of resiliency, but is incredibly slippery and can stay in fights, and has not as good of a secure tool, but like if you're going Belch, for example, like Artriu secures with Belch 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
And then you, especially with the Espeon Psyshock action. So, you know, statistics needs to do a little bit of different battle math to make sure that those statistics are lining up the way they want.
Yeah, and I think they're probably going to need to get rid of Moltres. I think that's like a huge, huge problem for them. This was obviously just it's a devastating Pokemon to deal with, and once it gets a little bit of an advantage, if it hits 5 before you and gets that massive heat wave, you're in so much trouble, and we saw that. They got the heat wave, and then they won. Look at these catches, too. Just beautiful plays here from DreamMax. Had a great day 1 and looking to have a great day 2 here. Again, both of these teams hunting for that last Worlds invite.
Nice use of the Moltres Unite move to actually get the secure there. Espeon going to get credit for the player of the game.
Are they, though?
Yeah, can we put Deosebome up, please? Let's go ahead. This is a 2-screener, right? 2 MVPs here, a 2-screener. Not to say Kaisola didn't have a good game. They had a great game.
A great game. I totally agree. They had an incredible game. They, they went for a big secure. But I do think the Moltres had 91 KOs, and I think that is pretty important.
That is a number.
It's a big number.
It's a strong number here for an NAIC, for any event period. There we go. Yeah, they didn't score a lot of points. Why? Because they're taking bodies. Yeah. And that's our new highest cough. That's a cough of 28.
That's a big cough right there.
That's a 28 cough.
18 knockouts, 10 assists, 80,000 damage. Of course, the 28,000 recovery. That's just your own kit there with Heat Wave, recovering all of that. Now, everyone on DreamMax played their role, I think, perfectly. You called it out. The Mamoswine catches, Espeon from afar, the Decidueye with the Invade and the Spirit Shackles all game. Charizard as a delete button for the squishier Pokemon on statistics. It was a beautiful game for DreamMax Aftermath, and that's exactly how you want to start your day. Obviously, non-parametric statistics not starting their day the way they would like, for sure. They ended their day yesterday losing to Dignitas, and now they're starting the day on the back foot against DreamMax Aftermath. One more game. If they lose it, they will be heading home. No chance at heading to Worlds. As we're getting into our next draft, DreamMax Aftermath is going to get our first pick. Moving over to the ground on that.
Banning Hoopa out, Articuno is where the statistics are going to go. Counter ban here is Machamp. Statistics going Charizard Y. Back the other way, looks like Feraligatr queued up. And statistics here, you got to get rid of the Moltres. That's what they have hovered. That's what they're going to ban. I want to see Greedon. I want to see Espeon out of statistics. I think the Greedon, you can pretty much take it whenever you want. I would do it later in the draft. And I think now is an opportunity to get Espeon and something else that Akita is familiar with. I didn't think the Umbreon was particularly bad. I just didn't think it had the opportunity to get going. And there's Espeon on cue, and they're taking Mega Charizard X.
Yeah, interesting play here. They recognize how powerful that Seismic Slam is, the combination that DreamHack was able to put together and really shut down IKEA Shoes, right? I mean, that was the big problem. Every time IKEA Shoes would want to engage after Charizard hit that level 9, they could be Seismic Slammed at any moment.
Yep.
DreamHack's now grabbing the Mew. They are grabbing an Urshifu. Next couple picks here.
I kind of love Slowbro in this moment. Rap is going to go Umbreon. Obviously another incredibly powerful Pokemon. I'm not denying them that. But I think just a Slowbro to be able to slow beam down somebody is incredibly, incredibly strong. We're going Buzzwole from Revenant. EMP has the option. They have played Zapdos quite a bit, and it's looked solid, and that's where they're going to go again.
Yeah, I really like Zap here. I just like Zap in general. I think it's extremely strong. As we're looking at our final pick here for non-parametric statistics, they could be looking at something quite bulky. Obviously, if they're running Umbreon with healing and they're running the Alchemy with healing, you could get a lot of value if you play something quite bulky, and they're going to go for it with the Blastoise.
Okay, obviously we know a Rapid Spin Blastoise into Buzzwole is about the worst thing you can be doing, so let's hope that they queue up Surf here and really create space to allow the rest of this team to work.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, right? It could be a pump spin Blastoise, so you still get to play at range. You can move in. Their item set makes me think that is what they're going to be running, but we'll see what they want to do. One real positive of running something like this Blastoise is you've got another very tanky Pokemon. Charizard's up there a bit, but Blastoise really difficult to take down. It's going to take a lot of burst damage, and if you can get a Wish on it, if you can get it to level 13, that would be huge. And if you can get the Alchemy healing, that Blastoise might do some serious work, and they're going to need to. Again, Noob Snacks, their backs are against the wall. Well, if they lose, they go home.
Here's why we pack their bags. That's why I'm not, say the thing as we get into it here, and then I'll say the point.
No, go ahead.
I just, Blastoise into Buzzwole is one thing.
Aftermath will be your purple team. Non-parametric statistics, your orange team. Sorry, go ahead.
Blastoise into Buzzwole is tough, especially if you're spinning. But on top of that, you're trying to leave it up to our trio on this Mega Charizard X to keep pace with the Buzzwole as well, which means the Buzzwole might be playing ahead. And at that point, it makes it real difficult, regardless of how good a Blastoise can be, to get into the game.
Well, we are heading right into it here. Groudon is our map for Thea, Sky, Ruins. Again, these are all single elimination games today, so everything is on the line. Watching the Urshifu here in this central area of DreamHack. They're going to want to get that online as quick as they can.
Yeah, of course, Cubfu has a very difficult start to the game. I love this switch up from non-parametric statistics, trying to get our trio online, but Lucky is not having it, and they're going straight for them, and we're going to see who can out-secure themselves here, and it looks like it's going to be the Snorlax Raptor coming in with the support here. Is it going to be enough? Eject button expended, a lot of time wasted, and into the top path we're seeing in the bottom half of your screen is not going that great for them there either.
Yeah, it's just, you know, they have a tough situation in front of them. The Urshifu is now online, and that is also going to be very difficult to deal with. A nice invade there slows them down. Charizard not online. Mew picking up a KO in the top path. Buzzwole not punished for it, as we have Urshifu just stalking through the tall grass and actually deciding to pivot and run back down to the bottom path.
Using Skull Bash to get out of there, which is the right call. EMP and company in the face of 2 there. Meanwhile, we've got 3. Deosebom, I believe, is who is on this blue Shifu, going to dart back to pad. Not worse for wear.
Yeah, not too bad there from non-parametric, right? We do have our trio at 5, so they were punished, but they're back online. And then, of course, we also have Muck on the Espeon, can hold that bottom path by themselves, hopefully. As I say that, they go down off screen.
Yeah,
Just
I
kidding.
mean, that's one thing the Blue Shifu can do, right, is close gaps. So if that Espeon Psyshock doesn't hit and stun, you're in a lot of trouble. Okay, that's a good KO on EMP. Now they're going to be able to flip back through. Our trio is just running away. The rest of the team's splitting. Art is where they're going to go. Kaisola going to get credit with the Mew KO.
Wow, this is, I mean, already starting very tough for non-parametric statistics. I think they're trying to bait something right here. Oh, maybe they have a little bit of a problem. I thought they were trying to bait them in, like, come on in, Muck's gonna hit you with a Psyshock right here. But it looks like they may have a problem on stage. We're taking a quick pause right now.
Just to further elaborate on the point, you know, Buzzwole into Blastoise, especially if you're spinning, is difficult.
Yeah.
But really, the cross point is the fact that you're putting it in lane, not even putting it in jungle, and then our trio got slowed down, and it's a stage 2. Obviously, Blastoise is a stage 2. They're already behind now. The Espeon is left alone to work, and they're getting overwhelmed by multiple characters. So now, like, it's just DreamHack also understands how these characters work, you know?
Yes, of course. As we're back into our match here, a very short break. They're right back at it. That Mew has been a real problem already. We're going to see how they're going to be able to deal with that. I mean, just look at that. Insane range. Zapdos coming out of the bottom path. We got 777s here on the side of DreamHack. No, it becomes a Zapdos at level 8. Level-wise, already extremely rough for non-parametric statistics.
Yeah, we got a couple dollops there in the bottom path for them to battle with if they'd like to. Rap gonna dart out there and get a little bit of healing. Our trio just sitting at 6, going straight, nice conversion, but look at the mobility of that Blue Shifu.
I know as soon as they saw it, they just ran away from that. Really smart play there by DreamHack. Buzzwole now, they're taking him to task, big time foul play. Snarl takes Blastoise up into the air, really went for him there.
Oh no, you had to get the Blastoise there. Everybody's running away. Poor Alcremie gets spiked and knocked out. KO streak of 3 for the Buzzwole. I mean, you're still on a War Turtle here, level 6, can't even take over to 7. Everyone's behind, everyone's having problems. This is a nightmare.
Yeah, in a screenwriting class, they would call this the all is lost moment, okay? This is really big for our heroes here if they are non-parametric statistics, because they're going to need to pull something out of themselves that they didn't even know they had and complete the hero's journey. Can they make it happen? One thing they desperately need is going to be a level 9 Charizard.
Yes, very quickly. Regieleki's going to hit. No interest by Dream Aftermath to stop that whatsoever. Nice little stun block. Pivoted is our trio. Espeon Unite is there. Spin Pump was also into the action, but it's, I mean, it's not even close, dude. It's tough.
This is a tough one. If you were in a screenwriting class, this would be the second all is lost moment.
How
really
many of those
hard.
are you allowed in a story?
You usually
6?
just get the one.
Oh, God.
So,
oh,
yeah.
God.
And we got another 6 minutes left. This could be a tough one for non-parametric statistics. I do think if we can get that Charizard online, there is a shot here. But we're taking a look at a replay in our picture-in-picture right there of this massive fight that went the way of DreamHack. Can we get anything? Charizard takes him up into the sky. Buzzwole, level 10 right here, surviving through the Hydro Typhoon. They're looking for something, anything right here, and they're pushed away after using 2 massive Unites.
And like, did accomplish nothing. Accomplished nothing.
Tough.
I mean, it is difficult out here. Solar Beam from left field, that's a knockout, sure, whatever. If I'm statistics, what are we doing here? Like, what do we need to do?
You have one shot, one opportunity. All of the 8 Mile references I can
right
fit
now
into
they're
a sentence.
covered in their own vomit is what it looks like.
It really
is a nasty situation out here.
This is Mom's spaghetti without question.
So we had our 2 all is lost moments. Now we're in our first Mom's spaghetti moment.
Yeah.
And how many Mom's spaghetti moments can you get? Realistically, max 3.
Yeah. Exactly. This is pretty rough right here. Our production is asking how close is this to Cup of Beans, which I think means they didn't understand what the Cup of Beans challenge was, but that's just fine. This is quite rough, everybody. There is a chance. You know it, I know it. It happens in Unite all the time, and I think non-parametric understands what their shot is right now.
Correct.
Level. get your Unite moves and catch someone. You need to catch one of the players on the side of DreamMax. Then you can have an advantage and you can look for a fight. It is your only shot. You honestly don't even need to worry about the scores right here because you're not going to be able to stop them.
Just crash landing on top of the heads, able to prevent the push that Dream Aftermath was trying to put in. Buzzwell Unite does get a KO. Here comes Artriu trying to stick it down up to the skies. This is a knockout they need. Please, they convert. Finally,
Yes.
2 players down, 2 big knockouts. The experience is coming in, and they have a chance. One thing that they actually did again is keep themselves, given the texture of the game, reasonably close on the scoreline. Nice fire punch into the back line. A lot of pressure on Mew, has to retreat. Light screen down, spin pumping to win on top of the pad. Lucky taking literally no damage from that.
Yeah, and now we see Non-Parametrics has to run away as their Shifu moves in. We've got the Hydro Typhoon, doesn't do too much here. Blastoise getting caught a little bit, or Shifu looking for another one. Can they chase it down? They're looking for Blastoise. That's a double KO. Alchemy needs to run away from this, and Mew picks up a KO. DreamMax with a great counter punch right here. Non-Parametric, they had a moment, they took down Buzzwell, but man, it costs so much.
Listen, now they're going to get the Drago. They're moving down. They're scoring the bottom path as well. They're flexing on so many different opportunities here. And what I'm really curious about is what non-parametric statistics can actually do. They went for a top path push. Those wild Pokemon all over their map they could have taken safely for free. And for me, that is what's most important right now because we are lagging so far behind. 50 seconds left until Groudon, and we see if they can pull out a miracle play.
Yeah, there are a few things they can do, right? If they catch them at Groudon, great. If DreamMax gets Groudon and they can steal a buff, give it to Charizard or something like that, also pretty great. However, they're going to walk into them right now. This is very scary. That is a level 14 Urshifu. They might get Snorlax right here, but they could walk into DreamMax.
Yeah, I mean, now Rap is dancing on Razor's Edge there, the way they moved forward. Sweet Kiss down, Dollop as well. Regice is getting worked on, and it's kind of looking to be free. We'll see how Deosuboom reacts. Solar Beam is early, but it still gets the secure. And now Rap goes in. They're taking the fight right now. They already have Mew down. Good engage. The cake is there into the Espeon Unite, and they're getting a couple targets. This is absolutely crazy. Big power nap into the middle. Artriu's still looking alive. Raptor finally goes down, and it's 2 players down on either side. Muck is trying to recruit, but Deosuboom with a combo of 27 goes into the face, and now the surging strikes are striking the Groudon. That big boss monster is getting smothered, and so are the non-parametric statistics.
Wow, what a fight, what an attempt by non-parametric. I honestly wonder, I don't think it would have been the difference maker, Snacks, but had Mew not stolen the buff right there. They literally, I love what non-parametric did. They went, we're taking the buff with Espeon Psyshock right now. I'm moving immediately in with Charizard. They committed to the fight before the buff even went to them. Mew with this ridiculous Solar Beam steal, and now non-parametric loses the fight they take at that top tier 1. Really impressive attempt by non-parametric. I don't know what they can do here. A minute left. You'd basically be asking DreamMax to throw the game for you to win.
Yeah, I mean, they have to put it in the trash can here. They're going for the counter scores. I am gutted for non-parametric statistics. You can kind of see the plays they've been making and the way that they kept themselves in these games with slivers of opportunity to roar back in. And that's how they made it into day 2 without a doubt. It's just solid plays, adjusting to situations well, making good calls. And like you said, I do think that Regice would have been the difference. Because they took 2 knockouts instantly. It would have given them a little bit more resiliency through Deosuboom, who had that crazy 27-hit combination on the Surging Strikes Unite move, moving through, kind of schmoving through that squad. I mean, that is a gutting moment, but I am more than happy and excited to say that I got to cast those 5 players on this stage. They are people that have committed a lot of time into being in this community, and nobody deserves to have their moment in the sun than those 5 individuals, and they gave us a show.
Yeah, I totally agree. I've loved watching them for years. Every match here at our final stretch, you're going to have moments like this, right? You're going to have the joy of victory, watching an incredible team move forward like DreamMax Aftermath, and the unfortunate crushing defeat of a team like non-parametric statistics. I also love that squad. It's so cool getting to see, you know, people who have been key to the Unite community for so long, as you've mentioned, streamers that we've all watched a ton of times play up on the big stage. I love it, and I love that team. Of course, a lot of GGs back and forth between these squads. A lot of respect for all of these players.
Without a doubt, I am gonna queue up that last fight because it was very, very good.
Agreed.
I'm just gonna make sure we get to the right spot here on the telestrator, and then we can talk about it a little bit.
I'll take a look at what was happening here. There was that big fight in the bottom path. I believe that was our second all is lost moment for non-parametric. Huge solar beams. This is when the Urshifu was just chasing down the KOs, looking for the Blastoise, and picks it up here. And then, of course, we take a look at the Reg Ice fight right now. I know we're also going to get a second look at this through the telestrator, but it looks like we've already got a little bit of a slow-mo here, Dupe Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, the Hydro Typhoon, the cake is out. Power Nap on top of the cake does hit a couple targets there, right? Psyshock coming through just barely misses, but we have two quality characters down. Fire Punch goes through, and look, Deosi just starts the movement. Able to put the pressure on the Alchemy, chain through the Alchemy into Muck here, who Psyshock just barely misses through that movement, and the pressure continues. And of course, now we're just reaching through Groudon, and this one's easy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, nobody can secure it, but of course, DreamHack's Aftermath, an incredible start to their day. We've got EMP, player of the game here, 8 knockouts, only going down 2 times, 9 assists. Zapdos, such a brutal Pokemon, really difficult to shut down.
Absolutely. Taking a look, I mean, everybody played their role exceptionally well here on Dream Aftermath, as I'm going to start calling because it's just easier for me. They did so well.
Yeah,
they played very cold, very calculated, smothered opportunities left, right, and center. Again, really just cutting off any paths of success for non-parametric statistics. Let's take a look here. So we've got 17 seconds, and this is the Ray fight, or the Groudon fight is going to start pretty early here. Obviously, we need to key into the Mew. They are going to be a critical component. And look, you can kind of see here, everybody on DreamMath is sandbagging.
Yeah.
They are literally, they understand what's going on, and they are just going to throw the kitchen sink at this thing to try and out-secure. So as we slow-mo forward here, if I hit play, is it going to be slow-mo? If I hit slow-mo, is it going to be slow-mo? Yes, it is. Okay, so as you mentioned, let's go back 5 seconds here.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're going for the secure. We've got the Psyshock is getting ready to line up. The Mew is queuing up the Solar Beam. All right, we have the Thunderbolt there a little early. There's the secure. Look at Art. You just saw the Charizard?
Yeah.
Let's take it off slow-mo, and we'll pause it here. Art is starting to pivot, right?
Yes.
She's already moving in. Bang. Immediately scoops up that Mew, and you don't see them because they're up here on that side of the screen. As we keep marching through, bang, follow up, and we've got this deep engage. All Creamies coming over. We're going to see the Hydro Typhoon come in. All Creamies coming up. Bang, we're going to build the cake right there. Hydro Typhoon, Espeon Unite. They're throwing the kitchen sink. Buzzwole goes down after Art caught the Mew. This is a great opportunity for them. But as we move forward, you're going to see a Psyshock bang, just barely miss Deussi Boom as they step back to go into their Unite move. And look how clumped together they are. This is where that combination for them is going to start. They start working through good heavy slam by Lucky, block separation, and then the combos start raining through. Muck is in trouble. The rest of the team is down. Lucky split Art from the rest of the team and gets knocked out.
I want to also take me back a little bit here. I want to go all the way back to right near the secure of this, because there's a big moment to notice too. One thing
secure of the Reg Ice?
Yeah, right here. So take a look at Blastoise right there. This one right there. Look at the HP on that Blastoise. Imagine if that secure goes the other way, because you get a big boost of HP as soon as your team secures an objective too. Blastoise is now living on a sliver here. They have to eat some like dollops from Alchemy as they move through this fight. If you want to push it forward just a little bit, they eat, like, Alchemy has to heal it right here.
Yeah, and it has to fade away from the Art engagement.
Yeah,
yep, absolutely.
So Espeon needs to get a little healing. We have Blastoise that needs a little healing. All of this then does move into the fight. You have the Alchemy Unite move, but imagine if they had all of that little pop of healing that everybody gets when you secure a Reg Ice. I really do think there's a possibility that Reg Ice would have changed the game.
Yeah, we move it forward here. I'm just looking at the timestamp. Okay, so 206 is when Espeon Unite comes out. The cake is built, and then shortly after, you'll see the Hydro Typhoon is right there, okay? So the Hydro Typhoon's like 205, 204. Let's just back it up again at 2... I think this timing's very important. At 211, Art is in there, which means there is a 5 to 6 second difference in when those Unite moves should have been going off. We'll say 2 seconds, actually, right? Because they actually have to physically get there. But you just see all of the time. That's a great point, Cowboy. That is burned right here. 208, 207, 206. Finally, we're back into the mix. But by then, the Hydro Typhoon kicks up, but everybody has the opportunity to react because they already know the Mew is gone. And Art is already in the blender that is DreamHack's Aftermath. So what a call by Statistics to understand what their opportunities are. What a reaction by DreamHack to understand how they separated. And one last thing I want to talk about here, and I'll make it quick, I promise. Lucky heavy slams deep, goes into the power nap here. But the play I want to point out is watch this block come up. Boom. Our trio gets separated from the Alcremie and from Muck, which what does that allow? That allows the Zapdos to step up on the Charizard, and it allows Deussi Boom to heavy combo through the rest of the team. They very expertly isolated them from the rest of the squad. So, I mean, DreamHack is on one, non-parametric statistics with a great look, and that was a fun fight to break down because there was so much cool stuff going on there.
There was so much going on. I love the play there. We actually do have an interview ready up on the main stage. We're going to send it up there right now. Take it away.
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 All right, thank you so much, casters. That's right, I am here on stage with Revenant. Revenant, we got to show off your jersey number a little bit there. They didn't get your name, but they got your fun number. That's a good time. Revenant, congratulations on a huge win to start day number 2. You're now one step closer to earning that World Championships invite. I mean, how good does it feel to start day 1 with a big win?
I mean, it feels great. There is not much to it, just feeling great after all, but I mean, could have been better.
Okay, could have been better. Yeah, you had some 2 really intense games. Obviously, you came away with big scores near the end with a pretty big lead. However, some of those matches were pretty close. On your team, when it comes down to making some big calls, making decisions, either during draft or in-game, kind of what team member on your team is the most vocal, talking the most in those decisions?
That's gonna be AMP. He is like kind of the leader. He's the one that gives the callouts, where we go, how we play, when to back off, when to in the enemy jungle, that kind of stuff.
Okay, and how often does your team listen to those calls? Or are you all, working on your own a bit?
I mean, every single game we had to say like 10 times, back up, Revenant, back up. I think we listen sometimes.
Okay, you listen sometimes. It's all right. It's resulting in a 2-0 victory. You're moving on to top 8. I see you got Zeraora hanging out with you for this interview. Is that a Pokemon that we can look forward to from seeing from DreamHack later on in the day? It's become a bit of a staple of the Brazil Pokemon Unite teams.
Of course.
Okay, good. I'm excited. This Pokemon's a lot of fun to watch. We got Zeraora potentially. Is there any other picks? We can keep them secret, but is there anything really fun that DreamHack has got planned for later today?
Yep, there is a character I'm planning on picking up that's kinda scary.
Ooh, kind of scary. I love that hint. I hope everybody at home can try to solve that little bit of a puzzle. Okay, interesting. All right, well, finally, DreamHack, you've been traveling pretty far to play in this tournament, hoping to earn that World Championship spot. I know you got some people here cheering for you, but of course you got people at home who are cheering for DreamHack on stage. So anything to say to the supporters at home?
67, banho amarelo, bora.
All right, I saw it, Boda. Awesome. Well, congratulations on your win. We'll be seeing you play later today. I know we cannot wait. So good luck in the rest of your games. And Spraggles, Dupe Snacks, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Incredible interview. Always good to get a little bit of a riddle, a little bit of a secret, a mystery for what's coming next in an interview.
Notable riddle solvers. Snacks and Spraggles.
Basically, when they need to get us away from something for a while, they go, here, check out this riddle. And the two of us, we're just locked
It's just a book of riddles back there.
Oh, my gosh. What a way to start the day. Loved getting to watch these two squads. Huge shout out to non-parametric statistics. Love that team, love those players. We're gonna take a look at our bracket here, see how the day is shaken out. We didn't get to see the Rush Hour Citadel Gaming game, a bit of a heartbreaker because it's fun watching both of those squads. Both still looking for their World's invite. Well, Rush Hour is going to be moving forward to face off against Root Dignitas, probably the hardest road to getting your World's qualifying spot right there, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the Goofy Goobers or Fulcrum, you are very happy you're on that side of the top 8, right? IX Gaming, Deep Cross Gaming going to be coming up shortly. Tuesday Esports and EG as well. Both of those teams already qualified. So if you're the Goofy Goobers or Fulcrum, you kind of want every qualified team to keep winning because it theoretically gives you a stronger chance. IX and Deep Cross want the same exact thing here as we work through the rest of our event.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. Again, one world spot on the line. Every single matchup is single elimination. So every one of them has a team celebrating and a team heading home. It's highs and lows all day, all at the same time. And it looks like our break is ready, so...
Which means riddle time for the boys.
Okay, we're going to go try to solve a riddle. We'll let you know how it goes. You don't go anywhere, because Pokemon Unite is coming right back. A good riddle for us?
Welcome back to the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series at the North America International Championships. We are covering now 2Z Esports versus Evil Geniuses, which honestly, I am just so hyped to get into that I asked production to get us into draft straight away. Chef, we are getting straight into it with the Zapdos ban.
I know. Hey, is this NAIC or is this LAIC? Because this looks like some matches that we saw at LAIC. Both these teams being there, of course, but I'm so excited for this match. We are jumping right into it. I just love the fact that we're getting straight into the action. Shout out to production, knowing how much we want to see just all the games. But starting with some bans, of course, we're going to have Evil Geniuses picking some pretty classic picks. However, Zacian does tend to go unbanned a little bit more than some of these other picks. Blissey as well, we've seen on the chopping block a few times. However, this seems pretty targeted overall for what 2Z is trying to accomplish. 2Z, on the other hand, Snorlax and Machamp off board for just a lot of matches in general. Of course, Evil Geniuses, we will take advantage of those as well if they're available.
Exactly, and I was going to say, if Evil Geniuses chose something else as their third ban, I would say 2Z would go for the Moltres as a ban, and that is what Evil Geniuses ended up doing at the end of the day. And 2Z now going for a potential last legendary bird there, and it is the Articuno. So a lot of that defender pool already diminishing a little bit in regards to how much crowd control you can have.
Yeah, the birds, legendary birds, have been so impactful. I mean, we just got to see Zapdos doing really well. Articuno, surprisingly, not really high on the encounter rate so far this event, at least for on broadcast. Of course, that's really all the stats we can actually kind of look at right now. So it's still, though, we thought that we were going to see Articuno a lot. We were going to get into the first picks, and Hoopa as a first pick is very interesting. Again, this feels like Evil Geniuses has a plan against 2Z specifically. Obviously, 2Z, one of the biggest teams in the world, and Evil Geniuses, one of the biggest teams in the world. They've practiced against each other, 4 worlds. They've had time to figure it out. So they've got some plans going. We are going to see the Feraligatr back in. I love that we can do this now.
Me too, and I love as well that, like you mentioned, usually we see potentially like a Psyduck as a first pick. Evil Geniuses goes for the Hoopa straight away, and they did get a hover on the Mr. Mime on the band phase to begin with, and that's what 2Z goes for with the Feraligatr. Now, with a 2 supporter composition that 2Z has been running quite a bit, an Eldegoss and now a Typhlosion. For the side of Evil Geniuses, they go for, personally, the best attacker in the game right now, Espeon, alongside a Garchomp and a Metagross, which is interesting.
Also, I said this before earlier for a different team, but it's very scary to see Espeon's portrait, and then you look directly to the left, and there's an Espeon plush in Vin's hand. So there's certainly a plan for that to happen at some point during today. We are going to see the final pick be the Mega Lucario, so that does mean we are going to see another chance added. Didn't really win earlier in our previous set, but that certainly can be a hit or miss Pokemon. So overall, really interesting to see both of the newest Pokemon on the comp of 2Z Esports, both Typhlosion and Feraligatr. It's definitely going to be the first time that I'm going to cast them both together on one team. Also the Mr. Mime. I feel like I didn't get a chance to talk about Mr. Mime. It's been really successful this weekend, and I thought maybe it was going to be some specific picks for maybe some counterplay, but overall it just looked like it was really solid. I'm interested to see how they're going to use it, but I have trust in this comp, despite the fact it's a very interesting comp from 2Z Esports.
I agree. I think it's very intricate, and it looks like they have a very specific and strategic plan set in stone, because we haven't been seeing that much of 2 supporters, and in this case having 2 newer Pokemon that we also haven't seen together as much. So I think Evil Geniuses is also very prepared, considering the bans, like you pointed out, very targeted 2 players and 2Z Esports compositions overall. Now I'm looking at this Garchomp and the Metagross together, Chef, and I feel like it's very heavy on that melee front, so maybe it's going to rely quite a bit, because of course those 2 have the 3-tier evolution, and the Espeon could heavily feel the impact of having to really carry the early game.
Yes, the Espeon's going to probably have to do a pretty decent amount. I wouldn't be surprised if we ended up seeing an invade from the Swinub, which we've seen a pretty decent amount of time so far, and look at that. It looks like there is going to be a chance to maybe see that great interception being run, and that's something that you'd have to know is going to happen after seeing Evil Geniuses matches yesterday. So 2Z very much doing their research, the Mime setting up a literal wall and a figurative wall, saying, nope, our center area is protected. And it's funny, because yesterday we got to see it against a Typhlosion or a Cyndaquil trying to go into that center area. This time we see the same thing, but the defense holding from 2Z.
It's lovely, like you pointed out, just studying what Evil Geniuses did yesterday, and it was a staple that Ducky was going as the swine-up to invade. Now, Tuzi with a great option that is the Mr. Mime, not only to really, block, but to also be a Pokemon that doesn't need to evolve here. Gotta be careful this Gossifleur here for us Louisians. They took quite a lot of damage, and because they were denied plenty of EXP as well, they're still waiting to become the Eldegoss.
A little bit of a standstill for a moment as we're waiting for the spawns. And look at how low that Gossifleur is. We'll see who can get the majority of this. Typhlosion's going to be so good at being able to do that, getting that huge AoE landing. And oh my goodness, they can almost get KO'd in return for it, but not a huge amount of action in that. Just mostly these teams checking each other. I like that we're seeing this Mr. Mime really be kind of almost roaming a lot of the time and kind of playing where they need to be. I feel like it's a good strategy.
For sure, and actually like punishing Ducky in this case, considering that they have been very present in roaming across the map, it makes a lot of sense because the Mamoswine is just so pivotal for the Ice Fang power spike. And right now, because they haven't even gotten to level 4, this means that Evil Geniuses has to find the XP back. That's why the Swine-Up is going back to bot lane.
The patience, I would say, in this game is pretty strong. There's definitely been some attempts to fight, but I would say overall one would consider this a little bit more of a slow game, which does make a lot of sense. There's especially a lot of evolutions, like you were mentioning before, on Evil Genius's side. Also, I mean, some evolutions, a couple of the new Pokemon, right, that we were just talking about on Tuzi's side. So I do expect that we're going to continue to see this pace for just a little bit longer. We're getting pretty close to hitting these power spikes, and right now, you don't really have that early power. I thought if there was going to be anything, we're going to see maybe a little bit more of the Espeon doing work, but not yet.
Not yet indeed, but Typhlosion here on the top side. Hikaru already on level 7. That Feraligatr has to use that Waterfall to get away because they're very low on HP, and there was a rotation here for the bot side with Curios. The Ice Fang finally unlocks that for Ducky, so it means Evil Geniuses can really chain that CC. On the top side though, again, Ricardo has to be careful because although they have quite a lot of damage as a Typhlosion, they can be very squishy. Evil Geniuses takes the Swablu Altaria pretty well there, so they are finally equalizing in that EXP department.
You can see some stats on Leozin down on the bottom. Shout out to our stats team, and Leozin doing a great job on that Eldegoss. Eldegoss, I feel like, fallen a little bit more out of favor recently as far as some of these support picks, but one of those Pokemon that will literally always be good. It will always be a good support, has a huge impact on the game. It's just sometimes you tend to see the meta shift a little bit different direction. But wow, they're already here pretty low on this Reggie.
They definitely are. Ooh, nice block that by Ducky on that Waterfall from the Feraligatr, and Tuzi Esports is not able to steal this one. EG confirms the objective, but now Antares has to use that XP to get away, and because you have the Hooper portals, a lot of repositioning across the map for EG is available.
We are seeing an opportunity to try to even things up here after that for Evil Geniuses, I would say. They are going to get this uncontested as well. Typhlosion not there quite in time, so they'll probably defend against that. Maybe they won't even defend against it. It looks like maybe they just let it go in, but really they're not all that worried about it. I mean, 43 points. That was the first points scored this entire game by Evil Geniuses, and it wasn't even them scoring. It was just the Regieleki scoring. So it's not a great sign as far as points. Again, I got to remember if any of them were stacking. I'll take a look at the items in a moment, but they got to find, again, maybe it's like one big more KO because, well, actually, they found a lot of experience in the meantime.
Yeah, and there's a good defense here on the bot side. Psychic Select popped by Vin, but it doesn't hit anybody, but it's still good as a defense there for Evil Geniuses, stopping Tuzi Esports from pushing here on the bot side. Although Ricardo really interested in getting some damage in on Chris Smith. They're going into the back line, and they have the support from Leozin on the Eldegoss. Now they're taking quite a lot of retaliation back. Mazo trying to pick up the pace too, going into the front line, but they decide to fizzle this fight out, being too exposed.
And while this is happening, we've really seen this Metagross kind of off on its own, doing its own thing a lot. And that was one of the things that I was surprised by a lot of the experience. Well, there we go. It's going to be on its own, just kind of roaming over, finding maybe a target here with the Feraligatr, who's, yeah, I mean, 1v3, you're not going to stand a chance. But you can see it's already level 10. While, honestly, Evil Geniuses were losing kind of like a lot of situations, they just had so much time to farm, build up that Metagross. So it's going to be a pretty tough ask to take down. I mean, especially with some more physical damage on the side of Tuzi. They're going to have to find some nice ways to coordinate and deal with it, especially if it starts to get pretty far ahead in level like it's looking like.
It definitely is, and with 5 seconds for bottom Reggie to spawn as well, both teams have position here. Evil Geniuses still have that Hooper, so they can score on the top side if they want to, and come back with the Hooper unbound. Tuzi Esports will start the siege on Reggie Steele. Antares with a great wall onto Ducky, still trying to find a position to go for that Mammoth Mash, but Tuzi Esports confirms this one uncontested. Duke Games goes into the back line, now doing a lot of damage with that Feraligatr, with the Typhlosion back up as well. He's doing pretty good, but they are very tanky on the side of EG, and they now have the Hooper unbound. The rest of the team is here 5v5. 5 actually happening. Ricardo has to get the backup from Leozine because the Typhlosion is going low on HP. They're going into the backline. I think they're sacrificing themselves for the greater good, as the rest of the team could escape maybe a miscommunication here. But going into the backline is Mazo on this Mega Lucario. They get one KO, but they could get taken down back instead. And Evil Geniuses is turning this fight back around. Now chasing for Antares. Leozine is most likely the only one to survive this one from Tuesday.
Wow, what a back and forth. It's like the call an ambulance, but not for me thing, but like 3 times in a row. I mean, I love this play from Evil Geniuses backing up. It looked like they were weak. Obviously, they had 2 members up top getting that huge back cap. We got a chance to see in the pip. And then they were like, oh no, we're losing our goal zone. Just kidding. Unite from Hoopa. Hoopa, of course, Unbound is one of the best Unites in the game, always and forever. But bring everybody back. And then there was a great turnaround. Mazo almost was able to turn it back around on them, but especially once you get to that Metagross, that's going to be a real matchup issue, right? We have a level 10 Mega Lucario versus a level 12 right now Metagross, who's so good against physical damage. I just feel like this situation is going to be really tough if they can't deal with it maybe another way. The Lucario is going to have to find its own targets, and you're going to see Evil Geniuses as well take this Regieleki. First one went in, maybe the second one will go in as well, but they're just kind of trading objectives and goal zones right now. 200-point lead, though, 203 for Evil Geniuses.
And still a very good timed back there by Tuesday to stop the Regieleki, because honestly, if it hit the pad, we already have a 200-point gap in favor of Evil Geniuses. That would have been just a little bit difficult to deal with for late game as we get into the final stretch. Antara gets caught off here. The Mastermind will go down, but Tuesday still have time with 10 seconds to go to potentially contest this one on the bot side. But honestly, they need to get the level 13s available, especially for the Typhlosion.
Exactly what I was about to say. The Typhlosion in particular is, can you just do my whole job
so
for
close.
me? I'm going to take a nap. No, the Typhlosion is really going to be so important here. I mean, just being this a little bit more of like the ranged damage deal, you're really going to need it to be able to challenge how this team is fighting. And especially with this Metagross, you're going to have to kind of try to space out a little bit more, I think. The problem is, how are you going to engage against this? The engageability of Evil Geniuses' comp is so incredibly good. Got to watch out for that Ice Fang. Got to watch out for any engagement here from the Metagross. So they're challenging. They might go in right now.
They might, and they're waiting for the Computing Crush, but it's going to be the Ice Fang that gets the supporter away from 2Z Esports. Now, they are going to be Typhlosion there, going into the backline. Ricardo is a 1v4, and that doesn't look good for 2Z. Evil Genius is feeling good with a Computing Crush. It's yet another one that goes down. It's Antares. Now, Mazo has to be careful that Mega Lucario gets a nice push, but Duke Games is the last one standing, and you don't have numbers. Evil Geniuses will take the fight, and most likely Rayquaza is only the Elder Goss is standing for 2Z, although Carter Clash doesn't get right there.
That was really close to being an Eldegoss steal for sure. But unfortunately, just a little bit too late. And of course, every one of our single first maps today will be Rayquaza. So this is going to be Rayquaza buffs. They're going to return, try to defend. But of course, this is going to be the most difficult situation you can pretty much be in the entire game. Even if you do manage to get some KOs here, those buffs not going back to you. So looks like we're going to see backing up a little bit from Evil Geniuses. They realize that a lot of them have respawned. Maybe they're going to farm a little bit more, try to pick out a few more members. But right now, I mean, it's a 403-point lead, about to be a 503-point lead. And then, of course, just getting sent back safely by that Hoopa portal as well. This doesn't seem like there's going to be a pretty good chance for this, as most of 2Z just kind of sitting on their pad.
In fact, I feel like you can recognize when things haven't gone pretty well on late game and maybe just seeing that there's no potential to actually climb back. 30 seconds to go, and 2Z Esports have accepted that this one was Evil Geniuses taking the upper hand. And honestly, it was very well executed, especially around Ray. But the growing curve from Evil Geniuses was also really good, especially around objectives.
Yeah, look at this, the back cap ability as well. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. There's still so many shields available. They were able to get back. Now look, they're going to be back once again. Or no, you know what? They don't even need to at this point. They're just going to call Hoopa. Just for funsies, build up those stats. We got even more of them. But yeah, altogether, Evil Geniuses controlling the pace of game number one very, very well, staying ahead in levels, and that made it just too difficult, I think, for 2Z Esports to make the comeback. So a strong first game. 2Z, though, they've got an opportunity to rethink maybe that draft, as I do think it maybe gave them a little bit of a weakness going into the start of that game, which kind of just snowballed into this loss.
And I would say, Chef, that this is an interesting match because both teams are so incredibly strong and talented and experienced, but at the same time, both of them have already guaranteed spots for Worlds. And that also kind of plays on how they're playing today. But having a look at the replay as well, we can see that majority of the time, Evil Geniuses played around the Hooper Unbound just so well that they could just afford going for scores. Right now, they were they were over 100 points ahead, and they kept on building that, turned that into a 300-point lead, and that was very much enabled by the rotation they had available because of the Hooper.
And the Hoopa was gigantic. Also, I mean, the end game situation where it's like the Hoopa could have unbounded one more time if they even needed more points to win. If it was down to that situation, obviously they were already ahead by 700 points or something, so it didn't even matter. But the other Pokemon that I really need to talk about, and I was talking about a lot, the Metagross. I think the Metagross was such an inspired pick, extremely heads up, and hey, perfect right there. Kyrios on the Metagross. Kyrios? I don't know. No, that sounds like I'm insulting.
No,
that didn't work out at all. My apologies, Kyrios. No, Kyrios, one of my favorite players of all time as well. But playing extremely well in this, flexible player, and the Metagross just was such a good late pick against the comp that Tuzi brought to the table. It was so hard to deal with its defenses, specifically against the physical damage. It was really great at the fact that knowing that a lot of the team was going to kind of group up in the end, and that's just kind of the way that a lot of these Pokemon end up playing, especially the Feraligatr and the Lucario. So you can kind of counter trap them. Everything about it was just really, really smart, and Kyrios played it perfectly.
Agreed. And like you said, I feel like this was a interesting pick overall, and they executed a composition around it very expertly. And I would say personally, although Kyrios played really well, my personal MVP was Hoopa, because I think, again, it was pivotal. All that composition was played around the roamability, the survivability that is allowed by that. So Roland is my personal MVP here. 2-0-9, 206 points scored, and well, recovery, you know, is a little different when you have the Hooper, right? Because of the Hooper portal. But still, I would say the maneuverability across the map that we have had from Roland, because we know that although Hooper Unbound, yes, very straightforward, you click, everybody goes. We're talking also about the positioning of the portals to heal your squad. They have to be so preemptive, and it felt like every single time the portal was there at the perfect spot for EG.
Right, they used some really strong counter portals to deal with some of the timings of how the enemy Typhlosion in particular was trying to engage, especially in that final fight. So really, really smart stuff to be able to kind of use it to kind of just, let's just say iframe for like 5 seconds, if that makes sense, and then come back. Really, really cool stuff. But going to draft number 2 immediately. These teams are ready to play, and I'm ready to watch them, so I'm very happy about that. And hey, your call was that Hoopa was MVP, and look at that second ban.
Well, exactly. Roland was really pivotal for the composition there on EG. Hoopa is such a powerful Pokemon in general, so alongside Azation and the Machamp, those are the bans for Tuzi Esports. Meanwhile, EG have chosen the Moltres once again, but they did change how they went for the other bans. If I'm not mistaken, the Blissey wasn't there, but the Snorlax was.
Is that
or was it all
was it
three?
both of them? I think it might have been both of those.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think actually it was. It might have been this, or definitely maybe it was. I don't know. Thinking too much about the picks rather than the bans last time, but we can look at the starting picks, and Mamoswine being picked so early is pretty interesting. Espeon for sure makes a lot of sense. Obviously, Vin wants that quite a bit. Like I said, the sign may be the plushie on the shoulder. Feraligatr being picked really early, and Typhlosion. So we are seeing some pretty similar concepts as far as this draft goes. The Psyduck, though, now being picked by Tuzi Esports.
Exactly. So we know that Tuzi has been going for 2 supporters, so we might as well see yet another going for more of a healing supporter instead of what we see here with the Psyduck. Last time they had the Mr. Mime, so a lot more of the setting up plays and just being a nuisance in general that Psyduck can be. Evil Geniuses, like I always say, Garchomp to me fulfills a similar role than a Machamp does, and that is what Evil Geniuses have picked alongside an Okremi that allows for a lot of survivability. While Tuzi Esports go again for the Mr. Mime, and like we were saying of survivability, we might see that Wish Umbreon for Tuzi.
Can I just say too, did they get new pictures? Because that Chris Smith picture is like super aura farming. It's really like dang, that is aura. Got a chance to interview Chris earlier. But I'm surprised that we're gonna see them go to Lucario again, the Mega Lucario. So far, I just haven't been sure about it. And there we go. All right, so before this event, I was saying that I really think Decidueye is gonna be a really important Pokemon. And we didn't see it at all day one, and I felt very, very silly. but a lot of the other regions have been using a lot, right? In Japan and a lot of the Asian regions, Decidueye has been really, really big. We did get a chance to see it win earlier today from DreamHack, actually, with the EXP share, but now is it really going to be Kyrios that's on this Decidueye? That's going to be a really cool pick. Obviously, Kyrios quite strong on those snipers. We'll see exactly how it does up against the other team, who's really not going to have the range, I think, to deal with that. They're going to have to try to dive, but I don't really think they have the best options right now.
True, and I like how you pointed out the ability that Kyrios has with the snipers, because if I'm not mistaken, they played a lot of Inteleon yesterday as well, right? So we know that the Spirit Shackle and the Snipe Shot are very similar. They are hand in hand. So this game, of course, this being a best of 3 single elimination, means the Evil Geniuses have to win this one to advance, and 2Z have to win this one to take it to game 3. So considering how both teams played last time around, we might see again Ducky going for that invade chef, and 2Z already being prepared, or they might just ditch it altogether because they know that 2Z is prepared.
Right, I mean, they brought a lot of resources, I would say, to try and defend against that invade in game number 1, which again, I think was extremely smart, definitely shows research from 2Z. Obviously, everybody, I think, is quite familiar with how strong 2Z is as a team. So no big surprise there, and like you said, we'll see what happens with the invade at the start of this, as we're going to go into 2Z Esports versus Evil Geniuses game number 2. This is an elimination match from our single elimination bracket, and there's your answer, Ducky being stopped by a duck.
Yeah, that is funny. Well, the Swine Up tries again to go for the invade, but Lousy has that side duck to counter, much like they did with the Mr. Mime game 1. And of course, because both supporters don't need to evolve, they are pretty good at that defense. Ducky is on 50% HP here, but Chris Smith, of course, being that little Gibble, is actually pretty efficient in taking down wild Pokemon early on.
This is an interesting path, because both these Pokemon are actually kind of scary at their first evolution point, but then really they like kind of fall off in the mid-level area, and then once they get back to their high level, then that's where we want them at. So the very first moments of the game with both these Pokemon can be quite strong in their favor, depending on how the situation goes. But I mean, you're going up against Lucario and Psyduck. I don't think there's going to be very many paths that are very happy against that.
Yeah, and bot side looks there is quite a scuffle there, but top we're seeing Mazo taking some damage while they were trying to secure the Swabble Altaria, and it looks like it was pretty well divided between both teams. There is a dispersion there from the Quilava going into the central area, and now Creamy just trying to get some information, some vision in central too. Now getting finally into that Pillow Swine, and also the Garbite. Nice Dragon Rush. Now Mazo is in a terrible position. They have to use that dash to get away. Ducky's still chasing, but a nice push back there from Mazo will allow them to survive.
That actually completely saved Mazo. Really, really nice choice of just move usage in general right there. But yeah, really interesting thing. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to see it, but both of the center area Pokemon did end up going bottom for those first set of birds. So usually we are seeing the priority go top as far as experience, and the top fight has been deciding, I think, a lot of the games so far recently, but just really focusing on the bottom is a very, very different strategy. And the fact that both teams at once decided to do that, I wonder if it was like a vision to vision thing. Nice Ice Fang though.
Oh, you just gotta love the Ice Fang, and now finish off with the Spirit Shackle too there for Kyrios. They're trying to defend here. 2Z on his bottom pad. They're able to take the Decidueye down. Pretty good defense. Ducky is in trouble too. They are going to go down. 2 KO streak going to do games on this for Alligator. They could push on pad because there's still time for the Reggie to spawn. Going onto the Berry, pushing out Vin away and allowing for that for Alligator to get their 30 in. Plus another 14 potentially there for Antares. Ooh, close. Ricardo, they'll have to get away.
That was scary. This is really, though, nice because we didn't get a chance in the last game to see Typhlosion at how scary it can be. And it is one of the, I don't know how to really explain it. It's one of the best Pokemon at just jumping into a fight. Like, quite literally, obviously, but also just as far as the pace of things. Nice eject button to get away there from Decidueye. We'll see if they can fully escape as 4 members rotating up top to try to take down this Registeel. It does look like maybe they won't be challenging all that much.
It looks like the case, although we still have that possibility of a steal with the Spear Shackle by Kyrios. Now Ricardo does a great job there of protecting the team from getting Chris Smith into the Reggie. Reggie still is confirmed by 2Z Esports as they push the pad, and Evil Geniuses are not looking to try and defend this one at the cost of them getting knocked out. But side Evil Geniuses will take the other objective of the map.
Looking like a much better game, I would say, for Tuesday this time around than last time. And like I was saying, you really get a chance to see how strong Typhlosion is. Very hard to escape Typhlosion, and really just with how much AoE damage it does all around itself, the only thing you can do is just completely run away. And Evil Geniuses did fully understand that, so they just completely backed up. They knew that they were going to be risking too much. They're going to continue to push down here. They've got it going in. Unite's coming out.
It's true, because Reggie has hit the pad, so there was a score there by Kyrios, but they're going to go so low on HP, still enough to break that pad. They are standing because of the extra HP of getting, oh my, there's no way they survived this one. And with Chris Miss as well, just pushing and scaring and Thadas away. Duke Games is caught between a rock and a hard place, now getting that slowed down. The Sweet Kiss and the Feraligatr is sent to the Pokemon Center.
Yeah, there was no escaping there. A rock in a hard place and a mean look, and there's just too many walls right there. They're going to continue this push, though.
Okay, Mazar actually did quite a lot of damage there. Mega evolved too, but it's still Tuesday that in this case have to be careful about how Evil Geniuses is playing, because the team fights are looking good, and especially Chef, the levels, they are nice for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, things have really started to shift around as far as things go. You can see certain things are kind of getting out of hand, right? This Typhlosion, wow, manages to barely pick up that KO at 1 HP. I was going to say, I don't expect Mazda to survive too long after that. Still a little bit of a 1v1, though, and they just continue to fight from bottom path all the way to the top path. This Alcremie sitting here, healing has been so huge in sustaining this continued fight, and they don't really have that level of healing on Tuesday's side.
It's true, but a nice bubble beam there. Oh! And the mean look, as we mentioned, and then an Espeon goes down. Now Evil Geniuses, 5 seconds here for the top Reggie to spawn, and they could and they should be fighting for this, because 2Z Esports has some great levels on their end. Now extra damage would be even better. Now Mamoswine though going in with Ducky, and the Typhlosion goes down. Duke Games is so low in HP, that's your knock 2, and Evil Geniuses just scared and destroyed 2Z away from this Reggie steal.
Wow, this has just been such a huge fight happening in so many places. They will be able to break this goal zone. A pretty nice overdunk right there, 35 points. That's going to be the lead now, 60-ish points going to Evil Geniuses. A little bit of scouting for vision right there. Got to be careful because of that mean look, but they just don't have the damage with only the Psyduck and the Umbreon. So we will see Evil Geniuses start to walk away. And wow, that was such an extended fight. And at the start of that, Tuzi was pretty, I mean, honestly, there was just a lot of back and forth as far as like experience gain on both sides, but it's kind of what we've been seeing from both these teams a lot so far. We are going to see a big push up top to try to break this tier 1 goal zone. Pretty big overdunk it looks like over there as well, but not quite enough to steal the lead back for 2Z. But I mean, 3 minutes and 30 seconds left-ish. I feel like we're going to see still a considerable amount of fights as we're pushing the tier 2.
That take button with the waterfall coming out from Duke Games and just taking out that Decidueye was insane. But Evil Geniuses does retaliate back, and it's a 1-for-1 in this fight. Chef Reggie, like, he is not going to hit pad. But that defense, sorry, I was just like so impressed.
No, that's exactly what they need to do. You know, I said we were going to see continued fights and fights right there, but they shut it down completely, and that's what I think they need to do to continue to shut down these fights, is take out Kyrios, because they have so far, until that moment, not had an answer for the Decidueye. That was perfect. An excellent choice of or being able to really choose one particular target.
Oh, yeah. That target was just so precise for the fall eject button. Crunch on that bud, make it a roast chicken. Honestly, I want to see that more, like you said, Chef. And Duke Games has that, you know, the precision, right? Because you could have accidentally crunched on somebody else, right? You have to be very careful about that. 10 seconds for top Reggie to spawn.
Right, we are all going to gather up here. There's, I think, a decent chance that the fight could be here, but I don't know how much you value it, and they're going to jump in.
That's insane, because Ducky just goes in, and one Spirit Shackle plus a Psyshock, and they're done.
Yeah.
It's just so difficult. There is kind of like a front line melting effect that AG has on that comp.
Okay, so this is actually really smart, I think. 2Z, they realized how that was going to go, and they jumped out really quickly. They're also going to get rid of the tier 1 gold zone on bottom, still holding on to the lead. So 2Z making, I think, a great play out of a not-so-great situation as we're heading into the final stretch here. 2Z's last chance to save their tournament life. Not their season life, of course, they're already qualified for Worlds, but the Ice Fang!
Again, I'm telling you, Ducky has been so important with his Ice Fangs, and now this one play it down for 2Z on this final stretch. A good rotation on the other side by Mazo on that Mega Lucario. Third Typhlosion going into the back line, into the squishies, but they are going to go down. The Decidueye is not going to be there. Rolling does survive, but they have to use the eject button away, and at the end of the day, they still go down. That is Tuesday just making this into a comeback, making a game 3 potentially for the Brazilian team. Chris Smith is still trying to take Antares down, but a mean look will allow them to stay away from Tuesday. And now they have the numbers advantages of Wipe against Evil Geniuses, and Groudon is going to get taken.
What a turnaround fight. Tuesday off the back foot was able to completely wipe Evil Geniuses with 5 members up. And that is going to be more important here. We are in game 2. It's not Rayquaza. So we are going to need all these buffs. Everybody but jumping back to defend. But look at how quickly they got melted.
They did. I think melting is the effect that's going on in good games, especially with this Feraligatr has been doing amazing. Nice psychic down onto Kyrios into a mean lock, and the Decidueye will go down. Mazur does the extra damage there with Ricardo as well on the Typhlosion, and Tuzi is now on 670 against 201 for EG.
From the jaws of defeat, completely turning this around. What an excellent team fight from the side of Tuzi. And they really, I mean, they were playing in a weird way. I mean, honestly, this game was kind of going a weird direction. Up to 26 seconds left now. They're scoring a few more points at this point. I'm going to say this one's locked up even if they do try to defend. But they were playing in a really interesting, I mean, this game was just fight into fight into fight into fight. But until we saw the defense on the bottom tier 2 on the west side, I didn't think that they had a chance, but the way that they engaged back onto Kyrios, and then they played that exact same way in the final team fight, Tuzi. There's a reason why they're a Worlds qualified team, as they're going to bring us to a game number 3.
Let's go. Single elimination day 2 of NAIC Pokémon UNITE. It's Tuzi bringing EG into a game 3. We're already onto a great start of the bracket, Chef.
Oh yeah, and I mean this is an even tougher path for Tuzi. Of course, you know, looking at a bracket like this, there were a couple teams that won out completely into their, out of their group, and are unfortunately do not get a bye in this day 2 bracket. They're one of the teams, and they now have, of course, to fight against Evil Geniuses, who's considered one of the best teams in the world. But we haven't had a chance to really see them play against each other until this moment. Not like this, and especially not with current roster. So just really cool to see that this is going to a game 3. Evil Geniuses cannot give any opportunities, as we now see, to Tuzi, or we're going to be back into that exact same turnaround spot. But at this point, who knows how these games are going to go?
Well, game 3 is always a mystery, but this replay of Feraligatr and Mega Lucario going onto the squishies, Espeon and Decidueye vanishing, all creamy as well, that soon followed, even using that eject button to get away, but it didn't even matter. There was some ticking damage there, especially with the who was it? Yeah, the Typhlosion, right? With the burn as well. So just so good of a focus, right? They needed to target the backline, and they knew how to do it. Duke Games is your player of the game with a 9-3-2. KFA, that damage dealt, what?
It's really low,
That,
but it doesn't matter.
That, what?
See, that's the thing, though, is a lot of these Pokemon that really try to dive kind of the very specific weaker targets, right? A lot of times we see it on Speedsters. A lot of times Speedster damage wouldn't be huge unless there's a Speedster that gets a lot of collateral onto higher health pool Pokemon. It's because all you need to do is just target down your very specific targets. If you take them out, it's not a lot of damage, but it's a KO, and it's the game-winning KO. Right,
exactly.
So that's exactly how we saw that play, especially in those final 2 fights. Obviously, Feraligatr being a big reason why they won. So we'll see if it's still on board, or still able to be picked, I should say, by Tuzi as we go into game number 3.
Exactly, and I love your point, Chef. I feel like you're spot on in regards to the damage dealt analysis there. Evil Geniuses now with their bans coming through with a Zacian, a Blissey, and a Snorlax. Meanwhile, Tuzi will take down the Moltres plus Hoopa and Machamp. So we have still a little bit of consistency there. We might see from EG the likes of the Psyduck as the first pick. Sometimes I'm just going to say Espeon, but a different evolution will be the Umbreon.
The Umbreon was a really strong key component of the last game, so I do like taking this away a lot. It does feel really like the Snorlax and the Umbreon are kind of the tank options that have been stolen away or banned the most so far over the course of this weekend. Obviously, it's time for that to change, and we are going to see the Feraligatr come back into play very quickly alongside this key pick that is just kind of I would say a signature pick now for the side of Tuzi, which is just this classic healer.
It is, it's true, and Eldegoss does really well at the same time. Evil Geniuses have picked one legendary, but here on the Zapdos. Now, with the Mega Lucario 2, they have stolen that pick away from Mazo, so they're going to have to pivot into something else. The Garchomp is the pick, and I love the takeaway from Ducky on that Mamoswine.
I love that it's like, okay, so we're going to take away your Mega Lucario, and then Mazo's like, okay, well then I'll just take your Garchomp. So they're just trading 1 for 1, and I do feel like that is a little bit of a power play. You know, I was talking about Aura. Actually, Chris Smith and Mazo's portraits are exactly the same. I did not even see that until this exact moment. That is so funny. I need somebody to line them up for me. Is it like one person playing with like a, like 2 different wigs on one team? Is that how it's going on?
Is that why Mazo has a different hair?
Yep.
I think so. That's the one. We found it.
That's why they're playing the exact same Pokemon, switching around this game. We figured it out. They made a mistake in the script. No, I'm just kidding. But that's really cool that we're going to get a chance to see them play the exact opposite Pokemon against each other.
I love this pick of Leafeon here because you're, in this case, going for a more fast-paced kind of growing curve for Tuesday, considering that Leafeon has such a great presence in the early game. On the other side, Evil Geniuses is betting on that late game because of the meta growth. And of course, the Zapdos also doing quite a lot of damage. In regards to how they have been engaging, the Blastoise does fulfill a kind of similar position to the Mamoswine, but it's more reliant on getting that Hydro type firm.
I will say, I do think that maybe, I'm not sure if Tuesday just decided that it was okay, but Evil Genius's whole thing in the first game was that they went to this Metagross pick at the very end after kind of seeing the enemy team comp. It kind of seems like the same thing has happened. Obviously a very different team comp than we saw in game number 1 from Tuesday, but this seems like it still could be a bit of an issue. So we'll see if anybody can deal with the Metagross this time. We've got some different threats, but it's going to be Kyrios on that thing all the same. And one more game here.
It is, in fact, one more game for both of these teams on the North America International Championships of Pokémon UNITE in 2026. It is Tuesday Esports, your orange team, versus Evil Geniuses, your purple team. And we know that EG loves a good invade early game, where we're seeing something different this time around because Kyrios is just a Beldum, and they can't afford, just having extra presence. Lauzing, though, says, I will learn from your book, Ducky.
Yeah, stealing each other's Pokemon, not the only thing, right? Stealing each other's strategies as well. And Glossifleur invade, that seems like it's going to be quite annoying to deal with, but looks like they didn't get that one, I think. I can't really see the experience all that well right now, but they're still going to be delaying quite a bit.
Yeah, they haven't gotten the experience there. Lauzing is still trying just to be a problem because it made Ducky get out of lane and go into Central. Ricardo, though, has followed up with the Leafeon. Are they able to? They are able to take it down, and not only that, Beldum will follow instead, and Ricardo can clean up the enemy Central with the help of Lauzing with a great first invade.
That was an incredibly fast clear. They cleared all of their own side, and then they cleared the enemy side with an invade. Then they cleared the center area, and they're still going to be up here up top for the 850 birds. That is ridiculous. So Tuzi doing great, but maybe not quite in time, actually, as there's a few members who are still going to be... Oh, no, so we're looking down at bottom, I see. I'm kind of a little confused right there, but I mean, pretty huge set of 4 here for Evil Geniuses pushing down on this bottom path.
Exactly, and both teams have scored on opposite sides of the map, and like you said, the presence that the Leafeon has in the early game was exactly what just piqued my attention when I saw this composition. They wanted to go aggressive early, but now EG following and responding just in kind with Kyrios plus Roland taking that Leafeon down.
Now, again, we're going to have to see how this... Well, I mean, I like the fact that you do invade the Metagross, right? I mean, that's one good way to try to shut it down, but if it's going to start getting some return EXP, you can easily fight your way back into this, so we'll see if there's an opportunity for that. And then once they do, I mean, it's still level 6. Right now, level 7 highest in the game, and then it's going to be on Tuesday's side with the Leafeon. So they are going to be holding on to that advantage, which is going to be really nice, but we'll see how long at the moment that can last. We are, again, of course, not going to be on Rayquaza again, so we did have Regidrago spawn, however, both teams ignoring it for the moment and playing a little bit safe, I would say, a little bit more passive, at least for the moment, until you get caught out in the tall grass, and Leafeon is going to be very mean to its Evolution brother.
It's true, mean to the mean look, Evolution brother. Now, trying to get the 15 here, and they're able to do so because you also have the Garchomp there, or actually the Garbite in this point, and Chris Smith can't really defend that much. There is a big rotation from EG going into the bot side, though. Antares is very low in HP. They're all clustered up here into a bush, and they're going to guarantee the Swablu Altaria, but the Emerald 2 step says there is no one that can survive my early game. Ricardo is just on a loop. Now 2Z Esports manages to get some goals in, but Antares gets caught up in a mean look. But they don't go down, focus, Ben procced, and Antares survives.
Yeah, great healing just to keep everybody up. That's a little bit of a scary situation. Obviously, that was kind of a turnaround potential moment, but now they're going to be at full health to fight for this Regi Ice, and I'm not sure how well Evil Geniuses can challenge this.
Well, we'll see. Antares takes a lot of damage. There's your Beldam coming through as well, or actually the Matang. Now, Regi Ice is attacked by Evil Geniuses, who managed to actually contest this one really successfully. 2Z will now have to retreat, although there's still another Regi on the block. Garchomp is taking Regi, Drago in Central 2. Waterfall here for Baidu Games going on to Ducky. There's still a 20 that gets scored now with Dragon Rush as well. Ducky pushes him back with a Hydro Pump, and now Leozine following up with Duke Games. They're trying to take at least one of them down. They're able to pick off with the Ice Fang on the Blastoise, and now this is an interesting point. Should they push, really? I think they can, and they are going to do so.
We've seen so much of this from both of these teams. Every time that one team pushes, they end up kind of getting punished for it. You can see how strong both these teams are at their own individual team fights, and especially when you're giving them the extra space of committing to try and push forward into something. So they did, of course, take down enough people to be able to take down that tier 1 goal zone with that counter push for on the side of 2Z right there. But it's just like, okay, EG pushed, and then they get punished. And then 2Z pushes, and then they get punished. And then it feels like at some point they might end up being a little bit more passive, but we're also in game 3, and we're halfway through the game, so maybe they just continue to try to fight and just trying to see who ends up playing a little bit better of that micro game. Right now, though, I mean, a level 11 on the side of 2Z, that Leafeon popping off.
And the level 10 on the Garchomp as well. It just feels like those carries are carrying. Mazar is here on the Regieleki, as we saw Chris Smith attacking it themselves. And now EG really needs to collaborate into going for goals, because they are halfway point in how much they have scored. Regieleki takes damage. There's Chris Smith on it, but it's gonna get guaranteed by 2Z Esports with a nice steal Computer Crush to try to get them away, and Leafeon will get separated, but there's still the Garchomp going through. But the damage is amazing now by Evil Geniuses, and because of that birdie barrier, of course, Ducky does manage to help out the team with a Hydro Typhoon. Leozine will also go down. Duke Games is the last one standing.
All right, what was I just saying about how a team would push forward and then get punished for it? Something like that. Unite being used defensively, it's going to be the, not all that key Unite, but at least just to say, here's some damage on this gold zone, and we're not going to let you continue to push it down. So still not that many points from the side of Evil Geniuses, despite winning a decent amount of these fights now. 2Z is going to be ahead by over 111 points. We'll see if we can catch up at all before the final stretch. Still 4 minutes left. But this truly has just been a big back and forth battle. The big question, I think, is how well can some of these late game scalers get levels? Obviously, we know this Leafeon is going to be huge, but there's so many gigantic late game threats in this map. We've got to see how the Garchomp does, and it's been given a lot of space to get a lot of experience, so hopefully it ends up pretty high level at the end of the game. And on the other side, it's going to be who is really going to be funneled all that experience. So far, it looks like it's going to be Zapdos, as I think it's going to be a pretty good counter to kind of the range that they've got going on for the damage dealers on 2Z's side, but we'll see if it can be enough, and we'll also see if they end up using that Unite to try to break down any of these goal zones.
We'll see indeed, because 2Z is still on the lead on double points. There's an Aura Cannon by Chris Smith just to get that Mega Lucario online. The Regieleki does hit the pad. No, actually, Zapdos has that effect there on the pad. I just confused that with the remote stadium. But going back into the Sky Runes, there's the Livid Outrage going on to Kyrios that still has that HP with a shield, but eventually goes down. And 2Z Esports with a full melee composition, feeling pretty comfortable about this late game.
That was a full commit from Evil Geniuses to try and take down a goal zone, try to get more points, and this might have been a situation that they anticipated, where they weren't able to win that fight afterwards, but I mean, obviously that was a pretty big team wipe, so really strong stuff for 2Z to kind of push forward ahead even more, especially now we're only a minute away. That does feel like, again, with only 3 level 12s, no level 13 on the side of Evil Geniuses, they're going to have to split up their experience kind of very chosen, right? Like, they're going to have to decide who wants to get what's left. On the other side, I'm pretty sure we're going to see a level 13 being funneled into this Garchomp. So really nice for 2Z at least that they were able to win that final fight so convincingly, or the final fight before the final stretch, as we're now just going to probably play a little bit safe and just get ready for the next 30 seconds.
Exactly. There's few wild Pokemon on the map as well. Meanwhile, EG is just desperately trying to get the level 13 that was just acquired by the Zapdos. So that is going to be very significant in this final stretch fight. And 2Z Esports has a very aggressive positioning here, looking for a potential sneaky attack. Emerald 2 step, although they are in the mean look, the Leafeon will go down. The computing crush is amazing, and Evil Geniuses is starting this around with SMA or a cannon as well by the Lucario, and now amazing close combat too. And even if they try to get the Livid Outrage, they're not raging against the machine. Evil Geniuses with a full team wipe, and the Kyogre will go down.
Oh, the attempt was so cool. The idea that you're going to sit there and try to get the ambush, especially when you're playing against a range that's higher than you, but it turned around on them, and that's been, again, the case this entire game. They were found out, and that Leafeon being the first one to be found out, that is the level 14. Not only, of course, is that going to be their most important Pokemon that's being taken down, but it's also going to be a huge amount of EXP to the other side. However, we're at 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and there is a 30-point lead, not even 30, 29-point lead. That is the most achievable comeback I have ever seen. Now, with Kyogre, the buffs at some point, are potentially going to be able to be stolen. They have a huge amount of points in pockets, so this is not over by any means.
I don't know if EG realizes just how close this game is. They're going to realize it pretty soon at the 1 minute mark and try to understand where is the lead. It is still on EG's side, but like you said, 29 points is nothing. 1 minute left on the clock, and 2Z Esports, they could get this one. They have enough points to be quicker. Around 30 points is still quite a bit to score.
Oh, the big problem here is you can see the members up top they're waiting for vision on the rest of the team, and then they're going to go in and score their double hundo burgers, which is something that we've been seeing a lot from these teams as a counter strategy for the comebacks. Now, they're going to be moving forward, but everybody on this side is finally going to engage on the goal zone.
Exactly, and those 200 points are going to go in by EG on the top side. Meanwhile, Antares will go down really shortly, but no, the Memozoin says I'm still standing, although that doesn't even matter. There's still a lead for EG, 320, 420 to 255, as Roland is defending the zone with everything they've got. Hikaru in the mean look, and EG confirms with this one. A lovely lead game strategy after the Kyogre push, goes for the back cap, and EG confirms they continue on the single elimination bracket of NAIC.
Just such a close ending to that game. I mean, that was still achievable, but the defense on that goal zone, you cannot take down those defensive tank powerhouses, and you can see how relieved Evil Geniuses were. They knew how close that was to a comeback, but well played by both teams. I mean, hey, we got a chance to see two world qualified teams here on stage in round one of our day number 2, and I don't think we expected anything less than a set that close. That is exactly what I was looking for. That's exactly what I think the crowd out there was looking for, and I mean, I don't know if it's what the teams were looking for, because that looks stressful, but boy, that was a great match for both of them.
It really was, and that is such a good read by EG on late game. They had the composition to do so anyway. They had the Zapdos, they had the Metagross, and they did so well in playing around the mean look. The Umbreon first pick on purple side was so important for their win condition.
Right. I mean, honestly, just the back and forth of just even like metagaming from both these teams over the course of this entire set has been so good. Obviously, you can see some of the moments here, but just even the draft back and forth was one of the best that I think we've seen as far as both teams adapting to each other, making smart choices, and we landed on this comp that really did feel so much more even going into this final game. But you can see right there, that was the moment that really settled, I think, the entire thing. The fact that there was a Leafeon that got jumped on first.
And that was the strategy that 2Z had to begin with, but as soon as EG said, I'm in range for mean look, that Leafeon goes down, having to use that Emerald 2 step to no fruition whatsoever. And of course, this play that you expertly pointed out, Chef, with them going for the back cap, 200 points was more than enough to continue the lead for Evil Geniuses in this late game. 2Z did try to get the comeback. Of course, massive respect for this team and taking the series into a game 3. But EG, they continue on the bracket. Vin is your player of the game with 5 knockouts, 1 feint, 6 assists, and 64,000 damage on the Zapdos.
And this is another Pokemon in general that Evil Geniuses is really taking advantage of that I don't think nearly as many teams have really used as well. And we can see how close the score was in the end. A lot of that was because they made that one push where they did end up getting team wiped, but they were able to break a goal zone with the Unite from the Zapdos. Had they not had that, even after taking the Kyogre, there would have been an advantage in points for the side of 2Z. So I was wondering earlier in that moment, is it worth your entire team getting KO'd for breaking one goal zone, getting 50 points? The answer is yes in this exact moment, and that is a perfect example of how Zapdos and its Unite ability can win an entire game. I mean, of course, obviously, just doing damage as well is a pretty big plus.
It definitely is. It's something that helps out pretty well. And I am just overall just so interested in what EG has cooked in regards to adaptability that you mentioned on draft, and of course into how they adapt in the game and playing around that composition so incredibly well. I would love to see soon if we have that group, not the group stage, the bracket graphic for us to see what is going to be those next matchups. But Vin really performing so well on those attacks as the Espeon had been just so good, and although it wasn't played this time around, they knew that the utility that you mentioned from the Zapdos was going to come in clutch.
Oh yeah, it's I mean, it's such a perfect example of, you could just say, look at this exact math, this is what mattered. But I mean, really, again, great stuff to 2Z as well. Of course, going out of their group undefeated, which is huge, and then of course going up against another team that ended up, you know, somehow kind of down there. Of course, there's a big upset. Was it Goofy Goobers that took down, I think, EG earlier in the bracket? I believe that was correct. Yes, they're the Goofy Goobers over there, a little bit further forward. So you can see they're moving up against, oh no, the other upset team.
Oh, wow. So we have an NA matchup, EG versus Fulcrum. If you didn't tune in yesterday, Fulcrum came in as a team that I got to interview. That we found out they are friends playing the game for the first time together at a LAN event, at an international, and they were such an upset. They were first in that group, and now they are playing against Evil Geniuses. Of course, EG has already qualified for Worlds, so this is so important for Fulcrum to continue on the bracket and prove that they have what it takes to get into Worlds.
And just as a side note, by the way, this is actually our first international team to be eliminated from the tournament. So our international teams, our only international teams, 2Z, DreamMax, and Deep Cross Gaming. We're going to see the other two a little bit later, and we're going to be going up to the stage right now to see how Evil Geniuses felt about their match against 2Z with one of their players.
Hello everyone, Dupesnax here alongside Evil Geniuses, Kyrios, big time win against another team that's qualified for the World Championships. Now, before we go back in time, which is where I'm going to end up eventually, let's talk about this moment right here. You eliminated 2Z, and your side of the bracket is looking pretty nice for a deep run here. What's Evil Geniuses think about that? That's Kirk's opinion. What's yours?
Yeah, for sure. Lunix and Dignitas are very strong teams, and they ended up on the other side of the bracket. So, yeah, I think we can make a deep run, and, yeah, we're going to go all the way.
Is there any respect that Evil Geniuses has for these grassroots teams that have cobbled together some impressive day ones to put themselves next in line to face EG?
Yeah, for sure. I think these young teams have a lot of passion, a lot of motivation. And yeah, I think obviously we also took a loss to Goofy Goobers on day one, another grassroots team that, you know, this is basically their first time playing at a LAN to be able to make it to day two, and they were able to get a good win on us. So yeah, definitely have to respect them a lot going up against Fulcrum next. And yeah, we're going to be ready. Don't worry.
So let's talk about that, and that's why I wanted to go back in time. Let's talk about what happened yesterday. Can you give us any insight on that matchup between Evil Geniuses and Goofy Goobers? Because we tried to ask you all about it yesterday, and we weren't able to squeeze a lot of juice out of that lemon.
Yeah, for sure. I think they played a really good game. You know, definitely not going to underplay them. I think also off-screen matches can have a different environment for sure. And additionally, I think we're just more locked in on day two. We're ready. We woke up early. We know what to do. We know what to draft. And you're just very prepared for day two. You know, on day one, there's a lot of people in your group, right? You don't know them too well. But yeah, on day two, you're going to study every single team. You're going to see footage of them at every single match they play on stage. So if we play them again, we are going to be very, very ready.
I love that. I love the evolution between a day one, day two, and then hopefully for Evil Geniuses here, a Day 3, aka Championship Sunday performance. Last time we were at IC and you found yourself on Championship Sunday, you did fall a bit shy. What evolutions or changes has Evil Geniuses gone through from EUIC to NAIC here? Because you are qualified for Worlds, but you want that gold.
Yeah, for sure. I think everybody really, really wants that gold. Yeah, I think we worked really hard from EUIC to NAIC. A lot of drafts, a lot of planning, and just a lot of working on fundamentals, mental habits. I think everybody for EUIC, that was like their first, deep run in an international for Vin, for Chris, for Ducky. So yeah, I think now we're much more prepared. We know what it feels like to win. We know what it feels like to lose, right? And now I think everybody's worked on their mental a lot, and I think that's going to bring us all the way to Day 3.
I love that. I love that. Growth throughout the system, not letting the stumbles or the shortfalls be the definition of your season. You get another bite at the apple here to make a deep run. One last question for you, Curios, before I cut you loose. Is there any strategy that Evil Geniuses is keeping in their back pocket to maybe pull out and help you get over the hump and finally get that big win this year?
Skill difference.
Skill difference. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Doobsnacks. That's Curios. Evil Geniuses looking to make a deep run here at NAIC. Peace, love, and hugs. Back to the booth.
All right, thank you so much, Doobsnacks and Curios, as we have just witnessed such an amazing Game 3. So if you're interested, because I am, Chef, I want to see the teams that are still contending to get into Worlds, because we watched EG and Tuesday, and they're already in. So we want to know the high stakes that are coming.
Oh, yeah, and look at that. So many teams now no longer in the standing to potentially be Worlds qualifying team, but there are, 6 teams left, all with great storylines. Deep Cross Gaming and DreamMax, the 2 international teams I was just speaking of. Deep Cross losing early yesterday, but now getting a comeback opportunity, or day number 2, I should say, in our single elimination bracket. Fulcrum, the upsets. Goofy Goobers as well, big upset team. And then IX Gaming and Rush Hour, 2 teams we're familiar with from the league.
Yes, from the league and from the LCQ, the last chance qualifier there for Rush Hour, as they were the finalists against Lunex, who have confirmed their spot at Worlds, but are not on day 2 of NAIC anymore. Or are they? No. Are they?
Wait, are they what? Sorry. I'm confused.
Are they still playing today?
Rush
Are they
Hour?
still in the bracket, Lunex?
Lunex? Oh,
They
yeah,
are,
they are. But they
Okay,
were here. They were yes. Sorry. I got a little confused. I thought we were talking about Rush Hour still. But yes, Lunex actually, I think, with a really good chance to potentially win this. So not only, of course, storylines for the teams here that can still qualify for Worlds, but big storylines for the teams that have already qualified for Worlds. Lunex with the new roster, EG with everything they were just talking about. There's just so much continuing on today that is going to be so exciting. And I mean, regardless of qualifying spots, there's going to be some just amazing matches, and also just a great preview of Worlds in general, right?
Oh, yes. And like you said, we still have an APAC East team, a Brazilian team, and there's all the flavor of an international, of a world stage that we love to see too. So we are going to get things ready pretty soon for our next match, because we are just rushing through this bracket. We're just flying. Players are just so ready to get into action. So we're going to do that just right now. We're going to go poof and come back.
And just like magic, poof, as Wondersurf said, we are here. Well, if you do not recognize these voices, it's Kellosaurus and Zoinksy, but we are heading on into our final round for the top 12. Up next, we have IX Gaming up against Deep Cross Gaming here at the final stretch at NAIC.
Yeah, Kella, this is such an exciting match. Both of these teams have not yet earned their Worlds qualification spot. So either team will keep their dream
team alive by forging ahead in this bracket. However, one team will unfortunately have to end their route early. That being said, making it into day 2 of NAIC is no easy feat. This was an intense group stage, some really exciting games, but both IX Gaming and Deep Cross Gaming, teams that were able to make their way out. And now, I mean, what a matchup between these two squads. Tons of these players have played on the World Championship stage before, and they want that experience again.
Oh, 100%. I feel like going on into day number 2, they are definitely hungry for that. Having that experience and just being able to relive those moments, that would be incredible. But yeah, that's the thing. Only one of these teams is going to end up progressing through to the next round after this set.
Yeah, I mean, the stakes are so high for both of these teams, but what's really going to be interesting for me in this matchup, Kello, is exactly that. How are these two teams going to line up against each other with their very unique strategies? I mean, IX Gaming, they are infamous for the Duraludon pick that we have seen in games prior, but Deep Cross Gaming has been bringing out some very interesting stuff as well. I mean, Slash was playing Zarina earlier on in our tournament. Total role swap, but it was a fun new look that got this DCG team a win. So both of these teams have a lot of unique things in the strategies that they could pull out at any given time. I'm really curious what is going to happen when we start getting into game 1 of this draft.
I think one of the picks that I really enjoyed watching from IX Gaming yesterday was Riker on the Galarian Rapidash. The way they were able to utilize that Smart Strike to lock in on a target, and then that Dazzling Gleam. I'm wondering if we're actually going to end up seeing Galarian Rapidash out on the field once again by IX Gaming, or whether they're going to go in with a different look. But I feel like in terms of these players, they tend to stick with their comfort picks anyway.
Yeah, I think so. That's a great point. This Galarian Rapidash was a huge part of what made IX Gaming extremely strong. Would not be surprised if we see it happen again. I mean, it was powerful in their hands, and it really does kind of define the metagame when we see it at work. So I think it could center their strategy around it. However, there are options like Scyther. We've even seen a Teleon from this team as well. So some really creative things.
Well, I think one thing we are probably going to see is that long-range attacker, whether it is going to be Inteleon, whether we're going to end up seeing Mew being picked up by Liko once again. So I feel like this is part of their team composition.
Yeah.
Whether we're going to end up seeing Wailord on Clefable or Psyduck, we'll have to wait and see. But then I guess it really comes down to these bans. What is actually going to be eliminated from those 6 Pokemon and not available? Obviously, teams would have been watching each other yesterday throughout this, doing their homework and everything like that. Are they just going for blanket bans, or are they going to go in for more respect bans here?
Yeah, that's really interesting. Well, we won't have to wait too long. I believe our draft is firing up for game number 1 of these two squads looking for that Worlds qualification. And IX Gaming are going to lean into a very specific ban targeted toward DCG with that Comfey to begin things. Deep Cross Gaming are taking away that Moltres. I think that should come at no surprise, a kind of defining meta Pokemon that we have seen at this year's NAIC.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think this is definitely worthy of a ban when it comes to the performance that we have seen. Otherwise, interestingly enough, IX Gaming have decided to ban the Psyduck themselves. I think Hooper also being a supporter is a pretty great ban. I feel like Hooper has had an incredible performance. I feel like Hooper's usually just up the top there when it comes to those supporter bans anyway. And Machamp and Snorlax.
Yeah, I actually think the Snorlax ban is really smart. IX Gaming, I think, have proven that their best look is when Smuglax is on that Snorlax. So I think that iconic pairing is just a little too strong. Great call by DCG to take it out. This, however, does give that Zacian pick up to Scarf. Just such a strong top path Pokemon. And honestly, DCG was looking great with it earlier. So I think making sure you take that option away, great first pick priority.
Oh, and look at this. We do have DCG locking in 2 picks. Mew was something that I did mention IX Gaming playing a fair bit of yesterday. So taking that away, and Umbreon, I feel like always a pretty reliable pick when it comes to those defenders.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, Riker going to go on one of their picks we see quite often with that Leafeon. However, it means we likely won't be seeing the Galarian Rapidash in this game number 1. They're going to pick up the Blissey beside it. There is that Feraligatr that has been slipping down farther and farther in our pick priorities. The tournament has gone on. It's honestly been a bit of an unproven new release Pokemon, but so is Typhlosion. We have not seen that Pokemon selected either. DCG could pick up 2 of these Johto starters, but instead, they're going to grab that Urshifu to pair with the Feraligatr.
Yeah, I'm wondering which type of Urshifu we're going to end up seeing here today, but I can see Liko is hovering over a Duraludon. No, they're going to pivot over to that and maybe go with a safer option being that Inteleon Snipe Shot.
Yeah, taunting us a little bit with the hover there, Liko. I mean, listen, I hope you have a great game, but unfortunately, I am a little upset with IX Gaming at this point in time. Would love to see the Dura locked in, but that's all right. We will look at the Inteleon instead. Now, Slash doing some of the same things, actually, kind of hovering over that Serena for a moment. And with the Umbreon already picked up, you do have a few more options available if you want to swap between 77 and you. But no, it will be that Blastoise picked up a Pokemon that kind of fell out of the commonplace picks for a little while and is now finally back where it belongs, it feels like, all year long. Blastoise going to be the final selection for Deep Cross Gaming.
I'm looking at Deep Cross Gaming's composition here, and they have an incredible front line to go and protect ZZZ Ray on this Mew. That Umbreon, the issue for the Feraligatr, but even that Blastoise for that displacement.
Yeah.
If they can get these setups here, it's going to be really tricky to take out this Mew.
Yeah, one of the matchups we often talk about Mew versus some of these more long-range opponents like the Inteleon is that it can outrange them. They make it difficult for Mew to actually have impact with the Surf or Electro Ball movesets. However, when there are 3 Pokemon that are absolutely fine tanking Snipe Shots earlier on in this team fight, it's going to be very difficult for Liko to actually snake in some of these bigger impact moments. So we'll see what actually goes down in this matchup specifically, but very soon we are going to see these 2 non-Worlds qualified teams have their matchup. Who makes it into top 8 and having a chance at qualifying for San Francisco? IX Gaming, DCG, your 2 squads. Let's get into it, Kella.
Yes, we are headed on into that first map for this set, which is going to be Rayquaza at that 8-minute mark. But there we go, sending in that Eevee, soon to be that Leafeon at level 4 on the side of IX Gaming. On the opposite side is a Kubfu, and well, I guess in terms of Kubfu, it is quite susceptible to invades, which we can see on the mini-map. Chansey tried to do that, but we have 7-7 Chin right on the job to go and protect him.
Yeah, I was going to say, Wailord knows that the advantage they can take, but good thing that Chin also knows. Kind of playing a little bit of interference. Wailord not too worried about the damage that an Eevee can do in the early game, and instead tries to charge over towards that Voltoy. However, that Swift hits, those boosted autos start hurting a bit more. Riker's going to join the fray, though, only taking a red buff, so kind of shades of the past with this Leafeon clear, and they will pick up the blue. So Kubfu, in the end, is stolen away, but not by Wailord's support. Instead, Riker on the Leafeon.
Yeah, I suppose that's the benefit with that Leafeon, getting that level 4, being able to get that evolution and dash across the map, especially when you have these speed berries and citrus berries to go and give them an extra boost. But soon enough, we do have the Swablu's and Altaria spawn already. It's a 4v2 down in the bottom part. 4v3, sorry, down in the bottom part.
Wow, yeah, I mean, this intense fight already. We were able to see the evolution for the Urshifu. So it is the Water Bear. Rapid Strike style is going to be the combat choice this time around. Scarf, ooh, that evolution invincibility frame is going to make it difficult to continue those auto attacks on the Umbreon. And Scarf, even in a 1v2 position, will have to relent back towards that goal zone. That's quickly going to become 3-on-1.
Yeah, this is going to be DCG's opportunity to go and empty out some Aeos energy in the top path. Zacian ends up getting eliminated as Blissey gets Hydro pumped back across the pad, allowing this. No, they don't end up allowing the War Turtle to come in because Riker strikes on in.
All right, Riker kind of changing the landscape of this top path right now with a KO streak of 2. Now, all that being said, a couple of KOs for that Urshifu are going to be so important. They are rocking that Excel Bracer, so getting the last hit knockout knockouts, getting them 2 stacks every single time. It's great early pressure for this Urshifu.
I am looking at Riker's levels right now. They are so close to ticking over to level 8, getting their Unite move at the 740 mark. They end up getting it. That is such an early Unite move from that Leafeon.
Yeah, I mean, these evolutions already off to a quick pace, but Riker making it look like a full-on blitz. They are going to have a delete button in that Emerald 2-step. However, we did talk about how tanky this Deep Cross Gaming roster is across the board. Riker might need a bit of help to close out some of these knockouts, even with that high damage pop from their Unite move.
I guess this is where they need to focus on feeding up this Drizzle to get into that Inteleon. Whether we do end up seeing a snipe shot, we'll surely wait and see, but it's going to be up to them to go and get the damage. But yeah, we end up seeing acrobatics that time around.
Technically, you could combine those 2 moves. However, we very rarely see that option. But yeah, I guess Liko kind of reading the waves here with the Inteleon and noticing that there is so many defenders, a snipe shot might not have the same impact we're looking for. That slow and passive damage with liquidation will be really strong, especially when Deep Cross Gaming's only healer is going to be a Wish Umbreon.
Yeah, I guess it is a little bit more trusty in terms of having that sure hit move once they have locked on in. So just slowly chipping away at the opposite team. Otherwise, some little dunks are going to go in from IX Gaming down in this bottom half, as they are just going to retreat and focus on getting those wild Pokemon for that experience.
All right, now Kello, we were talking about one of your favorite Pokemon earlier in the Feraligatr. It has had a bit of a strange tournament. A lot of priority in the draft, but not a lot of success. How you feeling about it right now?
Well, they're going in and chomping down on Wailord the Blissey. I mean, obviously not exactly the hardest target, but I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit indifferent about it so far. So we'll have to wait and see how DCG managed to make this Croc bite.
Yeah, the Epic Jaws for this Feraligatr pretty strong. They're in a tough position right now, though. Slash is too low, and then Emerald 2-step lands on the 2 targets. Chaos Rikachu already, but Riker will fall for it. Urshifu in the back line, but a Bliss-assisted liquidation Inteleon is going to be the difference maker for IX Gaming. Liko about to dunk 40 with the Solar Beam on cooldown. Tier 1 shattered. IX Gaming take the lead.
Yes, eliminating that Tier 1 means that IX Gaming now have the lead at 121 points to 94 as we are inching closer to the halfway mark. But for the moment, members just pivoting towards the tall grass, looking for more experience together.
Yeah, there is a lot of leveling up that needs to happen, but you got to do it quickly, get those resources back, because our next set of Reggies are about to spawn in already in the bottom path. We got this waterfront of IX Gaming trying to gain some information. Smuglax with the Hydro Pump checking that tall grass, trying to make sure that Liko can enable these liquidations. They need line of sight to start these auto attacks, and it's going to be first focus on that Regirock.
Yeah, it is getting chipped away, but it looks like DCG have gone and targeted that Leafeon to take it on out. Umbreon coming in with a Unite move, trying to sustain that, but Urshifu ends up collapsing. Blastoise paired up with the eject button to go and get a triple stun.
Wow, and eventually the Zacian will go down. So Deep Cross Gaming utilizing some really great defensive Unite moves, and that's what these defenders are going to give them access to. At first it was Chin with the Umbreon Unite move to kind of shut down that Emerald 2-step play, and then the Hydro Typhoon from Slash's Blastoise to stop that final engage and make sure that the Zacian could not escape. Really cool stuff from Deep Cross Gaming, kind of keeping their cool even in an intense situation like that.
I think even then, when things are looking a bit desperate, they ended up finding that target, getting that isolation, locking in that bottom Reggie. But look at this. Meanwhile, we ended up having Urshifu going and locking down a Regieleki. So this is just going to put even more pressure on IX Gaming.
Yeah, intense stuff already. IX Gaming currently holding that points lead, but slowly Deep Cross Gaming has been coming back in this one. A lot of that has been because Smuglex has not left this bottom path. Not joining a lot of the team fights on the top side, instead playing extremely defensively. Riker with yet another Leafeon Unite move, and now the Bliss assist will be on top of the Vaporeon. So that's an extremely tanky defender, and they will even add some oomph to that Hydro Pump. Umbreon gets KO'd.
Yes, a great defense from IX Gaming to keep that Tier 1 pad up and running. Deep Cross Gaming are going to run for the hills, looking elsewhere to try and find an opening. But so far, looking at the levels, it is quite equal. We do have that Leafeon at that level 13, but I'm sure Deep Cross Gaming are soon to tick on over to those benchmarks too.
Yeah, I think IX Gaming getting off to a really good start with that invade pattern that Riker was able to do on the Leafeon, but ever since then, Deep Cross Gaming has been, giving up no room whatsoever, slowly catching up at any given moment. And now that phase of the game where Leafeon was just so far ahead and was running away with it has started to change. In our picture-in-picture, we did see a Feraligatr win the 1v1 against Scarsization. That could be troubling if that keeps on happening. 94 is getting into a scary spot. This is a big Gator.
I suppose that's the tricky part with that Leafeon, with all of these late scalers on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. Just the burst isn't really there. They're going to have to try and rely on this Inteleon to whittle him down, but it just seems impossible, especially having this Umbreon Wish that they can utilize.
Yeah, I like that play from Chin. Stand up front and make sure to block a lot of that Hydro Pump damage. You also got the Umbreon passive, so you won't get pushed around. There's only 7 seconds into the final stretch, so will be an immediate pivot to the middle of the map. Both teams going to be kind of running parity in terms of side control, no one having the advantage currently.
Well, heading on into the final stretch, there is the call. It is a close battle. Deep Cross Gaming are going to poke at their Rayquaza, hoping that IX Gaming are going to try and take the bait and make a move. But ZZ Ray, poking at the tall grass, is going to chunk out a little bit of damage from that Inteleon.
Yeah, that's great. Obviously, that damage is going to be strong, but it might not be lasting. You have Wailord on the Blissey there to try to turn things around. Rayquaza taking a decent amount of damage. The first liquidation will go to the Urshifu, but a lot of body blocking by the Blastoise. Great defensive play. Watch out for Feraligatr on the backside right now. Is looking for a huge flank. Bliss assist on the Inteleon is going to do some damage. That is so much from the Urshifu. First down will go the Leafeon, but an Inteleon will get some damage back. Liko cannot take down the Feraligatr, though his 94 is still fully healthy. There will be a pivot towards the Rayquaza as Zacian has to return towards the tier 1 to heal up.
Well, that's the thing. It is a close battle, so one of these teams have to make a move on the Rayquaza, and Deep Cross Gaming are going to be the one to do it. But Smuglex has something else to say about it as they are trying to get an interruption. Umbreon ends up getting taken down. Rayquaza is super low. It ends up being Wailord on the Blissey to get the secure and Rayquaza, and now this is a chance to go and create a buffer in points.
Holy Wailord diff. I mean, Blissey not only got the last hit secure, they also stunned Mew so they couldn't Solar Beam or Electro Ball onto the Rayquaza with an Egg Bomb moments before. I mean, brilliant play right there. We're going to take a look at our picture-in-picture of this moment. Take a look at the top of the goal zone. That Egg Bomb perfectly timed to stun the Mew, and then immediately follows up with an auto attack on the Rayquaza. I mean, that's brilliant. All right, we got 15 seconds left in this one. It's still 281 to 106. No Rayquaza shields to work with for 94. There you can see the Blastoise on that tier 1 attempting to score, but the Eevee Illusion's going to defend that one. IX Gaming going back to KO streak of 3 from Riker. We're going to go up 1-0 in our series.
One of my favorite things to see in a game of Pokémon UNITE is those supporters getting the secures on the major objectives. But IX Gaming, they are keeping their dream alive, being able to take that first game 1-up. They just need to do it again in order to make that top 8. But so far, it's not over for Deep Cross Gaming.
I mean, what an intense series, right? I mean, already we knew this one was going to be a major one. So much on the line between these two teams, and now I'm taking a look at some of these replays. I mean, we knew this one was going to be a good one, Kello. In the green room, we were talking about how excited we were to be commentating over this match. I am so happy it is already delivering. Some really cool moments. This was that moment I was talking about, how Deep Cross Gaming just had such a good counter punch. A Zacian Unite move that has powered up by that eject button, and then they shut it down immediately with that Hydro Typhoon. Watch this Feraligatr jumping in on the back of that Hydro Typhoon, but some of these support plays, this entire time, Wailord playing on a sliver of HP, but they are able to outlast. At this point, Feraligatr makes the difficult decision to join the battle around the Rayquaza, and then again, just watch this play from IX Gaming, looking so clean. There's the Egg Bomb, stuns the Mew, and everybody else turns right onto the Ray. Perfect work That's that last hit secure, that boosted audio. You see Vaporeon also right beside the Feraligatr the entire time. But let's take a look at Riker's stats on this Leafeon because, I mean, if we're talking early game, this was incredible. And honestly, Riker even doing a great job of keeping those levels ahead the entire game long. 73,000 damage done.
Yes, and they managed to land themselves 7 KOs there as well, and the 5 assists. But yeah, it was really that early game presence that somewhat allowed them to make that difference, even though it was a bit of a struggle towards the end, trying to eliminate a lot of those tanks over on the side of DCG. But I guess there is still, it's best of 3, right?
Right, exactly.
Still another game, potentially another 2 to go, depending on how we go. But we are heading on straight into our ban phase. This time around, we are going to pivot over to the Kyogre map.
Okay, I think that makes a lot of sense with how Deep Cross Gaming likes to play, especially how they like to draft, right? They like the bulk, obviously. Kyogre map, a map that does benefit quite a bit from that. IX Gaming are going to add the Machamp, or return to the Machamp bans rather this summer. We'll see if they return to the Psyduck again for game number 2. They are in that first pick position for a second time now.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. But one thing, DCG are certain of is they do not want to go and give Snorlax over to IX Gaming. But this time around, they've actually decided to ban their own Leafeon.
Okay, are they going to first pick priority Psyduck then in this situation? I have to imagine that would be one of the decisions. But this Kyogre map, so obviously we are looking at like kind of a different metagame. Leafeon, a Pokemon that maybe just benefits a bit more from the Rayquaza map style of gameplay. First pick will be that Zacian, though. I mean, it's just too important to give up in some of these draft situations. Does, however, mean that Psyduck you had banned in the last game will be picked up by Chin.
Yeah, if it isn't landing itself on the ban table, DCG have to go and take that opportunity. It's just a question of what they're going to pair it up with. And DCG, they're staying confident in their Feraligatr pick.
Yeah, first pick priority to this Feraligatr again. It did have a solid game. I think, if anything, it was having a great matchup against Scarf. I think 94 versus Scarf is going to be a lot of that mid-game defining moment. Smuglax is going to make a big pivot. We are going to be locking in the Crustle, and Liko is going to leave the ways of Inteleon behind and go with Mew. Both these Pokemon probably do match up a little bit better into the Gator, having more mobility options, and obviously Crustle a way to slow it down, but there it is, Slash returning to the Zarina.
Yeah, I can somewhat read why we have a Zarina pick here, especially considering Smuglax has selected that Crustle. Building those walls is going to stop Feraligatr in those tracks, but Zarina is able to go and move across those walls, so we'll have to wait and see how this one goes. I mean, another Pokemon that can go and do that is going to be Mimikyu.
Yeah, this is going to be a ton of damage to try to play against. A really cool Decidueye pick from Riker, I believe. I mean, Mimikyu and Zarina will have chances to make it to the back line, but Decidueye is going to punish them before they get there. I actually think Wailord returning to the Blissey, best news ever for IX Gaming. One, it was a major moment near the end there, but also you're going to have a chance to kind of save some of these targets with a Bliss Assist if the Zarina or Mimikyu get too close and personal to IX a little bit later.
Oh yeah, 100%. The Bliss Assist, but also those soft-boiled, Wailord was putting them to work.
Absolutely. Yeah, we'll see how this game number 2 goes, but I do think we might be calling for a Wailord MVP situation potentially. But Deep Cross Gaming finishing up their draft. They are picking the Miraidon, a few moving around, so Z-Ray will be the one playing that long-range attacker. That passive damage is going to be powerful, mostly not because of lasting damage. Obviously, the Wailord will have the heals, but the major thing to think about is we do have a Cursed Incense user now in the mix. That is going to be a lot of anti-heal that might be huge for the Zarina, Feraligatr, and Mimikyu. I heard people really love all-rounders, so I believe Deep Cross Gaming, they said, hey, we did the defender thing, now we're going to do the all-rounder thing.
Oops, all-rounders. Well, I mean, it's not really. Oh, I guess Psyduck could technically be an all-rounder there, right?
Wow. Wow, we got one supporter. Now people are upset it's an all-rounder. Well, oh well, that's okay. I am pretty psyched to see this Pokemon jumping in. Exactly. Yeah, I don't make no rules. Kyogre does. They're important.
Yes, they are the leader for this match as we head on into game number 2. This is going to be a top 8 decider. IX Gaming having that 1-up advantage.
Yeah, if either team wants a chance at qualifying for San Francisco, they are going to need to start with this matchup. IX Gaming, the ones already with the advantage in their favor. No invades this time around, Kello. Both these Pokemon having rather quick clears. Rowlet with a bit of a safer option with that stack to 5 boosted auto attack, and Mimikyu just having an extremely quick clear with those auto boosteds after every single move.
Yeah, I feel like a Mimikyu could definitely take care of itself in that central area if we did end up having an attempt at that chancy invade. But otherwise, Mimikyu has gone in with a clear, scoping out to see who's around, and both of these central laners are actually going to take to the bottom path.
All right, so we're going to see a 3-on-3 situation. However, Dartrix versus a level 5 Mimikyu is not exactly a favorable matchup. And wow, okay, Deep Cross Gaming getting a little bit of information are actually going to make a pivot. Cyrus wants to take those Natus before they get down to this 840 fight, or 850 for this first set of birds. Here we go.
Yes, coming on in, the wall has been built to try and take those birds over to IX Gaming. Mimikyu didn't even end up making a move there. Instead, they're just going to pivot back and look for more information.
All right, so both these teams playing it a little passive. Again, there is a lot on the line in this game, so you can see these teams kind of taking their time. Not to mention, Slash playing this arena does mean they're going to have a pretty tough early game. The biggest detractor to that Pokemon's kind of pop off in the meta is due to that Zini and Bound Sweet stages. We're close to this arena, though, as they are at level 5. But the top path, though, things are going great for Deep Cross Gaming. Crocodile is at level 6, and that Zacian has been held down to level 4.
Yeah, so definitely getting an advantage over that Zacian. As we do see here, who to watch? Riker just got the highest MVP score this event so far at 89. Dropping Galarian, Rapidash, and picking up that Leafeon.
All right, so a bit of a return to form, I guess, for Riker, and already making this new selection look great. Let's see what they do on Decidueye. A total pivot to a different kind of strategy. And again, I talked about why these two teams are fun to watch. This is one of the best reasons. Slash getting caught by that Rock Tomb is going to try to bail away. A drop kick, dodges the Spirit Shackle.
I guess that's the brilliance with that Zarina, the maneuverability that it ends up allowing if they do end up getting themselves in that sticky situation. Also, we do have a Trick Room Mimikyu here who's going to go and build that disco floor as Slash is going to, well, they don't end up finishing that dance with a KO.
It is a really interesting decision between Trick Room and Shadow Sneak in this game. Obviously, Trick Room is going to be amazing to really slow down the amount of damage that you're taking against Mimikyu from either Mew or Decidueye. They are always going to be doing their damage from outside of the Trick Room, so it will be very much reduced. The problem is, though, it gives you less mobility options to chase down those long-range attackers with something like a Shadow Sneak. So we'll see how that interaction ends up playing out. Regieleki getting around to about half HP, but that Decidueye is all focused on the enemy Pokemon. Riker shredding some HP bars so far.
Miraidon does end up getting blocked off by the wall, utilizing their eject button. Psyduck was there, but it does end up going over to IX Gaming. Zarina has also been blocked off once again, but the Spirit Shackle ended up just missing.
Yeah, going a bit wide. I mean, Regirock buff also helping out this arena with that first instance, not taking too much damage. Now they will be able to clear that Regieleki. For Alligator waiting in the wings, but I do believe IX Gaming have spotted them out. Shredded them down below half HP. They're chasing down. They have one target in mind, and that's Riker's Decidueye.
Yeah, but those berries are going to go and heal them up as we have an attempt at a dunk from Slash. Means they end up getting cut off and eliminated, and now IX Gaming have the numbers advantage down here in the bottom half.
Yeah, Slash has been playing really aggressive for these attack weight stats. Arena Pokemon very dependent on that attack damage scaling, but they even kind of gave up the Regieleki fight in favor of getting some early scores as well. Scarf making a very aggressive push, attempts as an empowered agility, but Zarina's Unite move gonna cut right through that. Slash back on the board.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was a bit of tunnel vision there, seeing that Mimikyu on such minimal HP, but there we go, Zarina to go and save the day, meaning they don't end up getting knocked down, and they're able to go and soak up these birds. points.
Yeah, I think right now Scarf just feeling the pressure of kind of being out-leveled. They caught up at parity in terms of the Feraligatr, their path opponent, but now the Mimikyu and Serena are going to be out-leveling. This is a scary spot. Scarf not worried about taking the fight for a second time, though, as they start doing some damage to Slash, but we would obviously have this Mimikyu right in the danger zone.
Yeah, I was going to say, even though they went in for that dive, they do have the backup at this time round. Otherwise, some pokes onto that Mimikyu, and you can see how much little damage that actually does when they are in that trick room.
It's such a nice matchup into these two. It's one of my favorite moves to use, and I do think that Deep Cross Gaming are showing a mastery over this style of moveset. Right, it's still down to about half HP. It's in secure range, will be picked up by the Decidueye, even with the Miraidon Unite move. Those hits of damage a little too far separated. Crustle gonna buy some space. Smokelax wants to not leave this fight quite yet. A Rubble Rouser Unite to get that extra shielding, and they chase down the Miraidon. Feraligatr up next, but an eject button gets them away from Crustle's trap.
Yeah, straight into the flux zone to go and create some space and break that tier 1 pad. Smugslax is still left standing, but no longer, as they end up getting eliminated. But play with me, straight onto that side up, yeah, but they end up getting the, oh, that wasn't the side up, was it? Mew! Oh my gosh, I'm getting confused.
No, it's all right. When the Mimikyu jumps on top, that shape is amorphous. So yeah, no worries whatsoever. But yeah, that Mimikyu Unite move, pretty clever, utilizing it after the Bliss Assistance lands on that Pokemon. So even if you don't get the knockout due to that, damage changing up, you are able to stop a little bit of the time on that Unite move and slow them down.
All right, Regieleki is going to get started here by T-Cross Gaming. None of IX Gaming are in sight. Instead, they're just going to focus on wild Pokemon that has come on in. That is going to be marching towards that Tier 2 in that bottom half.
Yeah, this has been an interesting matchup in terms of scoreline. It kind of levels. IX Gaming has been leading the way, although it's been close the entirety of the match. But these fights have been extremely back and forth, and honestly, hard to declare straight up winners in some of these situations. The KOs have been trading quite often. All right, this goal zone defense is pretty important, though. We are a minute away, and this is a full commit with a whole lot of moves. Scarf gets KO'd before they can take down the Feraligatr. The damage just not there. Psyduck is taking a lot of hurt. The Spirit Shackle and Mew damage will be enough. So the long range from IX will take down one target, and they do defend that goal zone. Super important for IX Gaming to hold on to this macro foothold.
Yeah, they're able to defend that goal zone, but they've also cleared the space up in that top path for that other Reggie to spawn on in. So they're going to make quick work of that, considering Deep Cross Gaming, they're just going to focus on getting these levels. And I think that's quite important because we have Mimikyu now reaching that level 14 mark.
This is a bit of a risk. You got Scarf only at level 11, focusing on the Reggie right now, and it's stolen away. That's tough. You're going to be looking at a level 11, maybe passively hitting level 12 Zacian by this final fight. Maybe IX Gaming needed to pivot and kind of give some levels to this legendary Pokemon. They will be back off respawn, though, and jumping back into the fray. Another thing to know, that is no Aeos energy for this Zacian in this final fight to use its empowered moves. Zacian is going to need to pick up some orbs. They do find some on the top side. They're going to be a bit slow to the rotation. Serena waiting on the top, Deep Cross Gaming, the rest of the team hiding out on the bottom side of this Kyogre pit.
And there is that extra tall grass in this pit as well, just to go and give some cover. However, this Miraidon has gone and shredded out so much HP from this Crustle, meaning they have to go and use their Unite move.
Yeah, they try to get that final hit of the KO, but they don't find anybody. Scarface right in the mix, kind of jumps into the middle of this scene. They are able to walk away from it, and now IX Gaming can kind of rally a bit. Mimikyu up close and personal. Scarf is shut down again by that Serena. Now we have this Pokemon all the way in the back lines of this Mimikyu at level 14, but they were able to hang out in the Trick Room and ignore so much of that damage. Now it's time for the second wave of attack. They got the Feraligatr chasing down the Decidueye, and Deep Cross Gaming focusing on the Kyogre now.
Yeah, look at how much HP that Crustle ended up having, but now IX Gaming need to make their way in the pit as Kyogre is super duper low. They're going to shred it up, and it's going to end up being 94 on the Feraligatr to get the secure, and this is now they're going to be their chance to catch up in points.
Wow, Wailord on the outside with the Egg Bomb, attempting a last-second steal, but it will not work out. Now Deep Cross Gaming will be racking up these Hundo Burgers. Feraligatr with one first, and now Surly a second to the top side. 60 points in from Slash and Serena, and now Deep Cross Gaming have a huge lead with only 40 seconds left in the game for IX Gaming to turn things around. Zacian will pick up a buff. There's only 30 seconds left. That is a ton of damage with the Spirit Shackle, but with only one Pokemon left to defend this goal zone, make it 2 with the Zacian. This is going to be tricky. Mew Solar Beam will not take it down, and now, unfortunately, I think the clock is just going to be too difficult to overcome. IX Gaming are to take this loss against DCG, and Deep Cross Gaming going to tie this series up 1-1.
It is not over yet for either of these teams just yet, folks, as we are going to have one more game for either of them to keep that dream alive and make it one step closer towards securing themselves that final World Championship spot.
Whew, man, I mean, this match is delivering in every way that we could possibly ask it to do so. Back and forth games all over the place, a tech solution in the Zarina getting in the mix. And yeah, let's take a look at these replays. I did love Slash's Zarina. I thought it was looking good, but I got to admit, I think that Mimikyu stole the show. That Trick Room Mimikyu against this double long-range damage is just too perfect. Really difficult for IX Gaming to shut down that target.
Oh yeah, 100%. There were multiple times throughout that match where we could see it was doing such a little HP from that distance, but also I think it's just that maneuverability within that Trick Room as well to go and get those slashes and dashes.
Yeah, you saw there a couple of moments. Scarf Sensation jumps into the mix, tries to chase down the Miraidon. They're still able to make it out even with the Decidueye Unite move on the other side. Oh, just so many little moments. For Alligator getting all the way to the back line. Smuglax even buying them some room with the X-Scissor, but it's just not enough. You have the Mew trying to time the last hit secure with the Light Scream Solar Beam combo, but that could have gone any way, but obviously very favored in DCG favor in terms of numbers there.
Yes, 100%. I mean, obviously you've got to go throw out all of those eggs into that basket to try and get a last hit secure. I mean, that's the thing. In the end, Scarf on the Zacian did end up getting one of those buffs, but they were preoccupied with Feraligatr and they were just battling it out, so just buying time on that clock.
And I think, unfortunately, that decision, you have to defend your goal zone, right? Because even if you do make it to the other side and find a way to score, you are not going to have enough points to outvalue the multiple members of Deep Cross Gaming who are standing on your tier 2. So you got to take out some offensive threats before you can try to play for the score, but either way, it just kind of becomes too difficult no matter what. We are now going to game number 3, which is going to be really interesting. For one measure, we are going to the third version of Theia Sky Ruins. I believe we are going to take a look at Groudon map for game number 3. Also, we will have, I believe it is Deep Cross Gaming in the first pick position.
Okay, so we do have a little bit of a switcheroo there, and I guess this is where potentially some strategies end up changing on up. You are in that first pick position. Well, do you want to ban something against them, or do you want to save that so then you can pick it up yourself?
Yeah, I don't know. I think Psyduck was a interesting Pokemon to give up in that situation. I don't know if you mind losing that one too much. I do think, though, picking 2 long-range attacker Pokemon with that final spot open for Deep Cross Gaming is a little scary. So if anything, I think IX Gaming might be happy about being in second pick position and having the final selection for the draft, being able to counter pick a little bit more into what DCG is building.
I'm just wondering if this is the moments for IX Gaming to bring out the Duraludon. I don't know if you bring out the Duraludon, but in terms of, you know, comfort picks and everything like that, hey, I mean, you might as well just throw it all out there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if your back is against the wall and your only chance is Duraludon, I'm trusting IX Gaming to get the win in that exact situation. Would love to see that one pop off. Take a look at this, but yeah, I would absolutely love to see the Duraludon.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we're going to end up having here, but I guess in terms of those folks that aren't familiar with our history, / as we are honing in on them, they were actually one of the players that did end up winning NAIC in 2025. So while they are on a new squad now, moving across the oceans from North America over to APAC East, coming in with this, that's going to be being able to be back-to-back NAIC champions. I feel like that is one of those goals for this squad.
Absolutely. All right, well, we got a moment while that game is possible. Jump over to the draft as soon as we have it. But I did want to mention a cool thing that I saw in game number 1 between these two teams that I thought would be kind of fun to break down. So this is a play that I was really impressed by, this defender-focused composition from Deep Cross Gaming. First, I want to make sure that everybody is paying attention to Umbreon right now on the top side of the map. Watch out for this Pokemon who has its Unite move. Right now, the intro into this team fight is really impressive. I'll take off the slow-mo for now, but really impressive engage from IX Gaming in this fight. You watch the Zacian, the Inteleon, and the Vaporeon, but mostly this Leafeon who's making their way in to the opposite side. Unite move, very impressive, but then immediately after, you have the Umbreon Unite moving and buddy burying down over to this side, keeping up these extremely low HP targets and making sure that this team stays up. This team fight rages on, but there are so many members of Deep Cross Gaming still in the fight. They only lose the Urshifu, and then of course you have that Blastoise play that hits absolutely everybody, clearing out a ton of space. So either way, just really nice utilization of the Unite moves across the board to shut down a spot that I actually think IX Gaming was really favored in. You get a Leafeon engaged, it does so much damage, and you have an Inteleon that gotta chase down those KOs, even if the HP bar isn't quite enough. I really do think those defensive Unite moves that kind of outpower the enemy team were so clean.
I think that's a thing, especially when it comes to Umbreon. Not only are you going to be providing yourselves some shields to go and give that extra buffer, but the fact that you are utilizing that buddy barrier to keep some of those members that are on such low HP up and going.
Yeah, I mean, I love that that held item has kind of come back into the forefront. Now, admittedly, I was not a huge fan of that held item upon release. That was... boy, oh boy, was that ever an interesting time to be commentating Pokemon Unite. You would kind of have to commentate 2 fights all the time. There was the first fight when everybody used their buddy barriers, and then the second fight once all the buddy barrier shields were gone. It was a journey.
I remember that. Yes. Oh my gosh,
until we were blue in the face.
Throwback and a half.
Oh yeah, I mean, legendary times in the Thea Sky Ruins. Well, it wasn't even that at that point, I suppose. Legendary times in the remote stadium for sure.
That was back when Zapdos
was not a playable Pokemon.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. I feel like I need an old reclining chair and a storybook to read to the children that are watching our broadcast right now with how old I feel, but...
All right, Grandpa, all right, settle down there.
Yeah, it hurts even to hear you say it, but yeah. Now, don't worry, everybody. We have everybody back at our lobby, so we're going to be jumping into our game very soon. You can see our judges on stage getting the thumbs up ready up from our teams right now. And we'll be getting into this game number 3. IX Gaming taking game number 1. DCG with a bounce back into game number 2. And reminder, this is for these teams to make it into the top 8 and be one step closer to qualifying for the World Championships. Will we see Decidueye again? There he is. Maybe in the draft too. Who knows?
Oh, we'll have to wait and see whether IX Gaming decide to go and pick that up for themselves. But one thing is for certain. Deep Cross Gaming are going to ban away the Snorlax once again, and IX Gaming sticking to that comfort. But I think Zacian ban, I feel like this is warranted.
It's a great meta ban, I'm not going to lie. However, I felt like they kind of had the answer to that Pokemon at the end of the game. I think their Feraligatr was just outpacing them at every turn. But either way, Deep Cross Gaming have a different strategy. They got cooked up right now going into this game number 3. They are going to ban away the Blissey. Okay, if we're talking about warranted bans, I think that one might be number 1 on the list. IX Gaming are going to take away the Machamp. Yeah, absolutely. This Pokemon worldwide has been kind of king of the ring and the metagame.
Yeah, 100% up there in terms of those top bans. But one thing that is available, well, I mean, multiple things. We have Psyduck, we have Feraligatr available, we have Hooper. That Deep Cross Gaming are going to lock in for themselves. So I'm wondering if we're actually going to see Wailord on the Psyduck.
Yeah, Psyduck's a great option. You could take away something like the Umbreon as well, which has been a major defender selection in the past. But okay, picking up Mew, I think a great option. Not very much Espeon in this game for one of the first times, by the way. And we'll let you know here in a moment. But either way, very, very interesting selections. We've seen what Deep Cross Gaming wants to respond with. Feraligatr, of course. Typhlosion also feels like a pretty good option for Deep Cross Gaming, especially having access to Hoopa already for that Trick Phantom Force combo.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see whether they do decide to go with the double Johto starter Pokemon there. But wow, we're going in with the Greninja pick earlier on. I'm surprised this wasn't saved until later. But, well, one thing we haven't really seen here on the stage is going to be this Surfetch'd. I know we saw a fair bit of play during the regional leagues, but I'm wondering how impactful it is going to be into this team composition.
Yeah, it is funny to get reminded. Oh yeah, Surfetch'd is a Pokemon available in Pokemon UNITE. One we commentated so much earlier, at least in the banning phase quite a bit, but I do like it. I do think the text will be pretty easy to land with Feraligatr and Greninja style moves. Pretty easy to telegraph when that damage is going to come in. Having an extra defensive shield is going to be massive for this team. Do like Wailord returning to the side up. This Pokemon has been fantastic in some of these top player hands. We'll see what it looks like in this game number 3. Deep Cross Gaming going to take the Slowbro and the Inteleon. So Slowbro, an interesting choice into the comp so far, but it might kind of determine what Riker ends up picking for their final selection. Do they want to have an option that can be shut down by Slowbro, or do they think they could just outplay him?
Well, it looks like they're going to pivot back over to that Leafeon pick once again, like they did during that game 1. So I guess just having that extra maneuverability. But yeah, coming that late game, once that Slowbro has that Unite move, they're definitely going to have to be cautious.
Yeah, oh man. Slowbro rocking that Vanguard Bell, by the way. That defender item that it's so good at getting their own HP back in a lot of major moments. Obviously, we've seen it work on a ton of Pokemon, not just defenders, but Slowbro feels like a fantastic pairing for that Hell Knight. A Pokemon that already feels immortal pretty often when you're playing against it, maybe even more so. But remember, folks, we started this match on Rayquaza. We pivoted to Kyogre. Well, one final turn for y'all on this crazy journey. We're going to Groudon, Thea Dry Ruins. Reggie Drago's back. This is going to be an intense game number 3.
Oh, yes, intense indeed, considering all that is on the line for both of these teams. It is win or go home here in this top 8 decider match. This is the final chance for either of these squads to get closer to becoming, well, NAIC champions, but also earning themselves that final World Championship spot.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming traveling across the world for this event, for this last chance here at the final stretch. IX Gaming trying to catch lightning in a bottle twice. What they did last year at NAIC, trying to make it pop off again. Let's get into it. Game number 3, Deep Cross Gaming versus IX Gaming.
Here we go. We are going to send in that Froakie into that central area on the opposite side. We are going to see Riker on that Eevee, soon to be Leafeon also taking that. And I'm wondering if we're going to see that strat coming in again, where they end up taking this red buff and then going in for an invade, or whether they're just going to play it safe this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they're going to immediately jump into the mix. I don't know if invade would be the strategy against a Pokemon like Froakie, who does have a pretty quick clear, but looks like they're just going to jump up to the top side, try to join Scarf, see if they can get some early levels, who's already going to earn a KO. Big play from Riker, seeing them pop on the X attack as well for a bit of extra attack damage on that dive.
Got to get that extra boost, land themselves that KO, and provide some space for this Psyduck and Farfetch to get some experience that they very much need, because it's going to be pivotal for Scarf to get that Surfetch'd online.
Yeah, I think for the first time in this series, Scarf is going to have an early lead over 94 on the opposite side. But here we go. A rotation from Deep Cross Gaming is matched by IX. 3-on-3. The Swablu's Lateria is gone, and neither team are going to look for more than that. No one wants to over-aggress at this time. Not to mention, Leafeons with their lightning fast clear means their Central Area Pokemon are already starting to spawn again.
Yeah, they're just going to go pivot towards back on that, as we do have Wailord making their way up to the top to once again assist this Farfetch, now evolving into Surfetch.
Yeah, this is getting scary now. So we're going to have Scarf be a lot more offensive-minded. Not to mention, we got this Bubble Beam from Wailord that always threatens some scary stuns onto enemy Pokemon, which could make it even more difficult for Deep Cross Gaming to join the fray. 94, however, has no fear in their heart or their jaws, evidently, as Cross Crocodile dives in for a KO. Riker, on the other hand, though, with the bounce back on the bottom path.
Yes, it is going to be that 3v1, 3v0 down in that bottom path as they are looking to go and dunk in a ton of AOS energy, leaving this on 23 points. But Greninja has made their way into danger and immediately get eliminated.
It looks like we are seeing a Surf Greninja in this situation. Makes a lot of sense, a lot of squishy targets on the side of IX Gaming. However, sometimes on the Groudon map, we see more that attacker-style build be a bit more prevalent due to the lack of tall grass. Either way, Greninja is going to be a scary Pokemon, especially when their enemy team has low HP targets. That Surf reset can really walk all over an enemy team. Riker wants to take down Greninja. That dash will get him away out of the side of the Emerald two-step.
Yeah, that is going to utilize this Unite move, calm these first objectives to spawn on in, but no KOs for either side just yet as they are preparing. But I'm looking at the scoreboard heading into the 7-minute mark. IX Gaming, they've dunked in a ton of points, 103 so far.
Yeah, that double 30 score on the bottom side is doing them a ton of favors right now. So they're going to try to translate that lead towards the Regirock, who's already a lower than half HP. Leafeon going to pick that one up. That Solar Beam getting him right below the KO. It's getting a little scary, but they do pick up the last hit. Deep Cross Gaming biding their time, though. They got a Feraligatr, they got a Greninja, and they're going to handle that Regieleki. Let's see if IX Gaming wants to pivot quickly to defend that top tier 1, or if they're just going to kind of let it hit.
No, it looks like they're just going to end up letting it hit, as we can see on that mini-map, instead focusing on clearing all those wild Pokemon along the way. But instead, we can see that the T1 was broken by that Greninja.
All right, so I mean, it's going to size up for a pretty massive overdunk, and just like that, that'll be the go-ahead score for Deep Cross Gaming, 107 to 103. They currently hold the lead, obviously a tiny one in terms of Pokemon Unite score lines, but for the time being, Deep Cross Gaming has caught up to IX Gaming's great start.
Oh yeah, 100%. Catching up in points, and I feel like they're slowly catching up in levels. Yes, we do have the 3 level 9s on the side of IX Gaming. Multiple Unite moves available, but there's 2 Unite moves so far on DCG.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot to work with. These resources are going to be scary, and when these team fights start popping off, it is going to be, you know, pop it or not, because this is a scary spot to be. You got Slash gaining a little bit of information while wandering towards these Tier 1 goal zones, seeing if they can spot any flanks from IX Gaming. However, the flank is from right up front as Scarf utilizes that Nova Blast, pulling back the Slowbro and trying to earn the KO. Attempts a score, but Greninja shuts that down immediately. Unite move to follow up and make sure to close off the knockout onto the Vaporeon, but that is not such an easy task as this Pokemon gets a ton of shielding off their barrier. They trade for the Greninja. I like that play from Smuglax, ultimately going down, but Iliko picks up a ton of EXP.
I feel like that was worth it in terms of utilizing their Unite move. They ended up sustaining in that fight for longer than I expected. And that's going to allow some space down in this bottom path, as we do have that basement Reggie coming on in.
And it's not like you traded without them losing anything either. The Greninja gets knocked out and utilizes their Unite move. Now, obviously, the recharge time on Greninja is astronomically quick, so they're going to pick that up quite quickly. Slowbro and Psyduck down here on the bottom side with the Inteleon, but on the top side, this is where everybody's at. We got Smuglax engaged with a nice flip turn to start things off.
Yes, and we can see Feraligatr looking for a target, but Leafeon is the one to go and find him and knock them out. We do have the numbers advantage for IX Gaming, as Greninja is looking to take down this Vaporeon.
Yeah, no Unite move to utilize this time. There we go, but Surfetch sure does. Lunged Leak Nova Blast takes down that Hoopa, and now it's Regieleki going to be the next focus. We do have a Surf Greninja, but nice stun by Scarf to make sure that no one was within range. That Surfetch just trapped by the slow beam, Slowbro holding them down for the time being. Regieleki knocking on the doorstep.
Yeah, it is on 50 points, so DCG are looking to go and defend this to prevent any large overcaps coming in from IX Gaming, and they are going to throw out that Rings Unbound to call for some backup.
Yeah, you can see Feraligatr going to take down that Psyduck, no problem. Inteleon there for the last hit. And yes, the Regieleki will get KO'd before landing, and now Deep Cross Gaming holding on to a huge lead. IX Gaming looking for value elsewhere. Great macro call out. Liko in danger, will be able to dodge with the agility away from that waterfall. And now the Vaporeon there for the backup. Scary spot to be. But Deep Cross Gaming, I think, very happy that they caught out IX Gaming and pushed them out of their own central.
I suppose that's the the tricky thing when it comes to controlling a Feraligatr is you can't exactly make any sharp moves, especially when you are chasing down a Mew that is quite agile.
They're way faster than you think. I've always heard this about Feraligatrs. Underwater, they're way quicker than you would ever imagine, and, well, no one more wise to that than Liko on the Mew. They know they got to get that agility moving and dodging every chance they get.
I was going to say this is the Groudon map as well, so it is the dry ruins, no water available here.
Right. Well, Feraligatr seems to do just fine every time they press that button. Summoning their own waterfalls, one way to get past the dry portion of Groudon's map, and yeah, I think right now they are looking fantastic. I mean, one of the best Feraligatr looks I think we've seen all tournament long.
Yeah, I know I was feeling a bit indifferent, but look, they're going in, looking for a target, and this is the brilliance.
Yeah.
Using that waterfall to go and check the bush, and then using that Phantom Force to go back, and now this is going to give him some vision to start on this Reg Ice.
Yeah, it's a really nice play. We'll see how well Riker can kind of read it. They've been doing a good job of making sure to only land that Emerald two-step after the Feraligatrs use all their movement options, but it is a basement Reggie picked up by IX Gaming kind of cleanly. I think Deep Cross Gaming kind of waving the back off call pretty quick.
Wait, I know Slowbro ends up coming on in as we do have Groudon coming, but they are still out of the pit. IX Gaming, they are the ones that are behind in points, but it looks like they're just going to play it safe instead, poke across the map and try and chip away some damage, but neither Inteleon nor Mew are hitting their targets.
Yeah, I mean, a nice hit KO right before the 2 minutes. At least you know that the Slowbro was probably away from the rest of the team. However, with Hoopa Unite move from Deep Cross Gaming, that could change in a heartbeat. So IX Gaming are going to have to play this one with the pit of the Groudon under their control. And oh no! Liko is going to go down. Siri lands back-to-back snipe shots, and now IX Gaming's in a really tough spot.
Yeah, and we can see that IX Gaming are looking to pivot towards the tall grass as Feraligatr is trying to come into the back line, protecting so they cannot escape. Slowbro goes in with a surf, looking for a target. Vaporeon is quite low as Feraligatr ends up getting pushed back by Cider.
All right, well, they have pushed in. Leafeon does get a chance at knocking out the Greninja, but now it's just Scarf on this Surface trying to walk away. The Tech Shield doing them a few favors, and Wailord is there for the backup. Reg Ice buff here is really nice. It's keeping IX Gaming up in this fight, and Liko has returned, so a really terrible situation might be turning around for them. 94 is so low on HP, sets up for this trick combo and focuses on Wailord.
Wailord has now been taken out, and now it's up to the Mew and the Surf Edge to try and shred down this Groudon. Vaporeon coming in with the Unite. This is going to be their last chance to try and get a secure and try and take the lead, but it has been snatched from under them as Hoopa gets the secure for DCG.
I cannot believe they just took that down. Electro Ball from the Mew was just shy of getting that Groudon. We are going to need to see that one in slow-mo again for sure after this one, but it doesn't matter. Deep Cross Gaming are going to be thinking about that one all day long as they move on to their next one, as Deep Cross Gaming are going to eliminate IX and move on to a round of 8.
Wow, I've got to say, my heart was palpitating during that final stretch of who was going to go and clinch that. But Deep Cross Gaming, keeping their dreams alive, continuing forth, and the next opponent is going to be those Goofy Goobers.
Oh man, I mean, IX Gaming never out of that fight at any moment, right? They had a really tough look throughout that last game, number 3, behind by quite a few points. They have a huge moment. They take out the Slowbro. They lose that first instance of the fight, but then somehow rally back and bring that one to just about as close to parity as you can make. But in the end, it's Deep Cross Gaming that find a way to pull off the win still. That is remarkable. I'm so impressed at what they are able to get done. The Greninja Unite versus the Electro Ball versus a Hoopa attack is all it ends up coming down to. IX Gaming are going to exit our tournament in the round of 12. And APAC East Deep Cross Gaming are going to be moving on in the tournament.
Definitely got to say, an incredible run from IX Gaming nonetheless to be able to go and progress over through to day 2 here at NAIC, but I think we need to go and look at some replays from this game.
Yeah, there were some awesome moments throughout this one. The Surf Greninja looking really fun, but Smuglax Vaporeon kind of fighting back in a lot of really cool spots, but again, I know I've seen it a few times, I think this Feraligatr, one of the best that we have seen so far in our tournament, a Pokemon that's looked hot, a Pokemon that's looked not, and this time around, I think 94 was showcasing what this Johto Pokemon can do.
No, I think I really like this combination that they've paired up with the Trick Phantom Force Cooper. We saw a few times using that waterfall to charge on through, and if they don't end up getting that target, being able to... Oh my... Sorry, that snipe shot was insane on that move.
Yeah, there's no way we get the Dignitas reaction to that exact moment. That's awesome. But yeah, that snipe shot, I mean, Waylord is about to use their Unite move, I think, is pacing back and forth, and the snipe shot just weaves past. That is so crazy. And watch this final moment. You have, first off, a double Vaporeon stun, but just not enough damage on the Groudon yet from Mew to try to use one of its smite moves. There it is. The Electro Ball chases down. I believe it lands. Yeah, look at that HP. Look at, like, there's 0 if 1 HP on the Groudon, and Hoopa is able to just pick it up. Absolutely absurd.
I'm even surprised that the Hooper was the one to secure, as we had Greninja coming in with their Unite move as well. It was just that tick of damage to seal the deal. Otherwise, we are going to have that Greninja there receiving themselves that MVP with the 6-4 and 2 KFA.
Yeah, I mean, this was an intense game. Love this build, by the way, on the Surf double team with the Muscle Band Rapid Fire Scarf. You just want to weave in those auto attacks amidst your Surf. Some really cool big impact plays from Cirrus. But yeah, this DCG team traveling all the way over here to NAIC for their last chance at qualifying for the World Championships. Well, that dream is still very much alive. IX Gaming, though, they will be exiting our tournament, will not be one of the reps for North America at the World Championships, but still a very phenomenal NAIC showing.
Oh yeah, 100%. It was so much fun to be able to get to watch them, and especially considering the team compositions that they bring. But oh my gosh, look at this heat map from Strias here as well. They were up and everywhere over on their side of the map.
Oh yeah, this Greninja, very mobile. I don't know, does the double team count as some of this movement on the heat map? Does Greninja get 3 times the amount of movement as everybody else? I hope not. But
I don't think so. I don't think that's how it works.
I sure hope not. Either way, Cirrus was looking fantastic. That level 13 at that 7:20-minute mark, right before that 3 minutes. Took him a little bit longer to get up to that level 9 due to how well IX Gaming was playing in the early game. But when we started getting to that midpoint of the match, Deep Cross Gaming went up to around that 200, 280 point mark. That's where it felt like it was DCG's game all the way through. This squad is looking great. I mean, Goofy Goobers got to be doing their prep for their next opponent in this APAC East team.
Oh, 100%. And I'm sure they would probably likely be in the crowd going and watching this from those big screens, taking down those notes and planning for what is to come up next.
Exactly. I mean, there's so much prep that can be done in this tournament if you're watching what these teams are drafting. However, at some point, you know, you got to throw preparation out the window if that team has also been preparing for you. It's a lot of moves, you know, back and forth, triple chess style plays.
Yeah, I feel like this is 3D chess.
3D, 4D, who knows? Either way, we got a Feraligatr in this version of chess, so you really got to prepare for everything in this situation.
Yes, 100%. I guess you could just use the agility to stop those sharp movements. But you know what? Enough from us. We are going to go and throw it over the stage for an interview.
Thank you so much, Kelly. I've got Slash here with me, a player that is just so comfortable on the stage with Deep Cross Gaming this time around. How does it feel to be at NAIC for the first time as an APAC player?
It feels good. I mean, I've won NAIC 3 times, so I'm hoping to defend my title, even from APAC, so.
Exactly. Of course, a former player of Luminosity Gaming with a track record of so many ICs last season with all of them. So, not a small feat. And of course, you're looking for the champion title this time around too. But what does it mean to you to play against your former teammates that are also competing at NAIC here? And if you get to Worlds, at Worlds as well?
Yeah, I mean, the way the bracket's working out, I might be able to face Kyrios and then Otter, and I already faced Trainer. So I'm really excited for that. It'd be fun to face all of them and then face Overlord at Worlds too.
I'd love to know a little bit more as well about this series in particular, because yesterday I feel like there was a lot of game 2s, only like sweeps. So going into game 3 on this one, what was the thought on game 2? Because it felt like it was good for IX at one point, but then you guys turned it around. And this last game as well, not the Ray, but the objective flip. How are you guys dealing about that pressure? Because you did mention a couple of communication issues, right, with the team?
Yeah, so in Asia, they actually flip a lot. They've been flipping the whole year. So I feel like we've gotten really good at, saying when to fight people, when to try to finish that objective, even when we're not favored. And I'm glad it's paying off. And I think we're struggling in the game ones just because in Asia, we don't play Rayquaza at all. So we feel really washed on the map. Hopefully we can improve a lot on that map going forward.
So definitely NAIC proving to be a great experience for you guys, considering Rayquaza is the first map on every single series, right? So in particular about that, like the meta, you guys coming here, do you feel like there's a huge difference? You mentioned the flips, but like on the selection of Pokemon, is it super different? How are you guys adapting?
I'd say the biggest difference is in Asia, we love Zacian, we prioritize Zacian a lot. But as soon as we came here and scrimmed, and like even in the tournament, teams aren't like first pick or banning it, which is usually what happens over there, so.
Yeah, makes so much sense. And of course, you being so experienced on LAN stage, it has been super comfortable for you. But how has it been? It's not the first time you guys are on LAN as Deep Cross Gaming, is it?
It is our first time as Deep Cross Gaming, but this roster note, we've played 2 Taiwan LANs, one to officially qualify as the Asia game team, and another one was just like a big like community Japan tournament, and we've actually won all the LANs we went to as a roster so far. So.
Okay, so an amazing track record, trying to keep that all ICs that you won last year too. So going back to that experience you had with your former teammates on Luminosity Gaming, is there one of them in particular, or many of them, who knows, that you're most interested or looking forward to playing against?
Probably Curios, because Curios and Overlord, like we were a trio for so long, so I haven't gotten to face them in many tournaments. I've faced Otter before, so I guess I'd be more excited to face Curios.
Okay, that's amazing. So do you have any shout outs right now for your fans, your family? How is it feeling going deeper into the bracket of single elimination?
I just like to thank God and my faith and all my fans that are, I've met so many wonderful people here that support me still, so it's been a great experience.
Love to hear that from you. Congratulations on your win and advancing into the single elim bracket. Thank you so much. Slash, back to you, casters.
It is always so wonderful to get to hear from Slash and his experience that he has had playing over in Asia. So definitely some similarities and differences across the board. But you know what, folks? That's 3 sets down.
Yeah.
We now have our top 8 locked on in. I feel like we need to have an update and look at our bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an intense tournament. We had group stage of day number 1. We're down to single elimination now. Our next up, we're going to be going top to bottom, folks. Root Dignitas versus Rush Hour, a battle of North America. Going to be really intense. Lunex Gaming versus DreamMax, Goofy Goobers versus Deep Cross Gaming, and Fulcrum versus Evil Geniuses. So many incredible matches just on the horizon.
I think what's really exciting to see is there's already so many teams there that don't have that world's qualification spot just yet. But, you know, going into some titans from across the board, really excited to see how this one pairs out.
Yeah, Rush Hour, DreamMax, Goofy Goobers, Deep Cross Gaming, and Fulcrum all still looking for that option with 5 teams left available. We'll really have to see. And in case anybody is wondering, do not worry. If there is a match that will determine a World Championships invite, even if it's a tiebreaker, we will make sure you get to see that. And there it is, the 5 teams left. We started with a whole lot in this tournament that were contending for that world spot, and now we are down to only 5 left.
Yeah, it's quick. It's funny how quickly time goes in terms of the teams that are left. But yes, progressing on through day 2. Obviously, we still have plenty more matches, plenty more action here at NAIC to come for Pokémon UNITE. And I'm really, really looking forward to it. Is there a matchup in particular out of this top 8 that you are most looking forward to watching?
I'm not going to lie. I am excited to see the Goofy Goobers on broadcast. We missed them on yesterday's show. We'd love to see what this team is capable of, and we get to see them play against Deep Cross Gaming, who is obviously incredible. So excited for that matchup. But this next one, Lunex versus DreamMax, I think is going to be hype. I want to see how good Lunex is looking in day number 2. We already got a chance to see it from DreamMax. So
yes, well, I know we've seen some things coming out from them in terms of those weird compositions, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see how this one ends up going, as we are going to click our fingers and do a magic trick.
Yeah, let's do an all-time speed record in the swap. So let's get Spraggles and Duke Snacks.
All right, welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are with a hot swap. That's what they call this in the business, everybody. A hot swap.
And by in the biz, we mean what everyone screamed at us
Yeah.
while we were trying to use the restroom and get ready for this match. They said, it's a hot swap. What don't you understand? And the answer to the riddle is what, Spraggles?
We don't know what a hot swap is. It's completely, I'll tell you this about a hot swap. It was the slowest swap of all time.
It was.
They told us probably 15 minutes ago. People were yelling at us, get over there. It's a hot swap.
It was a tepid swap at best. We're already entering game here, but we're going to start a poll in the chat. Is a smoothie a beverage?
This is a great question here. Root, Dignitas, Rush Hour. Rush Hour still looking for their world spot. And of course, the big question, is a smoothie a beverage? Well, you know, it's interesting to see where this all really started. I mean, the question is it a drink? I think a lot of people would say, sure, it's a drink. Is it a beverage? However, if you were to head over to someone's home and they say, hey, can I get you a drink? And you say, sure, and they come back with a smoothie, well, that seems insane.
It does seem a bit insane. Right along with the milkshake there. Let's talk about the bans. Slowbro, Machamp, Mew, Moltres for Alligator, Zacian. Again, Slowbro often banned when a team believes them to be better than the other one and don't want to be cheesed out with that slow beam on the Slowbro. Here we go. We're starting with Espeon Otter, making me look real intelligent for my day one call.
Yeah, here we go. On the side of Rush Hour, they're going with their support core. They're taking the Psyduck and Snorlax right away. Root Dig playing a lot of Articuno yesterday for Zugrug. I want to see if they bring that out here. Obviously, they can hide picks right now by going with their defender and support. They can also take things that they're interested in, and it looks like they're just going to answer right back. Articuno and right now hovering Hoopa for Ender, yes.
Yeah, Zugrug playing a lot of Articuno in day one. On the other side, though, I was taking a look at Asha. If you recall, last year at this event, Asha came unglued on the Meowscarada and really took Luminosity in that tournament to deep waters, having a great tournament. And right now, it looks like Rush Hour has a real opportunity for one, an upset, but two, get one step closer to qualify for Worlds.
And we see Toon with the Charizard Y, a Pokemon that I still think is really incredible even after its nerfs. Final pick, we've got Colin Tang on the Talonflame. Look, if you've got to qualify for Worlds and you're Rush Hour, it's time to play some Talonflame.
Yeah, without a doubt. This team, historically known as the Brave Birders, Colin Tang actually playing Fly moveset, though, which is just to keep everyone guessing at home. But now we're dipping back into the days of yore with this Talonflame. I love to see it.
You know, I like the composition for both of these squads. I think there's really strong stuff on both sides. Obviously, Charizard, once it gets online, very scary. A nice shutdown Unite move from Zealot. And it looks like they were targeting Zealot quite hard here with the Moltres, for Alligator and Zacian bans. They don't want him to have any access to those powerful all-rounders. But Zealot, it does feel like as this season has gone on and now we're kind of nearing the end of it, one final event before Worlds, it feels like Zealot's Pokemon pool has gotten deeper and deeper and deeper. It's a lot harder to target ban this player.
Yeah, at one point in time, we kind of thought it might be the best strategy going against Root Dig is just target the kid down and see if you can put them in a bad position, but they've worked themselves out of that time and time again. No exception here, picking up the Mimikyu.
Up next, Root Dignitas, Rush Hour. I wouldn't even say up next. I would say right now. You can put right now there because that is exactly what is happening as we are heading into our match. Root Dignitas, your purple team. Rush Hour, your orange team. Root Dig already qualified for Worlds, but of course they're looking to become the NAIC champions. Rush Hour, to get that last world spot, would need to take down the best in North America, one of the best in the world.
Zugrug already going on a mission here. Gonna try and beat up on poor Colin Tang, who has the blue buff and is now rotating quickly to try and get to that Escavalier. Here comes Vinny for the cross support, but Articuno's tough early, and you know, signs of life here from Rush Hour. They don't want to let Zugrug off the hook.
Yeah, Zug is trying to back away from this right here, just trying to move out, and they are getting caught multiple times, and finally they do go down. Zugrug KO'd for that, but look at everything that Rush Hour needed to do, right? Send multiple members of their team into that central area, allowing Root Dig to get experience in other ways.
But something that did work out, though, is the strength of this Zapdos. Look, Otter not quite yet evolved. Because of the mission, they had a hard time securing, it seems like, and they're a little bit behind schedule. Did just get to the Espeon, so that's at least a good sign for them.
Go 4v4 here on the top path. Talonflame going in. Boom. That's very dangerous.
Oh, just got detonated, and there goes the Snorlax Coolager. They get knocked out. Vinny's the only one standing, popping that headache, getting back to pad, but Zugrug exacting a little revenge there.
Wow, that was a really scary moment to jump in for Talon. I honestly am not, I mean, I get it, you're looking for some of the experience there, but you're not gonna get an iframe off of your evolution in that moment. It feels like you are almost guaranteeing that you're gonna get blown up there.
Yeah, I would have liked a delayed engagement by Colin Tang, right? Let the rest of your team get put on the line there and then go in to try and clean up a knockout. Otter incredibly low, couple stuns here. Now Coolager is slogging their way forward. Heavy slam, unfortunately cut off Colin Tang from a KO opportunity there.
Yeah, I mean, still nice one to pick up, though. It looks like Snorlax actually doing a lot of work cleaning up some of these KOs as Inder makes their way towards this central area here. Some experience in the middle, no Reggie Drago here on the Rayquaza map. The teams are obviously still fighting over this, and Toon doing Toon's job, which is trying to get to level 9 before that big first objective spawns in the top and bottom path.
They're historically incredibly successful at that, one of the best players to achieve it. Vinny with that headache able to get out as we are framing up here for our 720 birds.
Yeah, and here we go. We have Toon making their way to the bottom path here. That is our Charizard Wai. And 3 members of Rush Hour. No, 4. Make it 4 as Psyduck makes their way to the bottom path here as well. We could have a big fight kickoff.
Colin Tang now delaying the engagement, taking to the skies, can't quite secure there and peeling back quickly. So Rush Hour not interested in fighting. They just wanted to go and try and get as much of that experience as possible. Colin Tang seeing Inder, giving up on that chase, pivoting back towards Vinny because now they've got an opportunity on Zealot. They take to the skies to the fly, a lot of damage there. Can't quite convert, Trick Room down and an escape.
Yeah, really nice escape there. They could have went through the Trick Room. They also could have used the Phantom Force. They did just to get a little HP there as well. Toon, level 9 at the first objective. What are the odds?
What almost 100% with this kid. Toon always on time with the level 9s here. What I'm concerned about is Asha is still stuck at level 6. Regieleki's going to hit. Opportunity for a big over here, plus 26.
They're looking for the objective in the bottom path right now. Secure coming down. It is secured by the Talonflame.
That's what you expect out of your Talonflame with Fly, right? That big time secure. Nice block. Zugrug pinning them down. Got to leave with the knockout. They do convert. That's what you'd like to see. A lot of pressure on Otter. With Zapdos and Psyduck on the chase, they've got a chance. Johnny Nam stepping up, going straight for the plus 30. They get stunned. Oh no, that still went in, right?
No, I don't think it did.
It got stopped?
Yeah,
okay, well, there's a quick Vinny
stopped.
the quick Vinny score there. It went right over the top. Well done by the defense on Otter and not getting knocked out.
Yeah, and here we go. Multiple members of Rush Hour looking for a possible fight here. We have Zealot in the Trick Room. They're peeling back. The Disable hits, and here comes the Garchomp at level 9.
Trying to Dragon Rush poach some of those birds away. Pretty successful. Nice block isolation on Inder. Coolager's doing good getting some targets back towards the other team.
Honestly, I feel like Coolager is making huge plays throughout this match, really setting up things for Rush Hour and picking up big KOs. 146-10, however. Rush Hour way behind on the scoreboard, but not doing too bad otherwise. All the experience they have in the top path now is going to keep them at parity.
Yeah, I mean, that early break by Root Dig allowed Asha to get to level 9 Garchomp, and now are farming up even bigger. Colin Tang not too far behind at level 10. A lot of pressure from this Articuno. Moving forward is all of Root Dig. Vinny goes in there with the trying to show how powerful a Psyduck's brain can actually be. Bang, another knockout set up by Coolager, and now Root Dig has to scramble backwards.
Yeah, Root Dig not able to get much space there for them, not able to really make anything happen at that goal zone. A nice KO for Rush. Again, behind on the scoreboard, no question about it, but all of these fights are going decently well for Rush Hour. This is one of those moments where some teams could panic because they know they're well behind on score, but level-wise, they're right in this game, and they're picking good fights.
They really are. Now Regieleki is going to be marching towards Rush Hour. We know Asha's on pad as the Garchomp ready to go. Toon leading the charge, Fire Blast into the tall bushes to see where we end up. Is Asha going to take this fight? Mimikyu Unite, perfect time. There's Coolager again. Nice block. 3 players back, bought a ton of time. And now Zealot is poached into the Flux Zone. They go over the wall. The Garchomp Unite is out, popped for tons of damage, and they convert on the knockout. Straight towards Toon. The fly is there. Crash lands. Seismic Slam puts it back the other way. And now Toon is low on HP. Huge engagement by Asha again. KO streak of 2.
Massive double KO as they take down Root Dignitas. Beautiful plays once again, as we're calling it, by Coolager, setting up these massive moments for Rush, and now they are still in this game. However, while that is happening, Root Dig able to take the bottom objective, give themselves some team-wide XP, as well as that massive buff that they're going to carry with them all the way basically until the final moments of this match, when it's going to drop off right before Ray.
You saw the Talonflame fly to try and get some wild Pokemon there. Zealot has put a lot of pressure in the central area here of Rush Hour. Surfing in is Vinny to try and get some vision, and it's going to be Coolager and Vinny, the support core here, trying to do some work. The headache procs, the headache pops. Both of them are on the pad. We'll settle down for now.
Yeah, everyone's going to take a moment here. Obviously, Root knows they're way up on score. The fights have been going decently well for both squads, especially when they fully engage. And Root Dig really hasn't engaged as a 5-person unit yet. They've taken like small fights here. Their Rush Hour has gotten together more. I think Root knows once they get together, they're going to have a great fight. So they want to continue to keep this score lead, force Rush Hour to move in and fight them, which is what's probably going to have to happen here, as a couple members of Rush Hour are heading to that top path.
One thing that is worth noting is we haven't been able to have this Articuno proactively use their Unite move to put some icebergs on top of these goal zones. So although down on the score, Rush Hour is pretty unimpeded right now. Asha taking a ton of damage, 20 seconds left till Rayquaza. Pivoting onto Regieleki is Root Dig, retreating is Rush Hour.
Yeah, really nice stuff there from Root Dig. They were able to defend really as one with Toon, let their players rotate up. And now Rush Hour is going to be in the center here. There's no real reason for them to deal with this Regieleki. They're already way behind, so it's time to look for a big fight. Otter misses right there. Coolager ready to start this with a heavy slam at any moment.
Oh, go straight for the rip. Asha's into the middle. Big block on the backside trying to isolate Otter. Rayquaza's getting absolutely shredded. Everything's going back into the middle. We're popping our Unite. Secured by Otter. That's what Otter does. And has the Espeon Unite in the tank to stun down everybody on Rush Hour. Good call by Rush Hour. Not enough work done on Otter.
Wow, I mean, Otter, of course, with the secure there on Espeon, looking fantastic. That got very, very close. Rush Hour was looking for it. They had the Talonflame fly, but Espeon with a big play right there. It's going to make this almost impossible for them to come back now here in Game 1.
So I love what Rush Hour did. I think the execution was off. Unfortunately, Coolager, who we've been praising all game long, was a little too early on the heavy slam block isolation. By the time they hit their full combo on Otter, the rip was still happening. It gave Otter the window an opportunity to rotate, go right over the top, bang, a precise side shock, and that's exactly what you want out of a player the caliber of Otter, and why you put that Pokemon in their hands.
Great play there by Root Dig. Way to really, stay in the pit and wait for their moment there. We're seeing the replay. Here comes Otter's damage. Boom. Able to get that secure right there. It was excellent, but at the same time, I think Rush Hour made the exact right play as well. I think they miscalculated it slightly, and that's what's going to happen when a lot of damage is being thrown around.
Yeah, because they're trying to essentially shred it and then time it out with the Talonflame fly, right? Is what they were trying to do, while sending Coolager on a stun mission on Otter specifically, because that was the best source of secure that Root Dignitas had. So that being said, execution just a bit off, proper execution from Root Dig to give themselves a chance. And here we are, Root Dig one of the best teams in NA, one of the best teams in the world, find themselves one game away from moving forward.
Yeah, not surprising to see Root Dig in this situation. However, I do have to say, I think Rush Hour played it very well. I think it was solid from them. You look at that scoreboard and you think they got absolutely dumpstered, but they did not. They were right in that game the entire time, playing a strategy that they knew had the best chance of winning. I really can't fault much of what they did.
No, not at all, not at all. As we're taking a look here of some highlights from this first game, we had a very exciting exchange here between these teams, and where we saw signs of life from Rush Hour in the late stages of this game.
Yeah, there we go. Big moment for them here. Charizard just getting ripped apart, and a lot of plays set up here by the Snorlax. And now we're just seeing the final moments. They go straight for it. Dragon combo. Zapdos starts throwing the damage down as well. Garchomp makes their way into their Unite move very quickly here. There it is, the Livid Outrage. Talonflame in the sky, looking for their moment, and they land slightly early, and then Espeon finishes it up.
What a sequence there. What was interesting too is obviously your best form of deflection onto Espeon, who got that secure there, was that heavy slam into block. Once Coolager used it and peeled back to the middle, completely off the hook was Otter to be able to line up that shot, because Coolager immediately went into the power nap right in the middle. You actually saw all of Rush Hour keying up their moves to try and go for the secure themselves, and couldn't quite get it done in the face of Espeon, one of the strongest Pokemon that we've seen this tournament in their performance.
Yeah, and now Dignitas just one game away from moving forward. Rush Hour, again, they have the toughest job here. Rush Hour does not have their world invite. Rush Hour is one game away from going home. Having a incredible run in our last chance qualifier, making it all the way to grand finals. This is definitely one of the teams that everyone had their eye on moving into this tournament. But what a tough road ahead of them. They would have to beat Root Dignitas. They're already down one game. And then they would have to beat the winner of Lunex and Aftermath, which is just going to be rough. DreamHack Aftermath.
Yeah, that's again, the top half of our bracket is definitely what I would call the buzzsaw half of the bracket. And that's not to say that the lower half of the bracket is anything to scoff at here, because there's incredibly powerful teams awaiting between Fulcrum and Goofy Goobers, which is just a terrific team name, by the way.
You can see Root Dignitas, as always, couldn't be happier with their victory. It's written on the face of Toon every time. You just can't contain it. Rush Hour getting to have the first pick here as we see the bans coming from Root Dig.
We've got Zacian for Alligator Hoopa, Moltres Machamp, and Root Dig gonna round this thing out. We'll see where they end up. Drum roll, please. Side up. Side up. You did.
You did the drum roll.
You nailed it.
The conversation we were having earlier that I know is still probably heated in the chat, whether or not a smoothie is a drink. Is it a drink? Is it a beverage? And it really does depend, in my opinion, based on how thick that smoothie is.
Yeah, it's a viscosity-based decision tree here for the Cowboy. Now, we just need to know where's our viscosity baseline, and then how much can you deviate from what we'll call the VBL, viscosity baseline, for it to remain a beverage, of course.
That really is the question, like where the VBL lands for everyone. It is a personal decision. I understand that. If I'm getting a drink and it's real thick, at some point, I just don't feel like it's a drink anymore.
Right, it's a snack.
Well, maybe at that point, it could be a lunch.
It could be a meal.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Depends what's in it. Here we go. Snorlax, Garchomp, Espeon.
I'm sorry, what are you watching in there? I'm watching competitive esports.
Snorlax, Garchomp, Espeon. Great start of the draft here for Rush Hour based on that last game. But if you take Espeon, you price Otter into Mew, Umbreon, Eldegoss, and Zealot back on the Mimikyu. And I'm always excited to see where Toon goes with these gutter picks, because his Pokemon pool is so wide that there is nothing really that they can't play and bring into the perfect situation here.
Give me the Duraludon. Just give me that Duraludon, Toon. It's time, buddy. We all need to see it.
Cinderace. Vaporeon and Metagross rounding out the draft here for Rush Hour. Root Dig closing the door with the gutter pick. Cinderace, a really great Pokemon to pick in that last spot. With great information, you have the opportunity to really deliver big results, and Toon on Cinderace specifically is incredibly fun to watch. They're a strong player.
Yeah, they're an incredible player. This is a high-skill Pokemon, even though you wouldn't think that, you know, playing your solo queue games. You really need to have a lot of understanding of your spacing and when to engage if you're playing something like Cinderace. We've seen it pop up more and more as well. Overlord playing it in Japan. We've had some players playing it as well. Curios was playing it yesterday from Evil Geniuses. So I feel like it is creeping back into the meta on some of these very high-level carry players.
Yeah, it often ends up, again, in one of those very last picks of the draft when you can operate with perfect information that gives you the information you need to say, yes, Cinderace can outmaneuver, perhaps with feint or whatever, to be able to have an impactful play. I'll tell you what, though, you're not going to see Toon blazing bicycle kick a Bunnelby unintentionally like we see a lot in our solo queue games here, as we are jumping into this one.
Rush Hour, your purple team. Root Dignitas, your orange team. One game away from moving forward, and Rush Hour needs to win this whole set, probably a few more, if they are going to qualify for Worlds.
Absolutely. There's a great path, though, for them to win here, and a good strategy. And it starts with me for Snorlax and Espeon. If Johnny Noms and Coolager can get into the mix early, I think they've got themselves a chance. Tune into path to give Zealot the opportunity to level up on this Mimikyu.
Yeah, they want to get that level 5 as quickly as they can, and then they can trade that central area, right? Let Toon take as much of that experience as they want or need. Ender and Toon in this top path right here, having a pretty good time into a team that might be able to out-secure them slightly with the Garchomp or chase them down, which is something that Garchomp is known for. Is a little Gibble, you can do a surprising amount of damage with those boosteds.
I agree completely, but, I mean, Eldegoss and Cinderace can A-press with the best of them, and that's exactly what they did here early. Colin Tang sporting that Neo Hollerware, looking very good, going back to pad, and it's a 4v3. 4v4, let's get into it. Here comes Johnny Noms, the Espeon. Big time stump action on Zealot, actually. Can they convert on the KO? They can. Colin Tang gets the chase down in the knockout, and I believe that's our K opener.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. And this is a very different look. Once again, Colin Tang jumping in the middle of a big fight, but with a gyro ball, Metagross. Just like Gyarados almost. With a gyro ball Metagross, you are able to get a massive shield. Very different from Talonflame just getting blown up last match.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, the big Psyshock out of Johnny Noms, really stunning Zealot in the middle of everybody, allowing to get a convert on the knockout, and a quality one at that. You know, sometimes we see, yes, it's a K opener, but it's like on a Gossiflor or a Chansey. That was a quality target.
Here we go, a little fight breaking out in the center here. We're taking a look at the Snorlax, but we've got a lot of experience right here that these two teams are fighting over. Not really sure which way it went exactly, but a massive Psyshock.
Now you're seeing the value of Espeon. We obviously saw it in game 1, and you can see how quickly it can take over here in game 2. Every knockout that Rush Hour has gotten facilitated here by Johnny Noms.
And Coolager on the Snorlax once again. I mean, just a playmaker for Rush Hour. Really impressive stuff. The Psyshocks are huge, and taking this away from Otter, I mean, look, it was a game-winning play from Root Dig to have Otter on the Espeon, so this could be the difference maker.
Can we admit that Matang Schnoz is ridiculous?
I don't think I'm ready to admit that.
No?
No, there's a lot of stuff I'm ready to admit. That, I'm not sure where I'm at on that.
It's like wannabe nose pass action. Come on, dog. Vinny,
I'll admit it. I'm ready now.
Muddy Water Vaporeon here, holding it down in the face of 3, trying to at least. Still 14 points, make it 8 left in that goal zone. And Vinny, left to their own devices here, is doing the best they can. It's just a bit too much.
And here we go. Level 8 now for Zealot. Objective the top, objective bottom. It's getting very low. Reggie Rock, they get it. Just zoning them out very well there. Rush Hour starting off this match strong, but again, Doob Snacks, no points really on the board. Well, literally no points. Last match, it was barely any points for Rush Hour. They do great in these fights, but they are behind on score.
They are indeed, and now we have a big collapse here. Coolidger trying to make it back to pad. Espeon Unite there does trap the Cinderace Toon, and that's exactly what you want there. Okay, here we go. We're going straight in with this Metagross, trying to calculate their way through. Psyshock is there, heavy slam follow. Block, but just to retreat. A lot of pressure being put on. Johnny Noms with the cover fire is going to help Coolidger get out safely.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Rush Hour, but obviously a great defense from Root Dig, allowing them to get really no value for their Unite move. Now they're looking for this Metagross KO. Big time gyro ball hits multiple members. The shield is huge, but here comes Toon looking for it. The Unite move can't quite make it happen. Zealot is chasing, and no, they don't get him.
What another huge save by Coolidger. Like a walking highlight reel in this Snorlax. Heavy slam back over. Perfect timed block with a slight delay. Allows the retreat from Colin Tang, that Metagross, to survive another day.
All of these moments, you do see the very similar nature that they would play here. Big time Unite move from the Garchomp, looking for a KO, looking possibly for 2, but they missed. No, they get 1.
And now going back to the Water Pulses, Vinny chasing back Asha, who has to go back to pad. Another heavy slam. Isolation. Can they get the knockout? Look at this dude go.
I know.
Coolidger is like setting up the table for Rush Hour to eat.
Big plays from Coolidger here the whole way through, just setting up massive KOs for the squad, protecting members, and setting huge picks. It's been really impressive to watch. The question is, can Rush Hour convert it to a win here? They weren't able to last game. Multiple members now of Root Dig ready for this fight. Just 5 seconds until this bottom objective.
Yeah, doing a much better job this time, getting points on the board. Regice is getting worked on. Nice reposition into the Moonlight Prance. We're trying to compute and crash. The Coliseum doesn't go up. Cotton Cloud crash for 4 to get topped off, but Zugrug is lost behind the team. Espeon Unite is there. Zugrug doesn't get knocked out, and the whole chase is on. They grab a berry, they do get knocked out, but they had to give up the Regice in exchange.
Yeah, I mean, I think they realized they just couldn't take the fight, so they were going to get something, anything out of that. Great stuff here from Dignitas.
They did get the Regieleki, and Rush Hour is actually leading in experience right now, Cowboy, and they're leading on the scoreboard as well. So Rush Hour is really converting these team fight victories and these knockouts that they're picking up into a real difference on the scoreboard. Into the fog is the Mew, they're on the retreat. We're trying to get an engagement. Toon comes back in, but darts back out. The front lining of Zug is impressive. Garchomp goes straight towards Toon. Tons of HP ripped off that character. Now it's Zugrug sacrificing themselves yet again on behalf of Root Dignitas, so the rest of the team can run away.
Yeah, it looks like Root Dig is very well aware that they would like to give up the KO, obviously, on something like Umbreon as opposed to one of their higher level carries, but their carries aren't that much higher. Cinderace finally ticking over to 12 here, but they were 11 for that last fight, just 1 level higher than Zug.
And meanwhile, the Metagross and the Garchomp are both level 12s, Espeon 11, just ticking over as the support core as well. So Rush Hour doing a great job in the experience department here and doing slightly better than Root Dig on the scoreboard.
Yeah, here we go. Rush Hour ahead, deciding how they want to fight this. It looks like both teams are just trying to lick their plate clean right now. Not a bit of experience is left on the map. They are getting as much of it as they can as they get ready for this fight. This match is incredibly close, and with 2 tier 1s up in the bottom path, anyone could peel over to try to get some of this experience.
And actually it goes towards Root Dignitas, and that's a big win for them. Coolidger not willing to heavy slam in and trying to create separation there. Setting up for the basement Reggie is going to be Root Dig. Zugrug presenting, and so is Otter. They're looking, they're scouting. We're going to see what they can do here. Rotating down is Zealot, finally looking to join into the fray.
Yeah, and the question is, do they actually want to go for this? And is Rush Hour going to do anything about it? Regice is getting chipped up right now. They're looking for a possible secure. They get it with the Metagross!
Colin Tang! And that is just in shambles as Root Dig. That was a 5v4. Root Dig really wanted that. They're going to be able to send this Regieleki down the path too. We've got 5 seconds until our boss monster.
It looks like Root Dignitas could decide to take this fight really aggressively, but they peeled their Mimikyu back right now, so the Regieleki is walking. And Rush Hour is ahead. They're ahead with a buff. They look fantastic here. Root Dig has a really awkward fight to take.
Okay, we've got Vinny from, oh, nice little potential stun, breaking the Eevee passive there on the Umbreon.
Now the question is, when does Root Dig move in? How do they want to play this? Does anyone peel off towards that tier 1? Doesn't look like it. Mimikyu around the top path here. We can see 4 members of Rush Hour. No one wants to take this fight, but Rush Hour is ahead. They don't need to, Snacks.
No, they are ahead by about 60 points here. We'll see how Root Dig plays. We got to take a deep breath. 1 minute, 20 seconds left.
Question is, does Root Dignitas engage? And if they do, how do they? Zugra could move in for a massive snarl, but they don't have a ton of damage on the side of Dignitas. The time is ticking down. They need to make a decision. They go for it.
All right, we've got into the muddy waters, but the quick retreat. Asha does over-rotate, though, so now they know where the Garchomp is. Left side team is in the lead. Zealot with the over-rotation. Now we're going in. Huge Dragon Rush eject on Otter, and the Mew is down. Rayquaza is getting rigged. Compute and Crash up top. Toon is left to their own devices here. Blazing Bicycle kick secure! Blazing Bicycle kick secure! Toon on this Cinderace getting points in, and the lead is there. Holy smokes! Again, in the kitchen, left unencumbered is a player of Root Dig, and again, they deliver in a big way.
Unbelievable. Toon with the Reddit bush. I mean, the Cinder play from a mile away gets the secure. I cannot believe it. The Espeon was so early on their attempt there, and now we get the secure for Dignitas. 477, 229, only 15 seconds left. What a disaster for Rush Hour. An extremely well-played game, and just a really unfortunate end for them. And Root Dig taking a victory with, like, again, one of the earliest highlight clips you can have in Unite. The Cinder Blazing Bicycle Kick Unite move steal.
And oh man, I wish. I mean, because Asha,
I know,
deleted Otter. Dragon Rush eject button, perfectly timed insta-delete. That's exactly what you dream of in this moment when you're in that position. And the fact, and I'm so happy we were dialed in on it. Toon just rotated, got into the exact same spot almost that Otter was in when they got the big time secure, a completely unencumbered Blazing Bicycle kick. And like you said, that thing landed like a hand grenade to get that win.
Yeah, we're going to need to see the slowdown of that fight. I mean, just so many big moments there. The Dragon combo hitting. They knew that they could have it in that moment. The Espeon was crazy early with their secure. And I say crazy early, things come down to seconds, maybe a second in a game like this. But you just saw the Espeon damage was too early. And it's one of those moments where it feels like you're watching it in slow-mo as it's happening. You see it a mile away. We've actually got the slow-mo right here. So we're looking for it. A minute left. Psyshock misses, Psybeam misses. But this is a big moment you saw here. We have the Garchomp looking for it.
Yeah, watch Asha, the Garchomp. Watch Otter. Engage, and then they immediately Dragon Rush. Eject, reposition, snatch the soul of Otter and shred them down. The Compute and Crash over the top towards Toon, but they're able to escape, forcing out the Cotton Cloud Crash. Look, they get past the wall here. Once it goes down, they get through, and now they're completely left alone. Not a soul can close the gap. And what are we gonna see, Cowboy? Blazing Bicycle kick.
And look at the Espeon so early on that secure. I think they might even have missed. I couldn't tell. It might not have missed, but it was so early. And Cinderace with the secure. Unbelievable. I mean, a heartbreaker for Rush Hour right there. Player of the game, they're giving it to Zealot. But, you know, this was, you know, I have to say, obviously, Root Dig played to their outs. They were looking for their victory right there. This was one of the roughest matches I've seen from Root Dig in a long time. Rush Hour felt like they had their number basically the whole way through. They were ahead. They were making huge plays. And I have to give it up to them. Just a team that is pretty legendary, had a shot at Worlds, and unfortunately fell short, running into one of the best in the world right now, Root Dig.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not trying to disparage Root Dig here, but I mean, you could have literally picked anybody on that team, and I think they'd all been pretty unimpressed with their performance there. This did not feel like a classic Root Dig game. It really felt like Rush Hours to lose, and unfortunately for them, They did, but I want to take just a brief moment again while we're here, because I mean it is, you have to give people their flowers here, especially because unfortunately Rush Hour is going home.
Yep.
As we are moving forward, and again, you're going to keep an eye on Otter, who's working right there. Okay, so I'm going to hit the slow-mo button here. Hopefully this works. Hopefully this works.
There you go.
There it is. Okay, E-ball there. And you're going to watch Zugrug right here on this Umbreon. They're going to kick off the action once everybody steps forward. They think they've got a chance. Psyshock's done. Keep going, keep going. Got to get topped off here. Coolager goes in, and then Zugrug's going to go for the back door here on the block. It's what's going to kick off all this action. And boom, there is Zugrug right here in the guts of this Rush Hour team. Keep an eye right here on this Mew. That's what's going to be important here. I'm going to get a little bit quicker here. Garchomp, we're watching them. They're right there.
This is a massive eject play. So what happens with this Garchomp as we're moving forward is they go for a dragon combo right here, but they eject button mid-air and catch
reposition
Mew perfectly.
It's so good. I'm going to see if I can get the pause right here. Come on, Kirk, you can do this. I believe you only get one crack at this.
Boom, right there.
Look, it's targeted towards that bush. You can see they end up kind of in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. And that, in my mind, is the perfect play to make as we watch the rest of this develop. The compute and crash is on the right target too. I believe we have an eject button.
We do.
And now the Metagross can't close the gap, and Colin Tang cannot stop this blazing bicycle kick, which is really the only sign of life that Root Dig really had throughout that entire game.
Such an incredible play there by Rush Hour. I feel like everything went right, and we saw the KO was picked up, it looked like, by the Espeon, so they caught him with the Dragon combo. Espeon follows up for the finisher right there. Yeah, the perfect Unite move onto the Cinderace. It hadn't burned its eject button red, and you just see him boop, right out the other side and look for that secure. We've got an interview up on the main stage, so we're going to send it up there right now. Take it away.
And here we are, folks. We have Inda from Root Dignitas here for an interview. Now, obviously, you have just made it into the top 4 here today. Where is the mind at? How are you feeling?
Yeah, we came here to win, so top 4 is nice. We get some bling to take back home, but a win is all that matters for us.
Yes, I know you have been the champion of NAIC once before. It has been some time, but I guess how would it feel in order to be able to, well, get the bling, the trophy, this time around for 2026?
Yeah, you know, my teammates have had some interesting journeys with trophies, so there's always a conversation about that. But no, we're locked in. We're having a really good time. The competition, you know, NA is showing up. We had some great grassroots teams as well, so I'm proud to say that NA is one of the better regions out there, and we're just continuing to represent.
Yes, now those things going into that final stretch of Game 2, things were looking a little bit dicey. I guess what was going through the team communications during that final stretch, knowing that you had to catch up and secure that final objective?
Well, Toonsum's on the Cinderace, and he's a big soccer fan or big football fan, and you know, he said, "This one's for Arsenal, I got it," and then he secured it.
I got the score bunny pin as well, so there we go. Well, you know what, I guess using a blazing bicycle kick, I can forgive utilizing that to go and secure that objective. No, none of those on the Ordinos. We don't want to see any of those, do we? But I guess going up next into the semifinals, you have Lunix Gaming or DreamMax Aftermath. Are there any team in particular that you would prefer to go into?
No preference. Maybe some revenge against Lunix would be nice. Some of their former players we had the chance to play last year. But right now we're just going to prepare for both of them. We'll see which one takes the cup, and we'll be ready for whatever we get.
Well, I guess in terms of the preparation, do you have any words of wisdom for any of those teams that are still left in the competition here today?
Continue to have fun. We get to play Pokémon UNITE on the big stage. You know, it's always you know, we always got to remain grateful for that. So as long as you're having fun, you always stay on top.
Well, there we go, folks. Have fun out there. Thank you so much for coming and chatting with us, Inda. Always a pleasure. But I think we're going to send it back to the caster booth.
Thank you very much, Kello and Inder, for the interview up on the big stage. A huge win for Dig. Of course, it always does mean when one team wins, another one is heading home in our single elimination bracket. Rush Hour, an incredible squad. It's amazing watching them play. One of the teams, however, looking for their spot to Worlds has been dispatched. As we look forward towards what's next, we've got Lunex and DreamMax Aftermath, one Worlds contender there in DreamMax. Further down the line, Goofy Goobers and Deep Cross both looking for their world spot. And then further down, Fulcrum, Evil Geniuses. Fulcrum also without a Worlds invite. So many teams still in the hunt, Doopsnacks.
Yeah, aside from Evil Geniuses in that bottom half of the bracket, every other team is fighting for that spot, and being in the semifinals gives them a pretty good chance. And again, if you haven't yet qualified, you really want these pre-qualified teams to go far. And look at that, 4 teams remain contending for that last spot. Deep Cross Gaming, DreamMax Aftermath, Fulcrum, Goofy Goobers, all with a real chance here.
Yeah, 4 teams left. 1 world spot up for grabs, and we may know by the end of today who that will be. Of course, there is a reality where you could see something like DreamMax versus one of our teams in the bottom of the bracket in the grand final. So it's possible we would see it on Championship Sunday, but a lot of signs point to finding out who is heading to Worlds today and crowning a champion tomorrow. We are going to find out what that looks like here very, very soon. We are going to take a quick break. Do not go anywhere. We're getting teams up on that stage as fast as we can. And then let's do a break.
Pokemon trainers, Gabby Snyder here with 2 more incredible Pokemon trainers in our community. This is Curly Swirly Maria and Kay Berry Kim. How's it going, y'all?
Great, having a great time.
How about you?
Awesome.
So you both are known for your incredible Pokemon plush collection. So I want to start with you, Maria. How did you get into Pokemon?
I remember very vividly. I was about 5 years old, and I remember the SS Ann episode aired on TV, and I heard that was like the intro promo episode for Pokemon, and I just saw the cutest little yellow mouse ever, and I fell in love ever since.
I mean, Pikachu is very dashing. How about you?
I started with Pokemon Blue, so much fun, and my first plushie was the talking electronic Mew plush.
That's a really unique first plushie to get, actually.
Yeah, so cute. I wanted Mew.
And I do have to ask, you have some friends with you here today. Why did you bring the plush that you decided to bring?
So I brought Smeargle because I'm a big fan of Beagles, so that's why I love Smeargle. And this one I brought on behalf for Aura Lore 67. She loves Lucario, so I'm representing her here.
Awesome. And this lovely Pikachu, and this Pikachu too, actually.
I brought Pikachu because today's outfit is Pikachu. I got to meet Pikachu earlier. It was so much fun, and there's so many photo opportunities.
Yeah, I've been seeing Pikachu roam around the halls. Pikachu was in the parade earlier, so definitely a good day to meet Pikachu. Do you have any advice for anybody who's looking to start their own Pokemon collections?
I would say my biggest advice is don't rush into it. Don't feel like you have to collect everything. Every collection is special, so don't feel the pressure to buy everything if you don't need to.
All right, how about you?
I'd say have fun. Start with your favorite plushie, your favorite Pokemon, get a plushie of that, and go from there.
All right, the last question I want to ask you both is that you take fantastic photos of your Pokemon plushies. Do you have any advice for me? Because I'm trying to get better at taking photos of my own plushies.
I would say try portrait mode and really good lighting. Those are my 2 tools that I use the most.
All right, and Kim, I mean, you have such great locations with yours. What about advice from you?
I'd say, grab a good size, medium sized plushie, put it next to your cheek, smile, put it up front. There's so many fun poses.
All right, well, thank you both so much. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
I want to shout out for my husband, Frank, and also for my friend Lauren. You're right here. So those are my shout outs.
Thank you.
Shout out to my friends and family. Hello.
All right, well, thank you both so much for your time. I really appreciate talking with you. Have fun at the North America International Championships, and we'll be back with more action soon.
Yay.
welcome back to the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series at the North America International Championships 2026 in New Orleans. I am Sofjan, and with Chef, we're going to be covering such an exciting match because we're talking about Lunex, DreamX, Lunex, DreamX, Lunex, DreamX, Lunex.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as fun as that song is to sing, it really is an exciting match. These are awesome pictures, by the way.
You should do his pose, and I do
I'm going to be yawning in the game anyway, so I don't really need to fake it. But honestly, big ups to all the players for taking great player photos this time around. But this is a very, very exciting match. Lunex, DreamX, Lunex, DreamX. Lunex has been on a roll with their new roster. 2 huge pickups in Flareons and Frank, but they're already qualified. Now, DreamX fighting for their qualification spot, but I have to say, to me, they're kind of my team of the tournament right now.
Me too. Again, not biased at all, but in all seriousness, yes, I am so excited about them. But like you said, I'm also so excited about the changes with Flareons and Frank on the side of Lunex. But although they have already qualified for Worlds, I feel like they are really just trying to step up that game in this tournament in particular. So I would say this match could potentially be a grand finals match. I don't know. It feels possible. Well, it's not possible. It's on the same bracket. It's not possible.
It theoretically could have been.
It theoretically could.
Right.
In my dreams.
But we're going to be jumping right into the draft, and we're going to see how these two metas line up against each other. Lunex been playing very aggressively over the course of this entire kind of season now, but DreamX Aftermath. Of course, it's going to be DreamX Aftermath, their kind of new formation going into this tournament. They have had the most wild metas I've ever seen. You know, the triple Charizard comp, they've got the Decidueye with the EXP share. There's just so many unique things they're bringing to the table, and I'm sure will continue to do. So 2 very unique teams, unique playstyles, unique drafts, and we're already seeing some of the bans, and that's hilarious, the Lunex bans.
I know, because it's exactly that. So if you don't know from yesterday, DreamX played Mega Charizard X, Mega Charizard Y, and regular Charizard in the same composition. So that's why Lunex has focused that. They are going to go for the Feraligatr first pick here, and DreamX have already taken out the Machamp, the Zacian, and the Hoopa. I was going to say Espeon, always a great option in the first few picks. Now pair that with a Snorlax, you're already setting up for great crowd control.
And just as a side note, the Moltres was a part of that triple Charizard comp as well, so kind of was just another big flying firebird that we got to see, being very confusing to actually target things correctly, but that is going to be gone as well. So very different comp we're going to be seeing. You know, if we're going from fire to water, I think, from Lunex, is now we're going to have the Psyduck and the Blastoise. So far, all of these Pokemon that we've seen picked have been really, really key parts of kind of like games today that we've seen on broadcast. Specifically, day 2, we've seen a lot more of a few of these. Buzzwole, not that case. That one's pretty interesting.
All right, yeah, because we saw yesterday, I believe, what was it, the game we cast today was a Buzzwole with another pick that we didn't feel like it matched that well. So far, with the Snorlax, with the Espeon, and the Eldegoss, I think it does make sense. Specifically, Buzzwole and Eldegoss on top path is so strong.
Yes.
So that makes quite a lot of sense. The final picks for Lunex will be Dragonite and an Inteleon. How long has it been since we've seen Dragonite?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit more Dragonite in some of the other Asian regions, but we certainly haven't seen it here so far this weekend. We haven't seen it for a while in our regions as well, so that should be pretty interesting, especially to combine with a last pick of the Inteleon, which does mean you're kind of giving away, there's going to be a decent amount of auto-attacking damage. You're kind of giving away your range at this point. I mean, it's not like you're giving it away, it's your final pick, but the question is, you know, of course, now how do you deal with that as a team? But that is going to mean that they're going to have some nice range advantage over the other side. DreamX, I think, kind of realizing, hey, if they choose Snipe Shot, we only have the Espeon, we're losing this range battle, so let's choose somebody who maybe has the potential to dive at some point in the game with that Greninja final pick.
I was gonna just piggyback off that because I totally agree. Not just the potential dive, just the setup that you can have Snorlax, Espeon, and then you just throw in Superpower with Buzzwole. Then you go in with the Greninja, all the setup perfectly for the Greninja to go in and leave unscathed too.
Oh yeah, there's going to be some nice combos for sure on that team. I mean, that's assuming that things go as they like, and it's assuming they can get close enough, as there is a lot of range damage on the side of Lunex Gaming with their primarily water comp. They are almost all the way there. Dragonite, pretty close. The only one breaking the rule.
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, the little, you know, Dratini and the Dragonite, they are blue.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I will take that as at least a
color coordination type of composition that they have there. I'm really interested in this Dragon Knight in particular, because if you look in general, you have great melee damage with that Feraligatr. You have the Inteleon for the range, and then the Dragon Knight kind of fulfills a more like, how do I put it, a more versatile, like mid-range kind of damage dealer.
Yeah, there are a lot of ranges they added, especially at the end of the draft, and I do like that a lot. Like, 'cause you play a lot of, look at that stare from Flareons. You play a lot on ranges with attackers in this game at the current meta, and you really have to kind of decide how you're going to deal with the long range, and then if you don't have enough to deal with like the mid-range as well, it can just be so hard to deal with that amount of damage. Also, while we're in the middle, of course, this technical pause, I want to call out our director, Garen, for saying that we were going to try to break our curse today, you and I, our caster pair, of having the big pauses within our games, and he did, in fact, recurse us. So
I would say that is very unfair. I am going to complain to Aja.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm currently complaining at the actual moment. No, huge shout outs to our whole production team. But as soon as you said that earlier, I was like, you know, you're recursing us, right? And
it's true, you jinxed it. Thanks, Garen.
Yeah, and of course, too, this is two teams that have already played, so it's surprising that we're going to be seeing some sort of technique. Hopefully, it's just something solved pretty quickly. And once again, though, we can continue to talk about how these teams are being built, right? So, last pick, Greninja, is, of course, like I said, probably an opportunity to, I mean, obviously, Greninja is a little bit more of a flexible Pokemon, but if you do need to try and solo target out the Inteleon at a very crucial moment towards the end of the game, that's going to be a very, very strong pick for that. Obviously, you have to commit pretty hard if you're going to maybe Unite in, but there's going to be some options for that. The rest of the team, if they can find any single person, like you were saying, any single enemy that's not in the exactly correct position, you're going to get caught by the Buzzwole, you're going to get caught by the Snorlax, and you are just going to not have a good day, I think.
No, I agree. And just going off the analysis here on the DreamHack Aftermath composition, it's the facts that we pointed out. Top off, Buzzwole with the Eldegoss, very strong early game. The Evolution, also very strong there for the bot side. The Greninja is going to be able to, you know, early game in their central area is going to require, I would say, maybe a rotation from the side of the Espeon to come through and help out, because you got to take advantage of the Psy Shock early game because it's so much damage. The stun is just very powerful in general, and I feel like if you can take advantage of that, considering the fact that they have 4 Pokemon that are 3-tier evolutions here on the side of Lunex Gaming that need to get so many resources, EXP, Wild Pokemon, and Eos Energy scored.
Right, yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a slow start. Now, a few of them were pretty decent early in the game. We actually saw some pretty early aggression from Squirtle. I think it was out of, it actually might have been out of DreamHack. It was very recently. We saw some early Squirtle aggression that worked out pretty well, but that's not the norm. I wouldn't call that one the norm. Sobble, though, is relatively strong even at level 1. It is just, it's got that advantage of that, you know, it does maybe suffers a little bit less. Obviously, you want to get to its power spike, but it won't be hurting as much in that early game. But they are going to have definitely some struggles with that, and going to have a little bit of a slower game. I'm curious as well exactly how they're going to be distributing their Pokemon to each path. Right now, again, just as a reminder, their comp is the Inteleon, the Blastoise, the Dragonite, Psyduck, and the Feraligatr. So we've seen a few options in each of these go to that center area, specifically the Dragonite, I feel like, and the Feraligatr. We've seen a pretty decent amount both going towards that center area, so I'm curious which one they will prioritize, if we'll end up seeing any switches, and also having to worry about potentially an invade, because I think as DreamHack, they have to see, okay, they got a little bit of a weaker early game potentially, a little bit of a vulnerability, and maybe if we invade, we can shut it down early.
I think that's a great strategy. It makes a lot of sense for DreamHack to take that approach. Like we said, they have a lot of good key components for the early game that they could utilize to try to shut down all of the scaling that is necessary for the side of Lunex Gaming. Although, the match that we casted together earlier today, it felt like the team that still had the advantage early game, that won early game, still fell short to the team that was scaling and managed to pull off a good late game final stretch. So that is something that Lunex definitely is taking into consideration because they are more hyper scaling focused. So I want to see what's the strategy here for Lunex. Are they going to take a more reserved approach? Are they going to be more defensive? Or are they going to, you know, just be at the right moment, at the right time and try to shut them down instead?
Oh yeah, there are a lot of directions they go with this. Once this match is actually started, once this tech issue is resolved. But I'm also a thing that we have to kind of look at forward going into this game is how much secure is available on the side of Lunix Gaming, and that's something that it looks like we might have to do it off. Maybe not. They don't look locked in. Yeah, no, not quite yet. We're moving things along though. But one thing I will say is that of course we have to remember all of our matches today start with a Game 1 Rayquaza map, right? So within these Game 1s, we've seen a whole lot of really volatile things happening. Rayquaza map is very well known for being a volatile map, volatile objective compared to Kyogre and Groudon. So I do think that a lot of the drafts have had some slight changes, and there have been a lot of really strong secure options that we've seen. So we have the Dragonite. Again, we don't exactly know which moves they're going to choose quite yet, so Dragonite is a potential secure. We have the Inteleon as a potential secure. We could also see it be Liquidation, though, because we've seen such strong Liquidation even just a few games ago. We have the secure from the Espeon, which regardless of pick, that's going to be an option. And we can see some of the secure Pokemon right here as well. As you can see that a lot of them are pretty high up. The Mew as well, doing a lot of securing this weekend.
It has been, and I would say that overall, Mew has been, by pick rate, the most picked because in regards to them, between them and the Espeon, people choose to ban the Espeon instead of banning the Mew, and they pick the Mew instead. So it makes a lot of sense. Of 16 picks there with 59% pick rate, it's quite high. 56% for the Espeon. Umbreon followed up there, the Evolution with 52, Azation with 44, and what I was thinking was going to be very prevalent in the pick rate would be the Mamoswine, now on 41, followed up by 37% on Opal.
Right, the Mamoswine's really interesting, the way the defenders are being chosen right now, but you can see the ban rate percentage here. Moltres is really high up, which has been pretty big winning Pokemon, I would say, for DreamHack that we're particularly about to watch right now. So without that, we'll see what actually can happen. Of course, they had that really targeted ban, and of course, encounter rate is a combination of how many times we've seen a Pokemon picked or banned, so anytime that it's just engaged with within a draft. And you can see Snorlax up there, Moltres up there. For Alligator, who is a pretty decent split today. We've seen a lot of picks and a lot of bans for it.
Absolutely, 89% is so high in regards to LAN tournaments. And of course, we have seen very good and successful results from Alligators, but at the same time, sometimes it has been, I don't know, felt like the Pokemon didn't fit as well with the composition. But we know too that having Alligator being one of the Pokemon that was picked there for the side of Lunix as we get this draft remade, we know that Lunix has quite a lot of experience playing together as a team, as they were regional, and they were in the regional league. They played LCQ, they played everything, and this edition of Flareons and Frank has been working out really well.
It has, but here we go. Tech issue solved. First match of Lunix versus DreamMax Aftermath. Lunix, your purple team, DreamMax Aftermath, your orange team, and already DreamMax going for an invade, which is something that we were looking towards may be happening.
I was going to say it's funny how we have Ducky going for invades, and I was going to make a joke that Lucky would do that, and that's what they did, which I love. I feel like that's very canon in my head. So we have the Snorlax taking a heavy beating now from the Squirtle in Oblivion there, but you know, it's a Squirtle. So it pops out the focus band, and Lucky decides to leave, although Dragonair already positioning there on the top side with the Greninja 2 that has already engaged for that 850 birds.
Ooh, yeah, pretty quick clear at the moment. So we'll see what they can actually do. It does look like we are going to have two other members rotating up top, getting ready for this. So 4 members from DreamHack as they spawn.
Okay, having a lot of damage on Lunia on that Totodile. They're not really able to finish off that KO, but now they're chasing on Celeste, although they get finished off themselves, and Lunix Gaming turns this one around. There's another KO that gets confirmed here by DreamHack, but it's still a favorable fight for Lunix.
Oh, yeah. Ooh, and we could even see maybe another follow-up. No, they're going to be able to get away. We've seen a lot of this Squirtle fighting and really not actually being a part of all of that many KOs. Wow, continuing the chase. Weird place for fights to be happening where that Dragonair is getting chased down.
It is, Chef, and I think it's really funny because we've been casting a couple of games that the fights just go from top to bottom to mid to everywhere, and the fights just don't seem to end. So this has been a kind of a pattern throughout the day. We have the Croconaut there in the central area for Lunix Gaming, although Revenant has been able to steal successfully here the blue buff from Celeste. Now what a nice dodge, Revenant. That was beautiful, honestly. Using the eject button to get away. Superpower takes them out, but it's still going to be a favorable trade for Lunex Gaming as they had the numbers advantage. Although the Zip Bomb comes in and Frank is going to get taken down themselves, so it becomes a 1-for-1 trade.
For those of you who may not watch a lot of Pokemon Unite, generally in Pokemon Unite, there are 3 paths, and you send your Pokemon to those 3 paths. But in this game, I think it's more of like an everybody is everywhere trying to fight each other type situation. And ooh, nice KO. That evolution, though, going to slow down maybe a little bit of the aggression. They're going to try to counter with a dunk, but 3v1, no chance. I'm surprised that they continue to engage.
Wow, yeah, Lunia hitting that power spike was so huge. Actually, they even hit the power spike after they successfully took down that fight. 2 KOs as well. They managed to get this zone pushed here on the top side, but they use the waterfall to get away. They don't need to overextend as the Reggies asked one.
It's been one long fight all the way up until the objectives. That's pretty ridiculous. There's going to be an attempt to steal here. I don't think there'll be a fight. We may see an attempt to push afterwards, and I do think it's going to be the case. The waterfall going in.
Ooh, okay, Kashala just out of range there, but Reggie, like he is confirmed by Lunex Gaming, hits the pad, and we also have confirmation that our Dragonite is a Hyper Beam Dragonite for Celeste. Wow, love this approach from Lunex Gaming, this proxy that they're doing, just making sure that DreamHack is going to get starved of experience, although the Psychic Celeste, just to confirm, the Dragonite was going to get taken down, but look at that, with the Unite move, Celeste gets away.
That is such a cool usage of that Unite move, I do have to say. A lot of times it's not always that great in fights, but being able to move with it is pretty good. Usually use it to maybe try and engage when you don't think they're going to expect it, but oh wow, everybody's down here.
Yeah, they are. But there's a good defense here from DreamHack as well. Lunia almost taken down, going in with the Water Shuriken Burst too, and they managed to take the knockout there. It's a 2-for-1 trade at this point for DreamHack Gaming, and they successfully defend this pad. We're going to go into another quick pause here while we get things sorted out, but this game has just been action on action.
It has. Thanks a lot, by the way, again, Garen. But no, this has been completely just fight after fight. Now, the well-known, within our online season, obviously we got a chance to see a lot of these Brazilian teams, and when we looked at our stats during the online season, we got to see, which teams, which players had the highest damage, which players had the highest, KOs on average, and the Brazilian teams were the highest on all of them because the Brazilian teams just fight. They fight a lot. It is aggression, and we are seeing that a lot. But Lunex is the same way. The only player that was not a Brazilian player on the damage charts, Celeste from Lunex. So if there's one team that probably plays similar in style to the Brazilian teams, it would be Lunex, which is why we're just seeing fight into fight into fight. Maybe that's where they paused. They need to give us a break to breathe.
Yeah, this is like, oh my gosh, this is very overwhelming. Okay, let's take a breather. I love that stat, Chef, that you just brought us. And now on the top side, the fighting continues. That is going to be for Alligator taken down there, and Revenant with a superpower goes in onto that Dragonite. And Celeste, nice Hyper Beam. That is a very close distance Draco impact, but it's all right as they guarantee with Flareons in the snipe shot. That last KO. EMP has to get away. Nice dodge there onto the snipe shot too. Lucky goes in, gets a nice knock onto the wall, just trying to get that side shot, but I feel like they did more than they could chew, DreamHack.
But they're just running back one after the other, and eventually, wow, that was more than 50% life. That's a little bit scary. I mean, a great push from Lunex. The thing is, though, you would expect that the way that Lunex is pushing, that they would be super far ahead in levels. It's pretty even in levels, somehow, after all of this.
Yeah, Water Shuriken Burst here by DreamHack to try and guarantee the Regieleki is going to be dazzled. Though Hyper Beam is your secure of the year. Celeste is able to take them down, and the objective as well. Now Lucky trying to get a good front line for the side of DreamHack's Aftermath, but there is no back line for the Brazilian team. No damage. They go down, and Lunex wins the fight and the objective.
And in the meantime as well, for Alligator, is actually farming the enemy central area, so they were able to get a lot of experience. Thank you. Look at that pip perfectly. But they've already cleared out everything, so they don't even really need to get anything that more. They are going to be rotating down bottom towards probably that next objective that will be fought for. It does seem like DreamHack is there a little bit earlier, however, not all of them. Only 3, as we're going to see. Poor Greninja Rayquaza and Buzzwole looking for the experience that has already been taken away by Feraligatr. Hopefully they realize there's not a whole lot. They will rotate down, and this Registeel already being attacked.
Yeah, on very low HP already. If Psyshock comes in, Hyper Beam, and it's gonna be Lunax still that takes this one with the Feraligatr as they push in. Caught a Crowd Cash, make sure that DreamHack has some space. Now Ravenin takes a lot of damage themselves. Going in with the Surf down with the Blastoise. Gashola doesn't go down. Oh no, why would you go back? It wasn't even the Snipe Shot that took them down, it was the Hyper Beam. And Lunax is dominating this mid-game.
It's just one beam or another beam really is all you're going to have to deal with here, and none of them are going to be easy. So much damage, and you know, I was saying that the levels were relatively even. They were at that point, but since then, winning 2 objectives, winning a few more fights, Lunax has continued to solidify that lead. And now we're getting into a spot where really starving them of experience is going to be a problem. Wow, engages, that's huge with the flank.
All right, yeah, that flank is really powerful for them. Revenant doesn't go down, finally does, but that Water Sugar Buzz really made sure that they had enough damage to initiate the fight. Now Lucky has to disengage because, again, they can't overextend. The levels are so necessary now to get that level 13 on Espeon and Buzzwole for the side of DreamHack.
That was a really smart play, though. I didn't even realize that there were a few members waiting to try to like flank within that ambush because they needed the experience. They targeted out the squishiest, most available, highest level Pokemon, which was that Dragonite, now currently level 14, even after being KO'd. And they managed to get the KO on it, which is really, really huge, giving them a lot of returning XP. Still pretty decent deficit as far as levels from DreamHack, but without this, I mean, without that experience that they just got rubber banding there, it would have been a nearly impossible situation for this final stretch that's starting in 15 seconds. Just checking the tall grass, getting some vision, but the snipe shots are starting to poke down on this team of DreamHack, but right before Rayquaza again spawns.
Yeah, these snipe shots are bursting. Flareon's doing so much with the level 13 Inteleon so far. That is your Rayquaza on the map for game 1 of this best of 3. Lunax starting out Rayquaza themselves, but it's always just to get some extra vision, trying to get some more pressure to get DreamHack out of position. They don't manage to get that side shock, doesn't connect. Nice of that heavy slam, although Oblivion is still setting them up pretty well for the Inteleon damage. DreamHack still in a good position themselves as they're trying to buzz them down. Water Shuriken Buzz, but Lunax Gaming, they take them immediately. All of a sudden, everybody just self-combusts, and Lunia now chasing out after there's a bone with Frank. They start even the Rayquaza. The Greninja doesn't even have space to go for a contest, and Lunax Gaming will take the first objective of the best of 3.
Wow, yeah, there was just no chance. Lunar getting into that back line and just being able to hit every single target they wanted to, just took them down instantly. The amount of burst damage Feraligatr deals is ridiculous. A nice defense, though. Speaking of Lunar, they are going to be going down. Now, you're not going to be able to steal away these buffs. It is Rayquaza, but there's a minute left. It's less than 500 points, which is still a ridiculous hill to climb, especially when you're nearly getting one shot as a tank by an Inteleon. Oh my goodness. Big points in though, huge dunks. They're still about, what, 350-ish behind. A nice back cap we're catching back in that home goal zone, 288 points. It's getting more and more difficult, especially with Espeon not being with the team at the moment.
Yeah, 610 to 168, 30 seconds on the clock, and like you said, Flareon's is hitting like a truck. These snipe shots are just insane. Mid-air, just throw it up and I will get that ball rolling. And that is what Lunax Gaming did in this game. And it's what we mentioned as well. They had the late game just settled from the draft.
Yeah, this exactly went the direction that they wanted it to go. So despite the fact that they did have the Greninja to try and deal with some of this range damage, they didn't even get a chance because the Feraligatr was just too aggressive. A very well-played game from Lunax Gaming. And DreamHack's Aftermath now going to be on the back foot. Again, fighting for their season career here. The stakes are so different between these two teams. Lunax Gaming already qualifying via the Last Chance qualifier for Worlds. They're simply here to play for glory and for practice and for, of course, the actual prizes. But DreamHack's Aftermath, this is their last chance to try and continue their season into August with Worlds in San Francisco. But now they've got to win 2 straight.
It's a very difficult task here because, like you said, they had the pressure of this being the exact last chance for them. The last game that they can play. If they lose, they're out of NAIC, then they're out of any World contention. So Lunex Gaming now having to go for the same, confidence they had this last game, and DreamHack having to try to overcome just such an amazing late game composition that the NA team has had. I will say, Flarion's really performing so well on this Inteleon. I feel like it could be a point to try to, I wouldn't say necessarily steal. I don't know if DreamHack is that big on Inteleon themselves, but we have also one of the key components of this win for Lunex Gaming. Lunia with 6, 4, and 7. KFA, 203 points scored. And again, when you're a Feraligatr, you just burst someone down.
Yeah.
You don't even need to have that much damage dealt.
That's such a ridiculously low amount of damage dealt. And again, that's the second time that we've seen that. Just to reiterate, it's probably because you're taking down low health targets in just a few hits. And so you're not doing a lot of extra damage. It's being healed. You're not really like hitting a tank over and over. If you find your targets correctly, you get, that's like an average of 4,000 damage per knockout, which is a pretty ridiculously good ratio, I would say. So that's just how assassins tend to go. Really, if you want to look at the damage numbers, you can look across the rest of the team. Not the Dragonite in second place, but Frank on the Psyduck, as usual, nearly our damage leader, only being led by Flareon. So huge damage across the team. All you need sometimes is somebody to just finish off those final hits, hit those targets that you can't be the one hitting, and that's what Lunaire did.
Exactly, and that's what Flarion's did as well.
Yes.
Because, well, honestly, sometimes it wasn't even Flarion's getting the last hit. Sometimes it was, but sometimes it was just them initiating, because the snipe was just so much, like 70% of the opponent's HP, that it just felt like, okay, just go in.
Yes.
we got the perfect setup.
Sometimes it was the first hit, sometimes the last hit, sometimes it was kind of both,
It was.
That's just how much damage I think Flareon's was doing. But the problem is, what we've seen before is that you really have to keep the Espeon away from Flareon's. That's a really high priority target because Espeon's so strong right now, but they took away Espeon. So now the question is, do you ban Inteleon, or do you try to find another option to deal with it? And I think that would be a great choice if they need something like maybe a Mimikyu to be able to try and counter it. If they can choose something that's maybe a little bit more dive heavy to try to make an uncomfortable situation for Flareon's, because unfortunately the Greninja just wasn't able to counter dive nearly as hard as we saw the Feraligatr do, which is bad.
Agreed. Also, DreamHack has chosen Rayquaza, or actually, maybe DreamHack chose Purple Side and Lunex chose Rayquaza. We'll see what exactly with production, what was the choice in the course of action that these two teams took. But I will say, to me, a priority would be the Psyduck and the Espeon, like you mentioned. Those are two things from the two main players that we talked about that was so powerful. Psyduck will be the first pick here for DreamHack's Aftermath, and it shows that DreamHack knows, or at least has a strategy to play against the Espeon or Flareon's.
I think the Psyduck is more important because, again, I think that Flareon's is going to get something in this current meta. This is a great, I think, meta for Flareon's. Where there's always going to be a Pokemon that Flareon's is going to be quite good at. Even if you get rid of the Espeon, get rid of the Inteleon, you can still pick up the Mew. There's still going to be things past that. So I do think that getting away this Duck from Frank, who is honestly maybe one of the best Psyduck players in the entire world. I think it's kind of not even close to an exaggeration. Some great ones in Japan as well, but Frank constantly topping damage charts on an aggressive team with Psyduck. I think this is something that you can't really replace with anything very similar easily, so just take it away. It's going to help your team as well.
Exactly. And we saw the same type of bans from both teams in this second game with the addition of the Feraligatr for DreamHack's Aftermath, but we still have one of the birds there on the Zapdos alongside that Snorlax for DreamHack. Okay.
DreamHack.
Just take it easy.
DreamHack Aftermax.
Exactly. Lunex now with the Garchomp, Blastoise, Mew, and Mr. Mime composition, which we saw a little bit yesterday too.
Yeah, interesting, really, really interesting to see this direction. Now, I'm glad that I randomly said Mew because it made it sound like I knew what I was talking about for once, but it's interesting that I did say that double interesting. Mew being picked, yes. Hold on, first Mew being picked over the Inteleon or the Espeon, but Gengar going to the other side for DreamHack.
I'm a little bit shook. Give me a second to breathe and
Whoa, okay, hold on. Wait, is this draft real? We need to make sure that this draft is real.
Is this a reset? Is this what? maybe this is our producer playing Who's That Pokemon with us, and exactly, it's not going to be Gengar, it's going to be, I don't know.
I don't even know these Pokemon
Solosis.
Yeah, another Solosis. But yeah, I mean, I guess we'll see if this is a real draft or if something is being reset. But Meowscarada, while being very, very cool, is in an interesting spot right now where it got some changes recently that maybe didn't benefit it all that much. It changed the mechanics of how one of its moves worked, but I don't really get a chance to see it. I see items being changed, so I'm thinking this might be real. I wonder if this is an intentional choice to try and deal with the Gengar. Now, Meowscarada very well known for having a lot of iframes, right? Being able to get through a lot of moves that kind of auto-hit you. And also Gengar being well known for being a Pokemon that if you can kind of break its cycle of looping its moves, it really gets these long cooldowns and it can't fight as well as it wants to. So maybe that's the goal.
I think that's a great approach, Chef. And just a little bit of extra information, those invisibility frames, they are just so well utilized by Meowscarada and Zoroark players, for example, which are things that you can definitely take advantage of when you have these types of drafts. I honestly, I'm still trying to process what's going to be the course of action here for DreamHack in particular, because I feel like Meowscarada a little more straightforward. The Gengar just needs so much resources.
Oh, it does. We'll see how fast it can get it. It's actually even going to the top path as we get into game number 2 here.
Ghastly.
DreamHack versus Lunex Gaming. Lane Ghastly. Now, honestly, I've said this for a long time in a weird way, and everybody's going to hate me for it. I like Lane Ghastly a lot. Lick, okay, well, it's about to get KO'd, so I'm going to pretend that I didn't say anything. Wait, can they survive? No. Okay, so despite that happening, ignoring the fact that just happened, Lick being a pull at the early level is actually a really scary combination if you've got some damage to back it up. Now, whatever happened right there, I don't really have a thought on it because not only am we seeing Lane Ghastly, but it was against a Mr. Mime, which is just such a rare pick, so lots of interesting things going on. Bottom path, a little bit more standard.
Yes, it is. On the top side, we see both Central Area on the Metang and the Florigato going there to try, and again, for DreamHack in particular, DreamHack's Aftermath in particular, to set up for that Haunter at least, because like you said, yeah, the Lick is going to be good, but you don't have any range or any capability of getting to that energy. And nice headache, very well timed with a focus band. Psyduck does survive.
Wow, a lot of gathering already. They're all so incredibly low. They're going to pick up one. At least that Mew is in a dangerous spot.
Yeah, that gyro was really good by that Metang. And again, like I said, it's very important to focus on that top side for both of these teams.
Ooh, in the meantime, it does seem like bottom path was bullied out a little bit more. Nice little heavy slam. Zapdos extremely low. They should be able to chase that down, but will they get KO'd in return is the question. Almost got KO'd by the Indeedee, and okay, not the worst thing in the world. That is going to be most of the experience going to the Snorlax, right? So if you can take down an attacker with an attacker, then get taken down by a defender, it's still a pretty good split of experience as far as you're concerned, but you obviously don't want to get taken down at all, and you just want to get all the experience you possibly can, if at all possible.
It is true, and this game, once again, although this is game 2 of the series, is still a Rayquaza map. So we're seeing no Regidrago on this one, so the extra bit of focus, of objective, and rotation is not there necessarily in this strategy. So teams are focusing on the lanes, they're focusing on the AOS energy that they can get across their own central area.
And we're seeing an interesting little shift here. We do see the Haunter now currently having moved in and taken some of the experience in the center area. Now they're kind of sharing it with the Metang, probably trying to come back from maybe not the best start that they could possibly have, but here's a big group, nice flank.
Okay, so we have a Hex Haunter here as well, and they managed to get so many KOs with the reset cooldowns. Looking good for Revenant on DreamHack's Aftermath.
Yeah, look at this poor Mew. I mean, you can only defend for so long. The beam is nice. A little bit late right there to be able to stop. I mean, it's only a few points it's going in. It's not like they're stopping the goal from being broken, so you just got to check it as best as you can. But in the meantime, that's going to set up some great positioning, some great stacks as well for DreamHack's Aftermath, who are looking, I would say, maybe 150 times better than they were in the last game, maybe early game. But we'll see if that holds on, as there's going to be some nice challenges a little bit later in the game. A pretty even split here. Snorlax probably not going to go to try to attempt to steal.
No, I wouldn't say so. Yeah, especially because, again, the Haunter's still a Haunter. Not have been able to get to a Gengar yet. But Lucky will still try to get a nice defense here, getting Frank into a bad position with the MP, trying to do the damage. But Frank very tanky at the moment. Nice heavy slam there, but actually doesn't connect into Oblivion. That was a knockout, though, confirmed on the Mirror by DreamHack's Aftermath. So they have a good position now to continue for this push. 22 that can go in by the Haunter. That does turn into Gengar.
Perfect timing. 2 HP left on this goal zone. So nice attempts to snipe this Snorlax. May go down, may not go down. Not going to be all that huge. But everybody is rotating up top towards this goal zone that's being attacked at Tier 1 for DreamHack's Aftermath. So we'll see if especially this evolved Gengar is able to get any mileage and maybe any KOs within this fight that's been happening. We did see at least one Unite, maybe 2 Unites popped off stream. And unfortunately, this Gengar probably not going to be able to escape it.
It's a lot of resources for a Gengar, though, I will say. It was Hydro Typhoon and Livid Outrage, but it is what they wanted to do to defend that goes on. That is on 5 out of 80. Of course, 153 is the score for DreamHack's Aftermath and 58 for Lunex Gaming. They take that position to start and take the Regieleki.
Look at this, an attempt to push. Will they continue? That's my question. I mean, I guess Mr. Mime is going to continue. Oh, I think they want to push for this.
Ooh, all right, 38 overdunk. Well, in this case, 37, that's all right. You're still going in on that guard jump. Good shielding that you have there with the block and a nice side kick as well that makes the Mew just feel threatened enough to go with the Mystical Mirage. There is a knockout with a Solar Beam. Nice, EJ Button, Flareons.
Yeah, so like I was saying, it really doesn't matter how many Pokemon, how many special attackers you're going to get rid of in the draft. Flareons is going to be really good with a pretty deep list of them. And so I still do completely agree with that choice. I mean, again, you know, if they had focused the ban, let's say on Inteleon, focused the ban on Espeon and chosen one of the two or something like that, this would be the same situation. We'd be in the exact same spot. So you really don't have to worry about it that much. I like how they tried that. Everybody now bottom.
Yeah, this fight for the Regirock does happen here. It's going to get guaranteed by Lunex Gaming, who's continuing to fight. And DreamHack is just falling at the seams. Not even the defenders can survive this push. Revenant trying to go in to get those resets. They get one, and they fail to get the next one. So that block from the light screen will allow Lunex Gaming to have perfect position. Although Gyroblast comes through as well with the Metagross, trying to defend this one. And they're able to stop the goals, still on 80 out of 80.
Oh, and look at that, the Surf pulling them all together, and there's going to be so much collateral damage here with just all of these swipes, but we are going to see the Garchomp go down, and if they'd been allowed to live even a little bit longer, things might have gone a little bit differently, but it's just so hard to deal with. Metagross as a physical attacker. They're going to continue to push forward, and the fight's happening in the center area too!
They are, but DreamHack's Aftermath now taking the upper hand in regards to how much damage they have been able to assert, and it's still 3 minutes 38, so Lunex Gaming still has time to reset those Unite moves as well, as a lot of resources have already been expended. No Unite moves actually available on the board.
All right, maybe we get a break for a moment. Maybe we don't, though, as they're going to be rotating top.
I don't think we will.
Yeah, we're just not allowed to actually have that. Oh, nice attempt to steal something away. They did manage to steal away the big bird right there, but they're going to have to deal now with this Snorlax, and whatever follow-up we choose to see from DreamHack, doesn't seem like they're going for all that much quite yet, at least. Maybe just going for a reset. Maybe they choose not to risk it. The score is so close.
Yeah, and Regieleki started by Lunex Gaming, and Lunia is able to take it down so fast, as you would expect from a Garchomp. That will get them surely to level 12, and soon enough, these hyperscalers will reach their level 13, much like the Metaverse on the side of DreamHack's Aftermath. There was a big push from Celeste on the bot side, and they are going to pay for this one, not going to be able to survive.
Maybe they needed to stack. I'm not sure if they're stacking. Maybe they just wanted to reset their respawn timer or something like that. But pretty late KO, and they were certainly very far out there. So they're going to have to wait for the Masquerade to come back if they do want to fight for this basement Reggie. It will be the Reggie Ice that spawns, and yeah, realizing that, we are going to go for one final pause. Hopefully, final pause. But
no, you jinxed us.
I didn't jinx it. It's Garen. I'm going to keep saying his name.
I know. G-A-R-E-N.
He said he's innocent, but unfortunately,
yeah.
you know, I can actually say that he said whatever we we want to say.
It's true.
He says, I'm sorry to the entire stream for making you wait.
Did.
I'm the one to blame.
Exactly.
He has now threatened to turn off my microphone. And usually when Dupe Snacks and Spraggles are saying that the production is saying something to them, you know, I'm not sure if it's necessarily always exactly what they're saying. This is exactly what's being said. So, you know, Garen's the best, and obviously they're working very hard to get us back into this game. It does look like they're locking back in pretty quickly.
Yes, we will. And now DreamHack's Aftermath is on a very close score. We have 193 versus 204 for Lunex Gaming. So as we get it back into this game, and soon enough into the final stretch, we see the rotation from DreamHack to this Red Dice. They're going to take it uncontested. Meanwhile, Lunex will get their positioning in Central.
Right, the Red Dice buff is going to be quite nice, but I do like that we're already getting set up for Lunex. Look, they might be going for a... No, okay. I was getting excited. It looks like they might be going for a flank for Masquerada, but they're going to play a little bit more front and center. Wow, no stopping, though, from DreamHack.
Okay, block onto the wall. Very nice play there by DreamHack. And now with Hydro Typhoon, Lunex Gaming is able to buy some more time. There's two players of Lunex Gaming that go down. The computing crush is DreamHack's Aftermath who take the objective and the fight. Let's make it to game 3.
That was like 7 seconds, and everybody got KO'd. Rayquaza went down. The game was won. That was one of the fastest 2-minute interactions. It started even before the 2-minute interaction. So, I mean, just a huge lead now, but they have to be careful. DreamHack's Aftermath, the fact that they took that so quickly means that there's still a lot of time left on the board, right? 1 minute and 20 seconds left, and everybody's, well, about to have been respawned. There is a 300, a little bit higher, you know, a little bit higher than 400, I'm sorry, point lead. So there's a pretty tough path, but so much time that's going to give them some time to farm, give them some time to respawn, some Unites to maybe come back, and it's not over quite yet.
It is most certainly not over, so it's important for DreamHack to guarantee that game 3 that they are going to get a successful defense. They're setting up there on the bot side with the Psyduck plus Zapdos, but now they did just the same that we saw in our previous series. 200 buggers in the backside, 893 to 282, and still trying to push here on the bot side. Lunex Gaming, they're able to take one down. The Zapdos not going to be there for the fight. DreamHack comes through with the Gengar, and now finally they're able to try and capitalize this back. They're going on to the guard jump. They're able to take them down. Only Oblivion is standing on this bot side. Meanwhile, the Masquerada is on the top, trying to get a dunk themselves, but they are just so far behind that it does not matter.
No, I mean, they could let the Masquerada dunk for the rest of the game, and it wouldn't matter. Huge lead, second huge dunks in the main goal zone from DreamHack's Aftermath, and they're not going to be going down easy. Taking us to a game number 3. They've still got a chance to make it to Worlds, and they are one step closer.
I love this. It was so interesting how we were saying Brazil, such a aggressive region, a region that just absolutely loves doing new things. We saw triple Charizard yesterday, and today we have a Gengar. That is something really different from the meta that we've had for years at this point.
Right, and it's so interesting because obviously this was a very chaotic game. There was so much going on, so much fighting, and within those moments, it's almost hard to really see the value of any of these Pokemon. So usually what you want to see is, okay, well, like when it comes down to the moments that matter, what really was the thing that won the game? I have no idea. What is even happening right here?
Could we have a slowdown of that? Could we please? Do we have time?
It needs to be slowed down by a lot because that is just everything being popped all on top of each other. I think even if we got to see it, I wouldn't be sure if we knew exactly what happened. But our player of the game, Revenant, here on that Gengar, an inspired pick, maybe. Again, it's almost hard for me to even talk about the draft with the way that this game went. Just fight, 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 and then at the 2-minute mark, everything being dropped in the Rayquaza pit all at once. So, weird game, but well played.
I am doing my best here trying to set something up on the Trust Raider. Hold on.
All right, well, in the meantime,
we're almost there. Hold on.
I can continue talking about Revenant's stats. You can see 7 KOs, 60,000 damage done. That's pretty good. Also important to remember that they had a really bad start, and they were in Path, which is a very rare thing to see. Gengar very well known for being a Pokemon that takes a lot of experience, and you want to send them to the center area, but they went to Path, got KO'd, still made a big comeback to win. Let's see. Oh, you can see Top Path as well. Top Path as well. The heat map. You can see they're pretty up there most of the time. As you can see there, they didn't really have like that good of an early game, but eventually they ended up making it. So hopefully whatever we're trying to set up here, we can get done. But great pick, and also a famous pick as well to end up seeing at a lot of the IC. So a really well-known little tradition is, especially at EUIC, we see one Gengar per EUIC, and this is not one of the teams that we expected to see it from. There's a lot of the LATAM teams, or there's some Japan teams as well that we know are pretty good at using this Gengar, but this is a new one for me, and maybe that's just a little bit of a lack of research, but it's something that you're going to have to deal with for the rest of these matches. Even in Japan, ACL, we saw a lot of bans specifically against strong Gengar players, because it can be a hard Pokemon to deal with if you're a little bit of a specialist.
It's such a niche Pokemon, Gengar. It's crazy, and I would say the performance was just really good by them in recognizing, okay, we're not doing pretty good. Let's wait until we get that Hex reset. And even when they did get Haunter, it was still a little bit slow, but they focused so much on the farm and getting the experience that when they did go back into the fights, they just had that much damage to go in, get the resets, and finish the team fights.
Right. So we'll see what the options are against it this time around. We've had some pretty swingy games so far and some pretty different strategies, but it does seem like some of the DreamHack bans are going to remain from essentially what happened in the first game. Lunex, though, adding on that Metagross, which I would say Metagross has been kind of an MVP Pokemon of this day number 2 specifically. It's been a really strong counter to a lot of different situations, really able to especially be like a late pick draft kind of monster if there's a lot of physical damage on the other team.
Agreed. And I was going to say that my personal MVP, which was going to be what I was going to show on the Telestrator, but we're still working on it. I am a little new with the technology, so bear with me. But yes, the Metagross is such a threat that Lunex chose to ban it. DreamHack still choosing the Psyduck as their P1 pick, and Lunex Gaming going for that Garchomp and the Espeon for Flareon as the most comfortable that this player could get.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see the Mew do so well, but we end up seeing it go back to the Espeon, and yeah, the Charizard being pretty high prio here. Charizard X, I mean, hey, we know GMAX Aftermath, they've been picking it up a lot. They're still doing it.
In fact, because that was an opening there, because it wasn't banned, because of the new ban of Metagross, we have that, like you said, DreamHack with a Pokemon that they have rehearsed quite a bit. Still lucky on this Snorlax that has been performing really, really well. A Delmise for Lunex Gaming alongside a Comfy might be indicating yet another possibility of a speedster for Lunex Gaming, much like last game.
Right, there are a few different strategies that one can go as far as Comfey in the current amount of time. So recently, well, I should say, let's say first in the past, right? Very well, especially at NAIC in history, years past, where it, of course, is the healing Comfey, and it just sticks on top of some really high-value target, especially something like a Zoroark. Celeste, by the way, doing extremely well on all of the best targets, I would say, that you want to put a Comfey on. Surfetched, an interesting choice, not the one that I'd expect, but a lot of times we will see it on something like a Zoroark. Now, we do see more recently, we saw a lot of combos of the Sweet Kiss Comfey. That's going to be a pull-in Comfey. It combines really well with a lot of the brawlers, so that might work a little bit well with something like a Surfetch. We saw it with Palmot a lot recently, with Zeraora a lot recently, but not sure if that's exactly the path they want to go. So definitely some sort of strategy coming in from Lunex here, and we gotta see kind of how they want to execute it. The Delmise as well is something that they picked up before and not really had the chance to during this weekend. So maybe some sort of crowd control combo with the Sweet Kiss and the Delmise hook. We're just going to have to see how that ends up playing out. But a lot of the birds, a lot of the flyers being a good option from DreamHack Aftermath. And that's something they've been going to a lot. So I'd say their comp is looking a lot more standard. That Charizard that's been doing so well for them, stealing away the Psyduck once again. Urshifu, which I'm going to have to assume is going to be Rapid Strike, because we've been seeing a whole lot of that today. And I think they're just going to be comfy. DreamHack's playing a little bit more of that comfy comp, and the other side, Lunex going to be playing maybe the most unexpected one I've seen from them so far.
I agree, and while Chef was giving me this lovely analysis, I had a crash course of Telestrator, so we might be able to get something interesting at the end of this match, because it is game 3, Chef, of Lunex Gaming on the orange side against DreamHack Aftermath on the purple side. This is an elimination match for DreamHack out of contention for Worlds.
That's right, Lunex has a whole lot less on the line, and maybe that's why they're willing to go with something so unique. But we are going to see the Kung Fu going towards that center area. We saw a little bit of defense from the side up just to make sure that nobody was going to be invading from the other side potentially, but they do seem like it's going to be all safe. So we're going to see some probably some even matches in these early paths. We're also not seeing a lot of clashing of damage early on in this game. It's mostly looks like going to be on top path. They're going to have a little bit more skirmishing going on before we see everybody gather together for the first spawn of birds.
It's an important moment here, especially when you have two Pokemon that have 2-tier evolutions there on the Charizard and on the Garchomp here on the top side. Although that Urshifu you mentioned here on the bot, or actually in the central area, being able to get at least one KO and almost taken down. There was that Bone really just living up to his own name as they did survive. And not only that, knock out even 2 more Pokemon in that trade.
Right, that's always going to be a 2-for-1. That's going to be so easy to do if you can just get the first. And look at this, Oblivion all alone. Okay, not all alone anymore. Celeste is going to come in to help. What's that damage?
Excuse me. Oh, wow. That push there with Celeste on the Surf Edge was insane with the Delmize hook too. Okay, if that is a showcase of what we're going to be seeing later in this game, I'm a little bit scared.
I didn't even expect that there was a chance that they were within KO range and they were at full life. You know, I don't even know who would have been that scared right there, but I guess they should have been, and we should have been, and now we will be every single time that any of these Pokemon are next to each other. Now, a little bit, of a range advantage is going to be the nice thing. They don't have to sit that close, but now they got to realize, like, hey, anything can happen here. We've got to start playing really, really safe. An invade, by the way, a little bit happening over in the center area on the east side as that Psyduck is being a little bit annoying.
They definitely are. That's what the Psyduck does. But Celeste, although having that comfy color, taking a lot of damage, the Side Shock from Flareon's does allow for a little bit more breathing room. And Oblivion comes through. Kashala is on the back though, but those that Bone is in a terrible position. And now all of the players in the central area here of DreamHack, they are taken down. And the Zapdos just, okay, no, that's not where I want to be.
Oh no, oh no, the dive in. That's an interesting set of combinations. Didn't really need to pull anybody with that hook. They're just gonna do the damage with it instead. And so far, this is looking almost like, I know this is a funny thing to say, it almost looks like the Delmize is like a ranged attacker, right? Like they haven't even needed to really pull anybody in. It's just been all the damage combined between this triple combo of Delmize, the Surf Edge, well I guess it's 4, but really it's the damage from the Surf Edge and the Espeon that you can see right there, just melted even the tankiest tank.
It does, and this very interesting composition that Lunex has with the addition of the Sweet Kiss of the Comfy makes so much sense. So in fact, with the Yonai move coming through as well, but there's just going to be too much of a numbers advantage there for DreamHack, and they are not going to survive. Although Lunex at the same time goes to the bot side, they are able to confirm this one. Flareon's pops out that Psychic Solaire, and now there's a Bone is trying to chase them down. They're able to connect with the Heavy Slam, and now DreamHack will go for the push, though Lunex did guarantee the objective.
I will say, I feel like Lunex was a little bit too far forward. Obviously, they are dominating the fights, but they had a couple moments out there where they gave up some pretty big KOs. I mean, obviously the Surf Edge going down, which does become the double alongside the Comfey, is a huge amount with the highest experience in the game at the moment. But oh wow, just barely missed that hook. Now that they know that they're going to be there, but the levels have started to even up because of those 2 big KOs that DreamHack got.
Yeah, I would say Oblivion has been sharp on those angles. Okay, Celeste coming through as well with that comfy color, looking so good on the Surf Edge. Flowery Fields forever to help Lunex continue standing. And it's 3-4 knockouts for Lunex Gaming. That Bone could be the last one to make it a wipe. They're trying to escape Dragon Rush as well, and the Shifu is just trying to fight for dear life. That Bone is still running. They're able to stop the chase, but still, what a huge accomplishment for Lunex Gaming. There's still an objective on the board. Now they're having to use that Psychic Solaire. Flareon has some shielding. Now with the Heavy Slam, they're gonna get some damage onto the Delmize, but they have to pop that Power Nap too. EMP is gonna go down on that trade, but it's 3 members now against that Delmize. Although Celeste coming through with Frank, and this Surf is just looking so insanely good. Flareon will get that Side Shock on top too. And now Lunex Gaming finally stops the chase.
Wow. Wow, what an extended push. But again, every single time that happens, it starts to get kind of scary. Lunex has the opportunity to give away a lot of experience right there. And while we are pretty tanky on any of these Pokemon, especially with the extra shielding of the Comfey, it's not going to be as much of our ability as maybe the healing of the Comfey. So it's not like you're going to be completely invincible. I mean, I guess you kind of can be completely invincible with Surfash, but that's a completely separate thing. So they've got to be careful they don't get jumped on. So something exactly like that. I mean, they have a level 11 Charizard who's going to be able to target out like really well with obviously just one Unite. They have a level 11 Urshifu who's going to be able to do the exact same thing, maybe not quite as powerful at singly targeting somebody out unstoppably, but there's just the opportunity to get jumped on, and so far, I mean, it's been the support of this Delmise.
Yeah, we're going to have to use Seismic Slam here from the side of DreamHack just to get that extra bit of damage. It is a good push. They managed to get 2 KOs. They're going for the pad. Flareon is not able to stop that 40 from going in, but is still continuing to defend here. Oblivion taking that front line position. What a great hook onto that side up. And Oblivion still standing so strong with Lunaire as well. That is going to come to back it up. Now, there is yet another one that gets taken down for the side of DreamHack, and that Delmise is not in play. Although when you have the damage from Lunaire on this God jump, it just makes it so much easier for Lunex Gaming.
I really think that was a huge fight win again, though, for Aftermath. I really feel like I keep talking about it, but they really just needed to win trades. And it was exactly what I said. They used the Charizard Unite, and they Seismic Slammed this Surfash at the highest level in the game. They got a ton of KO from it. They managed to just completely focus 4v1 against it, gave them all experience, and now we've got 3 level 12s on the side of DreamHack's Aftermath. We have now, I mean, we're about to be 2 12s and 2 13s from Lunex Gaming, but compared to what they were before that fight, it was looking, again, pretty impossible. So I really like the fact that they used that. Unfortunately, they can't really try to pull that trick again until the final stretch, because we're just not going to be able to get back those Unites in time. So we are going to have to play a little bit safer. Hopefully we can get at least a final level 13 on the side of DreamHack's Aftermath. There will be an objective spawning right now, but no real challenge, I think, from DreamHack.
Yeah, they don't want to overextend. If they can pick someone off, good. But you don't want to commit to a full team fight. 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Every time I see that anchor, I get a little bit scared there. Good psychic, but now they're going to get invisible there because of the passive, and maybe Lucky was a little too preemptive on that play. They're going to go down. Still enough time for them to reset.
Now, with an aggressive comp like this, I feel like getting one early KO means that you're going to have a few opportunities to do a few different things as Lunex. You can either sit really far forward, at least setting one person far forward to get vision. That's going to allow the Delmise to really know exactly where you are and try to get one of those early hooks, or you can set really far forward with the entire team to try to set up an ambush, or you can set up for a rip and flip, which is maybe a little bit too chaotic. I don't think you necessarily need to do that. I'm just saying it's a possibility. But they built themselves a ton of space, and you can see they're pretty far forward, waiting for one target.
Yeah, they have plenty of bushes on the Kyogre map as well. Seismic Slam going on to Lunaire. They're trying to get some of that backline damage. The Delmise comes through. That's insane. EMP goes down. No Zapdos on this fight. Lunex is doing pretty well with 2 members down to DreamHack Gaming. They're going to chase after Kashala. That surfs away, but this is not looking good for DreamHack. There's a bone chasing out after the Surfash, but Celeste is invincible with Frank around them. And now Lucky will try to get lucky and go for this steal with the Heavy Slam. Kyogre still getting attached 20%. They're going to go for Heavy Slam. They don't make it. Lunex still confirms the Kyogre. And now they are already on the lead. They go for the Underburgers.
Wow, there were actually a couple options there that could have stolen away. Side up, we've seen taken a million times, but not this time. Zapdos being hunted down once again, and they are just losing member after member. So many points raining in. This debuff from the Kyogre still sitting on the center goal zone. A little fight happening up top in the picture, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to win that one either. The numbers just not in the favors of DreamHack's Aftermath. 1 minute left, but over 500 points to make up. And on top of that, we've got this entire team running, scoring in the center goal zone, getting more points, getting more KOs, and you're not even going to be safe with the Delmise around. So you've got to assume that this one might be over. DreamHack's Aftermath, unfortunately, is going to be seeing the end of their season for this, and Lunex Gaming continuing their reign of terror with their new roster. So a very impressive showing, a very unique comp to see in this final game, and the fact that they were willing to choose it as well, I think is a very impressive thing. So Lunex has already set up one of our situations that is going to really decide who will be qualifying for Worlds in San Francisco.
This is such an exciting moment for Lunex to prove to themselves that they not only have already qualified for Worlds, but that they are ready for every single encounter that they can do. Unfortunately, for the Brazilian teams, they are already all out of the North America International Championships.
That's right. Of course, one of them was already qualified for Worlds, so, you know, it's kind of okay in that way. But it's going to be, unfortunately, DreamHack Aftermath, like I said, one of the teams that was kind of my favorite team to watch here, showing off what they can do. They will be going home. Lunex, though, who can stop them? That's the question. Not only has this team now defeated so many strong international teams, so many strong teams from their own region, but they've also defeated teams from their own region in the league, right? The actual seasonal league that have been on the top of that league. So towards the end, they pulled off so many things that could be considered upsets, but at this point, I wouldn't even consider them upsets, and we have to see who can stop them, especially with this new roster.
It's true, and Chef, I'm having a look at a replay here and trying to set something interesting there, like a slow-mo of our last hit in the attempt of steal with the heavy slam. But even if that was a steal, it would just be the Snorlax, who has the buff, who would immediately get knocked out too.
I think Psyduck as well, maybe.
Psyduck had already spawned.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Valid.
So, yeah, I mean, even then, I don't know if it would have mattered all that much. It was really all about the fight here, right? There's a really aggressive positioning, and that was one thing that I was saying right before it happened. I was saying they could set up to try to get some forward vision, some advantage as far as being able to set up an ambush, and they did set themselves up in a spot where DreamHack couldn't counter-engage in a way where they could support everybody on their own side. So they just weren't able to get the fight that they really wanted, and they weren't able to show off the strength that they were showing off for really the rest of that game. So really good stuff to how Lunex decided to take advantage of one moment of space that they earned themselves by KOing that Snorlax.
Yeah, it was so good what Lunex Gaming had, all the control they built, the plays that came from Oblivion on the Delmise, but of course the MVP, most valuable player, it is Celeste on the Surfetched. Of course, shout out to Frank that was always there making that duo with 12, 3, and 14 KFA, 87,000 damage, and 242 points scored.
Right, and I do feel like this is a really interesting pick, one that has been out of the meta for a while. We saw Surfetched as one of the, maybe the highest priority pick and ban in the entire game for a while earlier this season, but it has really fallen off, and certainly I would say a lot of players don't give it a lot of value. So to see that as the main target, combining with that Sweet Kiss Comfey, is a really unique strategy, and certainly one that I think Lunex has had in their pocket for quite a while. By the way, before we switch off the screen, look at this heat map. Look at, it's on the other side, right? It's the other side of the map is where they were the most of the game. That is pretty ridiculous. That's where the red is. I believe that's what it was. But yeah, really, really amazing stuff to see these strategies start to come out at the moments where it really matters the most.
It does, and again, we saw Lunex just going through so much regional league, LCQ, guaranteeing their spot towards that LCQ. Now on NAIC, they're just looking to show just how much they can do. And I feel like the adaptability they've shown is amazing. We saw Game 2, great adaptability from DreamHack Aftermath, and it was rivaled by Lunex on Game 3.
Yes, great back and forth. We've seen so many strong game threes throughout the course of today, and it's been exactly what we expected, right? Where these teams, now that they're getting towards the single elimination bracket, they're getting closer and closer in skill to each other, and there's a reason why they've made it this far. So, of course, it's only going to get better and better, I think, as time goes on.
It will. And we're just going deeper and deeper into this bracket. We were on top 8. We're just getting for that semifinals pretty soon, but we're going to have a listen to what the player has to say here from Lunex Gaming with a quick interview on stage.
All right, here we are up on the big stage with the big winner, Celestial. Congratulations. I gotta ask you, first off, how dare you? Second off, Meowscarada, what's going on here?
You know, Meow's good, but we picked it in a bad draft, and we didn't have enough damage skill in Metagross, so it was impossible to play. But maybe we'll see more.
I would love to see more. I gotta say, I love how many different looks your team is throwing out there. It feels like you have a lot of different strategies. Do you feel like you have a ton of compositions ready to go?
Yeah, we have a ton of compositions. We can play every mon pretty much. So we're ready whenever to play whatever we need to.
Amazing. And it also feels like, I mean, obviously things really came together for Lunex recently. You got your world spot, which was incredible. But now it even feels like you've kind of hit another level. Do you think that's just you're getting more comfortable with each other and a lot of scrimming? Like, what do you think the difference is?
Yeah, I mean, we do scrum a lot, but we've gotten to play with Frank more, with Blair more. You know, for LCQ, we only had like 2 weeks practice. So we're definitely playing as a team more. I think it'll continue to improve. I think we're not even close to our peak.
Yeah, I got to ask about Frank. Frank, I love watching Frank. It feels like maybe he is the most annoying person to be in a lane against that I have ever seen. Is this something that you guys really said, like, let him off the leash, just let him go? Is that his play style? Is that your team's play style? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Frank's coming from playing damage roles for his entire career, right? So it's kind of just go do what you want to do, get us vision, kill people sometimes, and it works out, you know?
Yeah, you knock people out sometimes, for sure. That's absolutely what you do. I love watching Frank, and I've talked about you before. First off, you have to trio with me and Doob Snacks so we can finally win some games out here. But I really do find that you are one of the best mechanical players in this game. I love that you said yeah, by the way. I like the confidence. I love that. Tell me a little bit about where you rank yourself compared to like the top players in the world.
You know, I think it depends. I think I can definitely be there if I'm focused and I want it enough. You know, it's all about how much you want it, and I want it enough, so I'm there.
Amazing, and you're running up against the team with a lot of people that you know very well. Dignitas is coming up. Obviously, you played with these players before. I mean, you were on a team with them on a stage just like this for NAIC. How do you feel?
I'm excited. It's a matchup we all want to play. You know, players played with them for 2 years too. You know, we're excited. I think it'll be an amazing set, you know, and it's always a good set when we play them.
Amazing. Well, congratulations again, Lunex, Celestial. Give it up for them. We're going to send it back to the booth.
And a lot of confidence coming from Celeste, but I don't know if that might be a little bit too confident to be able to carry some of the casters through solo queue games.
Well, yeah, sometimes we can get a little bit heavy on the backpack. Yeah, it's something, it's okay. That's why we talk more about it more than anything. This was such an exciting match. I think going to game 3 is always something that makes the teams just go to that further distance and have just more things just come out of the bag as strategies. And of course, I didn't want to show too many strategies early in the game either. We're getting pretty late. Lunex has confirmed their spot on semifinals.
Well, they did say that they've got a lot more secret looks coming up, so maybe we'll get a chance to see them today, but they've got some more matches, and they have a tough one that Stragos was just talking about. Obviously, Root Dig, a lot of history up against Lunex, so that's one we're going to be seeing pretty soon. Down on the bottom side of the bracket, though, there's still some matchups from some teams that we haven't seen nearly at all. Goofy Goobers, 0 broadcast appearances so far this weekend, but they went undefeated, defeating EG earlier. They're going to be going up against Deep Cross Gaming, who's now trying to make the losers run of their entire life. And then Fulcrum, the other huge upset team, going against Evil Geniuses, who has already been upset by an NA team. So interesting storylines.
It definitely is. And look at the numbers shrinking down of world's contending teams. We are down to Deep Cross Gaming, Fulcrum, and Goofy Goobers. And because we're going to be covering Fulcrum in just a second, that is going to be definitely a match to watch.
Right, I mean, I can't believe it's only 3 teams left, and Fulcrum, Goofy Goobers, Deep Cross Gaming, those were probably not the 3 that people were expecting. Deep Cross Gaming was the team that they're expecting, however, one of these teams has already defeated them, so it's really cool, so cool to see Goofy Goobers and Fulcrum do extremely well. But we're, of course, going to be moving on to those matches very, very soon. We're going to be switching out who will be casting, because we need a break after all that action, but when we come back, we're going to get closer. We'll see if we can go from 3 down to 2, or if it will remain 3 teams that can still qualify for Worlds.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoinks, and I am trying to find out who the Ditto is, and we'll see if you can too. These three players that I'm with me, Puka, Wonderchef, and Gabby, are going to be trying to blend in if you're the Ditto, otherwise describing a Pokemon. They each know the Pokemon, they're going to say one word to describe it. The Ditto is going to try to blend in. Let's see if we can figure out who it is. Puka, please describe this Pokemon in one word.
One word. I'm gonna go with cannon.
Gen 1.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with happy.
Okay.
We keep going?
Yeah, one word each, yep.
Squad.
Squad.
Big.
Big.
Proud.
Proud. Okay, interesting. All right, everybody, let's point to who you think that it was in 3, 2, 1, go. Gabby, were you the Ditto?
Yes.
Gabby, what Pokemon do you think we were describing?
I hope it's Squirtle.
Oh, so close. Thanks for playing, Gabby. It was
Blastoise.
Blastoise.
Arm's not long enough. Wait.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final stretch at NAIC. We are here in New Orleans celebrating all things Pokemon Unite, specifically our North America International Championships. And we are going to be jumping directly into the draft between Fulcrum and EG. This is, of course, our map number 1. I'm Zoinks, joined by Kello, and we are getting directly into this draft.
Howdy, folks. I am so excited to see what we end up coming out from this draft from Evil Geniuses and Fulcrum. I know Fulcrum really surprised a lot of us considering their performance yesterday, coming out at the top of their group, defeating Deep Cross Gaming along with Extinction. So I'm wondering what they're going to bring to the table come this round.
Yeah, I think a lot of these bands are going to be no surprise to people who got to see day number 1 of competition. Gravy looked absolutely electric on that station. So Evil Geniuses banning that Pokemon makes a ton of sense. The Hoopa ban is interesting from Fulcrum, though. That Typhlosion Hoopa combo they had yesterday was so good. But that being said, it is one of Roland's favorite Pokemon to play. Evil Geniuses are going to put that first pick priority on the Espeon, a fabulous Pokemon in the NAIC tournament. And obviously, Vin even sporting the plushie in the player photo.
Yes, I've got to say they were looking quite incredible on the Espeon yesterday. I mean, they have that plushie there, so rocking that. Clearly one of those favorites. However, we have Fulcrum taking a bit of a different look to what we actually saw on broadcast yesterday from them, picking up Mega Lucario and Comfey first pick.
Interesting. Chris Smith is going to pick up the Mimikyu, one of my favorite responses to the Comfey, but take a look at this. Fulcrum totally switching it over to the Darkrai and now Blastoise, Pokemon that's been getting better and better as day 2 has been going on. Evil Geniuses, for their final 2 selections, are looking for a support and an option for Kyrios to kind of carry with it, with Mega Charizard Y still being available. That is going to be the lock for our 2-time world champ. Roland going to hover a support right now in the Alcremie, one of our best healing dedicated support Pokemon in the roster.
Oh yeah, 100%. Being able to plop out those dollops, they don't even need to be picked up straight away as well. So if you can tactically position those, that can really make the difference for these squads. But Fulcrum, now that they have that last pick, they are going to go in with a Miraidon. I'd say this is likely to be a Charge Beam Miraidon, considering their team composition. They just want a little bit more backline damage.
Yeah, that's going to be a whole lot, especially paired with that Cursed Incense. We're going to have some interesting stuff, an Electric Terrain setter as well as a Sleep setter in Gravy. We do have some swaps around. Finn is going to pick up the Mega Charizard Y. I guess as long as Espeon's on the team, they got nothing to complain about, I suppose. Ducky is going to be on this Mamoswine, who they absolutely love playing, rocking that EXP share, so let's watch out for that early tempo game with Ducky headed over to the enemy central.
I think it's just funny. I was just boasting Vin on this Espeon, and then
great.
they end up doing these switcheroo here. So, well, Kyrios, you have a big name to work up to in terms of, you know, impressing us on this Espeon.
Yeah, I agree. It will be interesting to see Vin on kind of more of a hyper carry option rather than one of these kind of mid-game options that we have seen previously. This Mega Charizard Y is certainly a powerful pick. It's got a reputation for dominating games for a reason. So here we go, Kella. We are getting into this next game. Reminder, Evil Geniuses are a Worlds qualified team already. Fulcrum, on the other hand, are fighting ahead in this tournament to find that very invite. Let's get into game number 1.
Yes, heading on down, we are going to have Vin take the central area here as that Charmander. So I guess this is a bit of a switchy round here, considering we normally see Kyrios in that area.
Yeah, a bit of a switch, but obviously this team very comfortable getting that done. And here goes Ducky, opposite side of the map. Gonna get slowed down by BTP. I like this hard read. Comfey is carrying that slow smoke battle item, short cooldown, and it's even gonna slow down that move speed on the swing up. So great read, gonna cut off, and now Gravy on the Darkrai will have all the room in the world to work with to get their levels.
Yeah, I feel like that was great reading from Fulcrum there. I guess they've clearly been doing their research in terms of Ducky's invade, so being well prepared to go and handle that.
And obviously not too much information lost for Evil Geniuses with that pushback. And even better, you're going to get a KO in the bottom path. Accelerate will have BTV's Comfey support for the majority of this game. That support Pokemon not going to synergize super fantastic with Miraidon or Darkrai, potentially the Blastoise, but Lucario is going to be that main pair.
Do have a pivot to members and the bottom half, but those birds are gone within the flash as Evil Geniuses is looking to put pressure onto this tier 1. However, they try to find an isolation, but Squirtle, no, they're just going to back away. Instead, they're giving this one up.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of late game focus from both sides of this composition, right? Maybe Lucario being the outstanding exception. However, we are going to need to get up to levels 5 through 8 to actually have access to some of these moves to work with and earn these knockouts. Otherwise, we are going to be waiting a little bit later in the game to see some of these powerful Unite moves take over. But in the meantime, Curios and Ducky are going to make some excitement happen with good old-fashioned engages.
Yeah, that great side shock to get the stun that way. There was no escape for that Miraidon. Otherwise, that Squirtle is looking to be in a bit of a pickle as we pivot towards the top side where it's a little bit more quieter.
Yeah, and there it is, officially a Sweet Kiss Comfey. So I stand corrected. Working with this Darkrai, that Sweet Kiss pull will be really nice to pair up with this Shadow Claw nasty plot. I believe we are taking a look at the very least that Shadow Claw Miraidon in a tough spot. That was another setup by Ducky with the Ice Fang is capitalized on by Curios with this Espeon. Great combo play.
Yeah, but look at that. Because of that Aeos energy being dropped there, good awareness there from Wartortle to go and prevent those stacks. However, Vin is still able to pick up their third one.
Yeah, and all right, finally Fulcrum is on the board with the KO with the Darkrai on the top side. Lucario getting multiple stacks as well. And that Comfey is going to keep the Darkrai up. They're going to be out very low HP, but they'll make it back to their goal zone. Bottom side, it's this Miraidon versus the Mega Charizard Wine. In terms of pace, it couldn't be more in favor of that Charizard. They have hit level 9. The ability to Mega Evolve is active.
Oh, but there we go. Lucario is looking quite low. They are able to dash on out as we do have those objectives now hitting the map. Reggie Alecki being up in that top path. Reggie Rock already getting worked on by Evil Geniuses. Not contested there, but I guess Fulcrum just looking for some ice as Darkrai is going to push onto Ducky.
It has been a slow start from Evil Geniuses, but I still think we can give it the dominant start kind of accolade. They are doing a great job of just shutting down the map and not giving Fulcrum much room to work with. Ducky being the leading member of that squad, of course. It's a lot of damage in onto that Piloswine at the moment as the Thunder for the Miraidon chases them down, but Christmas secures the Reggie Alecki.
Oh, but what a great Ice Fang straight onto that Darkrai to wipe it out. And because Comfey doesn't have a pocket, they also end up getting knocked out. Reggie Alecki ends up crashing onto that tier 1 pad, allowing Evil Geniuses the chance to go and break this. Oh, no, Alpremi has 24 points exactly, so it looks like they want to whittle that down a little further.
Yeah, at least a couple more attack weight stacks for Christmas before they take that one down. Yet another Ice Fang setup that will be a KO as Ducky takes that another, and wow, that will be an Alpremi knockout onto the Blastoise on the opposite side. Everybody on Evil Geniuses pitching in to get the job done.
Oh, look at that. And even if the Reggie Alecki has expired there, Evil Geniuses are still able to go and get in a massive overdunk with the 40 points. They are now leading at 169 to 63 as we creep ever closer to that halfway mark. But I'm looking at these levels. Fulcrum, they really need to get this experience up and running.
Yeah, I mean, Evil Geniuses so far today were able to dispatch 2Z Esports, another world's qualified team, in a very, very intense match. They have a huge amount of warm-up in their favor, and it's looking like it.
15 seconds left to go until we have another basement Reggie. Both teams are getting ready to dive on in. Some vision for that Darkrai, but they are just going to back on away as Ducky is also potentially looking for a pick here.
Yeah, Ducky not too worried about the amount of poke damage they'll be taking from the enemy side. As long as they avoid the empowered charge beams from Miraidon, they should be all right. Mamoswine can walk away from quite a few thunders out of that Pokemon, especially when Miraidon is only at that level 9 stage. The time being, though, that is a basement objective. The focus from Evil Geniuses has been towards the top side of the map so far.
Well, but there we go. Darkrai is going to push onto that Mimikyu. That Comfey didn't end up getting that stun, but they do have to back on away, considering there are now 4 members of Evil Geniuses now present, ready to shred down this Reggie Electric.
Yeah, and they are taking it down. They might actually push with this as well, especially since Mamoswine has eyes on 2 enemy Pokemon on the bottom side around there in Steel. Lucario will pick it off. Comfey and Darkrai going to be the lone defenders on this tier 1 right now. Blastoise coming in for the side with the Surf though.
Oh, but there goes a seismic slam from that Mega Charizard wide to get the ball rolling. Reggie Alecki is super duper close as they are going to get surfed on back. So Evil Geniuses are just going to back away to safety, especially considering there's a lot of wild Pokemon to pick up from those yellow dots on the minimap.
Yeah, I think the only reason they're backing off from that team fight is just that Mimikyu took a little bit too much damage at the start, and Roland not quite in position to give the Unite move to that player specifically. So with that coordination, they decide, let's cut our losses. We have a huge lead right now at the moment. There's no reason to be giving that up for a few extra points. 234 to 63. This is going to be a test of patience for Evil Geniuses, but so far they're passing in flying colors.
Oh yeah, 100%, especially considering we already have a level 13 Charizard on the side of EG. So having both of those plus movements on hand. They don't have this Unite move just yet, but there's still plenty of time towards that final stretch. But for the moment, it looks like it's a bit of a standoff with everybody staring at each other from the tall grass.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I was saying about patience, even more the case for both of these teams, as Fulcrum knows they might only have one shot to win this. We are on the Rayquaza map. It can be a little swingy in the late game compared to the other 2 variations of Thea Sky Ruin. So we'll see what they decide to do. Right now, Fulcrum is positioning for a pretty aggressive play. And Darkrai diving into the Nightmare Dimension with that Dark Pulse to avoid the Psy Shock. So far, working out really well for Gravy.
Oh, Duffy is quite low, but they are able to go and pick themselves up a dollop from that Alcremie. We do have Chris Smith poking out with that Mimikyu, staying safe within that Trick Room, hoping to just chunk away a bit of damage.
Wow, and dodging outside of the Sweet Kiss range the entire time as well. And Vince decided to start the fight with that seismic slam. Mimikyu immediately jumping into the fray, and that will be Blastoise at Sky High, post Hydro Typhoon. We're still 5 seconds away from Rayquaza even joining the fight, and Evil Geniuses have a 5v3 advantage. Gravy is on the run. BTP always there right beside him with that Kofi, and Rayquaza is now going to become the center of attention for Evil Geniuses. Mimikyu Unite grabs both of them at the same time. Play with me, 2 for 1, and now Rayquaza's dusted as well. The Lucario Unite passes through, but it will not secure the Ray. Evil Geniuses with 5 Ray buffs to work with.
Yes, and now it's time to get in those hundo points. There it goes one, and Evil Geniuses are going to continue marching forth. Another 48. Tier 2 has now been eliminated, along with multiple members of Fulcrum.
All right, so the Darkrai is going to utilize their Unite move. It may look like they're surrounded by enemy Pokemon, but they are in a 1v1 battle against the support of Evil Geniuses, rolling it down. But as soon as they exit, Chris Smith will take down their opponent, help out the Alcremie. And Evil Geniuses keeping this one clean. They had a gigantic lead headed into the final stretch, and I think at no point did it get scary. Fulcrum shut down by EG.
I think that's the thing. They ended up going in with wasn't quite an early fight. It was around that 2-minute, 10-second mark, but being able to pick up those 2 KOs as Rayquaza come on in, Mimikyu being able to go and eat up Darkrai and Comfey in one go with their Unite move, like, that just gave the space for Evil Geniuses to rip that off.
Really impressive. Now we have one final push from Fulcrum attempting on these goal zones, and of course we'll start with this outer tier 1. 30 seconds remain. The Evil Geniuses, though, are going to be scoring on the opposite side of the map, so this one might be for some style points and a bit more momentum headed into game number 2, because right now this is the EG show in game number 1. 10 seconds left on the clock, and this one is all but over. EG will be starting this series 1-0, and Fulcrum one step closer to being eliminated from our tournament and losing out on a chance at a World Championships invite.
Yeah, that's the thing. They definitely do have their backs against the wall, considering it is a best of 3. There's only 3 other teams that are in contention for that final Worlds position, Fulcrum being one of them. So they're definitely going to have to go back to the drawing board when considering this next draft.
Yeah, some interesting bans that we saw throughout that one. I would love to see a return to the Typhlosion from this Fulcrum team, but we'll see what happens throughout the rest of this game. Man, this Trick Room Mimikyu, a really tough one to deal with for Fulcrum as well. Obviously, that Christmas' Mimikyu is just taking so much less damage from this Miraidon the entirety of the match. It can be tough to shut them down. This Darkrai looks alright, very difficult for Evil Geniuses to KO, but also on the flip side, it was tough for them to stay in some of these longer engagements, e.g. just playing around these enemy Unite moves extremely well.
Oh, 100%. We've seen that highlight as well. I could see, pen to paper having that Comfey and that Darkrai, but Evil Geniuses, they were aware with that. They just ended up running away, and that Sweet Kiss didn't end up really coming to fruition, but our player of the game here for this one is going to be Chris Smith on the Mimikyu with 9 knockouts that round, 1 feint and 5 assists.
Wow, you don't often see Mimikyu play in the sweeper role, getting a lot of the last hits with that 9 KOs as much when they're running the Trick Room build, but damage as well as KOs looking very, very clean for Chris Smith with a 14 on the cough, as I like to call it, with the knockout to assists and feints ratio. Very, very impressive. Fulcrum, on the other hand, like we mentioned, they got a few damaging options, but we might need to look at something new in that draft screen. I think if we're going to shift up anything, though, you might want to start with a change over the Comfey that early. Oftentimes, we're seeing Comfey in the draft selections in that 4-5 position rather than the 2-3. Very, very surprised to see it, but an early showcase definitely brought Chris Smith into the Mimikyu if that's what they wanted. However, we are probably going to be looking at some different strategies for game number 2, which will be on that Groudon map.
Yeah, and we do have our bans trickling on in here, so we'll have to wait and see what ends up coming out as we're going to get a lock in there. Snorlax, Hoopa, and Zacian so far.
Yeah, as well as the Balissi. Very interesting. So Evil Genius is probably also expecting Fulcrum to change away from the Comfey, especially in this first pick position. Not having that final pick would make it a little difficult to pick a carry that could be helped out by the Comfey, that could dominate the game, but also not be countered. So EG will have that position to have the final selection. Mega Charizard also going to be added back to the ban list for Fulcrum. Pokemon like Feraligatr and Typhlosion, though, still very much available, as well as an Espeon or even a Psyduck.
Okay, yeah, locking in that Espeon, knowing how much of a threat that it has been on Evil Geniuses, whether it is played by Vin or whether it is played by Kyrios. So I think locking that in is very definitely a smart choice there. So we'll have to see whether Evil Geniuses decide to go with one of those Johto first partner Pokemon. I can see Feraligatr being hovered over, but oh, Machamp!
Yeah,
I know we've seen this a lot on the ban table. Feel like we haven't really seen it out on the map a lot.
It's true, it has been missing for quite some time. Its opposition will be that Mega Lucario and that Mr. Mime. Now, Chris Smith on this Feraligatr is looking pretty fearsome. We'll see how well they do. Again, really surprised to see Evil Geniuses with a Zacian ban when Chris Smith is so powerful at it. But again, Gravy was so impressive on that Pokemon in yesterday's tournament group stage matches. Ducky will still get their hands on the Mamoswine. I was curious if Fulcrum was going to pull that one out. I know Austin Ghost has played that Pokemon before, but their Mr. Mime is looking like one of their better options so far here at NAIC.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we're going to end up having an Inteleon come on out, because I know that ended up getting played yesterday, and well, I can see something else that they're hovering over is this Urshifu. So no Inteleon, no Typhlosion here for Fulcrum there today. Instead, they're going to take away this Alcremie, which I guess isn't too much of a threat considering Roland is going to be on that dock.
Yeah, he's already picked up the Psyduck. I think this selection for BTP is much more coming from the factor they want some healing in this next game. Sweet Kiss Comfey providing a little bit of shielding that is going to be different. Vin is going to return to an evolution, but this time will be on the Glaceons. We have seen that Espeon be so dominant in tournament games past to go against it this time around. But Vin and the Glaceon has been, you know, a pair of trainer in Pokemon for years now at this point. One of their favorite Pokemon, also one of the very few Icy Wind Glaceon players that we have in North America, prefers the last hit severe potential and that longer range.
Yeah, but also just that potential with that dash as well when they do end up using that. So especially if there is that Mr. Mime, they are able to have that a little bit of maneuverability going on in there. But we are heading on into the Dry Ruins this time round for game number 2. Groudon is going to be that final boss that we see appear.
All right, Evil Geniuses on match point right now with a chance to make it into top 4. Fulcrum, everything on the line. They need to win back-to-back games. If they're able to do so, they can put themselves in a position to earn their World Championships invite. Otherwise, Evil Geniuses can play spoiler and make themselves one step closer to becoming NAIC champions.
Yes, and we are getting ready to go on here onto the field. Ready, go!
All right, let's get into it. Fulcrum will be on your purple side this time with a draft switch change. Evil Geniuses is going to be holding down the orange side of the map.
This time around, we are going to have that come through into that central area, and it looks like they have some well-protected members there, but we can see that Ducky on EG has 71 assists and only 14 KOs.
Yeah.
Ducky's not here to do knockouts, no. They're there to just be an absolute nuisance, we have seen on this little rumba, but they're here to make sure that everybody else does.
Exactly. That is such a sign of a good defender, a player that is always enabling big plays for the rest of their team. 71 assists, an astronomical number, especially compared to some of the competition. Either way, Ducky has done a great job with a couple of different stylistic changes. When they're running with the Machop in the bottom path, looks like no invades on the menu for game number 2.
No, just playing it safe for the time being, but we can already see some rotations into the central area. As Urshifu ends up getting chunked away, they do need to dash away as they give up those Natus to Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, Ducky almost adding yet another assist to that lineup, but it will be a KO onto the Milcery. The early game being a little tough for BTP to get that evolution, which means in tandem it'll be tougher for Gravy on this Mega Lucario. Great plays by Chris Smith on the Croconaw to get some early levels already. Rolling it down will change up the invade strategy though here at the 8.5 minute mark as the Psyduck starts to roam.
Yeah, just looking to go and get that vision of whether these buffs have been secured, but also just where everybody is. We do have that Altaria still left standing there as Chris Smith is just going to dodge it, instead look for a KO.
Jeez, these bubble beam setups from Roland also looking good, I'm sure. Also boasting a ton of assists on our tournament, especially when they get the path to the player like Chris Smith, who is almost at that level 7, by the way. There is BTP's evolution. That passive EXP gain will bring them up a little bit higher. That Icy Wind combo set up with the Ice Fang. I mean, a Glacier shutdown. And Evil Geniuses add another KO. They're already impressive lineup.
Yeah, that combination of the Ice Fang into the submission is absolutely gnarly. You cannot go and escape that, especially when there's that Glaceon to give him the boost. But I guess considering how far ahead Evil Geniuses have been able to win these team fights, we already have Glaceon at level 8 at that 730 mark.
Yeah, I mean, a true Ice Age setup from EG at this point in the match, but a little bit warmer climate. This Feraligatr water type's also looking great. Crispin almost at level 8, not quite Unite move, but their moveset is fully online. We are about to start hitting some of these Reggie fights, Kella, with how quickly the Evil Geniuses scaling has been. It's going to be really concerning for Fulcrum, to the point where you might not want to pressure either of these fights, and instead cut your losses and level up in the meantime.
Yeah, I suppose that's where vision is really going to be key for Fulcrum. They need to know where Evil Geniuses are prioritizing majority of their members, which is going to be down here in that bottom path, and Espeon gets caught on out. Alcremie also gets flipped about with Piloswine picking up a 2 KO streak and Eos Energy reigning into tier 1.
Yeah, we talked about how devastating a submission Ice Fang combo is. How about we add Psyduck Psychic into the mix as well? 3 pieces of crowd control when used in tandem are terrifying for Fulcrum. Evil Geniuses, I mean, they're filling the name right now. A maniacal laugh left all of their microphones when they set up that combo. I couldn't hear it, but I could feel it.
I was going to say, what's a worse combo? That combo or 3 Charizard Unite moves in a row?
Wow, okay, Twitch let us know which one's worse, because they are both equally terrifying. We've had, well, the pleasure or maybe horrifying dissatisfaction of seeing both. Regieleki is going to leash here. Kello goes back to full HP, but Fulcrum, the ones focusing on it at the moment.
Yeah, we can already see that Evil Genius is lurking about in tall grass. We do have Roll looking for a steal, but Fulcrum is able to go and lock that one down, just giving them a bit of space to get all these Swaddlers and Altaria for themselves.
All right, Regieleki will get near that tier 1. However, with this Psyduck and Feraligatr duo, getting the damage done, I do not think it will be landing in this tier number 1. Instead, Regieleki getting completely shut down. Evil Geniuses so far with a fantastic lead. We talked a lot about the levels, but the score is also incredible. 167 to a donut on the opposite side. Fulcrum having yet to get a single score, and we are almost at the halfway point of the game.
I think this is where things start to get worrying, especially for Gravy on that Mega Lucario. I mean, they haven't even reached that level 9, so they can't even get that Mega just yet, but they are running that attack weight, and they have full pockets, so they really need to try and get in some dunks in order to power up.
Yeah, it's a great point. Accelerate in a similar boat with that Excel Bracer, right? I don't believe they've been able to net themselves any KOs. That damage for the Glaceon, real scary, but Machamp actually takes quite a bit. Thankful for that Regirock buff at the moment, I'm assuming. They will make it back towards that tier 1 goal zone to get a bit more heals. Ducky and Crispith, that duo of EG working on the bottom side. Here goes Lucario getting an engage, but again, no level 9, no Unite move to work with. BTP with a late Alcremie Unite won't be able to support the squad, and now Kyrios is taking it all the way to the house.
Yeah, straight into the Flux Zone. Multiple members of Fulcrum end up getting knocked on out by the Machamp, and now that tier 1 is also Bornski's, but we do have Feraligatr getting eliminated, and now this is a great comeback from that Mega Lucario to at least get that boost they needed.
Really cool setups from the Mr. Mime of Austin Goats with multiple walls shutting down the retreat of Evil Geniuses, allowed Fulcrum to kind of work together, target prioritize those Pokemon, and get some huge KOs. That's a ton of experience they didn't have momentarily, but now they will be taking down this Regieleki. Will be contested shortly by Evil Geniuses. They are going to be charging into this one. Finn on the Glaceon looking to out-secure, will not be able to get the last hit. That will be Espeon picking it up.
Cool, but we do have a Shifu getting picked up, put on down, sent back to the Pokemon Center. The rest of Fulcrum are just going to retreat while Evil Geniuses is going to quickly eliminate that Regieleki. There are a lot of wild Pokemon to go and soak up on the mini-map, but yeah, just trying to get this vision Ducky is doing.
All right, Crispith ready for the ambush. That Gator lying in wait, looking like a log, hiding underneath the tall grass. Gets a little bit of damage done to that Mr. Mime, not enough for the KO. Again, a really tricky Pokemon to actually chase down sometimes. There it is, the Showtime, getting that constant stun and damage into enemy Pokemon, and now the Feraligatr is gonna fall. Ducky is going to try to escape, but that is a rapid strike Urshifu. Espeon gonna take the KO. Vin with some damage on the fadeaway, but will have to return to the tier 1.
Two great pickups from Fulcrum there. Even if they don't end up getting to push on 4th, they still manage to get some vital experience that they need. They have the 3 level 12s on their side now, but one thing that is just sticking out like a sore thumb is this level 14 Glaceon on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's really tough. I don't know if Fulcrum has found a way to really make it to the backline so far in any of these larger scale team fights. That's going to be such an important factor in this final stretch, which we are 20 seconds away from. Still, Fulcrum finding a little bit back into this game in terms of levels and EXP, but points has still eluded them. 0 to 207. Evil Geniuses with just a tight hold on this game so far.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses, they don't even need to start working on this Groudon. They don't need it for the moment. And we can see they're going in with the bait, and Mr. Mime instantly gets eliminated.
All right, Evil Geniuses, we're not liking the cut of that Mime's jib. They take them down immediately. Alcremie, the next one to fall. Feraligatr gets them down. So the support core completely gone from Fulcrum. They have no front line to work with, and a back line might be lacking as well. Machamp attempting to score a Hundo Burger on the top side, and they will succeed. Gravy all the way back to the tier 1, and Evil Geniuses extend their lead by 100.
All resources are still available for both teams here. Evil Geniuses have control of this central area. Fulcrum need to find an opening, and they're going to do that through the top half. There goes the Feraligatr, is going to back away, waiting once again for the engage, and there goes Ducky!
All right, they grab that Mr. Mom immediately, trying to KO them before Unite move can pop off, and the Machamp will make sure that's exactly done. Curios in the midst of this battle, but so is the Mega Lucario. Accelerate finds a way into the back lane. There's so many low HP targets, but they all evade the close combat just in time. They are going to dash to score. They know they don't have the firepower to take down the ground, and with only a minute left, this may become an insurmountable lead with the scoring attempts from Evil Geniuses. Fulcrum have 2 members on the last out they have in this game surrounding the Groudon. The Mega Evolution fades for Gravy. They stand beside BTP, and now Austin goes an attempt to secure the Groudon. They will, but is it too little, too late?
599 points to 0. Fulcrum do have the Groudon buffs on hand. However, these stunts can still be interrupted. No threat of that tier 1 getting destroyed by them because Evil Geniuses, they just have a huge buffer here.
Yeah, at this point, 20 seconds remain in this match. A Groudon buff to work with, but at this point, it is Evil Geniuses' game to lose rather than Fulcrum's to steal away. The clock is counting down, and Evil Geniuses are smiling at the scoreline as this one is going to be EG 2-0. Fulcrum fall in the round of 8.
Yes, and that does mean they have been knocked out of the competition. Evil Geniuses to go and continue forth to that top 4 position. Otherwise, a great set there from Fulcrum there. I know it was looking a little bit dicey. They just couldn't make their way in.
Yeah, a tough matchup against one of the strongest opponents, potentially worldwide, certainly here in North America. This is looking like a team that are competing to try to win a championship. You see them celebrating on stage right now, but Fulcrum, a really fantastic tournament, taking down some really strong teams. But in the end of the day 2 of competition, looks like it's in favor of EG. Now, Kello, this does set up for a very exciting moment coming up a little bit later. Our next game, our final round of 8, is going to have a lot more stakes on it than you may have expected. It will be a match that will determine a Worlds qualification spot between the Goofy Goobers for their first time on broadcast against Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, definitely got to say those stakes are juicy, but you know who else is juicy there? That buff Machamp, being able to pick up themselves 8 knockouts and 8 assists. They only ended up getting knocked out twice that round. However, I'm looking at Roland. Roland didn't get knocked out a single time during that round.
Yeah, a good Psyduck player can be one of the trickier Pokemon to knock out in the entire roster. You got so many defensive tools, not even to mention a passive Psychic Power Headache that's got a get off me push. But Curios, master of the push on the Machamp, so many major moments. I love the Unite move in the final stages of that game, and even a brilliant play call when they got down to such low HP. You know, if they try to push around, turn that fight a little bit, even try to recall, they might be in a precarious position, but instead, Evil Geniuses makes a great macro decision and charges to the enemy goal zones to score. This EG team, I think, just showing a masterclass in what it means to keep a lead in Pokemon Unite and not throw a game away. Just shutting down this Fulcrum team from start to finish and not really making it look scary at all.
No, and I think that was a really interesting play. Just go and dunk in the points, create that buffer, give away the Groudon because it's just not really going to be much of a threat there for them considering they were able to go and defend. I think normally that isn't a tactic that we see quite regularly, but obviously EG, they saw the vision and they made it happen.
Yeah, such a good showing. This EG team is fantastic, and I know I want to hear more from this squad. So we have an interview on stage with Evil Geniuses right now.
And welcome. We are here with Roland. We've almost interviewed every single person on EG, and you're trying to sneak away to not get interviewed. I'm calling you out, but everybody loves the Roland interview, so congratulations on your win. You're moving forward. I got some questions, though, specifically about the matches that are leading up to your next match, right? Now, we've asked nearly every person on your team, because we've interviewed them all, what happened between you and Goofy Goobers that gave you the only loss, because you've been looking so dominant this weekend. Can you give us any information? We've gotten such little information so far.
You know, I think Goofy Goobers is a great team. You know, games off stage, they tend to get a little hectic. You know, sometimes we're out of it, but you know, I think they got the best of us, but we really turned around after that, and we gave it our all.
All right, well, it's clearly showing as you are now pretty undefeated for the next day. When it comes to this next match, right, Goofy Goobers and Deep Cross Gaming, that is going to be the world's qualifying match, and that match is going to lead up against you. Now, is there one of those two teams that you prefer to fight? Obviously, there's some history here with Goofy Goobers that you just played, and some history with, of course, Deep Cross Gaming, Slash being there, and then, of course, some other players from the Asia region.
I wouldn't really have a preference to fight either team. You know, I think they're both great teams. You know, both, you know, maybe could go to Worlds. But, you know, if I were to choose one specifically, I would like to go against Slash. You know, it'd be great.
All right, all right. And then, of course, looking past that, right, you're getting really, really close here to ending the day, right? Of course, there's only going to be a few more matches, and we're going to be moving to the grand finals tomorrow. You're getting very close to particularly one team that you've had a little bit of a rivalry with, and that is going to be Root Dig, of course, coming from North America as well. Opposite sides of the bracket here. How do you feel about your preparation up against them? Has it been any more just because you guys have had such a rivalry, or is there anything you've prepared for them?
I think we're ready to take on Dig. You know, we've gone against them the whole year. You know, this is going to be a great match. But if we get to go against them, I think it would be great. I think we're ready, though.
All right, well, you heard it here first. We're excited to see what matches the future holds. We're going to send it back to the casters. Let you get ready for your next matches.
Oh, all right. Great to hear from Roland of Evil Geniuses on a legendary run, especially here in day number 2. And now they are officially in the top 4 of our tournament and headed to play against even more rivals, potentially old teammates as well, if it will be that Deep Cross Gaming begin in the next game, or potentially new opponents, new rivals, even more competition here at NAIC.
Yeah, and I think that's really exciting considering this next match is going to be for that final World qualification spot, considering we already have those 3 teams, Root, Dignitas, Lunex Gaming, and Evil Geniuses, that already have locked in the position. So, yeah, there are a lot of stakes on the line come this next one.
I mean, welcome to the stage, Goofy Goobers. This is going to be your first time playing up there, and it is going to be an important one. You can see them getting up on the stage right now, so let's let them get set up. We are going to jump to a very short break. When we come up, let's see who qualified for Worlds. All right, let's play Guess the Ditto. Let's see which one of you it is. All right, let's describe this Pokemon in one word. Puka?
Fast.
Hey, fast.
Cool.
Uh-oh. Words are hard. Stylish.
Stylish.
Hot.
Hot.
These are really, really different words.
We've had cool and hot. Interesting.
Cool, hot, stylish. Isn't stylish kind of also like cool? I feel like it's similar. Sleek.
Sleek.
Fast.
Also fast. Okay, let's guess who that Ditto was. Point it. Who do you think the Ditto is? In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah. All right, Wonder Chef, were you the Ditto?
Yes. You gave me nothing. Y'all gave me nothing.
Wonder Chef, can you make a guess what Pokemon was the word?
Not even close. Okay, I'll guess Ponyta.
Oh, so close. It was Rapidash. All right, thanks for playing. Good job, everybody.
Welcome back, everyone, to NAIC, the final stretch. And for a couple of our teams here, it really does all come down to this. Tomorrow on Championship Sunday, we will find out who the champions of NAIC are, the winners of the final stretch. However, there is one Worlds spot up for grabs, and these next two teams are the only teams competing for it. Deep Cross Gaming versus Goofy Goobers for all the marbles. The World's invite.
The whole kit and caboodle here. Goofy Goobers, the day one monsters. We finally thawed them out and we are bringing them up to the big stage. Of course, Deep Cross has been on that stage a couple times already, has looked a little shaky, but despite all that have made it this far into this moment right now. They traveled halfway around the world for this opportunity, and Goofy Goobers, on the other hand, representing the grassroots, fighting for that dream.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting matchup. We didn't know where it was going to fall on our broadcast. We knew we were making sure to bring you the match one way or another, whether it was a third place qualifier here in the quarterfinals, in the semifinals. We were going to watch the match that qualified one of our teams for Worlds, and it is coming up right now. So much pressure on these two squads. As you mentioned, one of them traveling across the world for the last chance to compete at the World Championships with a two-time world champion on their team, Slash, previously from Luminosity Gaming here in North America. And they are going up against a team that had a phenomenal record in day one and even took down a giant like Evil Geniuses. Those games, by the way, we are still trying to figure out exactly what happened between those two teams. We may never know. But what's in front of us right now is probably the most important match of the entire weekend.
I can't wait to get right into it, and that's what we're gonna do. Rayquaza is our map here for game number one between Deep Cross Gaming, Goofy Goobers, and the world spot on the line. Just one best of three separates one of these two teams from the semifinals in San Francisco.
You have to wonder, I mean, I would assume a lot of this crowd is rooting for the Goobers right now. Maybe not the teams that got beat by them. Who knows where EG is feeling in a moment like this, especially considering a former teammate of Curios, Slash, is on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. As we take a look at our bands here, we have Umbreon, we've got Hoopa, Crustle, Moltres, Zacian, and finally we have the Feraligatr. First pick over to Deep Cross.
Again, Deep Cross Gaming going to the best of threes into that third game a couple times to try and get this far. I think they look shaky. Leading off with the Snorlax, Slash picking that up. Now let's see what the Goofy Goobers got. Like I said, first time on the stage here at NAIC, and it's the biggest match they'll play all weekend.
Yeah, we're gonna see what exactly they're gonna bring out here. They could be looking for counter picks. They could be looking for something that they desperately want to play. So we're getting a Leafeon picked up early with a Comfey.
I mean, they're going into the tank and they're going with what they know works very clearly, and they're not going to give the opportunity of Deep Cross Gaming to counter pick them. They're going straight for the gusto.
Here we go. Deep Cross grabbing the Mimikyu. A nice shutdown Unite move, you know. You're able to get 2 for 1 if you can get it on top of the Pokemon that has the Comfey collar. Next couple of picks over to the Goobers here, looking to finally figure out maybe what their defender is and an attacker. Someone did tell me there was a team playing Delphox. Is it the Goobers?
I hope so.
Me too.
My life for the Goobers to lock in a Delphox here, a Firefox. We got a Blastoise and we got a Delphox, baby. Let's cook with the kids here on the Goofy Goobers.
Let's go. Goofy Goobers bringing out a Pokemon that you rarely see competitively. I don't know if I really saw it much at all this entire season. So this is going to be really exciting. Deep Cross with their next couple of picks here. And they're hovering a Garchomp and a Psyduck. Very powerful choices.
Literal raw power on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, and Goofy Goobers are keeping them goofy boots on, and they are going for it. And that is a Zoroark as well. The pressure is on. The scrapping will be occurring right in your face.
Here we go. Double Speedster on the side of the Goobers. This is going to be very exciting. They do have a defender. They do have a support. as well as an attacker. No all-rounders. You know, you see some teams out of Japan running 3, like 4 all-rounders sometimes, and here the Goobers are going with a lot of firepower. However, a couple of Pokemon that do take a little while to get online, most specifically that Delphox, feels like it really doesn't get there until it finally gets its Unite move.
Yeah, but I must say, the fact that you've got a Zoroark and a Leafeon leading the charge is going to be able to buy some amount of time for that Delphox and even that Blastoise here, as we are finally getting a big stage look at the Goofy Goobers, and we're getting ourselves ready for game number 1. I am elated right now.
I know, this is very exciting. If you have friends who are not watching, get them in the room. Tell your dad it's time to watch Pokemon Unite because we are deciding a world spot here. You don't even need to call him Dad. You can use his real name. Gary, get in here.
Gary, the Goobers are gaming.
Gary, the Goobers are gaming. They're going up against Deep Cross Gaming, Gary. It's for a world spot.
Get in here, Gary.
Come on, Gary. Deep Cross Gaming is your purple team. Goofy Goobers, your orange team. Again, a world spot on the line here at NAIC.
Let's get into it. Without a doubt, Deep Cross Gaming bringing a lot of the common foes that the Goofy Goobers have had to face this weekend. And on their side, Goofy Goobers doing their own thing, and I can't wait to see how it turns out.
We've got Leafeon in the top path here for the Goobers, which is not something you see all the time, right? Most of the time you see Leafeon, they're going to be in that central area here. And we can see they're still not at 4. However, as soon as they can get one more little bit of experience, they will evolve to Leafeon and get a huge power spike.
Yeah, and I do like the switch up. That almost makes Deep Cross Gaming not want to invade because they're worried they're going to walk into a Leafeon, right? But instead they had the Zoroark there, and now they're going to get to switch the script as Radis is waiting to dive on some of these Deep Cross Gaming players. We're going to see if any of the Goobers can get them vision, and we can have a big-time ambush.
We're going to see what Zoroark wants to do here. They're eyeing it down, and they are heading over the wall.
Oh, sussed out
of
immediately,
information.
going straight and gets eviscerated. Moving forward is IMAX. They're able to get through the wall with the eject button, not go down. The bubble beam Psyduck, if I saw that correctly, yes. So that's going to be interesting for these teams battling up front.
Mew catches the Squirtle in the central area there, so a couple of KOs for the side of Deep Cross. The Zoroark over the wall, immediately revealing their position. Odd choice for the side of the Goobers.
Yeah, well, you got to do some goofy stuff if you want to pay off your goofy choices, and the Goofy Goobers are down but not out. There's still 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this game. A lot of time to make up.
No question about it. They have a lot of time here. They are behind in the top and bottom path, but only slightly. They gave up a couple of KOs, but things aren't looking terrible for them.
No, they need to get this War Turtle online here. They need to secure this, get them ticked over. You can't let that happen. I don't know why they walked away and didn't guarantee that secure there. That's a Night Slash Zoroark, as we have a slow smoke down, assuredly from the Comfey, as they're trying to create separation. Shadow Sneak Mimikyu picking up the target on the Comfey. Don't engage.
Yeah, Shadow Sneak Mimikyu here, and that is a Night Slash Zoroark Sweet Kiss Comfey, a very unusual strategy for the Goobers here, and it could just be a very difficult one for some of these teams to deal with because they don't run into it very often.
Trying to Dragon Rush away was the Garchomp, or the Gabite right now, and not able to finish the engagement there is Radis. So we'll see what they do. Nice heavy slam. How do they follow up? Going straight for a new target. Night Slash is that. The Grass Knot is out, doesn't catch anybody. Now we're pushing back a little forward. IMAX is in trouble.
Yeah, and here we go. We saw the Sweet Kiss, but they decide not to engage with it right here. Instead, waiting for their moment to hop back on and give another big shield to one of their allies. The Leafeon, not yet 8, so they can't move in with a big Unite move play.
The levels don't look egregious, though, from the Goobers, right? They're a little behind, but not by much, and they've got more balance in the middle of their levels here. Let's see how they can use them. They need to get to Blastoise. They need to start transitioning into the mid game here.
Yeah, and here we go. Looking for a play with Night Slash. Regieleki getting ripped up and getting taken down, heading towards the side of Deep Cross. Do we look for a fight here, or is everyone just going to cool off?
We all cooled off. We went back. That means another 40 points is going into that bottom goal zone. They sent the Regieleki into path, and now, using the fact that goal zone's open, they're farming up experience, so maybe not a bad look.
Yeah, they are going to have some experience for their side. They desperately need it from Delphox. Getting caught here by the Mimikyu. They're looking for a KO. Massive play. Look at the coordination from Deep Cross Gaming. Big time double.
Yeah, I mean, Mimikyu Unite move, put the blanket over them, and as soon as they're coming out, heavy slam block into the wall, clean up the trash here. Leafeon going to put the marks down, going to try and hold tight, and that is just 4 players ready to go. The surf is just a little late, can't stop the scores. Here comes the Knight slash Zoroark, but they're too late, and they can't do much. Nice pull by Psyduck.
Wow, Deep Cross looking pretty fantastic to start this game here. I mean, we have some really exciting strategies from the Goobers, but they are not paying dividends yet. Blastoise has no Unite moves, so they can't be too afraid of it. Leafeon, however, has hit their level 8. Delphox has hit level 9. Things can change in a big way for the Goobers, especially if they can push forward and get a win at one of these Tier 1 goal zones.
Looks like Reverie's playing a little bit of a schmovement Delphox here, going straight into the fence. Fireworks down, Comfy Unite as well. They need to find some targets. We have a big surf out of the Mew, creating massive separation. Radis is down. IMAX is in deep waters. They get heavy slammed and they're under attack, and they are gone as well.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of great plays here out of Deep Cross. They finally lose. I think that's the first KO maybe to the side of Deep Cross where the Garchomp goes down. It's 133-0. Change that to 42. Finally some points on the board for the Goobers, but they're quite a bit behind in just about every way right now. Level-wise, they are still keeping relative pace, but the Mimikyu's 12 on the side of Deep Cross.
I mean, a gargantuan. It was close to parity there just a few short minutes ago, but now things are getting out of control. Deep Cross Gaming, if I were them, I would put the pressure on. Goofy Goobers need to level up, and they are struggling to do so.
Nice buff here for Deep Cross. They've got a Regirock. It looks like they are being very aggressive here. The Regieleki is also walking. They're going to be able to stress 2 places on the map here for the Goobers. How do they want to play it? 3 members of Deep Cross heading to the top path. This could be a push.
Yep, Regieleki on the doorstep here, just Radis hanging out. Surf by IMAX trying to gain space. Nice slash to rip through the Regieleki. Comfy Unite is down. Flowery Fields forever. And Deep Cross Gaming is just watching the Goofy Goober struggle with this Regieleki and say, okay, fine. We caught your attention long enough. You weren't able to level up. You didn't get anything done. And now we'll just go back to our side of the map.
See Snorlax getting some good information right here. Not able to get the steal, but it lets everyone on Deep Cross know exactly what the Goobers are up to in this moment. Tier 1 goal zones up on both top and bottom for Deep Cross. The stressful thing about this, of course, means Goobers have more experience on their side of the map. Essentially safe experience, too. The 3 Audinos in the top, 2 Audinos in the bottom right here. Mimikyu says nothing is safe as they look for a KO, and they get 2.
KO streak of 2 for Mimikyu, and they can't even put real damage on it. I'll be honest, the Goofy Goobers, great and very interesting strategies, but not so great execution. They're not really playing together. They feel a little disjointed and lost right now.
Yeah, this is a rough start for the Goofy Goobers right here, as Deep Cross is playing some of the best Unite I've seen them play throughout this weekend. We've not gotten a chance to really see what the Goobers are bringing. It does feel like a very tricky team composition that some teams might have trouble with, but Deep Cross feels entirely prepared for this, or even if they weren't, they're just ready to handle it.
You know, they're down by about 150 points here, but the Goofy Goobers managed to claw back into this level exchange here and aren't that far away from where Deep Cross Gaming sits. This is a good way to get your Zoroark close to level 13, which is going to be a break point for them as we head into the final throes of our first map.
Free Regice for the side of Deep Cross, which is going to be another nice buff for them, giving them a little HP recovery. In the top path, we have Zoroark and Leafeon Comfey pressuring this goal zone. In fact, all 5 members of the Goobers are up here, Doobsnacks.
Yes, they are, and it's almost like they're trying to stage an ambush, but quickly sussed out by Slash, who has no fear of what the Goobers got going on, and we've got Ray.
Yeah, and here we go. Rayquaza hits the map. Deep Cross Gaming with incredible positioning. The Goobers need to make a play right now. They need to find something in this fight. They're moving forward with Zoroark. The Sweet Kiss finds a little bit of nothing.
I mean, Night Slash Zork goes in, but look at all the damage on IMAX because the Mew chase down. Z-Ray wants more. Mimikyu Unite is popped. Fanciful Fireworks right on top of their head. Zork needs to get in there. We do have one Mew down. We gotta keep pushing. Back the other way, IMAX is down, but they catch another one. The Goofy Goobers are coming alive. We are flamethrower out of Firefox. Radis full HP, still carrying the Comfy. They're starting to work on Rayquaza. 9-4 is watching their way in, and they have to engage on the Reverie. Reverie peels back. They take a ton of damage, blocked into the wall, and back onto Rayquaza are 3 players for Goofy Goobers. Finally, the Firefox goes down. Delphox is destroyed. Night Slash into the middle. Rayquaza's finally getting low, but Z-Ray is back in the mix. This Mew has an opportunity to save the game for Deep Cross. Ray is low. Who goes for the secure? It's Deep Cross Gaming. It was them at the start. It's them at the end. Deep Cross Gaming not falling for any shenanigans.
What an insane back and forth between these two squads. Deep Cross Gaming going extremely deep into the central area of Goofy Goobers. In fact, overextending in a big way, getting caught out for it. The fight starts to swing towards the Goobers, but it lasts so long that Deep Cross is able to make their way back. Rayquaza heals up, and by the time they are ripping it, Deep Cross is there to stop them. What a bizarre Ray fight. What an odd match. What an interesting comp from the Goobers, but none of it seemed to fully work for them in game 1.
No, I'm looking back, or I'm thinking back at that final fight, and I have to call out, I feel like the Goofy Goobers got a little over anxious, maybe like the dog that finally caught the car that it was chasing, and all of a sudden they had a couple knockouts that they needed. They were in a decent positional advantage, and then all of a sudden you have everybody's attention split in different ways. You've got Radis with the Comfey going into the middle. I think it's Dragon is the Comfey. They went into the middle, they start ripping through this Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Reverie is just trying to schmooze through. They get the Garchomp to engage with them, but then the Zoroark peels attention back into that Garchomp engagement by 9-4. As we're taking a look, we've got our replay on our screen right here going into Ray, and you're gonna see that catch.
Yeah, I mean, so here's this very odd moment, right? You have the Zoroark kind of jump over, they're running around. Mimikyu goes really deep. They hit the Delphox, they go super deep. They hit a Unite move onto the Blastoise as soon as Blast is going for the Hydro Typhoon. Delphox Unite on it, which I think was actually a killer place to throw this Unite. You could see how devastating that was for a couple members of Deep Cross. Mew now down, the Zoroark on the chase looking for a KO. You have the Mimikyu go down as well. Psyduck almost going down. Snorlax, an absolute unit there, just making sure that they can't get to Psyduck. They also dispatch the Delphox, so by the time Ray is getting chipped here, it's really anyone's game. Like, this is so close. You see it gets down to like 0 HP.
What is blowing my mind here is Adam Ninja, I believe, on the Leafeon, goes in, gets the KO on Garchomp, but is that a heavy slam by Slash to pop up and break up the secure out of IMAX as the Comfey tries to jump on? We saw the Leafeon, they did an entire rotation of the clock around the middle without throwing a move or touching anybody. And you have to ask what the thought process was there, as Sirius getting credit here as our player of the game.
Yeah, 11 knockouts on the Mimikyu. They had massive moments throughout that game. I'm not shocked at all that they are the player of the game. I thought they were diving in so well, dealing with them. You take a look at the side here of the Goofy Goobers. The Zoroark has 0 KOs. I mean, it's just
That's the wrong amount to have.
I gotta assume you want a different number there. This was a wild match from the Goofy Goobers, and you know, with the world spot on the line here, it kind of felt like they were, had this worked, it would feel genius. It not working, it feels like what a wild play to throw at Deep Cross with, you know, everything in front of you.
I have a tendency to agree. I do want to give Goofy Goobers credit, though, because they got down throughout, obviously, the course of this match. We were all watching that materialize, but they did a very good job keeping pace with the experience. And they did a pretty good job taking advantage of a bizarre engagement. We're both watching our little telestrator here, because what I want to see is when...
You want to see that engage, like
I want to see when the Zoroark goes to the middle. Watch Adam Ninja, the Leafeon. They start peeling up top, and they're doing a whole lap here.
Yeah, let's get the telestrator on the screen for 1 second if we're waiting for these teams to hop in. We're just taking a look at this footage one more time. It is pretty interesting. All right, let's peel back a little bit. So which moment were you looking at here?
Let's go right here. Keep your eye on Adam Ninja, the Leafeon right there.
Okay, so we're looking right here, everybody.
Yeah, okay. So you've got 9-4, you got Slash, you've got Radis in the middle, right? And Dragon that jumps onto the Zorak. Watch the Leafeon. They start rotating top left, and then they decide to collapse where Reverie was getting collapsed on the Delphox. But then the Leafeon, right, still has a decent amount of HP. Reverie pinned against the wall. Garchomp is nowhere, but they're rotating away. So they're not even committing anymore. Look, and they don't even throw any moves here on Rayquaza. They don't commit to the fight. They don't commit to the Ray, and now Radis is stuck alone in the middle. There's enough time bought back. Here comes Psyduck. Then you can see the over-rotation Z-Ray the Mew, which is the most dangerous secure tool that you caught early, rolling back into the fight. IMAX has to join at a delay, and Adam Ninja, it's almost like they're biding their time and can't quite figure out what they want to do. And in some cases, indecision is the worst decision to make.
It's interesting. They had very little HP right here, and they end up going down as we're heading into our draft. They have very little HP. They kind of jump in. I'm just going to pop back like right here. You can see Ray is almost at nothing at this point. There is your Leafeon, right? It just goes down as it makes its way in, trying to get the secure. So they were holding it all for the opportunity of a secure as we're getting ready for this next draft. I'm curious to see what the Goobers are going to throw at Deep Cross here, because unfortunately for them, that first match was not ideal.
Less than ideal, but you get another bite of the apple here. Umbreon, Hoopa, Crustle banned out. Snorlax, Moltres, and Zacian also banned. First pick to Chin, and that is a Psyduck.
Yeah, Psyduck for Deep Cross. Latias on the side of Goofy Goobers. I'm excited to see this. Do we have another Comfey game from the Goobers? No, it's Greninja. Greninja, Latias.
Okay, Radis jumping to that top pick, grabbing Greninja to go along with this Latias here. Deep Cross Gaming, again, has the pick of the litter of what we would consider the more traditional, powerful Pokemon kind of in this mid-draft section. Feraligatr is no exception. 9-4 grabbing that real quick.
And here we go. Deep Cross deciding whether or not they want to take the Latios away from them, but no, they say we're fine with Mew right here. Next couple of picks for the Goobers. We could be seeing the Greninja in the central area. It also could be playing the top or bottom path. We've got ourselves a Trevenant, very powerful pick, but you don't see it as often anymore.
Nope.
And we take Blissey.
Blissey from Dragon. So Adam Ninja is going to have the final pick here, the gutter pick for the Goofy Goobers. Deep Cross Gaming have a lot of options ahead of them. What are they seeing the Goofy Goobers put together that they want to respond to with?
It's a good question. I mean, it's really interesting, right? You have two supports and a defender on the side of the Goobers. And I know Latias is a very unique Pokemon. I wouldn't say it's what you would typically see as a supporter here. We have, as Slash famously said, Lapras on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, and Machamp, the final pickup for the Goobers. So we're expecting a lot of damage here out of this Latias.
Yeah, definitely going to be attacking. Of course, Reverie was the player playing Delphox in that first game. I think they might have been a little shaky at the start, but they had some real bright spots in the final moments of that game, really helping facilitate the opportunity that the Goofy Goobers were able to cobble together. So I'm excited to see how they can get this Latias online and really help shellac in damage, because they're going to need them to do so.
Moving some of their Pokemon around that we can still see on the selection here. I'm just not sure which player is taking what right now, but I'm excited to see how this goes. Again, Gary, if you're watching, this is for that world spot. Deep Cross Gaming has a two-time world champion on the team that is still not qualified for the world championships. Goofy Goobers, the exciting squad out of North America, representing the grassroots scene, not in the official league, but having an insane run here at NAIC. One of these two teams will be walking away with that spot. Deep Cross Gaming is going to be your purple team. Goofy Goobers, your orange team, and this could be it, Dupe Snacks.
Let's get into it. Adam Ninja and Dragon going into the top path here with kind of a more traditional look than what they had here in game 1 into that top path. However, the rest of their competition composition a little fresh, pretty fresh.
It is a pretty fresh look here as we have the Totodile trying to get a secure. The Machamp getting really aggressive there as well. Psyduck gets the headache, and now they're going to try to steal a little something from the side of the Goobers.
The oppressiveness of an early game Psyduck is just miserable to contend with. That headache is very difficult to predict and keep your eye on as you're trying to work through and secure past it. Deep Cross Gaming going to leverage that and take as much of this early experience as they can and try to slow down this Machop. Right now, they're pretty successful.
Yeah, nice secure here for the side of Deep Cross. They're trying to get that Feraligatr online. Here comes Greninja to the top path. 3 members of Deep Cross actually scoring in the bottom path. They know this now for the side of the Goobers, so Goobers are looking to push in the top path. Z-Ray running all the way up top here. We have the birds already spawned. Teams fighting over it, and here comes Leafeon.
Huge E-ball onto Radis. Dragon can only run away. Animinja goes down, and what a rotation by Deep Cross Gaming. One thing Deep Cross Gaming did is they leveraged all their early Pokemon, over-rotated downstairs, blew the doors off of that bottom path. Everybody goes up top and takes a win in the attic.
Yeah, beautiful stuff from Deep Cross. Another strong start to a match right here. As you see, Trevenant trying to get some information, looking for a wood hammer right there, seeing who they can catch on the side of Deep Cross. Leafeon just kind of toying with them a little bit as well, throwing the Razor Leaf, but it looks like the Psyduck will go down.
Good reposition by IMAX with the wood hammer, allowing them to get at least something there, so you can't be too upset, but the Goofy Goobers are already on the back foot 2 minutes in.
That's right, 90-9, misses the wood hammer right there, but they're looking to make some big plays. That wood hammer will not only hit and stun your opponents, it can also kind of reposition them in a really interesting way, where if you're hitting them on the sides of that half circle, you're swinging them all the way to the middle of it. So some, top-tier Trevenant players can really make plays.
Exactly. Moving forward, Z-Ray looking for Radis is their prime target here. They want to slow down this Greninja. Nice E-ball. Getting in the way is IMAX, but it's not going to be enough as they go down for their attempt to save the Greninja.
And here we have a level 8 Leafeon walking to the bottom path. Could easily look for a big Unite move right here. They don't need to if they're just able to push the Latias off. It's going to be 21 points right here. They're just going to try to continue scoring, stacking up in this bottom path. A perfect opportunity to do so for Deep Cross.
All right, we've got 3 players of Deep Cross in this bottom path. Only 2 players showing from Goofy Goober. Excuse me, reverse that. 3 and now 3 as Slash steps forward. Woodhammer reposition is there. Emerald 2-step goes straight into the back line. Latias is gone. Radis is still standing, but now might not have enough in the tank to even try to go for this Regis deal as Deep Cross is all over it.
Yeah, Deep Cross is all over it. However, here comes the Trevenant. They're looking for it right here. Leafeon getting caught. They do go down.
Good reposition. Solar Beam is there. IMAX needs to go front line and get in the face of Z-Ray. They don't. Boosted Auto hits the Greninja clone as they are able to knock out Dragon. Slash is still working on this Lapras and feels pretty unencumbered here as now Radis is pinned against the wall. Slash can do a lot of work here, and here's Feraligatr just in time to watch the other water type take care of the other water type.
Boy, if you would have asked me how that fight was going to go, at each moment I would have been wrong. And it ends up being the Feraligatr coming down, the Lapras getting the KO on the Greninja that had a Unite move and didn't use it. Just what a shocker.
Yeah, it's a very bizarre sequence of events here. In the top path, though, we finally have our Machamp that looks to be doing some sort of work. Feraligatr meets them upstairs as the chase is on. They're able to suplex through the Feraligatr as things in the bottom path seem to at least be calm for now.
Yeah, one thing that is not calm is Deep Cross's gaming scoring. They are at 247 points already. We're not even at the 5-minute mark, so they're way up on this scoreboard right here. Blizz assistance, Greninja Unite on nothing.
Yeah, and now they have to chase down to try and get some value. They're able to take out the Leafeon, which is nice. Slash, however, seems to be just an absolute impenetrable force. Nice pull by Psyduck. Champ's in trouble. Here comes Feraligatr. They're looking for the next target. IMAX is low. IMAX is down. There's the Latias Unite as they have to play now behind Pad. Dragon steps up to try and body block, and they're dispatched of, and that's a plus 35 in that Tier 1 goal zone. Yikes.
287 to 55. alive right now. Deep Cross Gaming eyeing that world spot, and they are ready for this moment, Dupe Snacks. Goofy Goobers need to wake up because their chances at Worlds are slipping through their fingers.
The Lapras Express avoids all the damage and pulls up with the Leafeon to let them know what they're all about. Another quick knockout, and it looks like it's going to be another objective over to Deep Cross Gaming.
This isn't too bad for the side of the Goobers. I mean, you really don't want this walking towards your goal zone, but with only 18 left in it, it's very possible that this is going to break, and they may not have enough time to get the next one before our final objective. Nice little KO right there, and you can avoid the Leafeon Unite move. Still, they go down to Leafeon, and Leafeon picks up a double.
I mean, the poor Goobers, they can't get any value anywhere. This Latias might as well be a ham sandwich. It's just getting eaten.
Yeah, it's been really tough. The Feraligatr crunching it quite nicely. 4 minutes on the clock, 3:07 to 55, and they did let it walk in the top path. I do believe there was enough time on the clock for another Reggie Alecki before we have our final objective, if Deep Cross can rip it fast enough. We're going to have to see.
Sirius gets out of dodge there before they get repositioned by the Woodhammer. IMAX, Adaminja, Reverie, Dragon, you've got to find an opportunity here. Great Psyduck pull, Bubble Beam with Luns of Bubbles on him. Sirius almost getting plucked. They have to get back through. Lockett, they get the Feraligatr down. Big Machamp Unite through one character, but it's the Solar Beam coverage and the rest of the team pulling up for the smoke, saying, no, that might be something, but it ain't quite enough.
Wow, Deep Cross Gaming looking fantastic here, and you have to wonder, Dupe Snacks, I mean, does all the stage experience that Deep Cross has had throughout this tournament, is it making a huge difference now that the Goobers are actually up there in front of a big crowd on the big stage, playing for everything? It just looks like in a lot of these moments they are falling apart, and Deep Cross is exploiting them at every turn.
It is, and you know, a really kind of an understated part of the Deep Cross Gaming equation right now is this Lapras. I mean, they haven't knocked it out at all this game. They can't even work through it, and really because of the mobility that it has through the Lapras Express, it's kind of just done laps around the Goofy Goobers.
Here we go. Reggie Alecki is going to be walking towards the home goal zone of the Goofy Goobers. With only 15 seconds left until our final objective here, this could be the end of the Goobers. They need to make a massive play as Deep Cross is ready for them. However, they get a catch right here, and Leafeon goes down. It is not over, but they have to play right now. This is for everything.
Big Greninja Unite right into the back line. Psyduck's down, they get two. Trevor Unite is popped. The chase is on. Slash is at half HP. They do have a shield. Dragon is low as well. The Woodhammer's around. Big Latias Unite, is it enough to get the Feraligatr down? No, they're on a sliver HP. Start ripping the objective. They're coming back, Goofy Goobers. You have to pivot now. Your attention is being drawn away. The Mew has bought so much time. Sirius on the Leafeon is back, and the opportunity the Goobers had is gone.
One thing they do have, or I guess two things they do have, Bliss Assistance and a Machamp Unite move. They're going to look to use it right now as they move back in.
Chin is low on HP. They're popping their Sai-Ai. It's on a bunch of characters. Huge Horn Leech back, and Sirius is back. Machamp Unite pops out, gets the Feraligatr. We're suplexing back to Psyduck, but still, we've got Raditz up top, I think, working on the Rayquaza. You need to shellac more into it, kid. Keep pressure. Running away is the Machamp. They're trying to buy time. Raditz thought they had a chance, but they are eyed down and dusted. The Goofy Goobers are gone, Gary. Gary, the Goobers are gone.
327 to 99, a Penta KO from Deep Cross Gaming, and a Bliss Assistance that was never used by the Goobers. An absolute disaster for them here with Worlds on the line. Deep Cross turned it on, played the best I've seen them throughout this entire tournament, hands down. And unfortunately for the Goobers, their valiant effort was not enough. Deep Cross Gaming has 25 seconds left of this match, but we all know what has just happened here. They just qualified for the Pokémon UNITE World Championships in San Francisco.
Flying around the world to come to this stage, finally get your mind right, and secure a big-time win in a big-time fashion is exactly what DCG wanted to do.
Amazing stuff here. The best I've seen them all weekend. Really humming, playing as a squad, finding their moments, not getting stressed by any of the curveballs the Goobers were throwing at them, and a commanding finish as Deep Cross is your last team qualified for the Pokemon Unite World Championships.
Deep Cross Gaming enjoying their moment here. They traveled far and they put all their chips in the middle of the table and said, we are all in on this run. No, the tournament's not over. We still need to crown an NAIC champion, but you better believe that Deep Cross Gaming just checked the biggest box they were hoping to by showing up to this event in New Orleans.
Let me tell you something. If Deep Cross Gaming keeps playing like that, they could win NAIC. The Deep Cross we've been watching throughout the weekend has been good, of course. They've made it here. That was great. They were excellent. They played together better than we've seen them throughout this entire tournament. And you do have to say, hats off to Slash. This guy can make it to Worlds.
Yeah, and especially off the back of the Lapras, like I said, which was a real highlight here. These goofy goobers, though, represented the grassroots scene so incredibly well and put so many good teams on notice this weekend, and their performance cannot be understated either. Obviously, when you do so well and you have the World's invite in your sights, it feels nothing but awful to fall a bit short. But that does not mean they don't have something to be incredibly proud of here, because they represented themselves well, they represented the competitive scenes that they're in well, and I think it shows that there are a lot of good players at Unite out there.
No question about it. What an impressive run for the Goobers and a great squad. I know, unfortunately, this is going to be a Bliss assistance that they regret forever. I mean, it's just such a rough moment. Blissey didn't have it at the start of the fight. They came back and had it the next time, and they just didn't find the opportunity to use it. But, man, you hate to walk away from your Worlds qualifying game not making that play. However, from Deep Cross, what a match for Srias. 14 knockouts on the Leafeon, and they ended the match with 5 of those. It was a penta KO from Leafeon. Amazing.
Yeah, and I mean, Sirius was the catch they wanted, right? They got Z-Ray, they got Sirius back to back, the Goofy Goobers did. And they just squandered away the time window that they had where they needed to pivot, in my opinion, right? Pull a Dream Max aftermath move and see that you have an opportunity and just go all in, right? Throw everything in the kitchen sink, but here comes Z-Ray, here comes Slash, the Feraligatr. They all bought enough time for Sirius to get back in the mix, for Z-Ray to get back in the mix, and once they were back, that opportunity that the Goofy Goobers earned and unfortunately didn't capitalize on, of course, dissipated.
Yeah, you know, it's always easy for us in the cheap seats.
Yeah,
I have so much
the
respect
cheapest
for.
seats.
In fact,
there are no seats.
There is a seat.
That is embarrassing for us.
Unfortunate. Normally, there's no seat.
There's no seat ever there.
I do have to say, you know, it's easy for us in the cheap seats. I think you're right. Either they go for it, or in that moment they pivot, right? They do reset. They have Machamp Unite, Bliss Assistance. They go all in immediately and just see what they can get from Deep Cross. So they weren't able to make it happen. Again, an amazing run from the Goobers, and congrats again to Deep Cross. They're heading to Worlds.
They are headed to Worlds. Wow. What a set. What a flash that we got to see from the Goofy Goobers, and I hope that was just a little bit of a taste of what they served up to all the teams in their bracket yesterday in day number 1, because they were certainly operating on a different wavelength, and unfortunately they didn't find success on the big stage, but they certainly found enough success in day 1 to, like I said, put a lot of top teams on notice and make people question, what the heck did this team do to 4-0 their group, including Evil Geniuses, who is still in this tournament right now, and give everyone a wake-up call.
Whatever it was, I mean, Deep Cross really had an answer for it, and we are going to, of course, talk to the entire team of Deep Cross. They just qualified for Worlds. Congratulations. Let's send it up to the big stage.
All right, thank you, Spraggles and Doopstacks. That's right, I am on stage with newly Worlds qualified Deep Cross Gaming. Yeah, let's give it up for Deep Cross Gaming. congratulations on a big win. You traveled so far to play in this tournament, and you got the last spot for the World Championships. Z-Ray, how good does that feel?
Yeah, I think this journey is like, it's a miracle journey, you know? Like, first day we lost to teams, and then we got second seeds in the groups, and I feel like the tournaments in here, like, we just like do amazing things. And
amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah, well, I hope you like it here. You're going to be coming back for San Francisco, obviously, very soon for North America. Slash, you made the trip over there, you brought this team back, and you got the win. I mean, how good does it feel? Top 4 now at NAIC with a chance at the championship now as well. How you feeling?
I mean, I feel really good that we qualified for Worlds, but job's not finished.
Okay, I like that energy. Good, job's not finished. I got a question for the coach of Deep Cross Gaming, actually. I saw you popping off backstage. You were so excited to see the team win. I mean, how proud are you of this roster for getting the job done?
At first, my English is not very well, so I like my teammate.
Okay, good.
And everyone do very well, so I
think this trip we just like trust each other, because we all get sick from the travels, and then we just do better and keep practicing, and yeah, I think we did like good results here. Like,
Yeah.
you know.
Absolutely. I mean, incredible results. You're headed to the World Championships now, but you still have a chance at winning the championship here at NAIC. So how confident are you as a team that you can win the North America trophy?
I think we're gonna keep winning. I think, yeah.
Good. Keep winning. That's a great strategy. I love that strategy. All right. Well, good luck to you in the rest of the tournament. Good luck in San Francisco. Another huge congratulations to Deep Cross Gaming. Spraggles, Doof Snacks, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you very much, Zoinks. Congrats again to Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, Slash has a way to do it. He has qualified through 2 final stretches. He's also won 2 World Championships. What a player, what a squad, and what a way for them to finish it out. And now their day is not even done, because we still move forward. They are looking to become the NAIC champions. What a way to end the weekend for them.
Yeah, that would be the cherry on top, right? They just got the sundae served to them, and now bloop, just put the cherry on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget the cherry. Put it on there.
If I get a sundae without a cherry, I'm leaving.
Another question for you, is a milkshake a drink? Think about that as we get into our bracket right now. Semifinals, we've got Root Dig and Lunex Gaming representing NA. Again, 2 already qualified Worlds teams now fighting for the NAIC champion title. And across from them is either going to be Deep Cross Gaming or Evil Geniuses. We now know our last team qualified for Worlds.
That's right. All 4 of our teams here in the semifinals are going to be heading to Worlds, but the question is, who is going to be heading to Championship Sunday? Root Dig, Lunex. Lunex is a team that actually could take games off Root Dignitas, the only team to do it throughout the regional league. And on the other side, what an interesting matchup where we have Evil Geniuses with Curios, the 2-time world champion, against, of course, Deep Cross with Slash, the 2-time world champion. Fun fact, they were on the same team to win those titles, and now they are facing off here at NAIC. So many good games coming up. Do not go anywhere. We're taking a quick break. We'll be right back.
Taking a break.
one final team has qualified for the World Championships in San Francisco, and now we have figured out our entire playing field for that. However, there are still 4 teams remaining to see who our North American International Champion will be. Of course, I am Wonder Chef, joined by Soph, and we are bringing you the first of the semifinals matches to see who will be making it to the grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday.
Exactly, Chef. And for Pokemon Unite, we have in this first semifinals of North American International Championships, Evil Geniuses versus Lunex Gaming. 2 teams that are very well acquainted with each other. They have been playing Regional League all throughout the season, and Lunex played on LCQ. Evil Geniuses didn't, but LCQ was the last experience that they had before coming into NAIC. Therefore, NAIC, they were super prepared, and they look very good, much like Evil Geniuses.
Right now, of course, just to kind of run down the history between these matches because it's so interesting. North America versus North America, like you said, both league teams. One of them, Evil Geniuses, went nearly undefeated the entire season and was looking to be kind of the top spot of North America, almost tied with Root Dig, who's going to be on the other side of the bracket. Now, those 2 were leading North America. However, Lunex, even in a previous iteration, came back, started finding their pace, and was able to defeat both the top teams at different points. Now, once they didn't qualify through that, they managed to add some new players. We've been talking about it a lot. It's going to be Flareons and Frank, and then kind of dominated, honestly, the last chance qualifier, qualifying that way. Now they've gone all the way through here. So with an improved team, a team that's gelling together, a team with new players, and a team that's already taken down the top dogs of North America, the question is, can they do it again? Is it going to even boost their chances this time around?
Well, we know that from the players that you did just mention, Chef, Flareons and Frank. Frank has been an insanely good supporter today. Plenty of comfy plays, plenty of Psyduck plays. We're also talking about Flareons being, honestly, one of the most versatile attackers in NAIC right now.
Oh, yes. Although, honestly, if we're going back and talking about Frank, what we heard in that interview is it's almost like Frank's not even playing support, right? Frank, they're just like, oh, yeah, Frank comes from attacker. Just go play attacker. We're going to give you some more Pokemon, but you might get 75,000 damage on a Psyduck. You know, it's just going to happen. So, realistically, the addition of both of them is a lot of ranged damage, no matter what's going to be picked from both of them. Just a lot of damage in general, and it does really tend to add to the play style, I guess. They've kind of settled down in Lunex and been like, you know what? We're just going to be aggressive. We're just going to attack. It's going to work. We've got Celeste, one of the most aggressive players in the world, who is so incredibly mechanically strong. They've got some flexibility in the rest of their team, but really all of them, I think, tried to play very aggressively. And so that's why it's been working so well. It's why they're now, I believe, undefeated going into this match. But, of course, like I said, it is kind of the up-and-coming team, and we've seen their path up, but against one of the most solid, strong teams in how are we even gonna? Oh, I'm sorry, wait. Did I say Evil Geniuses? Who are we playing against? We are not Evil Geniuses, right? This is Root Dig. I said it backwards. Sorry. The other way around. We just saw Evil Geniuses a lot.
True, you're right. Yeah, so we have on Deep Cross Gaming, we have Evil Geniuses with them, and now we have Root Dig. We apologize for that. Honestly, we watched so much of Evil Geniuses and Root Dig throughout Regional League, and they were the top 2 in Regional League, and they just played, so yeah, apologies for that. But yeah, it's Root Dig.
Well, realistically, though, what I was talking about here was Lunex, right? Which is the storyline.
Yeah, we were talking about Lunex,
and
exactly.
Realistically, both EG, I just said the name because we were watching this. Both EG and Root Dig kind of have the same storyline, very similar storylines going into this tournament. So we got a chance to do that interview earlier where they're kind of going to potentially meet. We'll see if they do end up meeting. Obviously, this is pretty tough competition. But going up against Root Dig, we haven't seen for a while on broadcast after seeing a million Evil Genius matches, who have been really, truly, again, that solid wall top of North America that's so hard to defeat.
Exactly, and like we were mentioning, Root Dignitas did qualify for Worlds through that first spot in the Regional League. They performed so incredibly well. They were on the regional point system right before the bracket, before the playoffs. They were first place, and then they qualified through playoffs in first place as well. So a team that has been continuously incredibly strong. They did get the title at LAIC as well, getting their spot into ACL, which they perform around 3rd, 4th place too. So it's a team that brings so much experience, of course, not just through this season, but through regular seasons before within the Zagrag, Otta, Zealot, and Toon. And of course, I know that because we
have been talking so much about them throughout regular season. It's good to mention as well. Inda played on EU before, Toon played in EU before, but now they're all in NA as well, much like some of these changes that we've had with Frank, for example.
Right, yeah, that's going to be there have been a lot of shifts around these teams, both these teams now, as far as, people changing region, which, by the way, is a pretty intense thing if you're not familiar with how it works. These players have actually, like, moved physically regions to be able to play in a different region. Sometimes it's just, like, by chance they just move over there for whatever other reason, or sometimes they will uniquely move to another region to play there. That's what we saw from both of the previous Luminosity players, Slash, who just qualified for Worlds, congratulations, Overlord, who qualified for Worlds a long time ago, so long old congratulations, yeah.
It's so nice. I feel like this season has been very varied because of that. And in some way, because of the format that we've had throughout regular season, the fact that these changes had to happen before the season started also like solidifies the fact that they wanted to commit to the changes as well and not just be like, yeah, let's try this out, let's do this. No, people have changed countries, they've changed regions to actually commit and really just get that focus and the pressure practice in through Unite Championship Series.
Yeah, it's been some solid. This is really truly kind of, so obviously we've been focusing, I think, a lot on these storylines of who's going to qualify for Worlds, who will be the last team qualified for Worlds. So many international teams, so many grassroots teams. But this is cool that kind of near the end of this, obviously we still have DCG. But aside from that, it's 3 teams that we did get a chance to see so much within the actual North American Regional League. So this does kind of feel really truly like our North American Finals, which is a really cool thing to see. All of them, of course, already qualified for Worlds. Everybody who's still now, of course, in this bracket is qualified for Worlds. So we get a chance to see kind of the end storyline of just one particular league, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. Yeah. Obviously, a lot of big names that people really like. A lot of big Root Dig fans out there, I know for sure. We were watching one of the matches earlier, and we heard somebody just screaming in the crowd, and we're like, who are they cheering for? And Zoinks looked over, and he's like, I think it's Root Dig.
It has to be Root Dig. It has to be Root Dig. I totally agree. It's wonderful overall, like the format that we talked about, the changes that it enabled, the fact that the league really just attracted attention for orgs, much like Evil Geniuses and Dignitas, to come through to the ecosystem. And you mentioned, of course, talking about these changes overall, we're also talking about this 2 NA teams fighting together, but the other semifinals, we have APAC versus NA2, which is super interesting, super fun. I would say it's the livelihood of an international to have different regions coming together in these later stages of the bracket.
Right. I mean, there's a little bit of split. We're talking about players going to different regions. Of course, there's a little bit of North America in DCG too, right? Got to carry a little bit of that as well with Slash. So definitely an appropriate ending for the North American International Championship. But big question for me is I kind of feel like, so for example, obviously I was saying Evil Geniuses earlier instead of Root Dig because we've seen so much Evil Geniuses. We've seen so much Lunax. We've seen so much DCG. But I kind of feel like despite the fact that they've been winning through pretty consistently, we haven't really had a chance to see too much new out of Root Dig, right? I feel like they've been playing so solidly. Their games were very dominant. They didn't really have a whole lot of hugely close matchups, I would say. And it's against strong teams as well. It's not to say that, they had an easy path or anything like that. It's just like, we know they're good. We know they're playing solid, but that's what we've been seeing from them the whole season. So we haven't yet gotten to a point, I think, in this particular event where we get to see them challenged. We get to see them have to bring out something new. And I think they've got to be at that point now, right? I mean, we're in the top 4.
I was going to say, we're not just top 4, it's top 4. That is a a best of 5 format for the single elimination bracket. So it means that this is the final. I would say, yeah, this is the point where you need to take the rabbit out of the hat and just make sure that what you got going on, of course, it's not going to spoil what you're going to bring at Worlds, right. But if necessary and if it is needed to spoil, that's fine. You got to bring your best A game.
Right. Also, of course, I mean, there's only so much value, I think, to being able to save something for Worlds at this given moment. The Worlds is a pretty long time away, so that's something that we're going to have to be able to look forward to in the future. Is that NAIC usually ends up being a pretty good sign of kind of where the season ends and where the meta is at the end of the season. But going into Worlds, there's usually about a month and a half. There are going to be, probably Pokemon releases in between. I don't know the schedule personally, so don't call me out on that. But there's going to be Pokemon releases. There's going to be a lot of Pokemon that we even saw, like Meganium and Skeledirge, that are out currently but are too recently released to be legal. So a lot of that stuff is going to change the meta. Obviously patches theoretically too. So I don't think you can save that much for Worlds, right? There's a few things, but it might be gone by the time you get there.
It's very possible. The meta has been changing all throughout the season in a very, I would say, interesting way as well, enabling much more of those attackers all throughout the season when we had those patches focused on them. And of course, the releases you mentioned. I'm so excited for when we actually have Meganium and Scaladurge coming through. So all of those changes have been very, I would say, healthy for the ecosystem of UCS. And Dignitas has been one of those teams that can just really well utilize every single moment of the meta and the patches and do their very best with what is given by the actual game.
So denying something happily, that's the job of a defender, I think. Denying things happily. So certainly a valuable asset in that factor. Are they talking to each other? Is that Flare talking to Zugra?
I think it is. That's sweet.
You know, they may or may not. They
are.
are.
They totally are. Oh my God, love that camera
That's
work.
Great. Of course, you know, there's some history here, of course, within this as well. Great storytelling here in the fact that those two were on a team together that won here at NAIC. So they won technically the regional finals that was held here at NAIC in the previous year. So now they're on the other side of the literally exact opposite side, which is really, really cool. Obviously, there's some friendliness there and some really, that you can actually say that for most of these players, right? I mean, at this point, North America, most of the regions, they have switched up who's on which roster so much that they all know each other.
I got super distracted by the Sylveon in the PJs. It looks adorable. I'm in love. It's wonderful. And like you said, it's not just about the friendliness that you have between the players because they've all played with or against each other at any point. It's also about the fact that they're so used to the environment, right? As you said, with NAIC last year and how the regional finals went with Orange Juices. That was such an incredible moment to watch. And I feel like that's what we get with internationals, right, Chef? Just the feeling that you got some new people forcing out the home crowd to actually make changes and push through to different stages. And as we get into the first draft of this best of 5, we have Root Dignitas on the purple side, Lunex Gaming on the orange.
You see that picture as well, Zugrug happily denying something, so just sticking with the theme. We are going to see what the bans are. They are going to immediately take away that Psyduck, knowing that Frank is such a specialist on that Pokemon. I think that makes a lot of sense, as well as getting rid of a few other support options. They're really trying to back Frank specifically into a corner, see how deep that support pool goes.
Yeah, and I would say in this regard, it would definitely lean towards the Elder Gods, but I don't think that is a pick that you go first, as Snorlax is such a reliable defender, much like the Blastoise or the Mamoswine, which are great options. We've talked about Garchomp, right, in the previous series that we saw, that we have been seeing Machamp and Garchomp really picked or banned, which is interesting too. We still have the likes of the Espeon available for first picks here. We saw a Surfetch very well utilized recently too in this day 2 of NAIC, and we might have a draft situation here. We will get confirmation with production if we're gonna have a draft reset, but regardless, I feel like all of these that we mentioned are options. Yeah, this exactly.
There we go.
Yes, we
just had to catch up. Yeah, these are some great picks, exactly like you were saying, some really solid picks. But now one thing that's going to be really important here is exactly what they do. So they got rid of a lot of the supports and then saw that Lunex did not go over support in their first 2 picks, which means that they can steal away some of the other options. Now, Mew can be played a little bit support-wise. I'm not really sure Frank has ever done that, but, or really, I mean, I guess theoretically there could be a chance that they just has experience with Mew in general, but also getting rid of this really successful Mr. Mime throughout the day. So that is going to back them into the corner of picking up this Blissey. However, that is something that they had chosen before, especially alongside a lot of this comp, which is very similar to that dominant comp that Lunex used in the last game that we watched from them. Well, is that a real Toon Slim pick?
That is Toon, and that is a Duraludon. You are correct, which is definitely interesting. Well, we'll get to that point while we finish the draft here on the side of Lunex Gaming, as they chose a Blissey, Delmice, and an Urshifu as the last picks there. We have been seeing a lot of rapid strikes, there we go, not rapid fire, rapid strikes from Urshifu. Considering the muscle band, it makes sense.
Right, yeah, it's been 100%, I think, Rapid Strike. But we, of course, have to talk about the ridiculous choice here, Duraludon, a Pokemon that, despite the fact that, you know, we don't ever really see it, has received a few buffs. However, I think a lot of people were saying it wasn't quite enough. But if you want to say, you know, if there's one signature move that Toon Slim has, it's picking something interesting, you know, one way or another. But they're here. They're in the top 4 of North American International Championships. They've got a 3 out of 5 sets. There is going to be time to test some new things. Will Duraludon truly work out? An interesting choice. Hey, if they win, hopefully whoever's doing the interview can ask them about it. But hey, take risks now before we get towards the end of the set. That's when you can no longer take any risks.
Exactly. It's the first game of the best of 5 route. Dignitas versus Lunex Gaming in our first semifinals of the North America International Championships of Pokémon UNITE. And like we mentioned, so much history in these teams in this season, so much growth and arc of the hero for Lunex Gaming, the changes they made, and just the reliability of all players on Dignitas. They haven't changed their roster at all.
Oh yeah, they have been sticking together. They are so solid. It's really the unstoppable force in Lunex Gaming versus the immovable object of Root Dig. Root Dig on your left side, Lunex on the right. First game of our semifinals, best of 5. Time to test the waters.
There is, I was going to say, there is a 3 people push on the top side, but that's Snorlax immediately went into an invade position, Chef, and that means that Lunex Gaming is really prepared for that, sending the Delmice, the Chansey, and of course having the Cupfu getting the buffs themselves. There was a knockout on the Gibble. Was that it? Did I just miss that?
Yeah, I think we just barely missed that. Thanks. We ended up going back to the home bases. It was a pretty quick little knockout, and Gibble not usually one to be knocked out that easily, that early, but we're also seeing this huge double invade. We're going to get a KO on one of the defenders, a nice little nap to try to get back a little bit of health, delay a little bit more time, which is the resource you're trying to fight. Did I say double invade? I think I meant triple invade.
It just never stops. And right now, Zealot with that Zacian being able to get this objective, or actually this buff rather, for the Zacian themselves is just very powerful for this laning phase order here on the top side. So a very interesting positioning overall for the team of Root Dignitas, just utilizing all the resources at any point that they need.
Right, this is looking to be such an aggressive game, and honestly, there have been a lot of KOs back and forth. The biggest problem, though, is that the KOs have been really a lot on the low EXP Pokemon, the defenders and support on the side of Root Dig, and then Lunex, their damage dealers have been KO'd, I think, a little bit more than that, but realistically, it's kind of been a lot of the supporters and defenders on both sides, so they're just willing to sacrifice some things, and that is not a bad strategy in Pokemon Unite. The problem is, like, when, for example, the Gibble gets taken out, well, that was great timing, that's going to be a problem.
Not this time. Now the Gibble getting taken out, the Gabite instead,
yeah, right,
as they already got that level 5. But like you said, a lot of trades back and forth, very aggressive from both teams. But I would say overall, it is still Root Dignitas coming out on top, considering the 2 level 7s that they have on their squad.
Yeah, already. That's actually, so that's really interesting too, because we have seen the Zacian fight quite a bit, but we haven't really been seeing Toon. I think that is Toon on the Duraludon, right? I didn't see if they switched in the end, but we haven't seen the Duraludon really fight at all so far. It's really been farming up, and it's going to be the first level 8 in the game, by the way, as I say this. Not a lot of points scored on either side either. That is going to be Toon Slimothy on that Duraludon. So when they get to their first fight, they're going to be pretty far ahead as far as level. That's scary. Also, though, maybe a really good target for this this pull from the Delmice.
I'm stuck on a Toon Slimothy. All right, going into the back line here with Celeste on this Shifu. They managed to land a knockout there on the Mr. Mime, which allows Lunex to have even more space to go for the bottom Reggie. Although the side shock doesn't land with a good eject button there from the Snorlax, it's still a good position for Lunex to be in.
Oh, wow, that Surf is actually going to almost push away Urshifu into a safer position. That's really unfortunate, and Snorlax as well, trying to chase down, was taken out. So, again, defenders and supports being taken out all over the place, and again, Gabite being taken out in the center area. That's rough.
It really is, but we saw a trade here where Root Dignitas did well in taking a couple of members of Lunex Gaming out, but Lunex still confirmed the bottom Reggie, and that Mew also getting out alive is pretty useful for them, so they don't lose any moments to get EXP. In the meantime, Lunex confirms the bot tier 1.
we just have to look at the experience here. Obviously, there's a big invasion going on, but look at this level 7 Gabites on Lunex Gaming. That is lower or as low as the supports and defenders on both sides. That's a problem. Duraludon going to pick up actually a huge KO on that Espeon and the Mew as well, so they've got some assists on their side. Lots of good fights for them.
It really is, and I was going to say, not even having Zealot in the fight on that level 10 Zacian, and they are still doing amazing on their own on the side of Root Dignitas. There's a rotation from Lunex Gaming towards this top side of the map, but honestly, it just looks like them trying to escape Zealot. They score some goals, but this Zacian is just looking for more. They go into Oblivion, but there's a 2v1. Maybe it's going to be bad for Zealot, and it is. The Livid Outrage does confirm the knockout.
Livid Outrage is such a great defensive option against anybody who has to get into melee range of you, because you realistically want to try to run away from it, but you can't fight while you're running away. Plus, you're already just so close. Now, we are going to have a few other members rotate up here from both sides to try to take this Regieleki. You'd have to be kind of a miracle steal with a heavy slam or an electro ball,
reset.
but yeah, that's just going to delay more time.
It does. Now the down mines as well. Pulls out on the Snorlax. There's time for the Zacian to come in, but it's not enough. It is, though. Root Dignitas does steal it. Order on this Mew is able to guarantee that now Lunex is in a position to just try to defend this goal zone. They managed to get 2 knockouts, so that feels pretty healthy for them. Although they still need to focus on the Regieleki. Head to Duraludon with the Revolving Ruin, and they're trying to get some more damage on those 2 players there, but Duraludon goes down. Lunex Gaming does manage to get a nice defense, although Root Dignitas did steal the objective.
Ooh, this Urshifu was kind of running through the team. Let's see if they can even escape. It looks a little unlikely, but okay, that mobility, just kidding. That is very likely, I guess. Oh, finally managed to take down Blissey with that big electro ball, but at that point, I don't think that's necessarily a target that really matters all that much. So a pretty big win overall for Lunex in that situation. You can see they're catching up on points as well. Garchomp's still a little bit low, but at least higher than their Blissey. Look at this, the wall just delaying them, pushing them away. Heavy Slam's going to be a really good secure steal here. Oh, I like that stop on the attack, but they still go with an auto.
There is no way that Snorlax got it with an auto. Now there's the rest of Root Dignitas as well. That anchor's not going to land, and the Garchomp goes down. That must feel so upsetting for Lunex Gaming.
Remember what I've said a few times about Zugrook's favorite thing to do, denying things happily, and that's exactly what happened right there. Truly the epitome of a tank player, but wow, look at this aggression, even more from Root Dig.
Oh, every time Oblivion is so close to getting a good hook there, but it's just a little bit off on the mark. There is no bot tier 1, bot tier 2 actually, because Root Dignitas have taken it down. Lunex in a position to potentially flank here with the Blitz assistance as well, but now there's Zealot around trying to get an angle back into the fight because the heavy damage comes from the Zacian, and that is exactly what happens. Lunex once again falling short on the team fight.
What a huge back and forth game so far. There have been some really big team fight wins from both sides, and I really just don't even know what direction this is going to go, right? We don't have all that much time left. We're kind of already past this time where a lot of these Unites could be used, so they are probably just going to be held onto unless they find somebody immediately right now. And Zacian's kind of the only one that's close, but we are going to see potentially some objectives here. Looks like a lot of just patience. Maybe not really trying so much to get this objective. A 3-minute Regieleki isn't always that useful. Maybe they were trying to wait for somebody else to come up, but they realized, oh, well, I'll do one thing. It's going to be Zugrook.
There they are with the block. Regieleki not get stolen. Zugra has to use the eject button in, but they don't manage to get out. Well, actually, they do manage to get out, but in the meantime, Root Dignitas gets the Garchomp sent to the Pokemon Center. It's still a Regieleki on the top side that will have the attention of the Mew for the moment. Zealot using that berry to get away, but now Espeon is going to get taken down by the Duraludon, and that Pokemon is proving to be quite powerful on level 14, Chef.
That Stealth Rock stun, I think, was actually what stopped the Espeon as well from escaping, which is pretty funny. It doesn't really usually work exactly that well that way. Usually you see it defensively, which is why you see a couple of them kind of just set up on the Duraludon. So free take on the Registeel. Extremely close score. Actually, it's now only 3 points apart, but Lunex with 3 points up. And at 2 minutes and 8 seconds, they're actually pushing into the center area.
That's pretty bold from the side of Root Dignitas. Half HP there onto Zugra. They have to use the power nap as well alongside Zealot. Zealot gets taken down because of the blissful assistance that is on Urshifu. They're still trying to take Zugra down. And on the other side, Lunex Gaming is focusing on the Mew. They're trying to chase after Inda, but they're not able to take the Mr. Mime down. They're still healing the attacker back up. Now going with the Urshifu. Inda is gonna go down. No, one auto finally. And Lunex Gaming is just setting up to get into this Rayquaza. But Chef, they're so low on HP.
Extremely low on HP, and there's a chance to steal. So many good opportunities left. Look at Otter here. Who's gonna be able to take it? The Electro Ball, you always have to deal with Otter. No way, but not that many players up for the side of Root Dig. This isn't over either direction yet.
It is not, but it is Rayquaza, so we know that it's a different thing from Groudon, from Kyogre. There's the top side exposed. There's a Hundo Bugger to be scored. They're actually going to get a beautiful overdunk here on this one, 488 to 225. There's still the home goal zone, and Lunex Gaming, they can't really steal anything back because Rayquaza doesn't allow it.
If there's one positive here, it's that all of the goal zones are gone except for the home goal zone for the side of Lunex Gaming. There's some vulnerable tier 2s on the side of Root Dig, and they only need 3 Hundo Burgers-ish, you know, what, 2.5 really, if you want to try to make this comeback. There's some split pushes happening in different directions. Otter being caught out, only has 1 point in pocket, but, I mean, is going to be able to at least waste some time. 37 seconds left. If you're holding on to multiple people, they might not get a chance to score.
It is possible. Yeah, Otter will go down, but like you said, just buying out some time. There's still 30 seconds for Otter to respawn, so maybe there's still time for Lunex Gaming to try and push here on the top side. We have 2 players. It's Lunia. It is Flareons. They're looking to get an angle here, but on pad is Zealot with the Zacian. They're gonna go in. They have enough points to score, but it takes too long. They have a little bit of shield with a safeguard. It's not gonna be enough. Lunex Gaming doesn't do it, and Rude Dignitas will take the game 1 of this best of 5 of the semifinals. NAIC Pokémon UNITE.
Wow, they waited so long. I almost feel like maybe they should have tried to push a little bit earlier than that, even if they didn't have everybody, because by the time you just don't have enough time, there's no chance. And unfortunately, they were very, very close, but just not quite able to turn that back around. And obviously, I think we can all point at one specific moment there, despite an amazing team fight from Lunex Gaming. Otter, my self-proclaimed, I've said this a few times this season, favorite player probably in the world, able to steal things away. What a play, but really, what a back and forth game. I mean, so much fighting, so many swings as far as who's actually winning these fights too.
Oh yeah, because if you looked at the points scored, it was always so close. This was crazy. This replay was crazy. Livid outrage from Lunex Gaming, and they still didn't land the objective on the bot side because Zagrug stole it. Like you said, it's just a not in person that Zagrug always gives any of their opponents. Now, I will say I had a little bit of hope for Lunex on that one because the numbers on Root Dignitas, they were so high that when I saw Lunex actually winning the fight, I said there is maybe a chance, but then when you see Zealot coming through, it's just so much. And Otter, of course, with his Electro Ball, it's very difficult to compete with that secure.
Right, and they had to make a decision as well, right? Zacian was running back, who's also going to be an extremely strong secure Pokemon. So they decide, do we go and try to take down Otter, who's going to be pretty slippery? Is it sitting at full health, and it's going to be our MVP? Or do we, you know, try to just burn it before the Zacian even gets back? Because if we go and chase Otter, and then Zacian comes back, then now all of a sudden we're 2, you know, strong secures, and we got to deal with them, and then somebody else is going to come back. So I do like the fact that Lunex just committed to trying it, but it's Otter. What else can you say? Otter on the Mew, one of the most signature picks in Pokemon Unite history.
Oh yeah, yeah. I feel like that is a very true statement, and it's amazing to see them doing, you know, these plays exactly as they did on the stage right now this weekend in New Orleans. Now the sides have swapped. Lunex Gaming will be your purple team having the first pick, and Root Dignitas will be your orange team in last pick.
We'll see if any of these bands are any different, but so far it's looking like it's pretty similar. We are going to see the Snorlax band away. Now, Snorlax, of course, was going to Root Dig in game number 1, as Zagrug so happily denied everybody with, but that does mean that they are going to happily deny that pick from the other side. And I do assume that means there's an assumption, that would be a first pick on the side of Lunex Gaming. So I think Root Dig thinks Lunex values it highly, Root Dig knows they value it highly. They're just going to get rid of it, get rid of the Espeon, a lot of different changes here.
I would say this could be an angle for Feraligatr first pick, considering that's what Root Dignitas, or actually what Lunex was picking in the first, banning in the first game, because they're purple side, that's what they decided to do. And Root said, because you're purple side, we deny you the Espeon since it's on the ban.
And that's exactly what's happening. Are we going to see an Articuno potentially? I was specifically talking with Zoinks a lot about how we expected to see a lot more Articuno. We actually did see a pretty good amount of Articuno in day number 1, but just at the start of game number 1. And hey, that's the answer. I mean, surprisingly seeing it as a first pick as well. We haven't seen an encounter for Articuno, ban or pick, in a long time, maybe even all of today. So, gonna be prioritizing it. We'll see how Zug does with it. I mean, we've already seen it yesterday.
We have, and of course we know that when these two teams of this caliber choose any sort of pick, they know exactly what they're doing in their strategy. Sometimes we're just not even aware of that, and then we learn with the players where the knowledge lies the most. Lunex Gaming with a Hooper in the Crystal pick here. I would be happy to see something like an Inteleon alongside that, because Rock Doom set up really well for the snipe shots or something along the lines of an Espeon, while Root Dignitas goes for the Machamp that has been constantly banned as well, plus the Blissey again.
Now, one thing that we got to look at as being very different from last game is obviously Frank was banned with multiple support bans last game, and now this time he's going to have the Hoopa pretty freely. Still not going to be allowed the Psyduck, which is, I think, a great choice from Root Dig, but they are not going to be just trying to control the support line as much, and they actually took the Blissey that Lunex Gaming had last time after they decided they didn't want it. So, Miraidon, okay, very similar, I think, in concepts to what you were saying about trying to pick the Inteleon. Similar in the Sniper, maybe not going to be these single shots, but Flareon's, we know, is just so good at aiming.
True, and we have a repeat pick as well with that Duraludon. That honestly did really, really well, and sometimes becomes a little bit of a hidden damage kind of damage source on the DPS front, where especially with the Stealth Rock like we saw previous game too. But Revolve and Ruin, always good to set up a great area of effect as well. I am so happy to see Metagross being picked as it has been, Chef, because it has been just an interesting way that people have been approaching the melee fights.
I like it as well. I mean, it's been doing really well. Its win rate today has got to be ridiculously high, but also it's really interesting to see, again, a lot of physical damage coming out from the side of Root Dig, even after they saw that the Metagross was an option, but I guess they did really like that Duraludon, and it's a weird one to even kind of analyze, right? Because obviously Duraludon, a very strange pick. It was looking pretty good, but Root Dig did honestly lose kind of that last fight until Otter came back and saved the game. So it's kind of hard to say, oh, I did like that or I didn't like that Duraludon pick. So I'm glad that we're getting to see it again. It's kind of like take two on this kind of weird, unique choice.
I am thinking, honestly, the only, okay, I'll be bold. The only reason actually that they won that fight was because Otter was still on a respawn time. Because it was 5v4. I feel like they had the upper hand because of that quite a bit. But getting into game 2, Chef, Lunex Gaming, now your purple team, Root Dignitas, your orange team. And once again, we see a couple of repeat picks and me interested in the Beldum and an Invade Articuno.
Invade Articuno, that's a really interesting choice. Not that it's a weird role to invade or anything like that, but I just don't have enough experience watching Invade Articunos, and we are not going to get any this time either, maybe. Of course, a very, very strong Pokemon right at the early level is going to be Rock Tombing a lot just to try and make sure this Articuno does not get a chance to even get close to that center area. So just denied a little bit, and that's all it's going to take. So we'll see a pretty more honest leveling system this time around.
Yeah, already much calmer in regards to early trades, and I feel like it might be a little bit of the nature of what we have here with Articuno, not going to be as aggressive in that regard. But on the other side, Lunex Gaming has decided, yeah, we have to get the Metagross online, we have to get the Feraligatr online, quite a lot of resources, and they're trying to find them right now, forcing out eject buttons away from Root Dignitas, a good Rock Tomb to send the Articuno from Root Dignitas on the opposite direction of the map.
Right, they're going to be pushing down pretty far here. We'll see how much they can actually get. It looks like they're actually punished pretty strongly. The damage coming out from all these ranged damage dealers is just too much, even for these tanks. I mean, look at this. Crustle getting melted as well.
Yeah, they are, but especially the Electro Ball early game for the Mew. Well, any stage of the game, the Electro Ball is just so powerful. Of course, it's a point and click and a sure hit, so it's always just really good at getting those final hits on some enemies. Now, with that central area, this time around being game 2 and Kyogre, we know that Reggie Drago is going to be a point of contention.
Right, or well, theoretically it will exist, right? I mean, it's really interesting how these teams decide to ignore it a whole lot of the time, but then some teams like really prioritize it. A lot of times too, it's kind of just an excuse to fight, which looks like it might be the case at this exact moment. We are going to see a little 2v1, not really a truly fair fight, but hey, maybe Flareons can save something.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's the case right now. Unfortunately, there for Root Dignitas, for Lunex Gaming, they did have that Crystal getting taken down, and Root Dig is still doing pretty well in controlling the area around here. Forced out Flareons also away from the bot side and guaranteeing that they were going to have even more EXP on the hands of that Duraludon.
And they're going to be really aggressive with that Duraludon. That Duraludon's really far forward. It is, by the way, going to be Flash Cannon Duraludon. I love Flash Cannon. It's very fun, but we'll see if they can actually get that much mileage out of it. They're not getting damaged that much as Zugrux is going to be the one pushing forward.
Yeah, Root Dignitas all over this pad. They have enough to break it, to leave it on a 1 for the perfect overdunk whenever they do so. That's going to be the Blissey getting taken down from the side of Lunex Gaming. So at least they have something to come back to.
Oh, now another member going down here. Root Dig losing 3 members in this exchange, and unfortunately they are going to probably be losing a goal zone as well. No, actually they don't have quite enough points to get an overdunk, so they don't want to just do a very, very quick early break. This is a strategy we've seen a few times, especially right before an objective, but I think they know that they chase them off more than enough that they can take that Regieleki freely. However, once they take the Regieleki, they know that they have to break it, otherwise it's going to be a big waste of points. So now they're going to be up by almost 90 points, something like that, and be rotating up top. Is there even time, I wonder, to be able to take this Regirock?
We'll see. Duraludon is there. There's the Flash Cannon you mentioned, but there's a Feraligatr crunching on that Duraludon. The steel does bend, as now the Mystical Mirage has to be popped by Mew. That manages to escape for at least a little bit, getting close to that zone. They're going to be safe. That was crazy damage from Lunex. That is guaranteeing the top Regieleki, or actually Regirock as we speak.
Barely escaped, by the way, Otter, with that nice surf. Whoa, interesting time to use this Unite. Maybe we'll see how many people they can actually bring down, but the entire team, basically, Root Dig is here as well.
Yeah, it's looking like it's a pretty tough spot for Root Dignitas as they're going really close, really low on HP. Bright Future Meteor Storm there from Lunex Gaming. Just, honestly, to try to finish them off, but Root Dig going back to pad, they were healthy enough and they escaped.
Yeah, that was an interesting little challenge. I quite like that. A very aggressive way to use a Hoopa Unite, but they didn't, really for how committal that was, nobody really got knocked out. So it's kind of a little bit funny. I like that everybody was like, oh, nope, never mind. All right, whatever, we tried. Let's just get out of here. They are going to be regrouping, pushing up top. There's not a whole lot to fight for, but they're there.
Yeah, Articuno having to use that Unite move there. They are going to be in a good position for Dignitas to at least take the Hooper down, forcing this top side goal, but they don't know the Crystal is there. They're going to get a nice Rock Tomb, set them out in place. The Barrage Blows doesn't actually hit anybody, but the Computer Crash does from the side of Root Dignitas, or actually, yeah, from Root Dignitas? No, it was from Lunex Gaming, and they immediately got taken down, unfortunately there for them. Root Dignitas has the Feraligatr cornered, and they are going to get a 3 KO streak for Otter and the Mew.
Nice little turnaround. It seems like they've been not doing all that well in some of the fights. That's the way I'm going to put it. We do have some pretty decent levels. It's not like they are completely run out of this game, but they've lost a lot of points. I mean, they're down by, 150-ish. They have lost a lot of their goal zones, with both Tier 1s still being up for Lunex Gaming. So they're just in a tough positioning battle, and we're only barely halfway through this game, so still plenty of time to try to make a comeback. But losing both your Tier 1s makes it a pretty tough situation. You have to coordinate with a lot less vision, a lot less safety, and try to take down some of these objectives, these goal zones. And you can see even right there, they didn't have the vision to see they were going to lose that Regieleki pretty quickly. They might have assumed it, but it's just going to be nothing is sure for them.
Yeah, it's not sure, much like them being in an ambush on that bush as well. They have to use the Revolving Ruin here from the side of Root Dignitas, and they manage to take the Metagross down once again. That is also the reason that it forces out the Bright Future Meteor Storm. That hasn't really come to that much damage.
Yeah. Oh, are they going to get this full dunk in? There's a chance this Crustle gets here in
49?
time. No, just short of getting there in time. That is a huge dunk, and I mean, some of the first points really that we're seeing coming from Root Dig. So just barely out of time for that Rock Tomb to actually make it happen, but a lot of members up here in the center.
Mystical Mirage has to be pumped here, and the Feraligatr is just chasing out for the Mew. There's the Gyro Ball as well coming through with the Computing Crush, and that is amazing for Lunex Gaming as they can keep on chasing for the Duraludon to take it down. 2 KO streak for Celeste, as now Lunex can go on pad.
Ooh, this is going to be a lot. Let's see what the overdunk could actually be. Maybe that could have been a little bit better math right there. Maybe I was wrong on exactly that. No, sorry, they got 19. That was actually a pretty huge overdunk. I got that backwards. I thought they scored in opposite order. Some of those animations are a little funny. So pretty solid overdunk. They are going to be up now by 160 points, and that's going to leave them in a pretty good spot heading into the final stretch. Probably not all that much more scoring unless we see Root Dig try to make one big push to lessen, I guess, their point deficit. But at this point, I'm not sure if they really have that kind of maybe mobility to be able to try and even do that. They might just be setting up for the final stretch really early. The only other thing they can do, I guess, is try to quick burn down this basement, Reggie.
We'll see. I don't think that would be a wise choice at this point, giving up the position on your central area, especially because Lunex Gaming having the Crystal, they cannot afford giving that much more vision so they can get ambushed themselves. As we said, just having Root Dignitas getting cornered to the bot side of the central area, but still being able to push them aside, going onto the gyro ball, Metagross, and they're going in with the Revolving Ruin. The damage that comes through from Lunex actually manages to dig them down with the Feraligatr, and now finally the Bright Future Mutual Storm is looking quite bright itself as Lunex Gaming almost gets a wipe. Although Medessa Machamp that has come back, they are going to go in, but they don't have the Unite move. Are they going to be able to escape? Are they going to be able to steal it? They are on bad. They're not. Lunex Gaming confirms the Kyogre.
Wow, that was still a little bit of a scary situation with just that Machamp being there for just a moment, and then it was completely eliminated. But Lunex Gaming, they had a lead most of this game. They continue to push, and I mean, even this defense, especially without the Machamp, is going to be more and more difficult to Ralladon going down. Some points going in finally. That goal zone's getting broken. Minute and 30 seconds left. They've got to be careful not to give away too many buffs.
It's true. Submission here on the Feraligatr, boosted auto from the Mew, and they get taken down. But like you said, 386 to 129. It's 1 minute and 15 seconds. Gyro Ball onto the Blissey Computer Crush, and there's a lot of damage from this Metagross. Lunex Gaming is able to continue that push and really solidify that there's no way for Root Dignitas to come back.
And at this point, yeah, I do really think it's going to be nearly impossible for this to be a comeback. There's still a decent amount of time on the respawns, still 12 seconds left on this Machamp, and by the time they respawn and run all the way across the map, they are going to have to somehow pick up, 50 points and then dunk those 50 points, then stop all these other points from spawning. And on top of that, we're bringing everybody to the party, everybody back over to the home goal zone of Root Dig. So Lunex celebrating a little bit early here, just making sure that they say, you know what, you won that first game, you stole away that objective from us, but we're not letting that happen again. We're still in this fight as we're going to go one apiece after this.
1-1 is looking to be the record for this best of 5, 15 seconds to go, Chef. And Lunex Gaming, like you said, having a good lead, maintaining that and planning and just playing very strategically around that Kyogre. So nicely done. 1-1 is your record now for Lunex Gaming.
A huge turnaround, honestly. Well, I wouldn't even almost say a huge turnaround. Obviously, they did really well in game number 1 as well, but they just played so much more solid, didn't give any opportunities. And I suppose there was still the opportunity, like I said, the Machamp could have potentially stolen something away. That would have been, I can't even imagine if both games in a row we saw a steal on the objective away from Lunex Gaming. But I do kind of feel like Root Dig are the ones who have to answer. They looked a lot more shut down in that game than in the fact that they won the first game, if that makes any sense. That was a little bit more of like a hard-fought win. This one, just Lunex had their number.
I, again, have been very pleased by the Metagross plays we've seen today and yesterday. This NAIC has been very eye-opening to me in regards to this Pokemon. It's doing a lot of damage. It can survive really well. The Gyro Ball is awesome. Honestly, I feel like it could be a point of contention between both teams. Wherever actually Root Dig decides to go, if it's going to be a map selection or a side selection. I think that either way, both teams have been able and shown that they can navigate draft really, really well.
Well, I mean, we gotta say it. The Duraludon, I'm not saying that it looks terrible, but this is Toon Slim we're talking about, and it kind of feels like if you're Toon Slim on a team, you have to kind of, I don't know, choose something that's super impactful. right? I mean, that's really kind of the reason. Oh my goodness, almost 100,000 damage from Celeste. You know, I was talking earlier about how there's only one player that was able to equal up to some of the average damage of the Brazilian teams in the online league, and it was Celeste. So we've got some nice damage numbers to back it up, though. I mean, you can see even 50,000 damage, basically, from Frank on even the Hoopa, and then, of course, Flareon. So, like I said, them adding those two players is just damage, damage, damage.
It is, and like you said too, just the aggression that we know that is only rivaled by the Brazilian teams is also rivaled by Celeste, and it really showed in this Metagross game. Again, it's a pick that I'm excited to see much more of, but I'm also concerned if this is supposed to be a pick to be led through.
Yeah, the draft, I feel like it has to change pretty significantly. I do feel like the first two games, especially again reminding that this is a 3 out of 5 set, I do feel like the first two games are a pretty good time to kind of test the waters. However, there's only so much you can test the waters, right? As far as like choosing some interesting picks, trying to see if any of the specific targeted bans are going to make a lot of sense. And they have been changing their bans instead of Root Dig quite consistently, especially on who they're going to be targeting, specifically whether it's Frank, and now it looks like maybe even Flareon's could be a little bit of a target there. So we'll see what they've kind of locked down to, because there's not going to be that many more chances. It's not quite yet match point here for either team, but they're getting there.
It's true. It's so close. We are on game 3 of the best of 5. Lunex Gaming now on the purple side. Root Dig on the orange, actually just the same that we had in game 2. And the men's are looking slightly similar with the addition of a Latias that we actually saw in the previous series.
Interesting. Yeah, we saw it in the previous series, however, it didn't necessarily win. So that is going to be interesting as a final ban of the game. I wonder if that's intentional, if there's something that we just don't know about it, but who knows? It looks like they're continuing to draft, and the Feraligatr being the first pick is going to be a repeat of the last game that we saw. Not surprising, that is a very strong Pokemon right now. But what will we change on the other side? Yes, I do feel like you have to do this. You have to take the Duck away from Frank one way or another. It's not banned out, so they pick it instead, giving that to Inder, and that makes a lot of sense. Otter as well on the mute.
Exactly, and it's also because of the fact that when you see the Espeon on the bench for Root Dignitas, you know that they're going to get the Mew for themselves, because Flareon is such a big Espeon player, and they need to take the opportunity to go for Mew and the Psyduck. Heavy priority picks in the meta at the moment. Lunex Gaming with a Blastoise plus the Feraligatr, now with a Moltres added to the scene, which is one of the different picks that was coming through on game 2. There was a ban for Moltres from Lunex, now they pick it.
Moltres has been extremely powerful over the course of this weekend, and also just basically ever since it's released, which is not that long ago, honestly, one of the newer Pokemon. But that's going to be a very scary choice. I'm curious if that's actually going to stay on Celeste. That would be a really interesting player to play the Moltres, but there obviously are some chances to switch things around, and we'll see what they choose. The Crustle has been looking quite strong. We did get to see some nice plays from it, and the Mimikyu is a... Whoa, okay, hold on a minute. Not talking about the Mimikyu, there's a different one.
Well, we made fun of someone hovering that, myself and Kelly, from this previous series, and that is the actual pick on your screen right now. Sableye for Lunex Gaming alongside a Miraidon pick. Now, Root Dignitas will wrap up their draft with a Mimikyu and a Leafeon. So quite a lot of good momentum that can be built by this team in the early game.
So, of course, some pretty good picks on both sides, but we got to talk about this. Frank on the Sableye is not a pick that I've seen before, and that might just be me not having seen the games that they've played it, but Frank usually does go to a little bit more of a damage-dealing option, and Sableye in general is a Pokemon that we saw a lot more previously, but not recently. So, I guess for anybody who hasn't really seen it, it's a very disruptive Pokemon. It does tend to invade a lot. It roams, it becomes invisible, it can knock Eos energy away from you, it can trick you. There's just so many different things. It can even send you back to base at points. So a very, very aggressive Pokemon. However, we don't usually see a roaming strategy from Frank. I'm curious how they're going to play it. Will it be a little bit more in path? Will it be completely invading the entire time? Just everything in general is very interesting.
That's what I'm wondering as well. When you think Sableye, you're thinking of invading, you're thinking of backcapping, being a nuisance, and just trying to get flanks all around. So we'll see if Frank is going to take that path. It could be just something that they have been practicing that we are not yet aware of. So it could be a brand new, fresh look on this player on Lunex Gaming as we are on the Groudon map for Game 3.
Look at that, appeared as soon as you said the name.
Love that.
That's right, Groudon. So no Rayquaza stuff going on as we go into game number 3 here of our 3 out of 5 semifinals. Both teams tied at 1 apiece. Lunex on the left, Root Dig on the right. Root Dig. I said on the right, more Western than the Root Dig.
It is in fact a Root Dig. And this time with a Leafeon on their squad, like I said, we are going to see quite a lot of good action in the early game from this very good early game evolution. While on the other side, the Totodile is still having to go through the evolutions themselves. They are going to have to go through path at any point to confirm those birds and make sure that they have the enough impact that they can.
And I am trying to see exactly, I can't read the name. Who is on this Moltres?
Lunia.
That's Lunia. Okay, so they did end up switching that. Yeah, I was going to say that was going to be an interesting pick if Celeste was on that. So they also, of course, went top path, so I assumed that was going to be the case. But they didn't switch that until kind of the last second, so I missed it. So that does make a lot more sense. Of course, Moltres has been really dominant in that top path. And Celeste, now we get a chance to see kind of what they can do otherwise. And so far, it hasn't been a really aggressive game with the Sableye. We're just playing a little bit safe.
Yeah, Frank, as you say, is coming here to the bot side, seeing if there's any chance that can actually confirm any objectives, and it's going to be just forcing out eject buttons from the Root Dignitas bot lane.
They're slowly walking away. I thought they were going to be a little bit more in danger there, but they actually didn't throw out anything. They just kind of walked alongside them. I was like, oh, what's going on? But they're just making sure that nothing is going to go completely wrong. This has been... Oh, okay. Well, I was about to say, until this exact moment, I was saying this is a very passive game, especially considering these teams and what we've been seeing in all of our previous sets. I was surprised at how passive it was. Even still, I mean, even with this little annoyance, this is like a defensive play from a Sableye.
It really is, because we see on the side of Root Dignitas end up being the one to be more aggressive on the invades. Now Lunia, with that Moltres we have been talking about, comes through but gets completely eaten and chomped by Celeste.
Yummy. They're going to try to chomp down this Red Drago as well. A couple members here, yeah, try to waterfall over the Leafeon, didn't quite hit.
Yeah, it was close, although there's an attempt here by Lunia to go through, but the Electro Ball is pretty good. Although the knockouts will guarantee that Lunia survives for a little bit longer, there is Zealot with the Trick Room, and the Mimikyu forces out yet another eject button there, now from Flareon's.
That Trick Room is going to be really important, I think, for this match. I kind of feel like every time that we see Mimikyu, we just talk about how good it is and how good it is in the matchup. And Mimikyu is honestly just such a strong Pokemon. Right now, using it to chase down a Frogger that was maybe a little bit too far into the other team's base. But I do think that he just knew that he was gone, so that was going to be it.
Immediately, as soon as they get the level 8 there tune with the Emerald 2 step, will take down that Miraidon, guaranteeing a lot of pressure on this bot tier 1 for Root Dignitas. They managed to get yet another one with a double KO there for Otter on the Mew, and getting this zone pretty close to done.
They had a problem last game of not being able to score, I think, as many points as they wanted to early, so it does seem like they've been prioritizing it, especially too. Oh, look, there was some stuff going on up here, as we're going to see. Look at that Mimikyu trying to get out of there, and Trick Room going to be a great option for him.
Yes, it will. They're going to have to use just that, and I think that Zogreg really wanted that Trick Room would work on him as well. Oh, the Thunder. You're going back.
What?
No, why would you do that? Okay, I thought they were already out of range. Maybe it was a hitbox misconception, but at the end of the day, it was still a 2 KO streak there for Flareon.
Maybe also hoping that one of these Citrus Berries was going to spawn, because it just spawned right after that KO, which is really funny. All right, that is a 0-point overdunk. Is that right? It was literally even exactly, so they just want to take down that goal zone.
Yeah, just to get even more pressure across the map, allow for more even maneuverability, and they managed to do so now, getting a knockout on the Feraligatr. Frank also with the Electro Ball, chasing them to above and beyond with another one, guaranteeing a 3 KO streak to Otter on this Mew. Make it a 4. Give them the 4. No, why would you do that, Zogreg?
Because he happily denies things.
It's
That
true.
is what he does.
Oh my, how could I forget, Chef?
Yep, even, of course, his own teammates. But at least Zogreg will be happy about that. No, a lot of experience, though, going to a lot of the attackers now on the side of Root Dig. There was some pretty good fights overall. And right now, a weird little fight. The Sableye trying to fight the Crustle, who's very low on life, and realizing it's maybe not going to come into play. And so far, I do have to take a look at kind of the state of the game. And usually when you have a Sableye, you want to be ahead a lot in points, or have been able to really shut down a lot of the levels of the other side. That is the opposite of what we're seeing right here. I want to be positive, but it's not looking good to me for Lunex so far.
Yeah, it's a pretty tricky situation for them. Rambo two-step immediately taking down their Moltres and going back to pad. They don't want to overexpose themselves too much, although in the there with a nice side kick will get Oblivion into a bad position, although surfing away another side kick will land on the Blastoise and Rudik takes 2 KOs.
As usual, Psyduck, one of the strongest just attackers in the game as a support. Ooh, pulls in the Miraidon as well, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to catch too many members. Oh, they use the, was that the Unite, I think, to make them back up for the side?
Did.
Yeah. Just managed to stay alive.
They do, in fact. 10 seconds for the bottom ready to spawn, and Rudignitaz in a great position and control of the map to do just that, while Lunex Gaming is positioning for a trade of objectives on top lane.
Yeah, this is going to be relatively free on all directions. The only thing that's going to be happening here soon, Raging Drago is going to be spawning in center. But again, not necessarily sure that that is going to be something that is prioritized. Crossel as well was testing the waters to try to see if there's any way to push forward on bottom, maybe to see who's going to be defending. But they've already got that path cleared. So if there's any aggression, it might end up being on the top path on Lunex's tier 1 that's still available. As Rudig, they're ahead in pretty much everything except for score, which is obviously very close, but they would love to have a big lead in about a minute and 45 seconds.
It's true. Celeste gets the knife there with that waterfall, with the Hydro Typhoon here just at the edge of how long you can do that before that final stretch. And it looks like 1 for 1 becomes a 2 for 1 for Rudignitas, as now the play rough is on Lunia as they are trying to get away. The 3 KO streak for the Mimikyu, and they keep on pushing, but look at the damage from the Miraidon. Are they able to commit to this one? Electro Ball will conform, and it's Otter once again coming out on top.
We were really close to Zogrog stealing that, by the way. That was like 1 inch away from that Rock Tomb taking it. But again, they're fighting. Now we're at the 3-minute mark, so they're just trying to catch everybody who was still around, I think. I think that last fight was mostly just, hey, we got to use our Unites one last time before the final, stretch, before we can get it back. So I'm not sure there's going to be all that much more fighting now that Psyduck's been caught out. Wow, very aggressive pushing here from Lunex Gaming.
I wonder if that is a wise choice. They get caught up here in the Rock Tomb. Celeste will take quite some damage, and Mimikyu has arrived as well, which is so dangerous from the side of Rudignitas. Charge Beam, though, from Lunex on this Miraidon has been accomplishing a very good position for them, as now Feraligatr reaches level 13 as well.
We do see a nice little retreat, I guess, from Lunex Gaming. So that could have been a worse situation. This is an awkward timing for this spawn of this objective up top. We are going to have a good amount of Lunex going up here just to try and see maybe if anybody's going to be there. They'd have to burn it down really quickly if they do actually want it, but already Root Dig just sitting, pre-positioning in this center area. They know that they're going to have a team fight advantage in this moment just because of the Sableye, who's actually throwing around these little kind of vision wards, basically, that allow you to see around.
With Groudon on the block, Chef, this is the moment. The teams are just 10 odd points different from each other. A nice Psychic on that Blastoise will make him use the Hydro Typhoon. The Crustle gets knocked out, and the Meteor Storm actually does some good in zoning them out. Lunex Gaming has the numbers advantage, 5v4, but there's the backline as well with the Mimikyu from the side of Rudig. But Lunex Gaming isolates that Speedster, and now they are coming out on top with numbers once again. Jump on that Psyduck, make it Peking Duck, but it's not going to be the case this far, as finally he gets confirmed, even though it's not from the Feraligatr. There's Otter with the Electro Ball. We know how dangerous that can be. Moltres on low HP. Focus Band has been popped. X-Scissor into that Rock Tomb, but they're still focusing on Groudon. They're standing. Oblivion is there with that Blastoise. The objective is still standing in. It's Rudignitas who takes this one, Otter, once again, and make it another KO onto Celeste.
Otter, what a player. This isn't over yet, but we've got less than a minute left, and that is going to be a nice buff at least. But Otter just has to be checked before you go for that flip. That's the lesson to take away from this. We are going to see some pretty high amount of points, I would say, in pockets from Rudig, mostly on the bottom side, on the south side, but they've taken down a tier 1. They've got the advantage. There's 30 seconds left. This is a really difficult choice to make. There's not a lot of points left on this goal control zone, 14 points, but I mean, a little bit more than a hundo burger is going to be the difference between one team or the other team being in the lead. They're going to try to score up top, and in the meantime, there's a push on bottom as well.
We'll see, we'll see. Many numbers on the bot side. Otter is not able to score this one, but Zogrog is. Now the hundo burger comes through. 457 for Root Dignitas. The fight's still going here, and it's still them who come out on top. They have the numbers, they have it. A 2-1 is the record of this best of 5 in favor of Root Dignitas.
Wow, I mean, I looked actually like that was going to go kind of the other direction for a moment, but they truly clutched that out. And by they, I mean Otter, who I think everybody has
him,
to...
nobody else, just him, alone, 1v9.
No, this one, okay, it was Otter 1v9 in game number 1. We're going to give it that one. This one, not nearly as much, but still, obviously, always great to see that happen. And it's really, again, it's a lesson. You have to check a strong player that knows how to use all of their secure options before you go for that flip. Sometimes you just feel like you can be a little bit more confident with the numbers advantage, but so far, I mean, it's been proven that 2 games have been lost, essentially, by Lunex because they were not able to check that Mew. And I do wonder if the Mew is going to be answered in a little bit of a different way next time because it's been a pretty big deal. But altogether, I do have to say, once again, not trying to be overly negative here, I don't think that the Sableye pick worked out in the way that Lunex wanted it to.
Unfortunate for them, and I agree with you, Chef. It didn't really do what you would expect of this role of a Pokemon to do with invades, being a nuisance, and getting back caps. There you go. And unfortunately for them, if the playstyle is like that, you need to get even more of a lead. But what we saw all throughout the game was 10, 5, 3 points differential between both teams.
And great, by the way, as well, to see right there, one of the big reasons why Otter, our MVP, was able to secure that final hit on the objective was that Zugrug was happily denying Feraligatr from even being close with an X-Scissor, and that did change a whole lot of how that played out. But Otter, our MVP, 71,000 damage dealt, and pretty high damage game, I would say, in general, across the board from everybody. However, it really came down, obviously, into those final moments.
It did. With a KFA of 10, 1, and 7, almost getting knocked out. One time, Otter really showing that they could participate of almost every single knockout of this game for Root Dignitas. And again, like you said, the Mew, such a priority here. But the problem also is Otter also plays other attackers so incredibly well. So how do you deal with this? You need to understand what exactly you don't know how to play against, and maybe Mew is one of them.
Right, and the tough decision here is that if your first pick, there's only so much that you can steal away. You have to make sure that you don't give up something like the Feraligatr, which is what they've been going to really a lot. If you're given the opportunity to take something like the Psyduck, you really want to try to give that to Frank. But also, if you don't take Mew in the first pick, they are just going to take it away on the side of Root Dig. So it's really about which threat you want to try to prioritize more. And at this point, I mean, I just feel like there has to be some sort of prioritization here. Otter, incredible Mew player, but Flareon's also incredible Mew player, 2 of the best in the entire world. And with Mew being such a key point of why game 1 and 3 were taken by Root Dig, maybe it's just worth it, even if it mathematically isn't like the biggest threat that one could try to take away.
It's true. I think it might be one of those cases that you take it out. And in this case, Root Dig might have to, well, not Root Dig, Lunex would have to ban it. Root Dig maintains the ban on Aspeon because I would assume that Lunex would pick still Purple side to try and guarantee that Feraligatr or something along those lines for the first pick. So it could be some of that dynamic on our draft phase.
Well, we'll see. A lot of opportunity to steal away between these two teams, which does tend to happen a lot between top teams, just because a lot of the meta Pokemon, you end up having some kind of specialists for them, so a lot of back and forth that we could be seeing. One big one that's been pretty interesting is Zugrug actually has had some pretty free reign, I would say, of the defender pool, and even still, Crustle, not a really overly popular defender at this particular tournament, but Zugrug obviously has played, I don't know, probably 10,000 matches of Crustle over the course of his life, and it's been really, really important at securing a lot of situations, exactly like we saw for how that final hit on the objective went last game.
Alrighty, so with that, we actually see Lunex choosing orange. Wait, did they choose orange or did they choose Rayquaza? I always get confused. But if we ever get confirmation from production, let me know, because I'd love to analyze those things as well. In this case, Root Dignitas changing up their bands quite a bit. When they had a Hoopa, they maintain it, but they changed that Espeon for a Psyduck, but maybe the last one still could be it. We did see a Latias, Ben, last time too.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was intentional. That may have honestly been a mistake because that is just such a bizarre ban. But in the place that they did ban it, I mean, they did manage to pick up the Duck instead themselves. This time around, we're going to see a little bit more back to what the Game 1 bans were. And of course, like you said, they're on the left side, which I believe is similar to game number 1. So we're still prioritizing the Zugrug pick in that first place as well. Not going to be the Crustle this time. Snorlax is going to be on the table. We'll see if we can go to something else like the Umbreon maybe that's now unbanned.
All right, so interesting. Like you said, a priority for the Snorlax over trying to steal the Espeon away from Flareon. So plenty of confidence here from Root Dignitas and how they can face against this attacker, while Lunex confirms the Espeon alongside a Moltres that has also been one of Lunia's picks throughout this series. A Blissey plus a Zacian. We know just how much a Bliss Assistance does of work on that Pokemon.
This is a really old school comp, it feels like, that Root Dig is building up. I mean, I feel like this combination of these 3 Pokemon have existed for a very long time, and have, especially, I would say, Blissey's Ashen is a little bit of a famous, sometimes famously painful combination, but it remains pretty painful. We are going to see Frank this time go again to the Mr. Mime, which seems to be a pretty good fit for him, doing a lot of damage, able to be pretty aggressive, very similar in crowd control style to the Psyduck, so I think Frank is going to be pretty happy with that. But Oblivion did pick up the Umbreon that I was talking about earlier.
Exactly, with the Mr. Mime as well, so that would allow even for a different moveset for the side of Oblivion on this Umbreon, something a little more, not aggressive, but you know, more of a nuisance if the Mr. Mime is going for the heals, while Mewtwo Y is picked here, could indicate a safeguard on that Blissey as well, and the Duraludon, that does come at a return.
This is just a helping hand, right? I mean, this is just, you just buff your entire team and they just hold the A button and then you hope you win off of that. I mean, I don't know what else it could be at this point. That does seem like that's the combo. Also, I mean, that is a pretty famous combo as well. So when, you know, both the eras of the Mewtwo Y and the Zacian being very different, and the Duraludon kind of, we're just seeing a history lesson here of Pokemon Unite. The Talonflame on the other side, I like that a lot, especially with 2 maybe a little bit less mobile ranged attackers now being picked in the final 2 picks for Root Dig. The Fly especially is going to be a really nice option to be able to try and potentially jump in there, or you could really go either of the builds, but just having a nice speed step.
Definitely, and with the Fly, like you mentioned, it could be just the way that you can actually have access to the Duraludon that can always have just so much space because of the range, and whatever build you choose with that cannon or going for the Stealth Rock. I'm thinking that this composition here for Lunex is very particular. I want to see how they're going to approach it because, of course, early game is still good for the Espeon having a level 4 power spike and going Psyshock is always a great setup, but still, you would need quite a lot of just great positioning from Celeste and to finish off what Flareon starts.
Well, and another big thing that we got to see last game that didn't happen was Lunaire needs to, I think, stay up to level, do well in this top path. But here we go. Chance now for Root Dig to win and move to Grand Finals on Sunday. One more game. Root Dig on the left. Lunex Gaming fighting for their tournament life on the right. Can they tie it up? We're going into game number 4.
All right, central area with the Duraludon for Root Dignitas. Meanwhile, the Fletchling on Lunex Gaming does just that on the other side. Moltres rivaling there on the Chansey, while Mr. Mime and Zacian are fighting together as well. It looks like there's a bit of an upper hand for Lunex Gaming. By the way, they have been stancing here. They are able to confirm the wild Pokemon as well, but maybe that could put Frank in a jeopardy. Now, whilst Aeos Energy being rivaled here, still getting confirmed by Frank once again.
This is 2 tough paths. I mean, or I should say tough comps in the path, right? Neither one really wants to fight each other. They are both very, very strong. So a little bit of a stalemate, which is why we didn't see any KOs quite yet. A few points in from Lunex Gaming, I believe, on the, maybe, I don't know, it was the bottom path or the top path, but nothing huge yet. The Espeon finally evolving, though. That's going to change this significantly, and a big focus on bottom path, especially from Lunex.
4 members here against 3 of Root Dignitas. They managed to take the Swablotaria, but the Duraludon does guarantee a knockout on for themselves on that Mr. Mime. There's a rotation from the Blissey towards the top side, or actually, Blissey was already there with the Zacian. Oops, never mind. There is no rotation there. We actually see the Fletchling now going back into Central, as you would expect, to try to collect as much XP as possible.
Playing a pretty passive game once again. And it's so funny these teams are going between these hyper-aggressive games into these passive games, these safe games. See if we can actually finally chase something down. Looks like Frank might be the sacrifice here to make sure that Lunaire gets away.
Ooh, good light screen there by Frank, just making sure that they escape. Meanwhile, we have this rotation for the central area here with 4 members of Lunex Gaming. A good heavy slam, but immediately getting that level up helps out the Talonflame, and they remain standing. Well, there was a 2-for-1 trade in favor of a Rude Dignitas and a knee-jack button that was forced out of Flareon's.
The double side shock hit right there, though. That was pretty gnarly, and not any follow-up, so unfortunately wasn't going to be able to get anything off of that, and they're going to dunk a ton of points. 69 points now for Root Dig. Nice. And they are going to be able to play a lot more passive, too, just getting even a higher point advantage there, which is going to be really important for them, right? They have all of these kind of auto attackers. They've got some range, so if you can force the other team to try and push into your range, that is going to be a big advantage, because suddenly it's just a volley of fireballs and projectiles just being thrown at you.
Yeah, it's so true. While on the other side of the map top, it is 2 knockouts that were confirmed on either side of the team as the Reggies are spawning. Oblivion has taken a stance here alongside the Moltres on this pad. There is the heavy slam that will just get them out of the pad themselves. Rotation from Dignitas to try and pair it out. They are there on the objective, but Lunex does confirm it. It's going to be Lunia who does it with a Revolving Ruin now from the side of the Duraludon. Root Dignitas turns the fight around, although they didn't get the objective. There's a Flame Sweep too, but it just brings them closer to their own, not their central, their pad, and to get that healing.
Ooh, so low, and the Brave Bird will actually not be able to KO. Manages to escape, and they get the reverse KO with the Mega Mewtwo. I cannot believe that did not KO Zugrug. That is unbelievable. What a tank. Happily denied the KO, of course, once again, but that was a huge turnaround from Root Dig. Just even those final moments. It felt like the fight was over, but then one little, I guess, bad math moment right there meant everything. And a nice secure, by the way, kind of uncontested, but here they come in to fight for it.
Yeah, there's going to be a 3v3 here, but they are just gauging if it's a good call, considering, of course, Flareon's with the side shock doing so much damage. They need to understand that they only go in if the side shock has already been used.
Right, they were just a little bit too late for that objective to actually fight for it. They came in, they're like, let's fight for it. It's already gone, and just kind of backed up. They realized, all right, we don't want to do it this range, and it's just nice that they were able to burn it down for the side of Lunex before anybody was able to rotate over. So good mass from them, but wow, trying to chase down this Mewtwo. We'll see if they can find it.
Ooh, Stealth Rock as well, and it does confirm more damage than necessary there to actually not just take the knockout, but also scare Lunex away from the central area. The Flash Cannon too, doing so much onto that Mr. Mime, but having Zugrug there to help. A Flame Sweep though, very nice safeguard used by the Ender on the Blissey to deny that Flame Sweep and allow for the 2-3 KO streak for Tuna on the Duraludon.
That was one of the funniest KOs I've ever seen in this game. The Flame Sweep goes through because of the safeguard, and then immediately the Duraludon had used the Unite. The Flame Sweep runs into a wall, and just the Talonflame burns in the fire and gets KO'd. That was hilarious. I definitely need to see that moment again in the replays later, but somebody clip that one for me.
I feel like that was a definitely fried chicken kind of moment. Showtime though from the side of Lunex Gaming, but they get immediately retaliated with 2 knockouts against them, make it 3. Root Dignitas is not wasting any moment. The levels are really showing it. 12, 11, 10, 10, and 10. 10.
10, 10, 10,
10. 10.
We are pretty low for this Regieleki up here, but I'm not really sure what they're going to have to... Whoa, what was going on right there? And they're just zooming in. Another Flame Sweep going through everybody.
Well, that was a little unfortunate. Maybe it could have hit, but the mean look did just change that trajectory, so we'll see. Midnight Bronze, though, very aggressive there by Oblivion, still healing quite a lot because of the Mr. Mime. Regieleki does hit pad. Lunex will take it down, so that makes them not that behind in points anymore. Ooh, if they hadn't gotten that defense, that would have been a huge dunk.
Nice little stun. Just to be like, okay, we're leaving, by the way. Sorry, bye. But wow, again, we're going to see Celeste get very low. Should be able to escape out of this situation. It looks like everybody is going to be able to escape out of that situation. But will we see any more aggression? Looks like an attempt to maybe score from this Umbreon before they leave. And even if they get KO'd, they'll probably be okay with that. And in the meantime, it looks on the bottom, the Regirock was taken.
Yep, and that was 36 points for the Umbreon as well, which is not too shabby. There's a rotate from Lunex Gaming to the top side once again because they have vision that 4 members of Root Dignitas are on the bot side. Good heavy slam onto Lunia. Now Moltres is in terrible position and the Snorlax doesn't go down yet, but the Duraludon does clean it up on the other end as that team is forced to get out. Top side, 230 points is what Lunex Gaming have accumulated this far because of a 50 dunk from that Talonflame and the top tier 2 that got destroyed in the meantime.
Right, they had a few scores and some minor scores as well from 2 other members right before that, so it did make it a little bit more of an overdunk. Very nice math from them. They were able to get rid of the points in their pockets as well, so that they're not just holding on to too many, whether they get KO'd or whether they need to score them later. Getting them in now is going to give them a nice little lead, and 30 seconds left. Lunex, this could be their last chance. Rootig just needs to close this one up, but they do have the deficit of points. Wow, Umbreon getting pushed pretty far forward here. Okay, saying, okay, maybe it's a little bit hot in that zone. We're not going to go all the way to the west side. Nobody's super far out of position for the moment. This one looks like it's going to come down to a more traditional fight, if I'm guessing correctly.
We'll see. Oblivion has it been engaged here with the block out of the way. Toon is doing the damage of their life. They are 1 member down 2 of Lunex Gaming. Again, Toon is doing just the cleanup of the house. They continue to do so. It's almost a wipe. Lunia is the last one standing, and now Zugrug says, well, I'll just push you out of the way, although there's a dash. And then immediately denied. Root Dignitas take the Rayquaza, and that might just make them the first finalist of NAIC 2026.
Root Dig scoring in the final moments here. Just, I mean, hey, they had points in their pockets, and it was good that Lunex was able to get rid of some of theirs. They could have had a lot more if they dropped it after they got KO'd, so you can actually see only a 110-point lead. That could be obviously way larger. There's 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Zacian is sitting up top. Oh, no, not even going to go try to counter score. 110-point lead, this is actually very doable.
It kind of is. You still have some that they could do here with the bot tier 2 exposed. Lunex Gaming, they managed to take 1 down, but so does Root Dignitas. They are in a definitely terrible position there. Lunia, as now Root Dignitas is on the numbers advantage. It's only Frank trying to get away. It's not showtime anymore. It's grand finalist time now for Root Dignitas heading for home goal.
Wow, that will for sure, I think, be wrapping that one up. 1 member up at this current moment, and they're not even out in time to try and defend against these scores. 326-point advantage, 30 seconds left. The only one who could maybe even get to the other side, well, I guess both of the Firebirds here could potentially do it, but they're not even going to try. They're going to fight for the last few moments as Root Dig has solidified their spot. They're just trying to get a little bit more stats. Hey, you're here, might as well enjoy the time that you are. But Lunex Gaming already qualified for Worlds. Obviously would have loved to win, but making a top 4 is impressive. However, not as impressive as Root Dig moving to our grand finals on Championship Sunday.
Root Dignitas for the 2nd time on the podium of NAIC 2026. Make some noise for Root Dignitas, your Pokémon UNITE Grand Finalists!
They're focused in. Honestly, for how big of a win that just was, they're not that happy. I don't think Zugrug's happy until he gets to deny something from somebody. He did deny, I guess, the
Imagine he denies the dap.
Yeah, he just goes, whoop, no, just kidding.
Never mind.
And then he smiles. But no, I mean, honestly, again, they look really locked in. And that's really kind of how they've been this entire season, is they have had their eyes on the horizon since day 1 of this season, you know, for an entire year. They have been aiming for Worlds, even when they run into some small little hurdles, you know, whether it be at any of the other ICs, whether in the regional league. They they just need to move past it, and that's exactly what they've done, and they are getting closer and closer to their goal. Obviously, already Worlds qualified. They're looking to win another IC here with a 3-1 solid win over Lunex Gaming. It's hard to say that they may not be the favorite. Did I just double negative right there? I would say it's solid that they're the favorites going into Grand Finals.
Yeah, and we know as well that the two possibilities to fight against Root Dignitas on the Grand Finals are Deep Cross Gaming or Evil Geniuses, just waiting on the other side of the second semifinals of NAIC 2026. And honestly, if we have a rematch of the top two teams of NA tomorrow, I'd be happy. If I have NA and APAC tomorrow, I'll be happy. Otter is your player of the game with an 8-2 and 12 KFA 78,000 damage dealt.
Not Mew, but like kind of like Big Mew. I think that's what they call it. It's like Mew sequel, something like that.
Mew 2.0.
Yes. 2 with over 100,000 damage on the Duraludon. So I still feel like I don't really feel in my heart what the choice of that Duraludon was for, but I mean, it's just Toon doing a lot of damage, so it worked for them. Keep doing it. We gotta, of course, ask them later, you know, probably what is the Duraludon for? But Otter, a big, big key player to all of the three victories in this set. Of course, stealing away a few big objectives, some Rayquazas there, and then, of course, just being a massive amount of damage and control in this final game.
So well played by them. I feel like this last one, game 4, was really the consolidation of the control they had all throughout the game, although Lunex also fighting out pretty well. Unfortunately, there was a couple of things that didn't just quite land. The safeguard from Blissey countered those flame sweeps a lot of the times. But let's hear some more from the players on Root Dignitas as we have an interview ready on stage.
Hey, here we are up on the big stage. Congratulations, your winner, Otter from Dignitas. Amazing, incredible. You're heading to Championship Sunday. You and I were just talking, you're heading to Championship Sunday against someone you were just on a team with and against someone who won this last year.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's nice to, one of us at least gets to hold the throne from last year. I think that's what really matters, but I know it's going to be me, so.
Okay, amazing. Which team would you rather face? You have to pick one.
Honestly, I think for the NA fans, they'd really like to see us versus EG in the grand finals, but playing against the Asian team as well would be really fun here too.
Tell me a little, first off, a legendary B-press, I guess, with Mew, just like a basic. Is that what got it?
I don't even know. There were so many. I was just throwing the balls, getting the objective, cheering about it.
We couldn't believe backstage that they were giving you Mew. It felt like such a mistake for you to have it. But then again, it really does feel like anything you're on, you're really proficient with. Is there something that you haven't brought out in the tournament yet that you're excited to play?
I don't really think so. I think Mew and Espeon are for sure the brokens in my role, but I think, you know, part of the reason why they give Mew so much is there's just too many really, really insane Pokemon right now. So it's a fun meta. Every role has super brokens in them.
Yeah, there are so many good Pokemon, so many choices. I love seeing Duraludon make its way. I know that Toon has been practicing it, so I'm like, oh, I hope we get to see it. He was doing it on stream, so I don't know if you're trying to keep it a secret. But I'm excited to see that. Heading into tomorrow, that's going to be incredible. Obviously, Championship Sunday. I want to talk to you a little bit about Worlds on the horizon as well. Obviously, you guys had an amazing run at ACL. You know both of those teams are going to be there at Worlds. For you to become the world champion, you're probably going to have to go through one of them. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty happy, you know, just to make it back to Worlds, have another chance. It's a tournament where anything can happen, either positively or negatively. So if we get another chance to face Fennel, I think that'd be the best. Maybe take him down, since nobody else can.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations again, Otter. Just an incredible run. It's always so exciting to watch you. Maybe the best attacker player in the world. Give it up one more time, Otter from Dignitas. Let's send it back to the booth.
Love that confidence. You know, just throwing out the balls and just seeing what happens, you know, which is exactly what happened. But I mean, hey, no, perfect timing. Sometimes it's just ingrained in your brain when you've been an attacker for so long. Just like Sprinkle said, very possibly the best attacker in the world. So great to see Otter, just such a key player for North America as well, making it all the way here into the grand finals, and we'll be seeing him at Worlds as well. But you can see here on the bracket, who do we got coming up?
Well, it's that Deep Cross Gaming versus Evil Geniuses semi-finals that Spriggles and Otter were just talking about. Both teams with players that have played with Otter before, and we know too that they are very much excited to see what's going to be the vibes, because they are all qualified for Worlds.
Yeah, we get to, it's so cool. I mean, either we get to see the kind of rival match that Otter just alluded to between Evil Geniuses and Root Dig, or we get to see the end of the Slash boss rush, right? At the end of the game, the extra level that Slash ends up getting after already qualifying for Worlds. But only one more match here today on Saturday to see who will qualify for Championship Sunday tomorrow, and we're going to see who that is right after this with Deep Cross Gaming and Evil Geniuses.
It is time to lock in for your next wave of battles.
We get to see the Mega Evolution come out.
But critically, it does get a freeze.
He gets the double protect.
Team it up, and there it is.
That is the match. The double KO is more than enough to secure it.
One team through to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. One more team to go here at the Pokémon UNITE final stretch at NAIC. On a scale of 1 to 10, Zoinks, how excited are you for this next matchup?
30 to 50, somewhere in that range. I cannot contain my excitement. This event has been so fun all the way through, and our Final Four is incredible. We had such a good best-of-5 set between our last two teams, and now we got such a fun one. North America versus APAC East, Curios versus Slash. I mean, we could not write this one better if we tried, and only one of these teams can make it into the grand finals for that Championship Sunday match.
Yeah, I think that is the really interesting storyline going on into this next set. Curios and Slash, former teammates, now going up against each other head-to-head to fight for another chance at getting back-to-back wins as NAIC champs. But the thing is, only one of these teams can make it through this next best-of-5.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming on one hand, so happy with their performance in the tournament already because they have that World Champions invite. On the other side, Evil Genius is anything but satisfied. This is a team where an IC win has been eluding them all season long. This is their last chance to do so in the 2026 season. So Evil Geniuses forging ahead. They're going to lead into this game number 1 in that first pick side, banning away the Comfy and the Feraligatr. Deep Cross Gaming being one of the best Feraligatr teams by far that we have seen at this NAIC event.
Yeah, 100%, especially considering how tricky it is to maneuver that Feraligatr. I feel like they have definitely made it look incredible to be worthy of a ban there. Otherwise, we do have that Mega Charizard White, Moltres, and Snorlax taken away from Deep Cross Gaming.
All right, well, Pokemon like Mew and Espeon are still available. Roll It Down does pick up that Hoopa, though. Does end up playing that Portal Hoopa, something that Duke's Next has brought up quite a bit. This support Pokemon, we're seeing so much Trick Phantom Force from the field. However, when it comes down to rolling, they are a master of mobility with those big portals. But here we go, Deep Cross Gaming picking up some power options.
Yeah, especially considering we have seen Ducky play a fair bit of Mamoswine here today. We've seen both Vin and Curios pick up the Espeon, so taking those picks away from them, I think is a good call from Deep Cross Gaming. But also just the crowd control that this pair can bring.
Yeah, and combo-centric as well, right? You're talking about the crowd control. You're picked up in an Ice Fang. That makes Z-Ray's job hitting those skill shots on the Espeon that much easier. Lines them up for some huge special attack damage. Christmas is going to go to the Mega Lucario. It has been probably their most frequent picked Pokemon outside of the Zacian, and with their own team banning it, they are going to lock that one up, prevent Deep Cross Gaming from getting it. We'll have to see what the top pathway leads to, and it looks like 94 wants to take the Garchomp.
Yeah, and I know we've seen some incredible Garchomp plays here today. We didn't really see it much during day one, but we have seen a lot of it here. But you know what? We're talking about crowd control and the Psyduck, I feel like that is just another combination into the mix that is going to be tricky to deal with.
It's a great combo. One more note on the Garchomp, too, that I love into the Evil Geniuses composition is its counterplay into Blastoise. Blastoise's Unite move is talked about so often as one of the best Teamfight Unite moves for endgame. It makes it really hard for melee Pokemon to get within range of major objectives. Well, Garchomp's Unite move does give that unstoppable for a whole long time. You can avoid that big Unite. They're going to round things out with Greninja, but Evil Geniuses picking up some really interesting options to round out their draft that we have not seen from this team quite yet. E.g. picking up the Mega Charizard X as well as the Zapdos. Curious to see if we'll see Vin and Curios swap those at all, but currently Vin is going to be holding that attacker type and Curios with the all-rounder with the Mega Charizard X.
I guess that's the brilliance when it comes down to Evil Geniuses, just the versatility between the roles that the players are able to pick on up, depending on what vibe they're going with, but also what the opposite team are going to go with. It looks like as we head into these final preparations, they are going to stick with these lock-ins, so Vin is going to be on that Zapdos.
I like the lineup of Evil Geniuses into this enemy composition due to a lot of the special conditions they can affect. Zapdos with some paralysis effects, of course, and then Mega Charizard X leaving those marks to enhance their own damage. There's very little healing supports, and even past that, and you get a cleansing abilities that can kind of remove these conditions. It'll be lasting effects for EG. Now we can see we are roaming the Day of Sky Ruins. Every single game won so far in our event has been this Rayquaza map. No exception for our best of 5 as we are getting set for game number 1. Evil Geniuses, Deep Cross Gaming. This could be a preview of a World Championship match as both these teams are headed for San Francisco. Let's see which one of these squads heads to day number 3 and Championship Sunday.
Yes, but obviously there is a tall mountain to climb as we head into game number 1. They're Evil Geniuses on the purple side, Deep Cross Gaming over on the orange. Looks like we are going to send that Charmander into that central area along with this Fergie.
All right, so Curios taking that role of central area on the Mega Charizard, at least for that first clear, potentially multiple if they need to get to that evolution quicker. The job won't be done so easily, though, as Slash on this Swinub is making a roam, but Ducky, the master of that strategy, is going to cut them off the pass with this Squirtle.
Yeah, he can't beat them at their own tricks. They are definitely aware of what Slash was attempting to do there. So blocking him off, otherwise up in the top path, waiting for this Butterwee to come in, but also great stun coming in from that side up.
Yeah, I mean, great backup for a Pokemon like Gible, who doesn't have amazing last hit secure. A Pokemon like Psyduck giving them a lot of backup is phenomenal. You gotta be worried about Gible more so in terms of team fights, though. That early game for the Pokemon can be unassuming, but is powerful.
We are waiting for the birds to spawn on in at the 8:50-minute mark. Nobody is going to move from that tall grass just yet, as here we go. They're going to pop on in. Gible is there to start them off.
Yeah, good play by Christmas, though, with that Meteor Mash pushing back all the wild Pokemon to their side, making that wild Pokemon even easier to KO for their team. And, of course, by that metric, difficult for Deep Cross Gaming. They're going to lose out on a lot of that early EXP, and that will be 94 held at the Gible stage.
Oh, but I guess Slash may have not been able to make an early invade that time around. Instead, they're going to continue for put on the pressure, but it's a 2v1. But they are still quite healthy going into this.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, they do a great job. Obviously, they don't take the blue buff, but they do force the defender player Ducky to pick it up instead of Curios on that Charmeleon. So we get the War Turtle evolution. Obviously, EXP still getting shared amongst the squad, but I do think they would rather funnel all of it to the Hyper Carry if they could. Slash playing a great interference game, even with this first stage Pokemon in the defender role.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing with the Swinub. It does actually do pretty well earlier on, but they have gone and evolved into that Piloswine thanks to those wild Pokemon in that central area.
Well, in terms of levels and leading the lobby, it is the Greninja for Deep Cross Gaming. We have the Mega Charizard X just hitting level 7, but they are trailing at the moment. Cyrus doing a great job, and that is a ton of burst damage onto the Ducky. Espeon can't quite get the KO. We are just shy of Unite moves. That could be a totally different landscape even 1 minute from now.
Yeah, minute 30 into this game, and no points have been scored just yet. We do have a rotation from Evil Geniuses thanks to that Hooper, and they are able to go and take down this Gabite. There is a lot of wild Pokemon to secure up here.
Yeah, Mega Lucario with a big burst of damage. Curios also just a fiery form of that Mega Punch. Power up punch for the Lucario. Opens the path, and then it's 30 points in for the Mega Luca right now. Curios is going to dunk in 26 as well. And Evil Geniuses getting up on the board, but most importantly, stacking those late game scaling items. Every score will increase their attack damage stat, and they are doing a great job of keeping pace overall macro as well.
Not much of an overdunk up in the top half by Evil Geniuses, but this Regieleki, as they go and secure, is going to pressure that tier 2 pad. So they're not going to worry about that, especially considering they can make quick rotations if needed. But that tier 1 pad for them has actually been depleted.
Yeah, this is going to be all the way to tier 2, and if anything, it's going to provide a lot of vision for Evil Geniuses. Regieleki is effectively a member of their team right now, so on the mini-map, they are aware of 3 enemy Pokemon all the way there, and they know this Greninja doesn't have a lot of backup. A ton of damage, but good rotation by Deep Cross Gaming to bail out of danger.
Yeah, they have to bail out of danger back to just trying to get these wild Pokemon that are slowly spawning on in. But I'm looking at how many Unite moves we have on Deep Cross Gaming. They have a total of 4, whereas currently currently Evil Geniuses only have that Mega Charizard Unite move available.
Yeah, that bottom path is going extremely well for DCG. Slash able to ignore that surf damage, but the Mousewine is going to take a bunch of bursts. Shin on the outside with this Psyduck is playing interference and honestly just being a warning to the rest of the enemies. Do not step forward. My Psychic is going to pull you into some scary spots.
Yeah, either pull him forward or push him back. I guess that is the power of this duck. But I guess so far, we're almost inching to that halfway mark. I feel like it's been more of a slow burn, a passive game between these two teams.
100%. I mean, we're locked in for a best of 5. So I think at this point, these teams are trying to figure out exactly what each other do. Analyze the movements, you know, figure out what players are playing extremely well, what players they can shut down, etc., etc. And these first round objectives, you're right, have come and gone rather quietly. The second round are about to spawn in, though, with Regis in both the top and bottom path. And right now, it looks like both teams focusing on the bottom path. Ducky waiting in that tall grass, hoping to catch someone from Deep Cross Gaming with an overextension, but just misses the Psyduck with the surf.
And there goes the Reg Ice to come on in along with that Mega Lucario Unite to give him the extra boost with that close combat. We do have Slash looking for a pick. Who are they going to go for? Onto the Lucario, but they still end up getting the secure for Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, great work by Chris Smith, canceling that close combat animation a little bit earlier with the power-up punch. They go back through that portal and are immediately punished by DCG. They're going to take down that Mega Lucario, but Kyrios on the other side does find a way to KO 94 on the Garchomp. So, top path looking a bit better. However, it is not translated into a Regieleki KO quite yet. Evil Geniuses waiting for the respawn, waiting to rally back. Let's see where they rotate.
I think one interesting thing to note is they still have this Hooper Unite move available to them, and we can see on the minimap they are going to focus on the bottom path. Meanwhile, we still have this Lucario and Charizard, well, no longer Lucario, up in that top path to try and put the pressure on, but no, they're actually going to give up this tier 1 to Deep Cross Gaming.
That is a lot of space given up. A Hoopa Unite move to bring the entire team down to the bottom path instantly, and then they'll have the time to jump back and defend against this Regieleki. They're going to keep the score lead here. That is very important. However, that is concerning with how quick that Mega Lucario was KO'd. An X-Attack Greninja is doing absurd amounts of damage. That red pulsating light beneath them, every time, it means their damage is boosted so much. And that Greninja showcasing exactly what that looks like with an instant KO on the Mega Lucario.
Yeah, I feel like despite these teams not really engaging in a lot of all committing team fights throughout this match so far, they're both keeping up in parity in terms of these points. It's pretty close, but also in terms of these levels. The only thing to note, I suppose, is the Greninja has unlocked both of those plus movements coming on closer to this final stretch.
Yeah, it's a great point, Kella. The back and forth has been interesting to watch. Neither team getting a super strong lead, or at least if any team has a big advantage in terms of play, the other team has an instant response. We'll see how long that carries out as we are 30 seconds away from our final stretch. But another set of Regis are spawning in. A damage buff Registeel has appeared on the bottom of Thea Sky Ruins.
Yeah, and that would be definitely juicy for whichever team is able to secure it. Mamoswine trying to lock onto the Lucario, who's now charging up their punch, but it is a little bit too early. Nonetheless, Charizard is still able to get the secure, but Espeon is actually popping their Unite move to pick up those 3 KOs.
Wow, that is 2 Unite moves spent by Deep Cross Gaming, but a massive fight win, 5v5. They actually walk away without losing a single member and taking down 2 of Evil Geniuses. Roland needs to play this one, X1 so safe. That Hoopa Unite move is going to be the only way to get the whole team in. Ducky blocking out that Hydro Typhoon right in the corridor, and team members of Evil Geniuses come through the portal. Chris Smith on the backline is going to take that fight, but in the corridor, it's actually Vin to take down the Garchomp. Psyduck returns the damage to the opposite support, and they take down that Hoopa in Unbound form.
1 member down for each of these squads as Rayquaza is now getting burnt down by Evil Geniuses. Slash looking for a pick. They need to make a move as Rayquaza is getting really low here.
There is a Greninja and an Espeon still up for Deep Cross Gaming, but the Mega Lucario is standing in the face of the Rayquaza. 3 KO straight for the Espeon and include the Rayquaza as Deep Cross Gaming will take our first objective of the game.
Yeah, and that is pretty much a team wipe across Evil Geniuses. Nobody there to go and defend these dunks raining on through. Deep Cross Gaming now leading at 390 to 23, and I don't think that's going to be over in terms of these points.
A long journey to this point for DCG, both literally and figuratively, but they don't look like they're running out of steam quite yet. This Rayquaza already secured. Kyrios just exploding in terms of damage, and it feels like not a single member of Evil Geniuses can stand up to these Rayquaza buffed up DCG team members. This scoreline skyrocketing even further, and Deep Cross Gaming taking an early series lead.
Yes, and that is going to definitely be a great boost and morale going into this best of 5 set to take that first win, especially up against one of NA's Titans.
Yeah, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming has forged their way to a world championship spot. I asked them if they think they could even play for the championship title, and they thought they could. This is game one of the best of 5, and Deep Cross Gaming is posing in the middle of the map. If that's not confidence, I don't know what is. That, so far, has been a tournament-winning celebration exclusive. DCG showcasing they're going to start early and often.
Look, you got to celebrate every single win, okay?
Totally.
So, hey, you've got to go posing there. Maybe they're trying to use their just manifestation, that future sight, to keep that momentum going.
Exactly. Yeah, some psychic abilities surely afoot for DCG, or manifest destiny. Whatever it is, it started them off on the right foot. 1-0 against EG in what was relatively a quiet game. Extremely measured from both these teams. It felt like any team fight was never a sure win one way or the other, at least in terms of scoring across the map. But when the final battle actually kicked off here right before this 2-minute mark, Deep Cross Gaming taking out 3 members of Evil Geniuses, felt like the writing was on the wall.
Yo, yeah, that's the thing. Throughout this whole match, it felt like there was never the 10 members all together at one team fight. It was very split depending on where these objectives were, but it wasn't until that 2-minute 30 mark, that Reggie Steele, where all members were accounted for.
Yeah, it was really interesting. Kind of coming out of that Hoopa portal, you saw Evil Geniuses sort of won that mini skirmish, right? They take down the Espeon. The Greninja was also removed from the equation. You got a few Mega Evolutions, but when Cyros and Z-Ray come back into the team fight, that just spelled disaster for Evil Geniuses. We are going to give that MVP award to the Greninja. 11 KOs and 6 assists in this game. The damage carry for a reason, dealing out 63,000 damage done as well.
But I think what's really interesting across the board in terms of this KFA is the fact that 4 members from Deep Cross Gaming didn't faint at all.
Yeah, okay. Well, we were talking about this one being back and forth. You know, I don't know if the stats are going to be backing that one up whatsoever. Deep Cross Gaming is seemingly immortal in this game number 1, but it is a long series. We'll see if Evil Geniuses can kind of muster up a bit of a response. I liked what they were doing in the drafting phase. We'll see if things change up at all, especially because we are getting a map change. Mandatory in our best of 5s. The first 3 maps will be Rayquaza, Kyogre, and Groudon in that order. Let's head to Thea Wet Ruins, unfortunately, with the Kyogre. Unfortunate in name. I actually liked the map, but here we go. Evil Genius is going to ban away the Comfort.
It just doesn't roll off the tongue as easily as Thea Dry Ruins or Thea Sky Ruins. I
it's
guess
why it's not the official name.
No, obviously, but yeah.
Yeah, good call. Hey, good call not making that one the official name, whoever's in charge of that. Yeah, heads up play there. But Deep Cross Gaming, ooh, anti-defender draft so far with both Snorlax and Mamoswine bans. Curious where Ducky is going to go. Hasn't played a ton of Umbreon in this tournament, but has pulled it out every now and again. Let's see if Slash wants to double ban defenders and first pick one to really throw a wrench in Evil Genius's plan.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. I guess we do have Blastoise available, but it looks like they might end up saving that one till later potentially, as they are going to secure that side-up first pick.
All right, yeah, Blastoise really surging to the top again of our encounter rate charts. Let's see where Ducky wants to link. Chris Smith also considering the Garchomp this time around instead of the Mega Lucario, but of course, Zacian is available. So that is going to be the immediate lock-in from Chris Smith, and Roland gets to play Blissey. I mean, that's kind of a match made in heaven between those two players. 94, though, now that the Feraligatr is off the ban table, will be immediately locking that pick up.
Yeah, we'll see what the rest of this composition is going to be. In terms of the Cinderace pick, I feel like this is quite early for Cinderace. Usually this is left till that last pick, but they are confident in this one. But Ducky is going to take that opportunity to lock in that Mr. Mime.
All right, would not be shocked here to see Evil Geniuses play a little bit of that double mage potentially, but no, actually going to lean into the melee. So Vin not going to be playing an attacker, but this time picking up the all-rounder Machamp, just too strong to leave on the table, and the brawl is going to be right there to match with Deep Cross Gaming. Feraligatr and the Urshifu are going to be two options that are great at getting that damage done and lasting, and Slash is going to bring out the Articuno.
I feel like there's a lot of choices here for Curios, whether it's going to be one of these evolutions, maybe even a Latios. I know we have seen them play that a fair bit, but they are currently hovering over this Blastoise as this last pick. So we'll have to wait and see whether this is going to be the final one. But yeah, in terms of this, they don't really have that range. Are they actually going to go in for range, or are they just going to stick with this?
Yeah, sticking with the brawl would be interesting. Obviously, Z-Ray with their item build right now is threatening that Blaze Kick auto attack focus Cinderace, by far and away the more popular option. But it would be challenging for them to really threaten that Pokemon in the back line outside of maybe submission out of Machamp. Final selection from Curios will be shown to us, I'm sure, momentarily once we get in to that game, which had a little bit of a bug, I believe, on our overlay giraffe screen, but we will be jumping into it. I believe it's the Glaceon is the selection in that place, with Curios playing the Machamp and Vin on the Glaceon. Sorry for that, everybody. Just wanted to update you on the screen, but obviously you'll see the Pokemon as soon as we jump in the game.
Yes, but this time round, we are going to head on into that Kyogre map. This time, we are going to have that Regidrago come in at the 8-minute mark, but going into game number 2, this is a best-of-5 semi-final after all. But still, winning that first game, that is some great momentum for Deep Cross's gaming marathon, because it is definitely not a sprint.
Yeah, just don't know how much they got in the tank. We'll see how far they can carry it, but I think starting off with a win is so important for that team. It's getting into game number 2. Deep Cross Gaming on your purple side. Evil Geniuses gonna be repping orange in game number 2.
Heading up into the top path, we are going to have this Chansey and Zacian paired together, going up against Totodile and Psyduck. But we have Ducky, even on the Mr. Mime, they're going in for an attempted invade, especially considering it's a Cubfu, and they don't have any protection currently.
Yeah, no help, no backup. This poor Cubfu just gonna try to out-time with their secures. This time around, Ducky gonna get that last hit, I believe, with the 2 points of Aeos Energy in pocket. Finally, Slash is going to roam to the middle of the map, and Articuno defending a Cubfu at the moment in time, but Ducky will decide to completely bail from that central area, wants to help out Curios in the bottom path as soon as they can.
Yeah, especially considering it is going to be that Machop up against that Score Bunny there. They do have the 21 points on hand,
yeah,
so
they did
unable
well.
to get some stacks in, but still being able to secure a lot of wild Pokemon earlier on.
Yeah, great look for Evil Geniuses, especially early game. In this bottom path with Deep Cross Gaming, when they lose in one spot, they gain in another. We've seen that all game long. You see Z-Ray picking up a lot of those wild Pokemon in the middle of the map. Slash gets a freeze effects. Ducky having a tough time making it back to the goal zone, but that Mr. Mime does have a lot of defensive stats. Doesn't matter, though, for that Water Bear. Flux Zone or not, Xeros is going to be chasing it out of the ends of the earth.
But this really just demonstrates the strength that Articuno brings, just being able to go and freeze and slow down your opponents, meaning that it's so hard to go and escape from them. Otherwise, we are going to pivot up into the top party as Zacian's charging on in, straight onto that Psyduck. Their passive, though, doesn't push them back, which means they get taken out.
Yeah, nice work from Chris Smith, utilizing either Full Heal Safeguard or Empowered Agility. There's a whole lot of options that this Pokemon has to ignore some of that crowd control. One of the many factors that make this Pokemon extremely strong in our current metagame. And right now, they are out-leveling 94 over a full level, but most importantly, are keeping that Totodile in the stage that Kellosaurus loves them.
Yes, the Kelligator. But we are going to have that Regidrago look to be contested by this team, but Articuno is quickly wiped out, which means Evil Geniuses are going to be able to take that one freely.
Yeah, Curios taking down their old teammate of Slash with that Machop play. A little bit of revenge, potentially, or even celebration of the amazing times they had. Either way, this match is going to be more important for both these squads at the moment. They are running cross-chop with that Machop. Of course, that super strong damage. It stacks up higher and higher. But all right, now it's just Slash contending this bottom path, and Evil Genius is doing a great job of keeping the levels down on the opposing side. But Deep Cross Gaming has gotten Feraligatr going on top now that EG has abandoned that path.
Ooh, the way Kyrios just zoomed towards that Raboot to get that submission and that KO for them. We do have Urshifu here at that level. At level 9 does have the Unite move available, but it looks like Evil Geniuses, they're going to have 4 members, because I can see the Glaceon on the minimap head towards the top path where we have a Reg Ice waiting.
Yeah, 94 will communicate that to the rest of the team. That means Deep Cross Gaming is going to have to go ahead to try and take down that Regieleki. Will be contested by Ducky in the bottom path, but on the top side, Evil Geniuses do not have to worry about any kind of competition around that basement objective. They will take down that Feraligatr instantly and get a ton of scores on bottom side. Ducky, on the other hand, is going to try to defend against this Regieleki and 2 members of Deep Cross Gaming at bottom, and in the end, we'll have to relinquish that tier 1.
This is very reminiscent of Game 1 in terms of these squads just focusing on different lanes, not really committing to a full team fight in one of these areas. Otherwise, those birds are going to spawn on empty. Cross Gaming looking to secure those, especially considering we want to get more Unite moves available there, but they already have 3.
Right. Okay, yeah, I was just going to say, the Unite moves, Kella, let's see if that changes the tempo at all. We got some big ones, and how about if a champ start things off with submission and jumping directly into the barrage blow. That Feraligatr executed yet again, make that 2. Articuno down. Again, Kyrios feels like they are aiming for Slash at this point in time. Now the goal zone only has 2 members left to defend, and 5 members of Evil Geniuses are extremely interested in dunking some points.
Yes, and that is going to be a successful break, and now Evil Geniuses have the lead at 176 to 158. One thing I want to make note of as well is this Mr. Mime is actually a confusion wall Mr. Mime rather than the power swap that we have seen here today. So I guess just that ability to push back a lot of those melee range characters being Urshifu and Feraligatr.
Yeah, oftentimes we see that chained together when you have a Pokemon like Blastoise or something like that to really utilize that defensive effect. But at the time right now, looks like damage is going to be the focus for Evil Geniuses. And it's putting them in the lead, 176 to 158, and a solid level lead specifically with Kyrios' Machamp. They have been doing fantastic. We are about to see a Reggie spawning back into the top side. Not Regieleki will be one of the 3 original Legendary Titans. And Chris Smith is going to bail out of the way of that Articuno.
We do have Vin there that has all of their Icy Shards available, going to be doing a lot of burst damage as the Articuno now gets wiped out. But here comes the Feraligatr looking to charge on in, but they instantly get flipped and wiped out, allowing Deep Cross Gaming to go and secure the Reg Ice because they were preoccupied.
Yeah, that Feraligatr buys them a lot of time, but at the cost of getting KO'd. Now the thing is, Evil Geniuses are making a quick rotation to try to score this tier 1 on the bottom, but there is an Articuno there to defend, as well as an Icy Pillar created right on top of that goal zone via the Articuno Unite move. So Evil Geniuses would need to spend a little bit of time breaking that in the first place, so instead, they're going to try to enlist the help of Regieleki. That'll have to come after a team fight, though, as both teams are rotating down to bottom.
Well, we do only have the Articuno and Psyduck accounted for, as Regieleki is now below half HP. It's just a moment to try and make a move, but Machamp and Mr. Mime are on the job to prevent a steal.
Yeah, I like that play. They know exactly where they're going to be. They don't even need vision of that tall grass. Just see Kyrios running directly into it. There's nowhere else they can hide, and that will be Regieleki landing, I believe, before any scores go in. So an even break on that bottom side. You saw multiple members of Evil Geniuses rushing to score, but too little, too late. And now, that is an even break, putting them at 196. Deep Cross Gaming holding on to a fantastic points lead at 247.
Yeah, and we always know that sometimes these overdunks really matter when it comes into the late game, especially considering there isn't really a major lead by Deep Cross Gaming here. But a minute left to go until the final stretch. Members trying to look for those level 13 power spikes.
Yeah, we got Glaceon there already made actually level 14 probably. Chris Smith hanging on the top side is only at level 12, but there's not too much wild Pokemon experience to take down, especially when Machamp needs it. So they're going to clear all those Indeedys, and it looks like Evil Geniuses do want to fight over this topside Reggie. I don't know if they've been able to take down a single one so far this game. Deep Cross Gaming have been doing an awesome job out securing them, even in space. Crippin is pulled in by that Psychic, but Safeguard just barely get a pulverization out of danger.
Safeguard saving the day for that Zacian, which means they're able to take that ship back home, get some HP, but that does mean they have to go and give up this top Reggie and find some positioning because Kyogre is almost here.
Yeah, price you're going to pay for that is Zacian is going to be taking this next team fight only at level 12. You can see they're not even close to that level 3 benchmark right now, and Kyogre is going to enter the map. Final stretch has begun for Alligator roaming around on the top side, lurking in that tall grass as Cinderace already starts doing damage. They do a check button over the wall, and then Mr. Mime chases him down.
Yeah, it is showtime from this Mr. Mime as they chase him down. Cinderace has been eliminated. There goes the flip straight onto the Articuno, and now they have also been sent back to home base. 3 members of Deep Cross Gaming are up. Evil Geniuses have all members accounted for, but here comes the Feraligatr out of the water.
Yeah, and backed up as well by that Urshifu. Unite move channeling towards the Machamp. They will get that KO, but in turn themselves go down. Feraligatr, the lone member of Deep Cross Gaming, going to try to out-secure the Kyogre, and they will not. Evil Geniuses with 3 Kyogre buffs to their name, and they only need to make up around 50 points.
This is their chance to go and overtake the lead, but we have some protection here from Cinderace. It's just a matter of whether they can hold their ground. But it looks like Evil Geniuses are aware of this. Instead, they're going to retreat and wait for more members to come for a push.
Yeah, benefit of knowing when you had those knockouts. You know that no one from Deep Cross Gaming is going to have the time to roam to the opposite side and counter score. So they can wait for the backup, probably send these members without the Kyogre buffs in first as a distraction to open up space and allow this Kyogre buff to increase their scoring speed and give you an advantage. There goes the Machamp towards the Cinder, and they pull him up into the air.
Yeah, even with the Fang, they do manage to make an escape. No dunks from Evil Geniuses just yet as Deep Cross Gaming is putting up a great defense. But there goes the Blissey with the Hundo dunk, which means EG now have the lead. Less than 30 seconds left to go. Deep Cross Gaming need to make their way across the map.
Yeah, Zacian was able to score a little bit as well, so that extends the point lead over 100 points. Deep Cross Gaming will need to get multiple scores in. Plus, we have Vin on the Glaceon about to dunk a Hundo Burger in uncontested. And the Articuno will not recall in time. So, Evil Geniuses extend their lead even further, ensuring them this game number 2 win and ensuring that we get a fantastic series in our semifinal. We're all tied up 1-1.
Wow, what an incredible game to see there. I mean, that's the thing. I know Deep Cross Gaming, we're talking about this momentum, this morale, especially coming out of that win of Game 1, but Evil Geniuses, I feel like they've really just honed on in and locked down to go and take this one.
Yeah, such a fantastic end game team fight, all on the back of this Machamp. I think Curios making some amazing play calls. One of my favorites is we saw Curios kind of move through 3 enemy members around a 5-minute fight when Vin was able to hit a huge Icy Wind. You know, Curios kind of throws caution to the wind and chases them down. This play, though, so fantastic out of the Mr. Mime. Ducky makes the call. We're going to eject button across. I'm going to try to trap that Cinder in the corridor, whether it's with walls or my Unite move, but at all costs, Cinder is going to go down. Followed up amazing by the team. And at this point, it's just Evil Geniuses dotting their I's, crossing their T's, forgot which letter gets which, and they will take down the Coyote.
Well, luckily this isn't a spelling bee, it is a game of Pokemon Unite, so we
I'm
don't need to worry about
either,
that one.
but that is still a relief.
Oh, but yeah, definitely an incredible defense from Deep Cross Gaming towards that start, but unfortunately, it wasn't enough to go and stop that Hundo from Roland coming on in. But our player of the game is going to be Vin on this Glaceon, getting themselves 10 KOs, 10 assists, but 0 feints, and 81k damage.
I mean, a cough of 20 is phenomenal. I mean, a phenomenal KO and assist to feints ratio, liking it from that central area player. of Evil Geniuses. That's a great look. I mean, we have seen pretty passive games. I think these zero feints games of the victors are going to be pretty common between these two teams. Let's see what happens, though, when we head into our third map of the locked-in rotation. Groudon will be the selection, with Deep Cross Gaming electing to choose that first pick position. Evil Geniuses sticking with this Comfey ban.
Yeah, they don't not want to risk this one being paired up with just giving it a Comfey Poke, but we are going to have that Mega Charizard Snorlax still banned on out by Team Cross Gaming. And you know what? I feel like Blissey has been quite the threat here on the side of Evil Geniuses.
It has, and people aren't really willing to pick what I would consider the natural counters in some ways, where like the Umbreon has been kind of falling down the priority list a little bit. So Deep Cross Gaming just gonna say, let's take out that Blissey entirely and give Slash maybe some more options in terms of selection. Also, we get Shin on that side up. So Evil Geniuses are banning away the Feraligatr. We'll see if 94 goes to something new. I have to imagine Christmas will pick up the Zacian if made available.
Yeah, well, that is going to be available. They're going to lock in Moltres first pick along with this Machamp, which I'm going to say, yeah, some incredible plays in that last game to get these setups with this submission.
All right, well, yeah, this has been a permaban, or at least for the last 2 games for Evil Geniuses, banning away the Moltres. Honestly, didn't know if any of the members of this team were really comfortable playing that Pokemon. I mean, so far, it is still in the prove-it stage, but they are putting first pick priority towards it.
I was going to say, given Evil Geniuses' track record,
yeah, they're pretty good at the game. Yeah,
100%. I'm sure they would have, you know, every single new Pokemon that comes out, I'd say they definitely spend some time practicing that up, seeing how well they can go and utilize that. However, we do have Espeon and Mega Lucario selected onto Deep Cross Gaming's side, and Ducky's going to opt for Crustle this time around.
Interesting. I mean, so far, Evil Genius is kind of abandoning the concept of range, wherever it may be. Espeon has been given up to Deep Cross Gaming, as well as that Psyduck. Mega Lucario has had an interesting tournament. Ooh, Sirgoth's going to go with something new. Urshifu no longer. Talonflame, and Slash is hovering over this rogue pick of the Serena that we've seen earlier on today. No defender, no problem. Let's see what Deep Cross Gaming can do.
I mean, I guess in terms of Serena's sustain, in terms of maneuverability, it doesn't, I guess, yeah, maybe they just do not need that traditional defender over on their side. But I'm actually really surprised that we don't end up, I saw the Zacian being hovered over there, but they're not actually going to go onto that. Instead, Greninja's going to be that final pick.
I love best of 5 so much, Kello. I think draft decisions like that only come from series that can go the distance and teams are going back and forth, because you got to try something new. You got to tech exactly to what the context of this tournament is going to be. And even in specific games, we get individual metas. So we will have to see what this ends up looking like. Obviously, Curios is going to pick that one up, and Christmas will adopt the Machamp. But, I mean, imagine a Zacian is a last pick potential option. That is absurd right now.
Yeah, especially considering how powerful we have seen it there, especially with that Metal Claw. But I guess not really much range damage on the side of Deep Cross Gaming. So maybe this Greninja, whether they are going for that double team to try and bait out Deep Cross Gaming's Talonflame here.
Oh, that could be a fun one. Not to mention, if you can bait Slash into Unite moving a double team clone, I think you're going to feel pretty good about your chances of winning this game. I wouldn't say the odds are super high of that happening, but it will be an interesting reaction. Obviously, Zarina, a Unite move that can go past Machamp's unstoppable submission that has been so phenomenal in a lot of situations, but we'll see how it actually plays out. By the way, we did get confirmation, or at least a word from production. We are taking a look at this draft. We'll see what ends up happening. For right now, we're going to treat it as it's real. This Machamp final pick, still extremely strong for EG.
Yeah, I feel like that's the thing in terms of Machamp. We've seen it banned a fair way here over across the 2 days. So final pick, but even then, just no Zacian, considering we have seen Chris Smith play that a fair bit.
Yeah, I know. I mean, just such a power pick, especially in the hands of players who are extremely good on that Pokemon, but same can be said for a lot of the Pokemon on this roster. I'd say Moltres, Greninja, and Machamp, all 3 Pokemon that do take quite a bit of skill expression and knowledge of that Pokemon and its mechanics to really get the top tier value out of that Pokemon.
Oh, 100%. I feel like Moltres is quite a technical Pokemon to go and master in terms of that passive. Not only do you get that burn, but also being able to get that cooldown reset on a free move if they end up getting those boosted autos up and running.
Yeah, it's phenomenal when that happens. So, yeah, we'll see what happens here as our series is tied up 1-1. This is our final game. It's going to be on broadcast of day number 2. We can see here the game is going to be remade. We'll let you all know what we're looking at in terms of draft as soon as we are made aware. But either way, this series is going to go the distance. I am so happy. 1-1 between these two teams. I would love a best of 5 between these two squads for a few reasons. And let me lay them down for you, Kello. One, I like best of 5s that go to game 5. That's just kind of, an easy one to check off as box number 1. Number 2, these two teams have been so exciting this tournament. I mean, Deep Cross Gaming with the travel across the world, Evil Geniuses looking like they're in a brand new form of excellence in day number 2. Loving seeing that energy. And third and final, I just feel like Curios versus Slash deserves a game number 5. Would love to see a complete finish to this series in a final game. But either way, we got to go step by step as these teams need to approach the games that way too.
That is a really good point, especially considering when we did the interviews with these players earlier on, we did have Roland saying that they would like to go up against Deep Cross Gaming the most, and Slash also responding, saying they would like to go up against Evil Geniuses. So both of those wishes ended up coming to fruition for these squads. So, you know what, to be able to go the distance in that best of 5, I mean, that would really be the perfect scenario on our side, probably not on their side though, because I'm sure they want to get this semi-finals over and done with and see who ends up actually making it through to the grand finals, day 3, to go up against Root Dignitas.
Very true. I mean, Slash at this point in time has now been able to take down Trainer, already starting with some of their past teammates that would love to take down Otter, Curios, and whoever else they can. Of course, at the World Championships, have a chance to compete with Overlord, who is also qualified on one of those Japanese teams in Reject via the Asia Champions League. PJCS also finishing up. There is going to be 5 Japanese representatives at the World Championships. I mean, a region that has a lot of pedigree, a lot of talk about this region. They are so extremely strong. That's going to be fun, but I love it seeing what's happening over here at NAIC, seeing these other regions contend with each other, APAC East versus North America. Love these early looks into what could be to come in the future.
I think what's also really cool is Deep Cross Gaming being able to secure that World Championship spot. That is actually the first time that we are going to have 2 teams from Taiwan and Hong Kong progress on through and be able to compete against each other.
That is so exciting. I love that. Let's hope Group Draw is kind to these 2 teams for when that happens for the World Championships, but I am real excited. There is a part of me that would love to see them compete against each other, but that's okay. I already saw it happen in the online event leading up to it, so hopefully does not end up being the case for the World Championships. But this is gonna be real fun. Like I said, these semifinals, of course, the grand finals tomorrow on Championship Sunday are so amazing because of just how good the matches at NAIC always are. But of course, there is the extra effect of having the chance to see early looks at World Champion level teams competing against one another.
Oh, 100%, and that's the thing. In terms of what's at stake, yes, obviously there is that grand final spot, but that also means a bigger share of our $50,000 prize pool that we do have here at NAIC, but also one step closer to not only earning the title, but one step closer to also getting that trophy.
Yeah, I mean, a very coveted trophy here at NAIC. A lot of teams making their way towards that Sunday final, but only 2 can actually lock in that spot. It's been a long journey. I mean, right, like these teams have had to take down incredible squads. They've had missteps. I mean, honestly, the story between Deep Cross Gaming and Evil Geniuses being pretty similar, right? Taking a loss in the group stage they probably regret, but then once day 2 hits, early on in that bracket, they looked incredible. I mean, both these squads proving to be day 2 teams. Let's see who is the stronger one when it comes to this final showing here on day number 2 of NAIC.
Yeah, you can definitely say they have made a deep run into day 2, coming in with that second seed for both of these squads. But we are going to have that redraft coming on in here as we are going to lock in these bans. So Mega Charizard, Y, like we expected, along with this Comfey.
Okay, yeah, pretty similar bans that we were seeing. Obviously, I think we're going to be following the script for a bit here. That Hoopa ban, very interesting. Evil Genius is a great player in Roland on that Pokemon. The Feraligatr going to show up yet again. Let's see where this draft actually ends up going. I imagine it's going to be pretty similar, but let's just sort of treat it as a new game. Why not? It's on our screen. First pick going to be that Psyduck.
Yeah, we'll just flash clear the memories, okay?
Right.
It's a brand new draft, but
yeah, we're trying to
I've
remember.
never
I think I
seen
said I'm
this.
like bad at spelling or something. I don't know. It was a whole thing. Here we go. There we go. Our first change, I think. No, it wasn't. I don't know. Espeon picked up a champ, of course, in that first pick position, and Roland is going to select that Eldegoss.
Yes, looking that in, and we can see that Slash is going to be hovering over that Zarina. That final pick that we ended up seeing with Talonflame, but no, it looks like they wanted to go and pick up this Sizzle Scyther. I'm guessing it's going to be Scyther here.
Yeah, I have to imagine that's going to be the option. We see a weakness policy equipped or something like that, maybe. Who knows? We saw Mystical Fire Delphox earlier today, right? And oh my word, I thought we almost were going to see it again. But no, Kyrios is going to lock in the Latios. Very few players playing this Pokemon in this tournament. As far as I'm aware, the only broadcasted one was Kyrios on this Pokemon. Of course, a attacker type that is so strong, the more they can scale. Knockouts on wild Pokemon or damage done to playable Pokemon. This Latios gets incredibly powerful as that Eon power increases.
Yeah, but I guess that is going to be pivotal, right? Getting that level 5 ASAP. That way they can start getting that Eon energy. So I'd say we're probably going to see them head on into that central area. So this is where, are we going to potentially see an invade maybe from Shin on this Cider?
Oh, that would be really interesting. I mean, you got the EXP share, you even got a potion which can help extend your time in that enemy central area without getting KO'd. Could be an option for them to take advantage of. However, Latios does have some surprising amounts of damage, not to mention, wouldn't be surprised to see either Ducky or Chris Smith kind of rotate into the central area to help defend. That could be a mistake punished by Evil Geniuses if they could sort of read the room, if you will.
Yeah, they are definitely no stranger to invades when it comes to these matches. But folks, as we are getting ready to head on through to game number 3, it is going to be the Groudon map. Deep Cross Gaming over on the purple side, Evil Geniuses on the orange. It is one apiece between these two squads.
Kello, I feel like the story of this match so far has been one of parity, right? These two teams neck and neck at any given moment, and that is the same in this series. A 1-to-1 scoreline, but this time things are starting off with a bit more firepower as Chris Smith on this Moltres showcasing the early damage potential as they chase down 94 and even out-secure one of those wild Pokemon.
Yeah, especially considering how passive these past 2 games have been up until these final moments. I guess just want to try put that early pressure, especially going into a Lucario on that opposite side.
Yeah, it's a great thing to do, especially if you can keep down that Mega Lucario, a Pokemon that loves to get ahead early and then stay ahead. It can be similar to Leafeon in some effects. If you lose that early game advantage, it can feel very frustrating, and why did we even select this Pokemon in the first place? That's going to be one of the goals of Evil Geniuses to exploit in this early game, but it's got a whole 10 minutes of gameplay ahead of us.
Yeah, there is still a lot more to go as we have the first lot of builds burning on in. It is going to be a 4v3 up in the top path by Deep Cross Gaming, but I guess now that they have done their job, they're just going to retreat on up and leave it up to the Lucario and Psyduck once again, but Machamp is going to run for the hills, look for a pick, and Lucario has been eliminated.
Wow, Finn with that full combo, not to mention Chris Smith just dealing out Heat Wave after Heat Wave. And that's going to be a big team fight win on the top side. Importantly, that was a 4 Pokemon rotation up for Deep Cross Gaming that did translate into an Evil Geniuses win. Obviously, Slash in this early game on this arena is just looking for any way to farm value. Now Siros is going to chase down Kyrios, take away their blue buff, and immediately dash Slash Out, Scyther, the much more speedster-style variant of this Pokemon rather than the Scizor, and you can see why.
Yeah, definitely offering a lot more bigger burst damage to go and clear those wild Pokemon, as we see demonstrated with that Regidrago getting shredded on up.
Yeah, I mean, what a good showcase of what this Pokemon can do, not only in team fights, but also in roaming skirmishes. Essential area of invade and the burn on wild Pokemon is just phenomenal, like you're mentioning, Kello. But here we go, there is a shining light for Evil Geniuses, and it's the form of the big old fiery bird in the Moltres, as Christmas is at level 7 and outpacing 94 quite a bit. Curios there for the backup this time, but with this attacker, they can't quite get anything done without their moveset.
Quick Pollen Pluff to go and replenish the HP of Evil Geniuses here as they are going to leave these birds. Moltres diving straight for this Psyduck, but there is a berry there to go and save the day.
Yeah, opening up a little bit of space for Curios on this Latios. You can see they're doing a bit of damage to the opposing Pokemon with this Dragon Pulse, making sure that they get even more of these points stacked up. And right now, we are going to be looking at a very early Tier 1 break as the Reggie has spawned in. Moltres looking for even more. Christmas with this level advantage is going so far into enemy lines as they are actually taking Indeedee off the opposite side.
I mean, not only do they have the level advantage, but also the numbers advantage with Roland right by their side. But they're going to go pivot their efforts over to Regieleki, not really fearing this Psyduck with a steal.
This could be an important Regieleki. Topside has been Evil Genius's home base to actually play out of because Deep Cross Gaming have gotten so much ground on the bottom side of the map. This Scyther getting knockout after knockout, and finally Slash getting up to level at level 8. So they even had a chance to break that bottom Tier 1. We are likely going to be looking at very safe fights on the bottom side of the map for DCG for the remainder of this game.
Yes, Scyther has scaled really quickly. They have already reached that level 11 mark, which is 2 levels above the highest level on Evil Geniuses, being that Moltres.
Yeah, this is going to be really worrisome for Evil Geniuses. Even a Pokemon as tanky as Crustle or Eldegoss, they can be susceptible to that gigantic burst damage of that Scyther, especially in partnership with its Green Illusion Dive Unite move. So much burst available.
I mean, I guess despite these fights just going back and forth, there's only a 3 points difference between these two squads. But we are going to have a champ engage onto that Serena, wipe him on out, and it looks like they're going to go pivot towards the next target, which might be this Espeon.
Yeah, they're chasing to find any other target they can find. Again, Moltres being one of the biggest things on the map. They want to just enable and empower that player in Pokemon as frequently as they can. Latios getting another Unite move back because they got the KO on the Zarina before the Unite move actually channeled. And now Scyther in a scary spot. It's level 11, has to full heal away from submission, but no one gets away from Vin's forearms.
I mean, I still feel like that bought Deep Cross Gaming some time, especially considering we could see them going and dunking a ton of Eos energy in the top path. But Evil Geniuses, knowing they have the numbers advantage, are just going to even it up by getting some more dunks in Tier 1 themselves.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this, a 218-point scoreline when they haven't even broken this bottom Tier 1, just showcasing how powerful overdunks on the top side can be when made available. Now, that's a Registeel going to go in their favor. I was talking about how Deep Cross Gaming would have easy fights on the bottom side of the map, and Evil Geniuses actually flipping that script a little bit and taking that one down without the help of a Tier 1 to retreat to.
I think, interestingly enough, despite having this Registeel buff with the boosted attack and special attack, once again, they're just going to pivot away, focus on getting these wild Pokemon instead of pressuring that Tier 1 pad.
Yeah, I mean, with teams that are this strong, it feels like any mistake could actually be fatal. So you got to make sure you're prepared for any fight, any moment. Right now, we got Slash versus Christmas on the top side, but Ducky pulling away Slash with that Crustle. Has to use the Unite move for that extra shielding to push away the enemy squad. Deep Cross Gaming trying to get within range of the Regieleki, and it's Psyduck that's going to last hit secure on the Regieleki. Mega Lucario getting involved in the fight for what feels like the first time so far in this game, and 94 going to take down that enemy Pokemon.
And that's going to put on the pressure to Evil Geniuses as Regieleki is making its way through Tier 2, ends up crashing as Slash takes to the sky to go and interrupt that Moltres, and now the Dunks are able to rain on through, breaking this Tier 2.
This is going to be a lot of EXP traded either direction, but somehow it's It's Deep Cross Gaming who are able to, on the back of a Regieleki push their scoreline up to 322, and then win a fight on the enemy tier 2. A triple KO streak for the Scyther, and Deep Cross Gaming have just taken so much momentum in this series.
Yeah, 100%. They now have the point lead. They now have the level lead with Mega Lucario at level 13, Scyther at level 14, but also just bought so much space on the map because Evil Geniuses only have that bottom tier 2 pad available, whereas Deep Cross Gaming, they still have 3 other pads to their name.
Yeah, their move speed around the map is going to be so much more significant, not to mention vision being created by that tier 1, especially into the end game. It's going to be tough for Evil Geniuses to fight around that disadvantage. So they're going to try to take a fight potentially a bit earlier. They're focusing on this Registeel, and Slash waiting there in the wings on this Serena.
Yeah, but they are going to pivot behind the wall as we do have an engage on the Scyther, and this is going to provide some space for Evil Geniuses to try and lock down this Registeel for themselves with 20 seconds left to go until the final stretch. This is juicy.
Wow, I'm honestly surprised Evil Geniuses don't swing towards that tier 1 without Scyther being available. They are level 14, so that was a ton of EXP over to the Machamp. Right now, Evil Geniuses playing this one safe. Uh-oh, Moltres caught out by that Psychic, and of course the Espeon combo. Moltres will return the rest of the team for the healing. Vin tries to go for a combo, they miss, and they're pulled back in by the Slide. They're taken down, Machamp out.
Some great combinations from Deep Cross Gaming as they are looking to make some moves, but Ducky has that shielding to go and sustain this fight. But here comes Scyther on much minimal HP, but they end up getting wiped on down. 2 members of either side are now eliminated, but look at this, Deep Cross Gaming, they're going to start the Groudon.
Well, they have more HP to work with potentially. This Mega Lucario is over half HP in every one of these close combats. It's back at the bomb extension with that power-up punch, finds that low HP Latios. A jet button combo looks so clean, and Mega Lucario takes out one of the bigger threats, but Champ Unite move is not enough as Ziri is safe on the other side of the Groudon pit, and they are going to secure that objective. What a play from Vin, but cut short by Ziri.
Not only getting the objective, but also getting a team wipage on Evil Geniuses means they are unable to go and defend the points that come on through. But the thing is, there's still a minute left to go. If Evil Geniuses are able to pick up a KO, they might be able to steal some of these Groudon buffs.
Yeah, I mean, 94 actually getting a little dangerously close to being KO'd by the Latios there. This Scyther is hidden so far. Vin will catch them for a second, where the recall is just there. Espeon does have 42 points and a Groudon buff, so this 484 scoreline is about to go up to 584. Evil Geniuses are going to need to get a push and multiple KOs as well. 44 points in for a quick break. They don't have a lot of AOS energy in pocket, and Deep Cross Gaming are skyrocketing with this score on the other side.
20 seconds left to go as Deep Cross Gaming are looking to defend this pad, but down goes the Scyther. Psyduck is running towards our home pad because Deep Cross Gaming, they dunk some more points. Now they retreat on back to go and continue the defense.
Yeah, and only 5 seconds remain. Evil Geniuses, fighting until their last breath in this game number 2 with that, or game number 3, and that is going to be time up. Deep Cross Gaming advance their lead 2-1 over Evil Geniuses.
Back and forth between these two teams, just like a pendulum swinging. Deep Cross Gaming getting game 1, Evil Geniuses game 2, but back to Deep Cross Gaming. I know we've said we would love to see this go the distance, but I've got to say, Scyther though, Srias being able to just pop out so much damage, they ended up reaching that power spike so early on.
Yeah, I think we were watching that top path a lot, and from that point of view, I think Evil Geniuses was crushing it, but Deep Cross Gaming, where they really surged ahead multiple moments in this match, was in that bottom path. You see there that catch out on the Machamp, so strong. The Eldegoss Unite move just not there to save them. Tried to save the rest of the team instead. And, I mean, this battle still raged on back and forth, right? Well, what I want to watch is that Lucario moment from 94 a little bit. You see them doing damage towards the Groudon right now. And take a look at this. Latios on the outside, waiting for the Pull and Puff healing, is playing safe. And the eject button extension from Mega Luca just takes down that biggest threat on the enemy side in that Latios. I mean, 94 showcasing they got a whole lot of Pokemon that they are masters of for this top path pick.
Yeah, we always gotta love to see those eject button combinations come into play. But we are going to have our player of the game being Slash on that Zarina, getting a 3-3 and 11 KFA.
Jeez, I mean, this arena, a great option for the team, adds an amazing source of crowd control in that Unite move. Of course, Dropkick doing something similar, but with Curios playing at range on Latios, you know, a bit of a wash. Either way, they are helping out the squad in so many incredible ways, and this time with a very unconventional pick. Deep Cross Gaming giving up a little bit in terms of HP and tankiness, but making up for it in spades with damage and honestly, just kind of the Slash effect.
The Slash effect, I like that one. But yeah, in terms of this, I guess it just goes to show that you don't need to go with these traditional team compositions.
True.
It's not necessary to have a support and defender. The way that these teams just get creative to make what works best for them is really cool to see.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of rewriting the script for how we've considered the metagame to be for some time. Now, the roles are still being fulfilled, right? You have Zarina to kind of be a great engage tool option, which is still playing a very similar role that Slash would pick on what you would consider to be a defender or a tank. Primarily, you are kind of foregoing some things in that case, primarily the early game, right? Like Steenie, Bounce Suite, not a whole lot to write home about, but still, I think the impact was felt throughout that match on that pick.
Oh yeah, 100%. Also, being able to utilize that Unite move, to be able to hone in on one target as well, lock them out momentarily, but also ends up gaining that unstoppable while the fights rain on through.
Wow, I mean, what an intense finish. Honestly, I was biting my fingernails up until the very moment, had no idea who was going to be taking down that win. So let's get into game number 4. Now we are in the point of the game where maps can flip around depending on team selection. We are going to be going back to the Kyogre map. Deep Cross Gaming to lead things off by making Charizard Y-Band, Evil Geniuses to follow up with Comfey, Deep Cross Gaming next step with the Blissey Band.
I was going to say, I know you are not the only one biting their fingernails. Roland, I'm looking at you. But no, definitely a nail biter all around for everybody that is going to be watching there. But yeah, bands, we have for Relegate locked on out Comfey and Hooper once again.
All right, so, you know, these two teams, maybe not fond of supports. We're talking about lack of defenders, potentially. How about just the absence there of any of those options? Jin will pick up a supporter, though, in the side-up. Does play much more the role of the defender, especially when we have Slash kind of role swapping in some of these cases. Evil Geniuses want that Moltres again. I think that's a great option, but boy, do I love this first pick priority onto the Espeon. Take that away from Z-Ray. That's what took down the Groudon in that last game.
Yeah, 100%. I think just that ability to get that stun with that Psy Shock, but also being able to utilize that Unite move to catch out multiple opponents if they can head up with that eject button. But okay, because Espeon has been selected by Evil Geniuses, Z-Ray is actually going to pivot over to this Mew. Now, I know we saw incredible Mew plays from Monster Otter from Root Dignitas in that previous set. I mean, we know how great of a utility kit Mew can bring.
Totally, yeah, don't sleep on Z-Ray's Mew either. I think they are a phenomenal player on the pick. We'll see what they can do, but I know they have a lot of backup, right? 94 on this Mega Lucario looks so phenomenal, and Syros is going to change up these picks again. Scyther previously and is now going to pick up the Typhlosion. So we'll see. I mean, we've seen the Feraligatr banned now. Last pick for Evil Geniuses. Curios trying to think about what they want to bring to the table. You already have an attacker. You got an all-rounder. Curios, the master of flexing between melee and range. And how about we just only melee we give is a Blaze Kick. Cinderace going to be the final pick for EG.
Yeah, we did see that Cinderace being picked on up. I'm wondering what moveset they're going to see here. Is it going to be that faint Blaze Kick that we saw previously? But also, we have Slash pivoting over to this Umbreon. Are we going to see a Wish Umbreon here?
I have to imagine, especially since we're rocking the attack weight for the Umbreon, I think we would be going with that attack damage healing combination that Pokemon brings, but we will see. Sometimes we see the Rocky Helmet when we are pivoting away from that option, but Curios does not want any bit of that crowd control of the Psyduck or the Umbreon. Instead, they want to play at range as much as possible with this Cinder and just dish out that auto attack damage.
Yeah, I guess that's really going to be key to try and power up that Cinderace ASAP. That way they can go and get their attack speed boosted on up. But, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming, they are one game away from getting that final spot in Day 3 Grand Finals.
I mean, the opponent waiting in the wings is Root Dignitas, one of the strongest teams that we've seen potentially worldwide, playing in so many international events. And now they are awaiting their opponent for yet another one, APAC East or North America rival. Which one will it be? As Deep Cross Gaming is on match point, 2-1 over Evil Geniuses so far.
Deep Cross Gaming over on that purple side, Evil Geniuses on the orange. We are going to see the Score Bunny take to the central path with the Cyndaquil on the opposite end. I guess in terms of that Score Bunny, it is a slower clear earlier on, but no risk of some invades here.
Yeah, a little bit slower, but you do have access to that Libero passive when you're in the Score Bunny stage. Getting those boosted auto attacks after every move will increase that clear speed. And yeah, already we got Curios finishing it up. Chris Smith, after such a phenomenal Moltres game in game number 3, I suppose it was, let's see what they can do in game number 4. This time, it's going to be Ducky backing them up on the top side.
Yeah, they are going to be on that Pylos line once again to go and utilize those freezes. That way they are able to go and secure those Natus for themselves.
Yeah, you can see 94 kind of roaming all over the top side of this map, seeing if there's any wild Pokemon that Evil Geniuses have not gobbled up quite yet. The answer is most commonly no, as EG is doing a great job of sweeping through the enemy wild Pokemon with their early game advantage.
Yes, and that is going to include these birds that spawn on in, but we have a rotation from that Umbreon as Flame Wheel is going to be utilized. No KOs just yet on either side, though.
Okay. I mean, I love Deep Cross Gaming's energy so far, running the classic strategy of just run at them. One of my favorite strategies in Pokemon Unite. Typhlosion, a master at doing just that. That Fire Spin leaping into the opposite side, or that Flame Wheel, rather. It's a great engage tool, and boy, oh boy, with an Umbreon to back you up, it can be effective.
I think one thing that I love about it is you also end up getting that unstoppable. So this is going to be a great answer if they're able to go and time that to avoid these Ice Fangs from Ducky.
It's a great point. And uh-oh, here, speaking of which, that Ice Fang already get a combo, and Chris Smith going to get a knockout on the support Pokemon on the top side. 94's got a tough decision to make. You try to defend this goal zone, but in doing so, you might potentially give up a KO. Not a Cirrus can say anything about it, as the fully evolved Typhlosion has joined the fight. Ducky going to make it out of danger with Earthquake, but end up falling to a Psyduck Mew combo.
And now it is going to be that 4v3 up in the top half, but we can see Alcremie on the mini-map. No, it looks like they're going to actually change their position there. Regidrago, though, is going to receive some love from Typhlosion, and they're going to solo that one down themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Eruption plus that Flame Wheel, Typhlosion will make quick work of that Regidrago, increase their scoring speed, but most importantly, give that team-wide EXP. Curios and Ducky with a great combo and rolling it down, going to take the last hits here as Evil Geniuses pivot out of the top path for the first time in this game and have a big push on bot.
Yeah, but even then, this is something that we have seen across these 3 games. Either of these teams focusing on one lane, not really engaging with each other earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the story of this series for sure, but when we stop trading paths, we do start seeing some big team fights. I think that's going to be coming up quick, Kello, with a lot of these high-level Pokemon with access to Unite moves. Nasty combo showcase right there, by the way. Ice Fanging them away from the safe zone of the goal zone, and then Blaze kicking them even farther. Every time Cinderace lands with that kick, that you push the opponent slightly and even extend that stun.
Now, meanwhile, Evil Geniuses do successfully break that tier 1 pad, but because there was nobody there to defend up in that top half, Regieleki does end up crashing into that tier 2. But Deep Cross Gaming, they don't have enough Eos energy on hand to actually go and break it. Mew is going to utilize their Mew Unite move there to get safely back to home base.
Yeah, no one else is going to have access to that option, though, as Psyduck is obliterated in that top Elbush as the jump pad was utilized by members of Evil Geniuses. One of my favorite objects on the map. I wonder if we can track how many jump pad stats we got still.
quieter. Is that a stat that we got before?
Oh yeah, I was tracking that one, Kello. Don't you worry, it was my #1 stat.
It's very important here. We need to know how many jump pads
I made an
being
argument that it
used.
should be the tiebreaker if there was ever a tie in group stage. I was argued against, however, I think it was pretty solid.
I don't know, that sounds diabolical, to be honest. I mean, I feel like we're going to end up having members just jumping over and over the walls over and,
And
over
you're
again.
saying it like it's a bad thing, Kello, and I don't
Yeah.
really understand exactly how it could be. But right now, yeah, I think these teams abandoning the macro strategy of building their jump pad stat and instead trying to see how much information they can gain around the rest of the map. Wild Pokemon cleared, and now it's time to set up for the next wave of fights. It will be a triple effect of one of the 3 original Reggies on the bottom side of the map. Regieleki will be spawning into the top side. You can see Evil Geniuses kind of roaming to that option first. They do not want it to soar towards their tier 2. Also, they really want to break the tier 1 on the top side of Deep Cross Gaming. They will have to forfeit the Regice for that prize, though.
Yeah, once again, this is just the story of this set, the way that these teams are just dividing and conquering when it comes to these cards. Evil Geniuses do end up getting this Regieleki, but it's left on 20 points. But look, they're able to go and get in a break, which means Regieleki's going to pressure that tier 2 now.
Yeah, great work, Chris, with able to dunk in 40. Espeon to take down the side of Alcremie Unite, backing them up. They can fight this way more aggressively than you would expect, and Regieleki is going to land. That is a lot of point potential for Evil Geniuses. 80 HP remains on that goal zone, and Evil Geniuses are fighting for as much ground as they can take. 309 the scoreline right now. Mew able to just barely secure their own red buff.
And just enough points in their pockets. Evil Geniuses break that T2. But okay, here we go. You need to read this one. This is for you.
Yeah.
Right.
I have 1, I love that it's named my stat. First note, that's awesome. 2, jump pads used this event, 409. Come on, Slash, make it 410. Let's go! Love the jump pads.
A very important stat here for Pokemon Unite after all, but we're inching ever closer to this final stretch. Deep Cross Gaming do have that 2-up advantage, so they are looking to get some aggressive positioning here in the tall grass.
Yeah, there it is. Thank you, by the way, for the update on the 410 now. Kyrios on this Cinderace almost at that level 13, Kella. That's where that attack speed starts to get terrifying if you were a Deep Cross Gaming member. That Cinderace with the peppering in of fireball damage can be too much to take off it. But Deep Cross Gaming has set themselves up in a pretty defensive position. 94 needs to immediately abandon that as a full combo from Espeon lands on the side of Vin Diesel. Great shot, calling out where that enemy Pokemon likely was, and I mean, yeah, that gamble paid off.
Yeah, I mean, they are going to retreat on back and go and focus on these birds that do end up spawning. But next up, we have another Regieleki. This is a major threat for Deep Cross Gaming, considering they do not have that tier 2 buffer. So they're actually going to prioritize this. Meanwhile, Evil Geniuses, I feel like they've read the room because they end up committing to a Registeel down in the bottom half.
Yeah, I like that take. Also, Deep Cross Gaming taking down this Regieleki pretty early, all things considered, will give Chris Smith a lot of time to KO this Regieleki before it even lands in their tier 2. If they want to, or they just want to rally back and join the rest of the team. That actually does make more sense now that I'm saying it out loud. Moltres gonna roam. They want to take all the space they can. Look at how much damage is done to Slash already. Mamoswine trying to chase them down. They're pulled back with a side up.
Yeah, but there are these berries there to go and replenish Ducky's HP. They do get locked down into a mean look along with the Psychic, but they are able to sustain this. Kyogre has now appeared on the map.
All right, this could be the final moment. Deep Cross Gaming at match point. The Psychic is going to be the first target with the Sai. Keeps them up momentarily. Wish and an Umbreon Buddy Barrier. Alcremie Unite moves, heads up the cake, and everyone tries to rally and defend against around it. However, the Mega Lucario is going to be the first one to take a KO with Typhlosion to follow up. Kyrios' Cinderace is down. Roland's support is gone, but Chris Smith on this Moltres is still up in the fight. Heat Wave does land onto the Typhlosion as they are chasing down multiple members of Deep Cross Gaming. It's a 2v3, make it a 2v2 as Chris Smith turns the tides.
But look at this Psyduck, it is at such low HP, and now Fitting. Chris Smith going get the KO, but Kyogre ends up getting a KO of their own. Nonetheless, this isn't going to stop Chris Smith as they're going to try and shred up the Kyogre, but Z-Berry is a threat on this Mew, but they're dealt with.
Oh, the Blaze Kick stun exactly when and Mew needed to use their secure move, and that will set up Evil Geniuses for a Kyogre buff. Not only do they have the points lead, but Deep Cross Gaming's chance of coming back in this game just got so much more difficult. 4 buffs attacking this tier 2 as Ducky sets things up with an Ice Fang and Typhlosion goes down.
Yeah, 2 dunks end up going into the tier 2, which now means Evil Geniuses have a pretty healthy buffer here. We are going to send our Kremi back to home base just in case there is a potential for a back cap. But Deep Cross Gaming seems like the rest of them are lurking about.
And I believe I'm about to get one of my wishes granted, Kello. We are going to be headed to a game number 5. Evil Geniuses trying to defend the grand finals to become a completely North American event as Deep Cross Gaming will be pushed to the limit. This series is tied up 2-2 as Evil Geniuses take game 4.
Wow, the Genie has gone and granted those 3 wishes. Not only Deep Cross Gaming's wish to go up against Evil Geniuses, Evil Geniuses' wish to go up against Deep Cross Gaming, but your wish to have it go to that round 5.
Do me a favor, do not tell either of these teams that I made that wish.
No more wishes available.
They will be very upset with me that I made the wish that this game would go down to game number 5. So let's please not tell. Now, we're going to take a look at the replay package. I really hope we got Chris Smith Moltres in the MVP situation with 11 KOs. We'll have to see how that one turned out. But I love that we are seeing this in the replay package, by the way. Shout out, Bob. I think Regieleki, one of the most important factors into this game number 4. I mean, it opened up so much of the way for Evil Geniuses. They headed into this final fight with a small score lead, but still a score lead for one of the first times in the series and really put them in a great spot. Awesome engage by Ducky. Sets up that Psyduck, takes down a lot of resources. Look at that Psyduck and Umbreon Unite move just to try to keep them in the fight. Umbreon Unite move kind of used for very little effect in that situation.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. It ended up paving the way into that late game. Having that win condition, that threat that Deep Cross Gaming needed to deal with meant they were able to go and get that Registeel, but also the pop.
That disgusting from that Espeon. I mean, Chris Smith chases down those targets, sort of draws them back in right within range of that Espeon shot. Vin takes them down, and love that. Curios being the hero on the Cinderace, respawning at exactly the right time to get the stun on C-Ray, who's kind of the lone hope of Deep Cross Gaming. But here we go. Chris Smith, MVP on the Moltres, 11 KOs, 0 feints, 4 assists on that Heatwave Sky Attack build. It is the better build.
Yeah, these knockouts, especially looking across the board, the fact that the highest number there was 3, they managed to get 11. That is insane.
Yeah, I mean, Chris Smith doing a great job on one of the newest all-rounders, a very popular top path Pokemon. Chris Smith showcasing they can master it with the best of them. We are set up right now for game number 5, Kello, our semi-final. The difference between a finalist or a top 4 finish, a chance at an NAIC title. Let's get into game 5 on Groudon.
Yes, we are going to have our bands come on in. So far, it is going to be exactly the same for both of these squads so far.
All right, yeah, I mean, at this point, we've kind of solved what this game is about to be, right? In terms of counters, we might see them fall a little bit later in the picking stage, but in the bands, both of these teams deciding now, when it's all in the line, to play it safe. Blissey for Alligator, yeah, this is according to the plan.
There's no more safe anymore. This is the last chance.
There's no more safe!
No more, there's no more buffer. This is game number 5.
Wow, I mean, I gotta imagine, I am so happy I am in this position. I am not envious of either of these teams sitting across from each other, or maybe I am, because then I would be really good at Pokemon Unite. But 94 picking up that Moltres first pick. Kello, Chris Smith, probably gonna have to pivot over to the Zacian, but still, that Moltres taken by Deep Cross Gaming.
You say good at Pokemon Unite. I just say just don't play Inteleon.
Oh, okay, great. Well, hey, that's a great note.
Well, Zoinks, mate. Yeah. No Inteleon there, but we are going to have the Machamp and Espeon first pick for Evil Geniuses. I feel like this is a great combination that we have seen over and over again. But there we go. No first pick for this Psyduck, but they're still able to pick it on DCG.
I actually was curious if we were going to see it show up. Oh, Mimikyu pick is going to be interesting, especially after the Espeon is already locked in. in. We have seen Evil Geniuses pick up Double Mage in the past. However, I have to imagine Curious is going with a melee option this time around with the threat of that Trick Room Mimikyu. And they're going to pick up the Mamoswine at the moment. Very interesting. Obviously, Ducky picked up the Machamp earlier on in the draft. We're only going to go with Umbreon. We are looking at double defender, not to mention Snorlax is banned. So Mamo, Umbreon, and Snorlax. Deep Cross Gaming are going to look for a defender option. Slash still has the Articuno available, or
Zarina.
We could rotate back to the Zarina.
Yeah, I mean, it has worked out for them so far here. As we discussed, you know, there doesn't need to be a traditional defender to be selected in order for a team composition to work. And they are going to go lock in that Zarina once again, which means Chris Smith is pivoting over to that Zacian as that final pick.
Yeah, Zacian, the hover, and the lock-in. So Chris Smith gonna lock in one of their favorite picks, or at least one of their most prominent ones, to go up against Slash on a brand new tech in the Zarina. Z-Ray with the Mega Mewtwo Y, an auto attacker build with the backup of the Psyduck. Again, neither of these teams operating too much into the heals department. However, Roland is likely going to be going with the Wish Umbreon. Vin going to be the only ranged attacker for Evil Geniuses. Going to be fighting at that medium range, right around where Z-Ray is going to be shooting those auto attacks from.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that is a similar story on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, having that Moltres and that Mewtwo Y to provide that mid-range damage there. But as we get ready, our hearts are palpitating here at NAIC, because this is going to be the final game of the day. This is going to be the decider of these two squads for who's going to make it through to Championship Sunday, the grand finals, to go up against Root Dignitas.
A coveted NAIC championship trophy on the line, and both of these teams need this win to advance. A 2-2 scoreline sets us up for one final game of Pokemon Unite. Let's get Game 5 started.
Here we go, folks. Deep Cross Gaming over on the purple side, Evil Geniuses on the orange. Everything is on the line.
All right, early game going to be dominated by Curioso, this Machop in the central area, but watch out for that Moltres on the top side. Moltres versus Zacian is going to be a really interesting one to keep track of. I mean, the story of the top path so far, I think, has been in favor of EG, but 94 now has access to the Moltres.
Yeah, and they are going to put that pressure on it, considering they have that side up. We do need to get this Umbreon online ASAP, but Deep Cross Gaming, they're doing a great job of shutting it down so far.
Yeah, I mean, this side up so phenomenal in the early game. It's a tough knockout, and it can provide a ton of stunts. Jeez, in the bottom half fight already popping off as the Mimikyu and Cyros is getting involved. Ducky for the chase down, tackle, and the freeze. There's the combo. Machamp plus Espeon does feel like such a winning strategy game after game here at NAIC. Let's see if that's the winning spot for EG in this Game 5.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's still early days when it comes to this final game of the day. The Birds do come on in, shredded on up, as we have Zacian trying to make a retreat, but they end up getting wiped out.
Wow, I mean, Deep Cross Gaming having a big surge of offense in the top side. Multiple scores going to rain in. That goes on down to 24 already. And take a look at the mini-map where Bounce Suite is. Slash really looking for EXP wherever they can, and they try to pocket a buff from Evil Geniuses. They are stopped short, but still, finally getting that Bounce Suite evolution.
I mean, on the opposite side, you could see that Ducky actually went in for an invade of their own, and it looks like they managed to pick themselves up a red buff.
All right, so a trade of our two defender players, I guess, technically, in this situation, but they will both receive some buffs. Raging Drago does spawn in. Neither team super interested in that objective in particular, as Ducky wants to set up yet another play. There's the Machamp pulling the Espeon, aims for the Mewtwo instead. Mimikyu going to get the trade onto the Piloswine, but that's a carry for a defender in favor of EG on bot.
And now we're going to pivot over to this Reggie Drago. That Evil Geniuses are able to go and pick up uncontested. That is going to give one of those members that extra speed buff, but also score, but also that experience.
All right, well, the scaling game has been going fine for Evil Geniuses, but for Deep Cross Gaming, their storyline has been built around the scores they're fighting at the top side of the map. At 720, they have a 74-point scoreline, knocking on the door of triple digits and looking to force even more. Bot side, Z-Ray gonna get the KO on a Ducky with that Mega Mewtwo Y, and opens the way for Cirrus and Slash to get in major points on this bottom tier 1.
Knock, knock, knock. Here comes Deep Cross Gaming into this tier 1. They don't have enough points on hand to go and get a successful break. Nonetheless, this is going to provide some necessary stacks for Slash on the attack weight, but they're also able to go and secure this Reggie Alecki. Thing is, how many points was this? This left on a clear 20.
Yeah, I mean, this is likely going to be Evil Geniuses allowing this to land. It will be an even break, but most importantly, this keeps Deep Cross's Gaming hold on the macro of the score lead completely in their favor. Evil Geniuses cannot use the Reggie Alecki to surge onto their own side and actually catch up with the points race. Instead, Deep Cross Gaming keep their tier 1s very healthy.
Oh, 100%, especially considering the lead that they currently have at 164 to 39. I know we've seen a quieter set between these two teams, but Deep Cross Gaming, I feel like they're playing more stealthily here.
Yeah, they are. They're keeping it under wraps. Here we go. We got Dignitas and Flareons, you know, making some plans about what's going to happen later on in this tournament. But already, ooh, Roland taking some damage from that Mega Mewtwo-Y. That X attack starting to hurt. Big stun, though, by Finn on the Espeon. Z-Ray's got to teleport away, chases them down with the side strike. Great body block by Ducky on the Roland on the Umbreon.
Yeah, but I think that was a great way to keep Evil Geniuses at bay as those birds do spawn on in, which are all going to go over to Deep Cross Gaming's side. They now have 4 Unite moves available on their side, where Evil Geniuses, they have 3. But there goes the engage on the side up, who's caught out all alone, and this is now going to give Evil Geniuses a numbers advantage down here.
So tough to walk in. Oh, look at this play. A Mega Mewtwo Y Unite move to open up the way to know that Slash will have an open scoring attempt on that tier 2. Gets complete vision on the minimap for a moment, realizes that that bottom path is completely clear, and has a chance to get a big score. Problem is, Umbreon on the quick rotation makes it extremely hard to get away. Mean Look, submission, Espeons, a bajillion stuns, and an Ice Fang Mamoswine. I mean, Evil Geniuses are making an impossible maze for Deep Cross Gaming to solve. Big win for Deep Cross Gaming, though. They're still holding on to this points lead.
Well, here we go. We have all members accounted for up in the top half as Reggie Steele is going to pop on through. Machamp looking for the engage as Umbreon's also utilizing their Unite move to zone out Deep Cross Gaming.
All right, Machamp actually returns to defend against that Zarina who had gotten to their back lane. We're looking at a 4v4, but Evil Geniuses are currently hurting in that HP department. Christmas is going to go down, and now Deep Cross Gaming have complete control of the Reggie Steele. Slash is going to take that final hit. This goal zone is left at 6. Evil Geniuses cannot afford to give it up for a huge overdunk.
But instead, Deep Cross Gaming, they're not looking to break it just yet. They want to go and get all of this wild Pokemon experience available to them just to get a further scaling for their squad. But so far, it's pretty equal across the board in terms of these levels.
Yeah, and not to mention a Reggie Alecki for basically free. One of the things that just allowing this goal zone to be defended by a couple of members of EG opens up the space. Ducky gonna jump right in front of that Shadow Sneak. Great job by this defender player. But now Finn is gonna be joining back with the fight with that Machamp. So is the Zacian of Christmas. That will be the first target down. And it's the Mimikyu, a high priority one. Slash trying to make it away. They are trapped by the Mean Look. Nowhere to go, and Espeon will take the last hit. A check button in from Kyrios, and that's a KO streak of 2.
Nowhere to hide, nowhere to run when you have rolling it down on that Umbreon with that Mean Look. Now that they have the advantage, they are able to go and break that tier 1, and Evil Geniuses are slowly creeping up in points.
Yeah, and they are able to quickly rotate back towards that bottom tier 2 to defend against the Reggie Alecki. Not everybody on Evil Geniuses can. Again, that goal zone being at such low HP, they gotta be careful for an overdunk that could turn things around. They at least need to be poised for a counter score on that bottom tier 1 if that's the case. 193 to 166. This one is so extremely close. Slash is gonna get 32 in. The recall from Ducky while Serena was out of vision is gonna allow that goal zone to break.
Yeah, and that is actually going to give them as the extra space up in that top path as we have another objective spawning in 20 seconds. We can see that rotation from Evil Geniuses as they come on up because there are no more wild Pokemon down in that bottom.
Yeah, all that is left to do is fight. We are 40 seconds away from the final stretch. Any one of these battles will be extremely risky. That's a Serena caught out. Mewtwo Unite move for the cover. They want to make sure that Pokemon is stunned and is nowhere to go. Ducky goes down. That Mamoswine will be KO, but will have tons of time to respawn before the final stretch. But again, a Regia Steel buff for the side of Deep Cross Gaming at the price of a Mewtwo Unite move.
But I feel like this Reggie Steel buff is going to be benefiting Deep Cross Gaming so much with that boosted attack and special attack. The thing is, they need to play their cards carefully because evil geniuses are not here to play.
Exactly. Ice Fang's going to start this one out from Ducky. Big engage. That side of caught and immediately taken down. No Sayaya Unite move available, and Groudon is just getting shredded. It's ripped down, and it's Mamoswine to take down the Groudon. Ducky of Evil Geniuses is going to secure the objective. Moltres in the back line, and not for long. Mimikyu down. All 5 members of Deep Cross Gaming KO, and Evil Geniuses race to the goal zone.
This just clears the path to get in these dunks, take over the lead at 444 points. The thing is, there is still that risk with a minute and 20 seconds left to go, considering these Groudon buffs can be transferred. But we do have a Psyduck Unite move available on Deep Cross Gaming, but is that going to be enough for them?
Yeah, you can see Finn always channeling the recall. In case someone comes towards that tall grass, they want to be available to get back to base. They are going to make a mad dash to score 90 in on the other side. 1 minute left, 2:25 to 4:44. Evil Genius need to mount one last defense if they want to make it to Championship Sunday. This will be a double score in. This can be afforded with the back half of the Espeon. 3:21 to 5:34. Evil Geniuses on their last stand defense.
Deep Cross Gaming making their way towards that top tier 2 as Ducky ends up getting caught on out and wiped out. That is actually huge for Deep Cross Gaming as one of those frontliners is gone and they're able to get in some more points. 435 to 534. This is their chance to try and take a comeback.
All right, Zasha is going to try to defend 602 thanks to the backup of Curios. 473, 495. The points are raining in from Deep Cross Gaming, but they got nothing left in pockets. All 5-0. Evil Geniuses biding their time. I don't know if there's 100 points worth of Eos energy amidst the wild Pokemon right now. Deep Cross Gaming has got to throw everything they can at the goal zone, but I think it is an impossible scenario. Evil Geniuses hold on to the defense. They're going to wait for the scoreline. We know it. EG 3-2.
Oh my goodness, what a final stretch coming out from these 2 teams. But Evil Geniuses able to hold that lead, and that does mean we are going to have North America up against North America in the grand finals for Championship Sunday here tomorrow.
NAIC Grand Finals. Root Dignitas versus Evil Geniuses. You cannot script it better than that. Deep Cross Gaming, on the other hand, making a legendary run. I don't think you can be too upset about this situation now. You have earned your world's invite. But Championship Sunday, well, that's going to be home to North America.
Yeah, I think nonetheless of this result, to be able to come here and get what they want in terms of that world spot, but also a share of that $50,000 prize pool, plus getting that 3rd place positioning, definitely something to be proud of.
Wow, I mean, what a game between these 2 teams. We were talking about how the macro was so fascinating to watch between these squads. Objectives being traded, goal zones becoming so important. Is it overdunk? Is it a clean break? So many of these tiny little things end up mattering so much in these end games. And this final one, what better to start with than an incredible engage by Ducky's Mamoswine, followed up by an Espeon Unite move to close out Chin on the Psyduck. I mean, what a great start. Comes down to a rip, and Ducky's Mamo, the one to KO that Groudon. I mean, a ridiculous performance across the board for this team. The back halves trusting in one another that they will hold on to that points lead. Oh, is it ever close there as those 20 seconds rain down, but Evil Geniuses keep their cool and get their chance to celebrate.
Yes, they do, going in and giving those hugs, definitely something to be proud of. But I think in terms of this season long, I mean the story for the regional leagues, Root Dignitas up against Evil Geniuses there. They get to go in with another matchup. But first, we need to focus in on our stats here as Curios is going to earn themselves Player of the Game game on that Machamp.
Yeah, I mean, a Pokemon that we often see way heavier in the assist department, by the way, actually picking up 9 KOs all on their lonesome. I mean, this player is so phenomenal. We know they've won multiple World Championships. My favorite thing about them on this EG team is it feels like the rest of the roster has that level of respect for Curios as well. You ask any player, I frequently do, who their current MVP is, and every single time they're like, listen, Curios really knows their stuff, their play calls, they're following up on these submissions every time. The trust that EG has in one another at this event feels like it's one of the things that is skyrocketing them forward, and I think a lot of that is coming from the team captain and Curios.
Yeah, definitely a mastermind, not only when it comes to these drafts, but also in-game, as you mentioned, just being able to make these calls, these engages. But also, gotta give credits to Ducky here on the Mamoswine, another player that is great at making those engages like we just saw in that highlights package.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. Honestly, starting from the draft phase, what Evil Geniuses was doing in that game number 5, Machamp, Espeon, Mamoswine. I mean, just that combo on paper is so difficult to play around, and Evil Geniuses know how to expertly pilot that strategy. What a phenomenal look. I know they had a lot of game plans. A lot of things went their way. So let's hear from Evil Geniuses themselves on stage with an interview.
Thank you so much, Zoinks. I've got with me Ducky from Evil Geniuses, the finalist for the Pokémon UNITE Championship Series on NAIC. And honestly, you guys have faced Dignitas before. That's your next step once again to become champions of NAIC. How are you feeling?
I mean, we're feeling great about that last win, and yeah, I feel like everyone was kind of looking forward to a big EG Grand Finals. Well, I'm so excited for it.
So am I, honestly. I feel like the repeat of the regional playoffs as well is very interesting. In that case, you guys did come short. So what exactly do you feel like has changed throughout NAIC that will help you guys not come short this time around?
I mean, I think we've just, as a team, become way better. Our comms have improved vastly. I would say our early game is much stronger, and we're just an overall better team.
I love how you mentioned early game, Ducky, because honestly, to me, you are my favorite in early game throughout NAIC. All of your invades, all the Mamoswine plays have been incredible. Would you say Mamoswine is your comfort pick this season?
Yeah, I think this tournament kind of exposed me as a Mamo 1 trick, but so I think I'll have to focus on other picks for tomorrow.
Well, true, and I'm not going to ask about the picks for tomorrow, of course. Don't reveal too much of your strategy. But speaking of tomorrow, what exactly are your expectations in regards to that matchup? Because it's a best of 5, and it's against a team you've played against before. Anyone in particular that you're most excited to play against?
I wouldn't say anyone in particular. I think just their whole team. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to that Grand Finals environment because we came short in EUIC.
Well, okay, so congratulations once again, Ducky. But before you go, I'd love to hear what you have to say to your fans, to your family, your friends. Any final shout-outs?
Yeah, I have a couple. Definitely a shout-out to my family, who's my mom is here today. But yeah, they're very supportive. Shout-out to my team. They played great and, you know, kept a cool head. And then finally, shout-out to Gang, Rob, Clash, AW, and Bits. Shout-out to them.
Right, lovely to see it. All right, congratulations once again, Evil Geniuses, Ducky, for being the finalist of Pokémon UNITE North America International Championships. Tomorrow we see you and Root Dig, and I am rooting for the both of you. Thank you so much, Ducky. Back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Soph. It is always so lovely to be able to hear from Ducky. But Ducky, I feel like you need to give yourself more credit. You are not only a one-trick Mamoswine.
It sure did look good, though. Hey, I'm not going to complain about that Mamoswine play. Also, I love the shout-outs, of course, to friends and family, but shout out other North American teams as well into Gang. There's a lot of North American love going around at this event, but there might be some love lost in the North America Grand Finals that is going to be happening tomorrow. An all-NA Championship Sunday. Rivals until the bitter end of NAIC. between Root, Dignitas, and Evil Geniuses. A match that, I think Ducky said it, one that we have all been waiting for. But it's been a long road to get to this point. Let's take a look at our bracket that we have seen so many incredible games from, right? Root, Dignitas, Lunex Gaming, Goofy Goobers, and Fulcrum all starting in that top 8 position, but only a few teams forging towards the end of the event.
Yeah, but we can see Evil Geniuses run there. Starting off the day, they ended up having that 2-1 victory up against Tuzi Esports. Next up, 2-0 against Fulcrum, but all the way to that Game 5 situation and winning against Deep Cross Gaming 3-2. Like, they have definitely had a long marathon of a run, so definitely deserve some rest before the grand finals against Root Dignitas tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I'm so excited. These two teams have had to go through some incredibly strong teams. I mean, Root Dignitas versus Lunex Gaming is a very strong rivalry match as well. Evil Geniuses now with over Deep Cross Gaming and had to beat Tuzi even earlier on today, right? So many rivalry matches, and we're going to get one more on Championship Sunday, which of course is starting tomorrow. Make sure to tune in at the time zones you can see below, 4 a.m. Eastern time, I believe. So we will have even more Pokemon Unite action. Make sure to follow us, of course, down below, Pokemon.com/broadcast for anything that you would like to watch. But that is going to be it for Kello and I in the booth. We'll see you tomorrow, though, to celebrate Championship Sunday Grand Finals, North America versus North America. We'll see you there tomorrow.
Round of applause.
I'ma tell you about the come up, how I learned the game. Every challenge that I faced, how I earned the name. Nobody said that it was easy going for the gold. You gotta take risks, you gotta be bold. But I'm here to run the race, yeah, I'm here to go far. Here to take names, here to be a star. And when I finally make it, I'll be at the top. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. Forging my path, just a matter of time. You better get yours, cause you ain't getting mine. Learned every lesson in the hardest way, but that's the path that I chose, that's the hero's way. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it, but I proved them wrong. At the top of the mountain, right where I belong. And now I finally made it, yeah, I'm at the end. Best of the best, yeah, I'll be walking. Where legends are alive, I'll be walking. I'ma be right there by their side, I'll be walking. Where everyone can see, I'll be walking. That I'm the best to ever be. I'ma walk the road with pride. I'ma hold my head up high. Make them stop and stare. You can find me there with my finger pointed to the sky. I'll be electric, and I'll never grow old. Here on Victory Road, where legends are alive, I'ma be right there, right there. Just watch me. I'll be walking where everyone can see.